The prison before my eyes clearly holds 4 billion top-level convicts of Blue Star, yet there is only one person guarding it. Even so, no one can escape, and in the end, everyone willingly stays imprisoned. This is all because 3 years ago, a man came to the prison and proclaimed the release of all prisoners' personal freedoms, including escaping or even assassinating him. Yet, even with 4 billion criminals rioting, not one stepped outside the prison. Whether it be the #1 assassin on the killer rankings, a top agent from the Snow Wolf Nation, or a mechanically modified person, they all lay before this man that day. Since then, this man has single-handedly suppressed the evil of the Blue Star prison. But today, as yellow sand sweeps the skies, a military helicopter slowly lands in front of the prison. Inside a dilapidated house, a document is slammed on the table. "Divorce me, Yi Shao. You're no longer worthy of me," a woman with delicate features arrogantly says. "Your parents might have supported my family over the years, but that was their choice. Our family won't return a penny to you. Moreover, the shares and assets of my company have nothing to do with you anymore. You'd better not have any ideas. If you refuse to sign, I will have a lawyer talk to you." After speaking, the woman's gaze sweeps disdainfully over the man opposite her. "I never thought he could last 3 years in such a rundown place. It's a good thing he came here right after we got married, or I would have lost out. I am dressed in a blue warning uniform, a matchstick dangling from the corner of my mouth. This woman, Lu Rian, is my wife in name only, but we have no affection between us. Our marriage was arranged by our parents. Before the marriage, the Lu family only ran a small workshop, which only started to pick up with the help of my parents' 5 million in funds and 10 million in investment. Won't you reconsider?" I say calmly. Although we married because of our parents' arrangement, she has faithfully stayed by my side for 3 years. I'd even planned to cultivate our relationship after the mission was over. At that moment, a man in a suit dramatically states with Lu Ruyan, "Yi Shao, your family did indeed help Rian's family in the past, but that's no reason for you to cling to her now. You are nothing but a small jail guard in a rundown prison, while Ruyan is already the president of a company worth billions. What part of you is worthy of Rian? Look at the people around you, either old men or disabled, just a freeloader waiting to die without a future." The man in the suit glances at the slovenly old man sitting on the threshold smoking and the cripple sweeping outside. "This is our final notice to you. Don't be ungrateful." I raise an eyebrow. This young man's relationship with Lu Ruyan seems unusual. Suddenly, Lu Ruyan stands up. "Yi Shao, whether you sign this divorce agreement today or not, I will definitely divorce you." After speaking, she turns and walks out, no longer able to stand the moldy air of the dilapidated house. However, the man in the suit doesn't follow her, instead laughing, "Yi Shao, a poor man shouldn't marry a beauty. Don't believe me, just look at Wu Dalong. Let me also give you some good news. Next month, I and Rian will be engaged. It's a pity for you. Such a beautiful wife, and you've hardly touched her, haha." I remain unmoved inside, quickly signing the divorce papers in response to the man's taunting. The man in the suit becomes frantic. "Yi Shao, you may not know yet, but your parents' company has gone bankrupt. They've taken the money and run. They might even be getting chased down now. So stop acting high and mighty with me. You're just a penniless nobody now." Hearing this, I suddenly stop, swiftly step up to him, and grab his collar to demand, "Tell me, when did this happen? My parents couldn't have gone bankrupt. They work for the state. The so-called company was just a front. It couldn't go bankrupt unless the Dragon Nation falls." The man in the suit is startled. "Yi Shao, let me go, or you'll have no place to die." Humph. I punch him in the stomach. His face twists into a mask of pain. "Speak." I spit out the word coldly. The man in the suit quickly buckles. "It turns out, the company suddenly declared bankruptcy half a month ago, and then my parents disappeared. No wonder Lu Ruyan rushed to get a divorce. That makes sense. But this woman is too short-sighted." The man in the suit stumbles out of the house, shouting, "Yi Shao, you're finished. My men won't take this. Poison Wolf, I'll give you 100,000. Finish him now." He yells at a muscular man smoking outside. This muscle man is a retired Special Forces soldier he hired. Yet at this moment, Poison Wolf just stands there, dumbstruck with a cigarette in his mouth. The smoking old man, isn't he just like the oligarch Aronim from the Snow Wolf country? And the limping sweeper seems to be the former underground king of the Dragon Nation, Blood Honor. The muscle man swallows hard, his expression serious. "Let's go. Something's not right here." "What are you waiting for? Take him down," the man in the suit insists. "Heaven sign, we've achieved our goal. It's not good to start trouble in prison. I'll compensate you later." Lu Ruyan holds back the man in the suit. Hearing this, a gleam of light appears in the man's eyes. "All right, night snack. Today I'll spare you for Rian's sake." After the people leave, I pick up the satellite phone, dial several numbers, all predictably turned off. Finally, I dial one more number, a number I haven't called in 3 years. "Old man, how are my parents?" The elder on the other end of the phone raises his eyebrows, then soothingly says, "Little Yi, keep calm. I'll mock you, answer me." I cut him off rudely. The old man laughs heartily. It's been decades since anyone dared to talk to him like that. No comment. Fine, you're going to play that game? The 3-year agreement is over. I'm done. You have half a day to send someone to take over. I hang up the phone. The old man smirks, coming back to his senses. He immediately turns serious to his adjutant. Notify the 5 great nations within 12 hours. Dispatch 100,000 elite troops to Tianchi, or else if these guys get out of the prison, you're responsible for the consequences. The adjutant is shocked. What happened, Elder 2? It's his first time seeing the elder who controls the Dragon Nation's army so flustered. The old man sighs. Our little prison master wants to leave. He's really lightened up now. Why didn't he listen to advice and sign a few more years on the contract? The adjutant's face is full of astonishment. In the 5 great nations, only one person can be called the prison master. That is the warden of the world's #1 prison. One man guards one prison, known as the prison master. Inside the broken house, I walk into a secret room. A city elevator slowly descends dozens of meters underground. This place is different from the dilapidated buildings above. All 6 walls are reinforced with dozens of feet thick concrete. At this moment, the underground prison is noisy. Shirtless prisoners form a circle, whistling and shouting, cheering on 2 fighting prisoners in the center of the ring. "Tyrant, are you a sissy? Hurry up and dig his eyes out." "Dark Ghost, what are you doing? Dig his eyeballs out." 2 prisoners fighting in the circle were also using every means possible to attack each other, and the atmosphere of killing grew even more intense. At that moment, someone shouted, "The warden is here." Suddenly, the dozens of prisoners who had been howling just a second ago all became as docile as elementary school students who had seen their teacher. They lowered their heads and obediently called out, "Warden, hello. Warden, have you eaten?" In the center of the circle, Dark Ghost and Tyrant quickly stopped their actions. The deadly enemies who had just moments ago been ready to bash each other's brains out now had their arms around each other's shoulders, awkwardly smiling and saying, "Warden, we were just joking. Hee hee, ha ha ha." The one called Dark Ghost was a world-renowned assassin, known as the God of Assassins. He was imprisoned for assassinating the Queen of the Shadow Nation, and after being incarcerated, he had attempted to assassinate Yi Shao 13 times. But the result was that besides his neck, every other part of his body had been broken by Yi Shao. Tyrant, on the other hand, was the chieftain of a tribe in the Black Continent, imprisoned for mass slaughter. 3 years ago, he spat on Yi Shao, who had just arrived, and was then beaten by Yi Shao, his hands and feet broken, left to soak in sewage for 3 days and nights, in an upside-down position. Yi Shao didn't speak. Ever since he took over the prison, he had lifted the solitary confinement of these prisoners and made it clear that he wouldn't restrict their personal freedom. Escaping or assassinating him was allowed, as long as they could manage it. When those words were spoken, a riot broke out in the prison that day. But without exception, none of the criminals managed to take even a step out of the prison. Whether they were Western assassins, underground world big shots from the Dragon Country, top agents from the Snow Wolf Nation, or modified humans from America, on that day, all of them lay before Yi Shao. Since then, Yi Shao's authority in the prison was established. In the prison, the only rules were that no women or contraband could be brought in, and there could be no deaths. Other than that, Yi Shao didn't care about them. So, the prisoners built boxing rings, arcades, and casinos in the prison. Those who performed well could even go outside for some fresh air. At this moment, a middle-aged man, known as the King of Gamblers, respectfully walked over and handed a stack of papers. "Warden, this is your share for today." Yi Shao glanced at them briefly. They were all mortgage documents for properties, land, companies, and private yachts. His office already had 10 large boxes filled with such things. "Warden, can I make a phone call to my family?" "Once it's done, I'll give you a diamond mine," said a smiling arms dealer who ruled over the Black Continent, stepping forward eagerly. "Warden, can I have my wife visit me?" "Once it's done, I'll marry you my 10 beautiful daughters," said a prince from Central Continent who had failed in a coup, lowering his head and flattering Yi Shao. The prisoners here were all of extraordinary backgrounds. Any one of them, if released, could shake an entire city or even a country. But at this moment, they all had their heads lowered like ostriches, respectfully trying to get closer to Yi Shao. Yi Shao raised his hand and motioned for silence. Speaking in a calm tone, "I have something to announce." In an instant, the entire prison, spanning thousands of square meters, became silent. Everyone looked up at Yi Shao. "I am leaving." Yi Shao's voice was gentle. "What? He's leaving?" After a brief moment of silence, the prison erupted into enthusiastic cheers. This demon king is finally leaving. All of them, once high and mighty, worshipped by thousands, had been ridden over by this young boy. They were sick and tired of it. However, after the cheers, some of the prisoners began to feel a sense of loss. If Yi Shao leaves, they will surely face the suppression of tens of thousands of soldiers, locked in airtight iron cages, with nothing to do but talk to cockroaches and rats. Thinking about it, they found themselves almost reluctant to see Yi Shao go. Warden, I, the tyrant, only respect you in this life. Can you not leave? Warden, I will give you 20 diamond mines if you stay. Warden, Yi Shao suddenly turned around, not saying another word. He naturally could not stay for these people. Being the master of the world's #1 prison was just a journey in his life. The next morning, at dawn, Yi Shao left on a military plane. After he left, the area within 500 miles was sealed off again. Under the military plane, in the endless camps of the 5 great nations, all the soldiers voluntarily walked out of their tents and saluted the gradually flying military plane. A few hours later, Jiangnan, Lingzhou Airport. Zhao Xiaoping and Qi Tianhao had just disembarked from the plane when a team of military police drove them out of the airport. I tell you, my cousin is a military chief. If you dare treat me like this, I will have my cousin strip you of your clothes when I go back. Qi Tianhao scolded arrogantly. Zhao Xiaoping was also very unhappy. It was not a time of war. These military police were too rude to drive people away like this. Hearing Qi Tianhao's words, one of the leading military police sneered. Do you know who is coming? It is General Sun Hongzheng. What is your military chief worth? What? General Sun? Upon hearing this, Qi Tianhao immediately deflated like a castrated rooster. A general is a powerful official who commands a region, much higher in status than his cousin. Zhao Qiaoping was also secretly astonished. Sun Hongzheng was the hottest figure in the military right now, having defeated the invading armies of 4 nations in the East China Sea half a year ago, forcing their fleets to retreat over 1,000 nautical miles. If such a general was coming to Lingzhou, it was not surprising that there was such a warning. Many people, upon hearing that General Sun Hongzheng was coming to Lingzhou, stopped outside the airport, even hoping to catch a glimpse of the general's demeanor from afar, which they considered a great honor in their lives. At this moment, Qi Tianhao's eyes suddenly lit up, and he said to Zhao Qiaoping, Qiaoping, do you want to talk to General Sun in person later? Is that possible? Zhao Qiaoping asked, half in doubt. Of course it is. My cousin was once a favored general under General Sunday. As long as I mention my cousin's name, General Sun will definitely give my sister some face. Qi Tianhao said proudly. Zhao Qiaoping said happily. Tianhao, you are so good. If you can really get General Sun to meet me in person, I will reward you well tonight. Zhao Qiaoping had no doubt about Qi Tianhao's military background. Their trip to find Yi Shao was arranged by Qi Tianhao's cousin, who had arranged the military plane. Zhao Qiaoping couldn't help but dream about her future. The Yi family could no longer help her career at all. If she married Qi Tianhao, her family's company would rise to a new level. She would soon be able to meet a big figure like Sun Hongzheng, while Yi Shao would probably still be eating sand. At this moment, Yi Shao, whom Zhao Qiaoping thought was eating sand, was sitting casually in a spacious reception room at Lingzhou Airport with his legs crossed. Chapter 3. 9 Tokens. Before long, a middle-aged man in military uniform, with 2 5-pointed gold stars on his shoulders, pushed the door and walked into the reception room. Yi Shao slightly raised his head and glanced at the man, seeing a bronze-colored square face with distinct and deep facial features, exuding great authority in every move. You must be Sun Hongzheng. Speak quickly if you have something to say. I am in a hurry. He was invited here right after getting off the plane, saying that General Sun wanted to see him, and he had to wait 5 minutes for him to appear, which made Yi Shao quite displeased. An officer behind Sun Hongzheng saw Yi Shao being so rude and was about to reprimand him, but saw Sun Hongzheng already walking up with a smile on his face. Warden Yi, it is my fault for not receiving you well. Please forgive me, Lord Yi. Hiss. The officer gasped. He had never seen Sun Junho be so polite to a young kid, not even to the second generation of noble families in the capital. Yi Shao saw the other party's good attitude and didn't want to blame him further. All right, stop talking nonsense. Let's get straight to business. Sun Hongzheng sat down next to Yi Shao, smiling, and said, Lord Yi, I have 2 tasks in Jiangnan province this time. One is to bring you 2 items entrusted by Elder 2. After saying that, the officer, standing beside, hurriedly presented a box. Sun Hongzheng opened the box and took out a medal and a key from inside. The officer couldn't help but narrow his pupils. This was actually the Xianyuan medal. Could it be that it was to be awarded to this young kid? Half a year ago, Sun Junho defeated the navy of 4 countries and only then received a Xianyuan medal. What virtue or ability does this kid have? Yi Shao glanced at the medal, unimpressed, and said, Why not let Elder 2 exchange it for cash? I have guarded for you for 3 years. It should be worth at least 1 or 2 billion. After Yi Shao left, the 5 great nations sent out 100,000 troops to guard the world's #1 prison. 1 or 2 billion might just be the soldier's food expenses for a year, and he had done it for 3 years. In the end, he was just given a broken copper piece to dismiss him. Sun Hongzheng smiled bitterly. Lord Yi, I am just passing it on. Please don't make it difficult for me. Then he quickly changed the subject. This key was left by your parents. Upon hearing this, Yi Zhao's gaze was immediately drawn to the key. Compared to any metal, he clearly cared more about this key. He believed this key was the clue left for him by his parents, so he hurriedly took it. Is it all right now? I will leave first. After getting the key, Yi Zhao was a bit impatient, wanting to explore the truth behind his parents' sudden disappearance. Cough, cough. Sun Hongzheng coughed twice. Lord Yi, the second matter of my visit to Jiangnan is to take charge of the Jiangnan War Department. I hope Lord Yi will take care of me in the future. A person who can replace 100,000 troops is naturally worth Sun Hongzheng saying this. Yi Zhao nodded. Sure, sure. Since the other party, a military lord, came all the way to deliver the key to him, Yi Zhao naturally had to give him some face. After leaving the reception room, Yi Zhao walked out of the airport without any obstruction. Yi Zhao's appearance was immediately noticed by Zhao Qiuping and Qi Tianhao. Both felt it was quite strange. Knowing that all non-military personnel inside the airport had already been cleared out, how could Yi Zhao just come out now? Was he not driven away by the military police? This was truly a bizarre nightlife of Su Xian. What a day. I think he must have been missed while going to the bathroom. Qi Tianhao offered what he thought was a reasonable explanation. Zhao Qiuping quickly agreed with Qi Tianhao's words. Otherwise, she really couldn't understand why Yi Zhao only came out now. He couldn't have been left behind to talk with Sun Junho, right? Qi Tianhao, as if he had practiced the sunflower scripture, said in a strange tone, Qiuping, I think this Yi Zhao must be here to discuss dividing your marital property. He was so calm in prison. It seems it was just to maintain his little bit of pride. Otherwise, he wouldn't have rushed over so eagerly. Zhao Qiuping deeply agreed. Yi Zhao's parents' company had gone bankrupt, and now Yi Zhao was just a small prison guard, claiming marital property was his only way to get rich. So she called out to Yi Zhao, who was walking out. Yi Zhao, you better not have any ideas about my family's company. And don't think about causing trouble in my house. We're no longer in the same class. Being clingy and persistent is useless. It won't change my mind. Zhao Qiuping's tone was extremely cold. Plain text. The voice was filled with disgust. The onlookers beside them, after hearing Zhao Qiuping's words, all looked at Yi Zhao with disdain. In their eyes, Yi Zhao was the kind of man who had been dumped by a woman but still clung to hope, following her around and begging for reconciliation. However, while Zhao Qiuping and the crowd waited to see Zhao's embarrassment, Yi Zhao didn't even glance at Zhao Qiuping and continued walking towards the airport exit. This woman no longer had anything interesting to him. Seeing Yi Zhao's calm demeanor, Zhao Qiuping couldn't help but feel a bit frantic. She was actually being ignored. Was Yi Zhao not here in Lingzhou for her? The daffodil doesn't bloom. What are you pretending to be? At that moment, someone suddenly shouted, Look, Sun Junho is coming out. Many people waved at Sun Hongzheng, shouting loudly, Hello, Sun Junho. Sun Hongzheng politely nodded back to the crowd. At this time, Qi Tianhao suddenly shouted, Sun Junho, my sister is Qi Tianwu. Can I invite you to lunch? After shouting this, Qi Tianhao waited with a big smile for Sun Hongzheng's response, and Zhao Qiuping was also full of hope. If she could have a meal with Sun Hongzheng, her status in Lingzhou would definitely rise. However, Sun Hongzheng seemed not here and walked directly past the two of them. The smile on Qi Tianhao's face froze, as if it had been smeared with glue. Zhao Qiuping's full of expectation turned into disappointment. Yi Zhao took a taxi to Jiangnan Bank, where the key given to him by Sun Hongzheng came from. He used the key to open a safe, which contained only a letter. The letter was written by his mother. Shower, when you see this letter, the girl from the Zhao family has probably come to find you for a divorce. This is all because of my poor judgment. To soothe your wounded heart, I have chosen 9 girls for you this time. Seeing this, Yi Zhao couldn't help but feel his scalp tingle. 9 of them! He could even imagine his mother smiling with her signature upward curve of the mouth while writing the letter. Shower, don't think about avoiding it or taking it lightly. I have given each of these 9 girls a token. You must gather all 9 tokens to find me and your dad. I hope when you find us, you come with my grandson. Enough said, good luck. After reading the letter, Yi Zhao was both amused and helpless. Truly, no one knows a child better than their mother. If it weren't for his mother using their meeting as a threat, he would absolutely not go to this blind date arranged by his parents. But now he had no choice but to go. His mother was quite ruthless, only giving the information of the first girl, and he could only get the corresponding information of the next girl after obtaining a token from the previous one. Is this really my biological mother? Or is this just an excuse to abandon me? After a while, the corners of Yi Zhao's mouth lifted slightly. Mom, you have your clever plans, and I have my own ways to solve problems. If I can't solve the problem, can I not deal with the person who creates the problem? At worst, he could use the excuse of breaking off the engagement to go to those girls' families to collect the tokens. This way, gathering 9 tokens wouldn't take too much time, right? Without further ado, Yi Zhao's gaze fell on the information of the first girl. The Song family, Song Qingxue. Chapter 4. I am here to break off the engagement. Soon, Yi Xiao appeared outside the luxurious villa of the Song family. At this time, inside the villa, 3 generations of the Song family were arguing about something. Song Qingxue's mother, Huang Mei, looked at the elderly Song patriarch, Song Qigong, sitting in the main seat and said, "Dad, please persuade Qingxue. She is not young anymore, and the young master Lu I introduced to her this time is really excellent." Song's father, Song Guanqing, hurriedly said, "No, the Lu family only runs a few hotels. The one I introduced is the son of President Hong from Jiangnan Bank. If Qingxue marries him, she will definitely be happy. Dad, please persuade Qingxue to meet young Master Hong." Before the old man could speak, a beautiful woman with arms crossed and a pouting mouth spoke first. "Mom, Dad, can you please stop worrying about me? I will never accept an arranged marriage. The man I, Song Qingxue, will marry must be an excellent man whom I choose myself." After saying this, Song Qingxue confidently glanced at her grandfather, who had always pampered her since she was young. She believed that her grandfather would never force her into marriage. Ahem. At that moment, the old man, sitting at the head of the table, coughed twice. "You all don't need to say anything anymore. I've already arranged Qingxue's marriage." Huh. The 3 of them were stunned, especially Song Qingxue. Her eyes widened, round like light bulbs, not daring to believe it was true. "Dad, which family's young master is it?" Huang Mei stood up excitedly. The old man's judgment was always sharp, and the person he chose must be better than the ones her and her husband recommended. Song Guanqing and Song Qingxue both curiously looked at the old man. "He is." Just as Song Qigong was about to say the name, a servant came in. "Master, there's a young man named Yi Xiao outside who wants to see you. Quick, send him away." Song Guanqing snapped impatiently. He didn't want an unrelated young man interrupting his father's words. However, when he heard the name, Song Qigong suddenly stood up. "Hurry, hurry, invite him in. Qingxue, this Yi Xiao is the person I have arranged for your marriage. I promise he is more outstanding than all the other young men." Song Qigong smiled like a 70-year-old child. He's coming so soon." Song Qingxue never expected that her grandfather would be even more eager than her parents, actually inviting him to their home. "It's a trap. It's a trap. I really shouldn't have come back today. Oomph. Do you think this will make me submit? Even you, Grandpa, cannot decide my marriage. If I meet him, I'll just keep pointing out his flaws until I drive him away." Song Qingxue thought to herself. Before long, the servant brought Yi Xiao in. The moment Huang Mei saw Yi Xiao, she was disappointed. His clothing was too ordinary. Though his appearance was passable, being handsome alone couldn't put food on the table. Could it be that the old man fell for a scam? Song Guanqing also furrowed his brow. This guy didn't look like he came from a wealthy family. Did the old man's eyesight fail him? Song Qingxue still stood with her arms crossed, her clear and cold eyes scanning Yi Xiao with a critical gaze. Aside from his good looks, she couldn't find any reason why he would be worthy of her. As soon as Yi Xiao entered the room, his gaze quickly swept over the 4 of them. When he saw Song Qingxue, he was momentarily stunned. Even though he had seen many beautiful women while on missions around the world, this little lady could be considered top tier. Her brows were like paintings, her cherry red lips, a delicate, oval face, a graceful, curvy figure, and wearing a white long dress, she looked like a fairy descended from the heavens. No, a woman will only slow down my sword-drawing speed. I must not forget my original intention. I came here to break off the engagement. Yi Xiao forced himself to shift his gaze away. "Haha, you must be Xiao Xiao." As expected, a handsome young man. Song Qigong laughed heartily. "Xiao Xiao, come, sit next to Qingxue." Song Qingxue raised her eyebrows and glared fiercely at Yi Xiao, as if to say, "If you dare come near, I'll kill you with my eyes." However, Yi Xiao had no intention of sitting down. After all, the words he was about to say might offend people, so it was better to be quick and direct. "Old Song, I came here today to break off the engagement." Break off the engagement. Song Qigong's eyebrows furrowed deeply into a Chan shape. Plain text. Song Guanqing and Huang Mei couple immediately breathed a sigh of relief, thinking this kid was sensible, knowing he was not worthy of their Qingxue, and took the initiative to break off the engagement. Song Qingxue, however, did not think so. She, Song Qingxue, was known as one of the 3 beauties of Lingzhou. How could she be the one to have her engagement broken off? If anyone were to break it off, it should only be her breaking off with others, especially with this guy who was useless except for his looks. Song Qingxue thought angrily. Xiao Xiao, I didn't hear wrong, did I? Shouldn't you be here to fulfill the engagement? Song Qigong was still not giving up. Do you think my Qingxue is not excellent enough? Or not pretty enough? Yi Xiao wanted to deny it, but when the words were about to come out, he stopped himself in time and pretended to casually glance at Song Qingxue. She's just average. What? Average? Song Qingxue immediately clenched her fists, gritting her teeth, feeling like her proud heart had suffered a 10,000-point blow. You Yi, who do you think you are? How dare you look down on me? Do you know that if you walked on the street, I wouldn't even glance at you? You toad, stinky snail, a turtle without a shell. Due to Song Qingxue's strict upbringing, she had hardly ever cursed at anyone, and now she had used all the most disgusting words she could think of to curse at Yi Xiao. But Yi Xiao felt nothing from Song Qingxue's curses. This level of dirty talk was not even as vicious as the daily greetings from prisoners in jail. He had long been immune. Song Lao, you also saw it. Miss Song is not satisfied with me, so let's break off the engagement. Also, please return the token left by my mother to me. Yi Xiao said, seizing the opportunity. Song Qigong glared at his granddaughter. Qingxue, sit down. How will you get married in the future like this? After saying that, he smiled at Yi Xiao. Xiao Xiao, I think you should have heard the saying, the orders of parents and the words of matchmakers. The engagement was set by me and your parents, and if it is to be broken, your parents must come to break it. He knew Yi Xiao's identity. How could he give up such a rare grandson-in-law? Yi Xiao narrowed his eyes slightly, and only then did he seriously size up this somewhat tricky old man. Song Qigong was about 70, with gray hair and some age spots on his face, but his eyes were bright and spirited, clearly a cunning old fox. Song Lao, the reasoning is this, but I wonder how well you know me. If we can't reach an agreement, I will take back the token in my own way. Yi Zhao's words hinted at a threat. As the warden of the world's #1 prison, he had 1,000 ways to make this old man hand over the token. He didn't believe this old man's mouth would be tougher than those in prison. Chapter 5. Meeting a rich woman and starting a family. Hearing Yi Zhao's words, Song Qigong couldn't help but gasp. But he was experienced in the world and was not easily intimidated by Yi Xiao. He quickly realized from Yi Zhao's words that he seemed to care a lot about that token. Suddenly, he turned his eyes and smiled. Xiao Xiao? Breaking off the engagement is not impossible. I can give you the token, but I have a condition. Song Lao, feel free to say it. Yi Xiao exhaled. He didn't really want to take action against an old man who couldn't even fight back. I want you to protect my granddaughter closely for 3 months. After 3 months, if you still insist on breaking off the engagement, I will not oppose it. Song Qigong planned to retreat to advance. A lot could happen in 3 months. He believed that with his granddaughter's excellence, 3 months would be enough to make Yi Xiao fall for her. Close protection? 3 months? Yi Xiao hesitated. 3 months was not short for him, and wasting it on this girl seemed unwise. But he could barely accept it. After all, Song Qigong did not restrict his personal freedom, and he could still continue to look for other girls. I disagree. Song Qingxue stood up angrily. Grandpa, you returned that token to him. Now I'm breaking off the engagement. Song Qigong's head was pounding. He had just thought of a clever way to appease Yi Xiao, and now his granddaughter was causing trouble again. Qingxue, Grandpa promises that as long as you agree to date Xiao Xiao for 3 months, I will never interfere in your love life again. If you don't agree, then you will have to attend the blind dates arranged by your parents every day. This. Song Qingxue's beautiful eyes kept darting around, as if weighing the pros and cons. Okay, I agree. Yi Xiao and Song Qingxue said in unison. Look, you two have such a good understanding already. Song Qigong laughed. All right, Xiao Xiao should have just arrived in Lingzhou. Qingxue, you take Xiao Xiao back to settle in. Song Qingxue shot Yi Xiao a cold glare, grabbed her handbag, and walked away without looking back. After nodding to Song Qigong and Song's parents, Yi Xiao also followed out of the room. Dad, isn't this decision too hasty? To let such a useless guy be Qingxue's bodyguard, her reputation will be ruined. Huang Meyer said with a worried frown. Meyer, you just listen to me about this matter with Guanqing. Getting engaged to Xiao Zhao's parents is the wisest decision I've made in my life. One day, you will understand. Song Qigong said leisurely. Half an hour later, Song Qingxue brought Yi Xiao back to her own villa. As soon as Song Qingxue entered, she kicked off her high heels, changed into a pair of comfortable cartoon slippers, and then turned around, crossing her arms and fiercely said to Yi Xiao, Mr. Yi, I am now setting 3 rules with you. First, you will live on the 1st floor. Without my permission, you are not allowed to go to the 2nd floor. Second, we are only in a bodyguard and employee relationship. I will pay you 8,000 yuan a month, and you cannot say that we have an engagement. Third, you cannot interfere in my private matters, and I will not interfere in yours. Yishao just while it. Okay. Just consider it as sharing a rental for 3 months, and it's the kind where you don't have to pay rent. After saying that, he picked up a suitcase and walked toward a room on the first floor, not treating himself as an outsider at all. Seeing Yi Zhao's calm demeanor, Song Qingxue felt angry. After all, she was one of the 3 beauties of Lingzhou, yet in Yi Zhao's eyes, she seemed as unappealing as a cabbage in a market. Enduring for a moment, she felt more and more angry as she thought about it. Back in her room, Song Qingxue called her good friend. My grandpa arranged a marriage for me. A surprised female voice came from the other end of the line. Ah, Song rich lady, quickly tell me, is he handsome? Which wealthy family is he from? Song Qingxue bit her lip. He looks okay, but he is just a prison guard. What? The voice on the phone suddenly rose by dozens of decibels. How can a little prison guard be worthy of you? Song rich lady, you must not agree to this marriage. Marrying such an ordinary man, you will regret it for a lifetime. I know, but my grandpa insists on me getting engaged to him and even made him my bodyguard. He has already come back to the villa with me. The woman on the other end stomped her feet. What? He has already come home with you? Song rich lady, I tell you, you are in danger. No man is a good thing. He will definitely come to kick your door tonight. Hurry and move some things to block the door, and make sure to wear clothes to sleep tonight. The M Country Police pepper spray I gave you must be kept under your pillow. If that toad dares to rush in, just spray him in the face. The woman was giving Song Qingxue advice like a military strategist. Song Qingxue was a bit speechless. No need. I don't think he has any intention of doing that to me. The woman on the phone was exasperated. Song rich lady. Have you ever heard of the saying? Now, Pan Kongji meets a noble to start his career, meets a good person to form a family, and meets a rich woman to build both career and family. So wake up. This must be that toad pretending, doing it on purpose to make you lower your guard. Think about it. He's just a small prison guard earning a few thousand a month. If he's engaged to you, it must be because of your family's wealth. I think he's just trying to get you into a situation where you'll have no choice but to marry him. Song Qingxue was stunned. It seemed like what her best friend said made a lot of sense. She was one of the 3 most beautiful women in Lingzhou, from 99-year-olds to those who could barely walk. Any man who saw her would surely be captivated by her charm. Only this Yi Xiao had shown such indifference. Thinking about it now, it was likely just a disguise. So what should I do? Song Qingxue began to panic. After a brief pause, the voice on the phone said, All right, follow what I just said. If anything feels off, call me immediately. Tomorrow morning, I'll send some people over to kick that guy out of your villa. After hanging up, Song Qingxue did as her friend said, but because she was so anxious, she barely slept all night. But nothing happened that night. The next day, when Song Qingxue came downstairs with dark circles under her eyes, Yi Xiao was already happily slurping noodles. I made you a bowl too. Hurry up and come eat, Yi Xiao said, not even looking up. Song Qingxue glanced at it. The noodles were topped with a golden fried egg. She thought, this prison guard isn't as useless as she thought. At least, the noodles were well cooked. But then she quickly pushed that thought out of her mind. This must also be part of his disguise to deceive her. I don't eat greasy food like this. Don't eat? All right. Yi Xiao, without another word, moved the noodles he had prepared for Song Qingxue in front of himself. You stupid straight guy. No wonder you're still single. Song Qingxue was once again irritated by Yi Xiao's nonchalance. Doesn't he know to persuade her? Maybe if he tried 5 or 6 more times, she might have agreed to eat his noodles. Just as Yi Xiao was about to slurp his second bowl of noodles, ding-ling, the doorbell of the villa rang. Song Qingxue knew that it must be her best friend's people arriving, so she tried to act casually as she went to open the door. When the door opened, a huge bouquet of 199 roses appeared in front of Song Qingxue. Song Qingxue was first startled, but when she saw the person holding the roses, her eyebrows furrowed slightly. She hadn't expected her best friend to bring this person here. At the door stood a young man, about 26 or 27 years old, dressed in a white taekwondo practice uniform. Good morning, Miss Song, Bai Haitao said, smiling brightly. Bai Haitao was one of Song Qingxue's many suitors, the son of the director of Tianhua Taekwondo Academy. Every time they met, he would give Song Qingxue roses, which had become quite tiresome for her. While Song Qingxue was in a daze, a slightly chubby woman behind Bai Haitao winked at her. Only then did Song Qingxue take the bouquet from Bai Haitao. Come in, Song Qingxue said, her tone indifferent. These words made Bai Haitao ecstatic. This was the first time that Song Qingxue had ever invited him in after all this time pursuing her. Although he was only invited by Lu Yi to do a job, in his eyes, this was still a great opportunity to get closer to the goddess. Following Bai Haitao into the house were 3 people. The mastermind Lu Yi and 2 Taekwondo disciples also dressed in white practice uniforms. As soon as Lu Yi entered, she scanned Yi Xiao, who was slurping noodles, and immediately looked down on him. It was true, like a gourd vine growing a pumpkin, useless. Even when his fiancée was receiving flowers from another man, he didn't care. Plain text. Bai Haitao came in and looked at Song Qingxue like a dog licking its owner. Qingxue, have you had breakfast? Would you like me to take you to the Golden Coast Western restaurant for breakfast? Ahem. Lu Yi coughed twice, reminding Bai Haitao that there was serious business to attend to. Bai Haitao then came to his senses. He glanced at Yi Xiao, who was sitting at the dining table with a sharp look in his eyes. This weak-looking kid, it would be no challenge to drive him away. After making an okay gesture to Song Qingxue and Lu Yi, he led his two little brothers toward Yi Xiao's direction. The three of them arrived in front of Yi Xiao, and Bai Haitao boldly pulled out a chair and sat down. Kid, you're Miss Song's bodyguard, right? What ability do you have to protect Miss Song? If you know what's good for you, get the hell out of here. If you dare to bother Miss Song again, I will break your 3 legs. Yi Xiao didn't bother to respond. He had noticed them when they came in and had never seen anyone deliver flowers while wearing a taekwondo uniform. Clearly, their intentions were not pure. He continued to eat his noodles without changing his expression. So what if he wrestled with a pig and won? Isn't this a bit too much? I don't think Yi Xiao is as terrible as you say. He didn't even go upstairs last night. Song Qingxue felt a bit guilty. After all, Yi Xiao was relatively honest, and he even cooked noodles for her this morning. If she let Bai Haitao beat him up just because of her and her friend's suspicions, she would feel a bit uneasy. Lu Yi, however, spoke with a tone that seemed to see through everything. Song, rich lady, put away your sympathy. Do you want this guy to keep living with you? Don't be fooled by his appearance. The better he pretends, the bigger his intentions are. By then, this toad will play with you and cheat away your family's assets, and you won't even have a place to cry. So, Song Qingxue fell silent. On Yi Xiao's side, Bai Haitao was already very impatient with him. He thought this kid would get angry, and then he would have a reason to beat him up. But unexpectedly, this was a coward who didn't even have the courage to speak up in the face of his provocation. He signaled to a little brother beside him, who understood immediately, and then rolled up his sleeves, looking fierce as he walked up to Yi Xiao. You trash, didn't you hear Bai Xiao talking to you? Eat, I let you eat. The little brother waved his hand and knocked over the bowl of noodles in front of Yi Xiao. Bang! The bowl shattered, and noodles and soup spilled all over the ground. Yi Xiao raised his eyes and glanced at the little brother. That glance was as cold as an ice blade, making the little brother shiver. You little brat, don't look at me with that kind of eyes. If you want to keep eating, then get down on the ground like a dog and lick it. The little brother quickly recovered and continued to shout at Yi Xiao. Bai Haitao curled his lips in a mocking smile, quite appreciating the little brother's actions. Now this kid should be getting angry, right? Yi Xiao wiped the grease from the corner of his mouth. The prison is empty, and the world is very arrogant. Do you know what I hate the most in our prison? It's wasting food. Once a big shot from Mexico disliked the prison food and dumped it all out. As a result, Yi Xiao ordered the tyrant to feed him 3 big buckets of leftovers, completely curing that person's picky eating habit. I'll give you a chance to pick up the noodles on the ground and eat them. Otherwise, you're definitely going to have a bad day today. Yi Xiao said lightly. Bad day? Ha ha ha. The little brother laughed recklessly. I'm standing right here. I want to see how you make me have a bad day. Bai Haitao and another little brother also burst into laughter. The little brother in front of Yi Xiao was a black belt with some strength. This kid is simply too reckless. A little nobody actually wants to bring trouble to someone with a black belt. This is simply nonsense. Beside him, Lu Yi also excitedly clenched her small fists. Qingxue, get ready to watch a good show. This toad is going to suffer big time. As soon as Lu Yi finished speaking, Yi Xiao made his move. With lightning speed, he kicked the little brother's knee joint, causing him to lose balance and fall forward. Yi Xiao grabbed the little brother's hair effortlessly, then slammed his head down onto the noodles. Bang! One kick, one press, it was done in one smooth motion. Bai Haitao's smile instantly froze. Lu Yi's mouth was wide open, big enough to swallow an egg. How could this be possible? Song Qingxue was also shocked. She never expected Yi Xiao to have such a violent side. If he had used this move on her last night, she probably wouldn't have had time to take out her pepper spray before being pinned under him. So scary. Yi was right. This person must be gotten rid of. Bang! Bai Haitao slammed the table, shouting angrily, Kid, do you still have no shame actually doing a sneak attack? He obviously wouldn't admit his little brother was weaker. That would slap his own face. Sneak attack? Yes, it was definitely this toad who attacked first. Otherwise, how could he have beaten a black belt? Lu Yi firmly believed Bai Haitao's words. Yeah, then do you want to try? Yi Xiao grinned, his eyes flashing with sarcasm. Damn it, kid, someone like you is not even worthy for Bai Xiao to take action. I can deal with you with one hand. Another little brother arrogantly stepped forward. Then come on. Yi Xiao beckoned his finger towards the little brother. These three had ruined his mood for eating noodles, so naturally, he wasn't going to let them be happy. The little brother squinted his eyes, pressed one hand onto the table, and with a spring-like jump, suddenly leaped into the air. Then, a fast and fierce spinning kick was aimed at Yi Xiao across the table. This little brother was also a black belt, and by Haitao didn't believe Yi Xiao could dodge this kick. Lu Yi became excited again. She had seen this little brother perform a spinning kick at the Taekwondo gym before. He could break 5 wooden boards with one kick. If this toad got hit, he would definitely be a vegetable. Let's see if you dare to keep bothering my Qingshu. Song Qingshu anxiously tugged at the corner of her clothes. What if Yi Xiao really got kicked into a vegetable? What if Grandpa made her responsible for him? She didn't want to marry a vegetable. However, reality was far from the ideal. It was a failure. Yi Xiao casually raised his hand and blocked the little brother's unstoppable spinning kick, then grabbed and pulled him over as if pulling a radish, and then he lifted his foot high, stamping it onto the little brother's back. Thud! Another face landed in the soup. Gulch! It was the sound of Lu Yi and Song Qingxue swallowing their saliva. Bai Haitao couldn't help but gasp. If Yi Xiao's first move had some element of a sneak attack, then this time it was his side's people who attacked first. Yet Yi Xiao was sitting in his chair without even moving his butt and still managed to take down another black belt. Even he couldn't do that. At this moment, Bai Haitao finally felt a trace of fear. Chapter 7. He must be kicked out. But even though he was losing, he couldn't lose face, especially in front of the goddess. Bai Haitao fiercely pointed at Yi Xiao and shouted, "Kid, do you know who my father is?" He knew he was probably no match for Yi Xiao, so he decided to bring up his father to intimidate him. But Yi Xiao just casually asked, "What, didn't your mom tell you?" That one sentence turned Bai Haitao's face a deep shade of purple. His father is a black belt with 8 dan. Originally, they thought this boy would proudly declare his father's name. But to their surprise, Yi Xiao played completely unpredictably. "Kid, I'll kill you," Bai Haitao roared, throwing a straight punch toward Yi Xiao's head. He wasn't completely mindless in his reckless approach. Now that Yi Xiao couldn't move either his hand or foot, he felt confident that a surprise attack might work. Bai Haitao's strike was very sudden and smooth, with no unnecessary movements. Even a professional Taekwondo athlete might not have been able to deliver a hit like that. However, Lu Yi and Song Qingxue didn't watch with the same expectation as before, fearing they might get slapped in the face by Yi Xiao's lightning-fast response. It turned out their worries were completely justified, as Yi Xiao didn't dodge or avoid the punch, but instead threw a punch of his own, colliding head-on with Bai Haitao. The next second, they heard a crack, the sickening sound of bones breaking. Bai Haitao's body flew out like a broken sack, crashing hard against the wall. He stuck to the wall for 2.56 seconds before slowly sliding down. Hitting like hanging a painting, that punch from Yi Xiao had incredible force. Seeing Yi Xiao easily take care of the three, Song Qingxue and Lu Yi were almost speechless, having thought Yi Xiao was just a nobody. Turns out, he was indeed Zhang San, a lawless man like Zhang San. While still in shock, the two girls were also deeply disappointed in Bai Haitao. So much for being a Taekwondo genius, such a waste of expression. But the mess left by the three still had to be cleaned up by the two girls. Yi Xiao, they're my friends. Could you just let it go this time? Song Qingxue said awkwardly. Yi Xiao gave Song Qingxue a meaningful look, his eyes clearly saying, "I know what you're trying to do." But he didn't say anything more and simply released the two he had pinned to the ground. Bai Haitao and the others no longer had the face to stay in the villa. Without a word, they left in a hurry. Seeing this, Yi Xiao finally understood why spare tires are round. They're easy to roll away. After the three left, Lu Yi grabbed Song Qingxue and thud, ran upstairs. Song, rich girl, didn't you say this guy was useless? How does he have such impressive skills? As soon as they entered the room, Lu Yi couldn't wait to ask her best friend. Song Qingxue was equally confused. "I don't know either. He only said he's a prison guard. How would I know that prison guards are supposed to have such good skills now?" Lu Yi started pacing around the room. "Let me think, what's so great about his skills? With his status, he's still not good enough for you. I must come up with a way to drive him away." At this moment, Song Qingxue suddenly said, Why don't I just lay it all out for him? I'll give him some money to send him away." "No way." Lu Yi immediately rejected her best friend's idea. "Song, rich girl, why do I feel like your IQ has been prepaid today? Think about it. If he marries you, doesn't that mean he gets to enjoy the wealth of the Song family? What's your money worth to him? In 3 months, he'll have both wealth and a wife. Only a fool would take money and leave." Song Qingxue nodded, feeling that this reasoning made sense. Got it. I have a way to make that guy back off on his own." Lu Yi suddenly stopped, a wicked smile spreading across her face. Her big eyes narrowed into slits like a little witch. The two girls discussed for a while longer in the room before heading downstairs. They saw Yi Xiao lazily lying on the sofa, watching a match. Lu Yi pushed Song Qingxue lightly and whispered, "Remember, make him go to your company." Song Qingxue took a deep breath, adjusted her mood, and then walked over to say, "Yi Xiao, I'm going to the company now. Come with me." "No time," Yi Xiao replied bluntly. He only wanted to stay for 3 months, get the token from old Song, and be done with it. He didn't actually come to work as a bodyguard. Song Qingxue clenched her delicate fists in anger. "Yi Xiao, my grandfather wants you to protect my safety, not to just eat and wait to die. If that's the case, get out of the villa now." "Ouch, I can't believe it. Did this woman eat something bad? How dare she talk to me like this?" If this happened in prison, any inmate who dared to speak like that would be locked in a cage and starve for 3 days. Song Qingxue only became determined to kick Yi Xiao out after seeing his strength. 3 Taekwondo experts couldn't even stand against him. If Yi Xiao really wanted to do something to her, would she even have a chance to fight back? Looking at Song Qingxue's unwavering gaze, Yi Xiao sighed. All right, I'll go with you. Is that enough?" It seemed like being a lazy fish wouldn't work out after all. Soon, the two of them drove to Song Group in Song Qingxue's red BMW. After arriving at the group, Song Qingxue immediately called for the head of security, Hu Dawang. He was a burly retired Special Forces soldier, and Song Qingxue trusted him greatly. "Director Hua, this is my bodyguard Yi Xiao. From now on, he will be working in your security department. Please take him downstairs to familiarize himself with the company," Song Qingxue instructed coldly. Hu Dawang looked Yi Xiao up and down. Seeing that Yi Xiao didn't have a particularly strong physique, he quickly figured it out. This was no bodyguard, probably just some poor relative of President Song, trying to get in through connections. "Yes, President Song. Follow me," Hu Dawang said, acting very efficiently as he led Yi Xiao away. In the security office, Hu Dawang pointed to an empty desk and arrogantly said, "You will use this desk from now on." Upon hearing this, Yi Xiao walked directly to the desk and sat down without a care. This scene stunned Hu Dawang. Did this kid not know the rules? Didn't he know who the boss was around here? Now, Hu Dawang was even more certain that Yi Xiao had only gotten in through connections. He decided to teach Yi Xiao a lesson to establish his authority in the security department. "Yi Xiao, I don't care what your relationship with President Song is, but you need to remember one thing. Our security department doesn't keep idle people. Your first task is to guard the parking lot now." However, Hu Dawang's words were interrupted by Yi Xiao. "Director Hua, I think you're mistaken. I am Song Qingxue's bodyguard, not a company security guard. Though the difference between bodyguards and security guards is just one word, their roles are worlds apart." Hu Dawang clenched his fist. To him, Yi Xiao's words were a challenge to his authority. "I don't care what you are. Once you're in my security department, you follow my orders. I have something to tend to now, but in 1 hour, if you're not at the parking lot, I will personally report this to President Song and have you fired." After saying this, Hu Dawang turned around and left. Yi Xiao rolled his eyes, not taking Hu Dawang's words seriously at all. He was appointed by old Song. Even Song Qingxue couldn't fire him, let alone a security department head. So he kicked back, propped up his legs, and took out his old phone from 3 years ago, playing a game. Chapter 8. The Most Poisonous Woman's Heart. Seeing Yi Xiao's carefree attitude, the other security guards in the office all had the look of people waiting for a show. This kid is in big trouble. He's dared to ignore Director Hua in the security department. He'll either be sabotaged or kicked out of the company. In the CEO's office, Song Qingxue had completely lost her focus on work. Her mind was consumed by Lu Yi's plan. She kept glancing at her wristwatch, and after a long wait, it was finally 11 in the morning. She closed the file and was about to call Yi Xiao. But then he realized he had no way to contact Yi Xiao, and he couldn't just go looking for him. On the other hand, time passed quickly while playing games, and before he knew it, Yi Xiao had been at his desk for over an hour. At this moment, bang! A loud sound echoed as the office door was forcefully kicked open, and Hu Dawang stormed in angrily. "Yi Xiao, what are you doing? Are you ignoring what I said?" Hu Dawang glared at Yi Xiao, his anger uncontrollable. "Tsk tisk, it's been a long time since I've seen Minister Hua this angry. The last time he lost his temper, he nearly knocked out a staff member's front teeth for sleeping during work hours. This new guy is going to be in trouble. Who could disagree? He just arrived and dares to go against Minister Hua. Doesn't he know Minister Hua was a Special Forces soldier? With a small build, he'll probably get knocked out with one slap from Minister Hua." But Yi Xiao simply put his phone away calmly, unconcerned, and said, "Minister Hua, did you understand what I said?" "Yes." The security guards gasped, astonished. Even at this point, this kid dared to talk back? Did he really not know what death looked like? Hu Dawang's fists, hanging by his sides, cracked as he clenched them. Just as Hu Dawang was about to teach Yi Xiao a lesson, setting an example for others. A voice suddenly came from the door. "You shall come out with me." "Hello, President Song." "Hello, President Song." The security guards stood up in unison to greet her. Upon hearing President Song's words, Hua Dagwang naturally dared not make a move. "Minister Hua, regarding Yi Xiao, I want to talk to you about." Since he couldn't make a move, Hua Dagwang decided to ask President Song to fire Yi Xiao. But President Song didn't give him that chance. "Minister Hua, if you have something to say, wait until Yi Xiao and I finish our meal, then we can talk." "What a meal!" This kid actually gets to eat with President Song. Not only the security guards, but even Hua Dagwang was frozen, his face stunned. What is the relationship between this kid and President Song? Yi Xiao smiled lightly and walked straight past Hua Dagwang, never once taking him seriously. But it was still a bit surprising for him that President Song personally came to invite him for a meal. Didn't this girl say just last night that she wanted to keep her distance from him, and this morning even sent someone to lecture him? However, Yi Xiao didn't pay it much attention. It was just a meal. What was the big deal? Until he and President Song arrived at a gorgeously decorated restaurant. Yi Xiao started to feel that something was off. Manhwa Lu. This is the highest class restaurant in Lingzhou. The consumption here is in the tens of thousands. Could it be that President Song is being so kind as to invite him here for a meal? Just as Yi Xiao was feeling puzzled, he suddenly saw Lu Yi at the entrance of the restaurant and couldn't help but smile lightly. "You invited her too?" President Song, a bit guilty, replied, "Today Yi introduced me to a customer. Otherwise, do you think I would bring you to Manhwa Lu for a meal?" As she spoke, President Song had already grabbed her handbag and got out of the car. "Introduce a customer?" Yi Xiao muttered to himself. When Lu Yi saw President Song, she silently made an okay gesture, and President Song nodded in understanding. The two women then linked arms and, under the guide of the waiter, walked into a private room. Manhwa Lu not only looked magnificent on the outside, but the interior decoration was also splendid. Even the paintings on the walls and the ornaments in the corridors were genuine antiques. No wonder it was Lingzhou's #1 restaurant. Once they entered the private room, Lu Yi immediately called the waiter to order food. Yi Xiao couldn't help but ask, "Didn't you say there was a customer?" That person can't make it for now. Since we're already here, we can't just leave empty-handed, right?" Lu Yi gave a reasonable explanation. However, her next move left Yi Xiao even more stunned. Although there were no more guests, Lu Yi showed no signs of holding back, ordering whatever was expensive on the menu. French cheese lobster, steamed E-star grouper with soy sauce, Maggie fresh sirloin beef, jade oyster emperor abalone slices, lotus leaf original 8 treasure duck, 3 egg steamed green crab. Before long, she had ordered more than a dozen dishes, and finally, a bottle of Bordeaux 1885 red wine worth 100,000 yuan was brought out. On the other side, Song Qingxue didn't say a word, clearly tacitly agreeing with Lu Yi's actions. What's going on with these two women? Do they really need to be so extravagant just for a meal? And can 3 people even finish all this food? But Yi Xiao didn't say anything. His role now was just a bodyguard, so he focused on his own meal. After about 10 minutes, the dishes Lu Yi ordered started to be served one by one. Lu Yi immediately had the Bordeaux red wine opened and poured 3 glasses of wine. "Come on, Yi sir, let's have a drink to welcome you," Lu Yi said with a light smile. But her smile made Yi Xiao feel uneasy because it clearly read ill intentions on her forehead. It was obvious she was smiling on the surface, but had malicious thoughts in her heart. Yi Xiao wasn't a simple man. Anyone from the prison would have sharp instincts. He had suppressed those people for 3 years, making them submit, so he wasn't naive either. But since the beautiful woman was toasting, he didn't want to refuse, so the 3 of them raised their glasses and clinked them together. As soon as they set down their glasses, Lu Yi's phone rang. "Mr. Zhou, you've arrived? All right, we'll come out to meet you soon." After hanging up, Lu Yi said to Song Qingxue, "Qingxue, Mr. Zhou is free now. Let's go out and meet him." "All right." Song Qingxue nodded somewhat unnaturally, then grabbed her handbag, and the 2 women headed out. As they reached the door, Song Qingxue hesitated a bit, but Lu Yi pulled her along. At the entrance of the restaurant, Lu Yi took out a stack of money and handed it to the waiter. "The consumption at 808 is to be paid by the gentleman inside." "Yes, yes." The waiter received the tip with a wide smile. After giving instructions to the waiter, the 2 women got into the car. Aren't we being too much?" Song Qingxue felt a little guilty, knowing Yi Xiao's situation. It was good if he had 1,000 yuan, but the dishes Lu Yi ordered earlier cost at least 150,000 yuan. Lu Yi waved her fist dismissively. When dealing with this poor scoundrel, strike hard, don't be soft-hearted. Only by making him suffer will he understand that we're not easy to mess with. Damn toad, thinking it can eat swan meat. Let him wait at the Manhwa Lu, washing dishes for the rest of his life. Let's go Qingxue, let's eat Western food. In the private room, Yi Xiao waited for about 10 minutes, but still didn't see the two women return. He figured he might as well not wait anymore and started eating the grand meal in front of him. The food in prison was always the same, so he was already tired of it. This was a good chance to treat himself. After eating his fill, Yi Xiao picked up a toothpick and walked out the door. The waiter immediately came forward. Sir, your total is 158,000 yuan. Will you be paying in cash or by card? Yi Xiao answered casually. I'm just an employee of the Song Group. You should ask our president Song to pay. Sorry, sir. Miss Song said this meal is on you, the waiter said. Yi Xiao paused his action of sucking on the toothpick. His eyes narrowed quietly. He didn't expect Song Qingxue to actually do something like this. He had suspected that the two women had purposely left as an excuse, but he didn't think Song Qingxue would actually do something like this. It turned out he had misjudged her. Women's hearts are the most poisonous, Yi Xiao thought. Chapter 9. Do I still need to pay? Seeing Yi Xiao's expression darken, the waiter immediately became alert. Sir, you wouldn't be unable to pay for the meal, would you? I have said it before, I am just an employee of the Song Group, and I won't pay for that meal. Someone like Yi Xiao wouldn't take a loss like this. The waiter didn't say much, directly using the intercom to call for security. When 7 or 8 strong, burly security guard arrived, the waiter spoke with confidence. Our Manhwa Tower has never had anyone eating and running. Since you can't pay, you won't be leaving today. Soon, the news of someone trying to eat for free at Manhwa Tower spread through the restaurant, and many people gathered around to watch the drama. TSK, this guy looks all decent, but turns out he's someone who eats for free. People really can't be judged by their appearance. He didn't even bother to check Manhwa Tower's background. How dare he eat for free here? He must be tired of living. At that moment, a cold voice rang out. What's going on? A man about 30 years old, dressed in a suit, walked over. Seeing the newcomer, the waiter immediately changed to a much more humble attitude and said, Deputy manager, this person ordered 150,000 worth of food and drink, but can't pay, trying to eat for free. Eat for free. The deputy manager gave Yi Xiao a cold, assessing look, and when he saw Yi Xiao's simple clothes, he became even more disdainful. He waved his hand. What are you standing there for? Don't waste time talking to trash like him. Take him to the back and beat him up, then make his family send money. If we don't have the full amount in an hour, call the police. Do it smartly. If you see these low-level people again, don't let them in. They waste our time and lower the status of Manhwa Tower. Yes, deputy manager, you are right. The waiter nodded eagerly. The security guards also didn't dare delay, stepping forward to drag Yi Xiao away. Yi Xiao slightly furrowed his brows, his right hand subtly forming a grasping motion. If any inmate from the No. 1 prison saw Yi Xiao's movement, they would be terrified because they knew this was a sign the warden was about to act. At that moment, a mocking voice came. Yi Xiao, it's really you. You piece of garbage. How is it? After being dumped by Qiuping, you can't even afford a meal. Now you're eating for free? Yi Xiao slightly turned his head and saw Qi Tianhao, dressed in a formal suit, walking quickly toward him, his eyes full of mockery. Mr. Qi, is this your friend? The restaurant's deputy manager put away his arrogant tone and asked politely. Qi Tianhao was their gold card member, so he naturally didn't dare offend him. Friend? Haha. Let me introduce everyone. This is the former young master of the Yi Group, but now he's just a small prison guard in a godforsaken place. His monthly salary is at most 3,000, haha. After hearing Qi Tianhao's words, everyone started pointing and gossiping about Yi Xiao. So it's the fallen young master of Yi Group. The company went bankrupt, and he still has the face to eat here at Manhwa Tower. He's probably just here to show off. Yeah, someone with a 3,000 monthly salary even dares to come to Manhwa Tower. Doesn't he know that a meal here could cost him 4 to 5 years of salary? How ridiculous. A prison guard now, about to be dragged to jail. If the prisoners there knew his identity, they'd probably teach him some manners. Hearing everyone's mockery of Yi Xiao, Qi Tianhao felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Boy, weren't you very arrogant when you were in that crummy prison? You even dared to act against me. Now, on my turf, I can easily destroy you. Even so, Qi Tianhao still didn't feel satisfied. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and he said, Yi Xiao, considering your Qiuping's ex-husband, I do have a solution. As he spoke, he pointed at Yi Xiao, then at the floor, sneering, Now, kneel down, bow your head 100 times, and call me Dad. I'll pay your bill. What do you say? All you have to do is bend your knees and move your mouth, and I'll cover the 150,000 for you. Plain text. Isn't it a great deal? Ha ha ha. Qi Tianhao laughed wildly. Spending 150,000 to tease Yi Xiao is worth it in Qi Tianhao's eyes. He has already made up his mind that as long as Yi Xiao kneels down and calls him Dad, he will record this scene and spread the video online. Let's see how this guy can live after that. At this moment, the onlookers also showed mocking smiles, waiting to see the fun. Hearing this, the manager of the restaurant chuckled awkwardly and said, "Kid, did you hear that? President Chi is kind-hearted and willing to pay for you. Why don't you hurry up and kneel down to President Chi and call him Dad?" The onlookers echoed, "Kid, today is your lucky day, encountering such a kind-hearted person like President Chi. Quickly kneel down and be grateful to President Chi." "That's right, kid. Isn't it just kneeling and bowing? Isn't it better than going to jail and eating prison food?" While everyone was mocking Yi Xiao, Chi Tianhao held his head high, waiting proudly for Yi Xiao to kneel down. Slap! With a crisp sound, a loud slap landed on Chi Tianhao's face. The slap made half of Chi Tianhao's face swell up, and he rolled in the air, turning 3 times before falling to the ground. Yi Xiao casually shook his hand. "The prison is empty, and the world is so arrogant. Isn't it good to eat your meal properly? Did you sprinkle salt in your pants and get bored?" This slap from Yi Xiao instantly silenced the noisy crowd. "Hiss!" Everyone gasped, looking at this scene in disbelief. How dare he hit President Chi? Isn't he just a poor pancake sai? TSK. He probably thinks he is the young master of the Yi family. What a pig's nose pretending to be a big elephant. Haha, this is no longer as simple as kneeling and bowing. President Chi's family has a background in the War Department. Just a word from him, and this kid will be in prison for life. At this moment, Chi Tianhao also got up from the ground, glaring at Yi Xiao with wide eyes. "Yi, very good. I will let you know what it means to live worse than death." His tone was icy, each word squeezed out from between his teeth. The hotel manager was also startled. "Kid, President Chi kindly offered to pay for you, and you dare to hit him. I tell you, your life is over. Even if President Chi lets you go, the Manhan building will never let you go. Come, take this madman away, drag him down, and beat him hard until President Chi is satisfied." Several security guards rolled up their sleeves, eager to rush forward and beat Yi Xiao to please Chi Tianhao. At this moment, Yi Xiao shouted loudly, "Get the hell out of here!" The figures of the security guards suddenly froze. At this moment, they felt a chill rushing from their feet to the top of their heads, as if being stared at by a prehistoric beast. Yi Xiao's sharp gaze swept over everyone, and finally he smiled coldly. "Do I need to pay for my meal in my own restaurant?" Chapter 10. Giving you a chance to lose money. Everyone was first stunned by Yi Xiao's momentum, but then they all burst into laughter. "Ha, did you hear that? This Pan Kaogu is his. I've never seen such a shameless person." That's right, President Chi just said that this kid is only a monthly salary of 3,000. How could he be the owner of the Manhan building? I think he must be delusional or pretending to be crazy to avoid the responsibility of hitting President Chi. "Kid, where did you learn to brag? How are you so awesome? You say this Manhan building is yours. Why don't you say this street is yours? And you are the son of the world's richest man?" Ha ha. At this moment, Chi Tianhao suddenly turned his eyes and said, "Yi, come, let me see what qualifications you have to say you are the owner of this Manhan building. If you are spreading rumors, then it is affecting the reputation of Manhan Lu. I believe the real owner of Manhan Lu would never let you off easily." He had once heard that the real owner behind Manhan Lu was the king of the underground world of the Dragon Kingdom, Bloodzune. If Bloodzune found out about this, it was likely that he wouldn't need to lift a finger, and Yi Xiao would already be torn to pieces by Bloodzune's subordinates. The hotel manager immediately understood Chi Tianhao's intention. This was a plan to use someone else's hand to kill. If Chi Tianhao dealt with Yi Xiao, the worst that would happen is that the latter would spend the rest of his life in prison. But if the other party spoke up, Yi Xiao would definitely die without a whole body. Chi Tianhao's gaze was cold as he scanned Yi Xiao up and down. "Yi, if you can prove that this restaurant is yours, I'll pay 10 times for your consumption today. But if you can't prove it, Manager Ho, you know what to do, right?" The hotel manager gave a cold, sinister smile. "Mr. Chi, don't worry. I will report this matter truthfully." Since Chi Tianhao wanted to kill this arrogant kid, he naturally didn't mind doing him a favor. Yi Xiao, of course, saw through this little performance of the hotel manager and Chi Tianhao. "You want Bloodzune, that old man, to deal with me? I'm afraid, even if you gave him 180 courageous leopard hearts, that old man wouldn't dare to." A mocking smile appeared on his lips. "Chi Tianhao, right? Since you have so much money with nowhere to spend, let me give you the opportunity to waste it." Saying this, Yi Xiao took out a piece of paper from his pocket. When he returned to Lingzhou, he hadn't brought anything else, but casually grabbed a pile of mortgage documents from Jiangnan province. After a while, Yi Xiao drew out one of them. He dialed the number on the document. "Is this the Albal Company? I have a mortgage document that I need you to execute." An elegant female voice came from the other end of the phone. "All right, sir, please provide the document number." Yi Xiao then read out the number from the document. "Mr. Yi, Manhan Lu in Lingzhou has now been transferred to your name. Do you have any further instructions? Yi Xiao glanced at the name tag in front of the hotel manager. You tell the people at Manhan Lu headquarters about a manager named Ho in Lingzhou. All right, Mr. Yi, I'll pass it on right away. The onlookers were all confused by Yi Xiao's actions. What is this kid doing? Acting like some kind of sorcerer? It seems like he's executing a mortgage document. Could he be from a mental hospital? Who would take such a profitable restaurant like Manhan Lu and use it as collateral? I heard that the big boss of Manhan Lu is a major figure in Dragon Kingdom, someone who wouldn't lack money. Qi Tianhao leisurely took out a cigarette and lit it, looking down on Yi Xiao arrogantly. There's still 5 minutes. After 5 minutes, get ready to die. He didn't believe a single punctuation Mark Yi Xiao said. How could Manhan Lu possibly be Yi Xiao's property? Everything Yi Xiao just did seemed like the actions of an idiot, taking out a piece of paper and saying Manhan Lu was his. Did he think everyone was an idiot? Yi Xiao chuckled and didn't respond to Qi Tianhao, continuing to leisurely pick his teeth with a toothpick. The onlookers were also very contemptuous of Yi Xiao, thinking that he was just pretending to be calm, but was actually nervous inside. Kid, stop pretending. You should hurry up and kneel down to Qi and beg for forgiveness. If you wait too long, you not only face imprisonment, but you might even lose your life. That's right, kid. Being poor is not shameful, but vanity can make people disgusted. How can you, a poor person earning just a few thousand, compete with a big boss like Mr. Qi? Everyone, stop advising him. This kind of clueless insect should be taught a lesson by Mr. Qi, so he can learn his lesson. 10 minutes quickly passed, and the manager of the restaurant smiled a fake smile and said, Kid, now what do you have to say? You're not going to make us wait another 10 minutes, are you? Qi Tianhao exhaled a large puff of smoke and smirked. Mr. Yi, remember this in your next life. Keep your eyes open and avoid me when you see me, understand? Haha. Don't worry, I'll bring Xiaoping to burn paper for you on your 7th day, came the response. Manager Ho, make your move. Qi Tianhao waved his hand. Manager Ho cleared his throat, preparing to instruct the security to act when suddenly a phone ring sounded. He had to swallow his words and took out his phone. When he saw the caller ID, his hand couldn't help but tremble. It was a call from the headquarters in Beijing. Manager Ho instantly changed to a tone as if he had seen his ancestor and said, Hello, I am Ho Yaoguang. A cold voice from the other side of the phone said, Manager Ho, the Mr. Yi in front of you is now the owner of the Manhan Lu in Lingzhou. From today on, you no longer need to report anything to the headquarters. Mr. Yi is fully in charge. What, Mr. Yi, the owner? Manager Ho felt as if the world was spinning, his body trembling as if he had been struck by epilepsy. He wasn't a fool, so he immediately understood who the Mr. Yi the headquarters was talking about. Oh my God, how could this be? This kid, just a moment ago, couldn't even raise 150,000. How is he suddenly the boss of the entire place? Manager Ho's brain was racing, and his motherboard seemed to be overheating, sweating from the pressure. After a long moment, he forced a bitter smile. Mr. Yi boss, I was just joking with you. Please forgive me. Please don't take it to heart. At this moment, he was terrified of Yi Xiao, knowing full well that the person who had transferred the restaurant to him was not someone he could provoke. Seeing this scene, Qi Tianhao was stunned, the waiters and security were stunned, and everyone present was stunned. What's going on? Why did Manager Ho's attitude change completely after a phone call? And now he's calling this kid the boss. Qi Tianhao furrowed his brows and said, Manager Ho, you're not infected with some kind of mental illness, are you? This kid is just a small prison guard. How could he be your boss? Manager Ho turned his head and glared fiercely at Qi Tianhao. In that moment, he almost wanted to strangle him. If it weren't for Qi Tianhao, he would have just been doing his job and never would have offended this big boss so terribly. Qi Tianhao, you better clean your mouth. Can you slander the boss of Manhan Lu? With that, he turned to the security behind him and ordered, I just got a call from the headquarters. From today, Mr. Yi is the boss of the Manhan Lu in Lingzhou. Now, let's greet the boss together. Good morning, boss. After instructing his subordinates, Manager Ho immediately bent his waist at a perfect 90 degrees, as if even a degree less would be too insincere. The security guards were stunned at first, but then followed suit, bowing and calling, Good morning, boss. Qi Tianhao's muscles in his face twitched violently, the cigarette, but in his mouth, falling to the ground without him realizing. He couldn't believe his eyes. But Manager Ho's personality was well known to him. He was just a sycophant. For him to go this far, it could only mean that what Manager Ho said was true. Yi Xiao really was the boss of Manhan Lu. Chapter 11. Why suffer? The expressions of the onlookers were also quite spectacular. Wasn't this just a small prison guard? How did he become the boss of Manhan Lu? Could it be some kind of sick joke? Owning a restaurant worth hundreds of millions, yet choosing to work part-time in a prison? But no matter what, the fact that Yi Xiao was the boss of the restaurant was undeniable, and those who had just mocked him began to quietly back off. They were worried that Yi Xiao would hold a grudge and come back to take revenge on them. Looking at Manager Ho, who was bowing 90 degrees in fear, Yi Xiao said indifferently, "Deputy Manager Ho, do you still want to chase me out? Do you still want to take my money?" Manager Ho's legs went weak and his whole body trembled. He slapped himself hard before stammering, "Boss, just consider everything I said earlier is nonsense." "Ugh, I feel disgusted just thinking about it." Yi Xiao laughed lightly. "Recover a bit. I still prefer your rebellious attitude from earlier." Only then did Manager Ho raise his head, his heart pounding in fear, and asked, "Boss, are you not going to hold me accountable?" This was the thing he cared about the most now. He had insulted and mocked the big boss, almost kicked him out. Such actions would get anyone fired from any company. Yi Xiao glanced at Manager Ho casually and said, "You go down and write a self-reflection. Send it to the general manager of Manhwa. Let him deal with you." Yi Xiao had been guarding the world's #1 prison for 3 years. What made those vicious criminals obey him was not that Yi Xiao was cruel, but that he stuck to 3 strategies. If they didn't listen, he scared them. If that didn't work, he beat them. If they still didn't listen, he killed them. He planned to manage Manhwa the same way. When Manager Ho heard this, he immediately relaxed and was about to flatter Yi Xiao when he saw Yi Xiao already walking outside. But then Yi Xiao's voice came again. "Don't forget, collect the full 10 times the price." "Yes, boss. I'll make sure to complete the task." Manager Ho hurriedly responded. With that, Manager Ho looked darkly at Qi Tianhao and said, "General Qi, I advise you to pay up honestly. I'm not in a good mood today, and if I accidentally bump into you, don't blame me." Manager Ho didn't hide the murderous look in his eyes. If it wasn't for Qi Tianhao, he wouldn't have offended the big boss so badly. Looking at Manager Ho's fierce glare, Qi Tianhao felt his body tighten, his heart racing with fear. I'll pay, all right." He regretted it deeply. Why hadn't he just stayed out of it and enjoyed the drama? Now, not only was Yi Xiao not humiliated, but he had also ended up losing 1.5 million. What a mess. Why'd he even bother? At this moment, outside Manhwa, Song Qingxue slammed the car door shut with a bang and hurried into Manhwa. She felt guilty, so in the end, she turned back. Lu Yi stepped forward and grabbed Song Qingxue's arm, looking at her like she had given up. "I told you, Song rich lady, the food is about to be served. Why did you come back? Are you really worried about that toad?" Song Qingxue, unable to shake off her best friend's hand, could only explain helplessly, I feel like it's enough. Yi Xiao must have been punished by the restaurant already. We don't need to continue." Lu Yi sighed. "Song rich lady, you're just worrying too much. That toad has thick skin. Why are you worried about him? Trust me, let's wait a bit longer. Maybe we'll see him thrown out like a pig's head." However, before Lu Yi could finish her sentence, her eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at the door, seeing a figure leisurely chewing on a toothpick. Yi Xiao, how'd he come out? He was supposed to be beaten into a pig's head. Why does it look like nothing happened? Song Qingxue noticed her best friend's change in expression and quickly turned to look. When she saw Yi Xiao completely unharmed, she was stunned as well. Song Qingxue, feeling a little guilty, asked, "Yi Xiao, they didn't do anything to you, right?" Yi Xiao gave Song Qingxue a meaningful glance and coldly replied, "It's just a meal. What can they do to me?" Although he initially came to ask Song Qingxue to break off the engagement, he still felt some affection for this beautiful girl. But what had just happened really left Yi Xiao a bit disappointed. Feeling Yi Xiao's indifferent attitude, Song Qingxue couldn't help but feel a pang of distress and was about to say a few words of apology when Lu Yi, however, arrogantly said, "Yi, what's with the attitude? Wasn't I just joking with you? Is it really necessary for a grown man to be this petty?" Yi Xiao didn't say anything more to the two women and simply turned to leave. Song Qingxue shot a fierce glare at her best friend, then shouted at Yi Xiao's back, "Yi Xiao, take my car back." But Yi Xiao didn't look back, leaving only a sentence behind, "I prefer to take a walk after dinner." Song Qingxue didn't expect Yi Xiao to refuse her so decisively. She had never invited a man into her car before, and her hands, hanging by her sides, unconsciously clenched into fists. She almost wanted to step forward and smack Yi Xiao's forehead. Seeing Yi Xiao looking like a winner, Lu Yi became angry. She showed an expression of 3 parts grievance, 3 parts fierceness, and 4 parts clenched teeth, saying, "Look at him acting so smug. What's with the attitude? One day, I'll make him kneel in front of me and sing Conquer." The two women returned to the car, but Song Qingxue didn't start the engine right away. How do you think he managed to leave unharmed?" Lu Yi curled her lips and, with the tone of someone speaking after the fact, said, "Song rich lady, haven't you figured it out yet? The general manager of Manhwa, Fong Honggang, is your admirer. It must have been that toad who gave your name, and Fong Honggang, seeing your face, let him go." How infuriating. letting him slip through this gap. I should have greeted Fong Honggang earlier. Song Qingxue thought for a moment and finally agreed with her best friend's reasoning. If it weren't for that, she couldn't think of any other way Yi Xiao could have escaped. Humph. I thought Yi Xiao had some real skill. Turns out he's just using someone else's power. She couldn't help but feel more angry now. Yi Xiao used her name to escape, but then had the nerve to throw a tantrum at her. This man really had no class. At this moment, Lu Yi suddenly brightened up and said, "Song rich lady, I just thought of a way to embarrass Yi Xiao again. This time, I guarantee he'll realize the difference between you and him and leave obediently. Alrighty, tell me. I'll do whatever you say." Song Qingxue was now in a bad mood, and as long as it was a way to get back at Yi Xiao, she would agree to anything. Yi Xiao leisurely returned to the Song group. Although it was already past lunch break, no one in the security office dared to question him. After all, he was someone who could have lunch with President Song. With that connection, even if Yi Xiao showed up just 10 minutes before the end of the workday, everyone would turn a blind eye. In the afternoon, Yi Xiao continued to play a few hours of video games at his desk. Only at 5 o'clock did he put away his phone and clock out on time. Just as he reached the office door, he saw Song Qingxue. Song Qingxue didn't waste words, directly throwing in the car keys and coldly saying, "I have a banquet tonight. You're coming with me." "Hey, I'm not your driver," Yi Xiao complained. However, Song Qingxue had already turned and walked away, leaving no room for negotiation. Yi Xiao had no choice but to follow. If the guys in the prison saw their former leader, who once called the shots, now acting as someone's driver, they'd probably be so happy they'd finish 3 bowls of rice. Chapter 12. Not from the same world. Once again, back at Song Qingxue's villa, Lu Yi was already waiting inside. Yi Xiao wasn't too surprised. Given the close relationship between the two women, it made sense that Lu Yi had a key to the villa. Back at the villa, Yi Xiao first took a shower, then made himself a bowl of noodles to fill his stomach. After watching TV for another hour on the sofa, the two women finally changed clothes and went downstairs together. Luckily, these two women weren't his girlfriends. Otherwise, he would probably die from anxiety. However, when Yi Xiao looked at the two women with little interest, in the next second, he froze as if hit by a spell, unable to speak. On the left, Song Qingxue's eyebrows and eyes were like a painting, her red lips painted brightly, her egg-shaped delicate face, slender figure, and white dress flowing in the wind, like a fairy descending from the moon palace, graceful and unearthly. On the right, Lu Yi was also stunning, exuding an enchanting and even seductive charm with every movement. The appearance of the two women was like two gorgeous flowers in full bloom, and Yi Xiao didn't know who to admire more. Ahem. Song Qingxue cleared her throat twice and scolded. "Aren't you going to drive?" "Oh, okay." Yi Xiao responded subconsciously. After Yi Xiao left, the two women couldn't help but laugh. Although both had reservations about Yi Xiao, what woman didn't like being admired by a man like a love-struck fool? Especially when Yi Xiao was so handsome. When Yi Xiao stepped out of the door, he suddenly realized that he might have shown a bit too much interest. Sure enough, women really do affect how fast I draw my knife. 20 minutes later, Yi Xiao drove the car to the entrance of a 5-star hotel. He was about to drive it to the parking lot when Song Qingxue said, "Let the valet park the car. You come with us." Yi Xiao was stunned for a moment, but finally got out of the car. He had only eaten some noodles earlier, and given how fancy this hotel was, there would surely be delicious food, so he might as well enjoy it. Arriving at the entrance of the banquet hall, while Song Qingxue went to hand over the invitation, Lu Yi leaned in and suddenly said to Yi Xiao, "Yi, tonight is Miss Shun's birthday party. Being able to attend such a high-class event is enough for you to brag about for the rest of your life. But let me remind you, don't embarrass me and Qingxue, and don't cause any trouble. Also, I advise you to put away any inappropriate thoughts. A girl like Qingxue isn't someone like you can have. We're from completely different worlds." Yi Xiao smiled lightly and said, unconcerned, "Different worlds? Are you guys aliens? ET or aliens?" Hearing this, Lu Yi instantly showed her teeth in anger. She had been preparing these words for a long time, intending to crush Yi Xiao's pride. Unexpectedly, a single sentence from Yi Xiao broke through her defenses. "Shallow, vulgar." Lu Yi cursed Yi Xiao harshly, turned her head, and linked arms with Song Qingxue as they entered the banquet hall. As soon as the two women entered, they deliberately distanced themselves from Yi Xiao. This was their plan all along, to make Yi Xiao feel out of place in this circle full of rich people, so that he would be laughed at like a monkey. However, the two women clearly underestimated Yi Xiao's strong inner strength. The man who could suppress countless fierce gangsters was not someone who would be brought down by mocking words or disdainful glances. Being pushed aside, Yi Xiao found peace and directly headed to the buffet area of the banquet. I have to admit, This five-star hotel's buffet is truly luxurious. The food here is no less than what he had at the manhwa earlier, with Australian lobster, Iberian ham, escargots from the Iron Tower country. Everything. Yi Xiao quickly became immersed in the delicious food, completely ignoring the contemptuous looks from the so-called upper-class people. This scene made Song Qingxue and Lu Yi, who were watching Yi Xiao from a distance, feel like they had punched a cotton ball. At this moment, across the banquet hall, a pair of eyes also noticed Yi Xiao. Zhao Qiuping was greatly shocked. How could Yi Xiao appear at such a high-class banquet? This was the birthday party of the daughter of the real estate tycoon in Lingzhou, Shun Xiani. She had used many connections just to get an invitation. At this moment, one of Zhao Qiuping's female companions teased. "What's wrong, Qiuping? Have you set your eyes on some rich guy?" Zhao Qiuping regained her composure and replied, No, I just saw someone I know." "Oh, I'm curious to see which acquaintance it is," another female companion giggled. Following Zhao Qiuping's gaze, the next second, that companion snickered and said, "I say, Qiuping, your taste is too low. You're looking at a small bodyguard who snuck in to eat and drink." "A bodyguard?" Zhao Qiuping was momentarily stunned. That companion shook the wine glass in her hand. "Yes, I saw him at the entrance just now. He's the bodyguard that Song Qingxue brought." Upon hearing this, Zhao Qiuping smiled, her smile full of mockery and disdain. Yi Xiao, I was wondering how you got in here. Turns out you're hanging onto Song Qingxue's leg." At that moment, Zhao Qiuping's eyes gleamed with a cold, vengeful look, and she sneered, "Ladies, this person has some past with me. Later, let's." Meanwhile, Yi Xiao, who was enjoying Iberian ham and drinking 1982 Lafite, suddenly felt a fragrant breeze sweep past him. With a quick glance, he saw three beautiful figures walking toward him. Short skirts, stockings, high heels, and haughty steps. When he saw Zhao Qiuping among them, he immediately felt bored. "Oh, who is this person? This is really funny. Wearing sportswear and daring to attend Miss Shun's banquet. This is like farting in public. What were they thinking?" One female companion sneered. "I know. He's the bodyguard brought by President Song Qingxue." Another companion chimed in. "Ha, bodyguards are supposed to stand at the door, right? Look at how good Song Qingxue is to you. You should kiss her feet more." "Ha ha ha." The three women burst out laughing. More and more people gathered around, attracted by the noise. When they saw Yi Zhao's attire and heard the words of the women, they all cast disdainful and contemptuous glances at him. It was as though they had seen a green-headed fly on a table full of delicacies. A bodyguard actually shamelessly sneaked into such a high-class banquet. He had no sense of self-awareness at all. Lu Yi, seeing Yi Xiao being targeted, excitedly waved her fist. "Look, Qingxue, our plan has finally succeeded. Now this toad is definitely going to experience what it's like to have his dignity rubbed into the ground." However, Song Qingxue, standing beside her, couldn't bring herself to feel happy. At this moment, she even regretted bringing Yi Xiao in. How did she end up becoming someone who built her joy on the suffering of others? "Little bodyguard, go give me a glass of champagne. This 1,000 yuan is yours." One of the female companions took out 1,000 yuan in cash and arrogantly said, "Go quickly, little bodyguard. Don't act shamelessly. This is your hard-earned wage for several days." Another female companion commanded in a condescending tone. Zhao Qiuping crossed her arms and proudly enjoyed the show she had directed. In her eyes, a poor wretch she had discarded should be begging for mercy in front of her. If he dared to disrespect her, she should trample him into the dirt. Zhao Qiuping looked at Yi Xiao. She wanted to see helplessness in his eyes, to see him embarrassed and ashamed. However, when she truly looked into Yi Zhao's eyes, she felt disappointed. Because in Yi Zhao's eyes, all she saw was indifference, as though they were just a few annoying bugs in his view. "Get lost." Yi Xiao put down his glass and coldly spat out a word. This shout, though just a single word, carried an overwhelming force. It shook people to their core. The two women who had just mocked Yi Xiao felt their hairs stand on end, their legs trembling in fear. "Kid, who the hell do you think you are? How dare you tell me to get lost? Believe it or not, the moment you step out of this door, I can have someone cripple you." One of the women, feeling humiliated by Yi Zhao's earlier intimidation, screamed hysterically. "That's right. You're nothing more than Song Qingxue's dog. Do you even know what you are? If you don't have a mirror at home, at least you can piss and take a look at your reflection. Don't think that just because you've entered a high-end place like this, you can stand on equal footing with us. Let me tell you, asking you to pour wine was already giving you face. If you don't do as you're told, you won't be able to take a single step in Lingzhou." Hearing this, the onlookers all gave Yi Xiao fake, mocking smiles, feeling that he was like a cow doing a backflip. Far too arrogant. What right did a mere bodyguard have to challenge them, the elite of high society? If he dared to defy them, there was only one road for him: death. Faced with the humiliation from these two women, Yi Xiao remained incredibly calm, as if their words meant nothing to him. It was like a normal person wouldn't bother arguing with two mad dogs barking at him. However, Yi Xiao's silence was seen by the crowd as him being speechless, just as that woman was feeling smug about it. Suddenly, a loud slap landed on her face. Yi Xiao turned his head and saw that the one who had struck her was actually Song Qingxue. Song Qingxue glared at the two women and reprimanded. Yi Xiao is indeed my bodyguard, but did he offend you in any way? Your insults toward him, I will take his insults toward me, Song Qingxue, and toward the entire Song group. Song Qingxue's voice was powerful, her gaze razor-sharp. At that moment, the crowd was stunned. No one had expected that Song Qingxue would actually stand up for a bodyguard. Even Yi Xiao was slightly surprised. Wasn't this woman still trying to humiliate him at noon? Why was she defending him now? The woman who had been slapped covered her face and shrieked, Song Qingxue, what right do you have to hit me? So what if I insulted a bodyguard? Look around you. This is Miss Shun's birthday banquet, not your Song group's territory. This woman was truly malicious. By linking Song Qingxue's actions to the banquet, she was making it seem like Song Qingxue was making a big fuss over nothing and even disrespecting Miss Shun. Sure enough, the crowd began gossiping with glee. Wow, Song Qingxue is so bold. How dare she cause trouble at Miss Shun's birthday banquet? She's definitely going to get kicked out. That's right. The Song group may be worth tens of billions, but compared to the Shun family's trillion-dollar empire, they're nothing. If the Shun family so much as lifts a finger, the Song group will go bankrupt in an instant. At that moment, Lu Yi also hurriedly stepped in front of Song Qingxue, deeply worried for her best friend. After all, causing a commotion and hitting someone at someone else's birthday banquet was sure to bring disgrace. Besides, wasn't their original plan to bring Yi Xiao here just to make him feel inferior? Why was her best friend, now, standing up for that Yi guy? Just then, someone in the crowd suddenly gasped, Miss Shun is here. Upon hearing this, many turned their heads, only to see a cold and stunning beauty in a white qipao striding toward them. The Shun family's heiress, Shun Luoyan, had a delicate, oval face with strikingly exquisite features that carried an overwhelming aura of dominance. The moment she appeared, she commanded the entire banquet hall. The icy arrogance in her eyes made countless people lower their heads, and many women couldn't help but shrink back in inferiority upon seeing her. Miss Shun, you must stand up for me. Look at this. Song Qingxue is way too arrogant. She actually dared to hit me at your birthday banquet. The woman who had insulted Yi Xiao lifted her slightly swollen face. She glared at Song Qingxue with resentment, waiting for Shun Luoyan to reprimand Song Qingxue. However, instead of waiting for Shun Luoyan to scold Song Qingxue, she received another slap. Slap. The crisp sound of the slap echoed once again. This time, the woman's face was balanced on both sides. Under the stunned gaze of everyone, Shun Luoyan spoke indifferently. If you dare to cause trouble at my birthday party again, just get out. Miss Shun, how can you? The woman wanted to argue, but when she saw Shun Luoyan's sharp, beautiful eyes glance at her, she couldn't summon a shred of resistance. Qingxue is a friend, I acknowledge. Whoever goes against Qingxue is going against me. Shun Luoyan. After speaking, Shun Luoyan directly linked her arm with Song Qingxue's and walked towards the center of the banquet. Seeing this, the onlookers tactfully dispersed, mentally noting to stay far away from the two women who had provoked Song Qingxue in the future. Zhao Qiuping felt uncomfortable in her heart as her plan to mock Yi Xiao came to nothing, like she had swallowed a whole bunch of flies. Yi Xiao, however, was not affected at all. His gaze swept over Zhao Qiuping's face. Mom, your judgment back then really wasn't that great. After sighing, he turned back to focus on eating the Australian lobsters. Soon, the climax of the birthday party arrived, with a real estate mogul and head of Shun Group, Shun Qianni, entering. He was a man in his 50s, wearing a perfectly tailored suit with an outstanding demeanor. All the guests rushed forward to cozy up to this real estate giant. However, Shun Qianni merely nodded slightly, walking straight to the center of the banquet hall. He extended both hands and pressed them down. Thank you all for attending my daughter's birthday banquet. I, Shun, am very grateful. Please eat and enjoy yourselves today. Although Shun Qianni's voice was very calm, there was a tone of authority in it, something cultivated from being in power for a long time. As thunderous applause followed, a waiter pushed an 8-tiered cake to the center during the birthday song. Then came Shun Luoyan cutting the cake and making a wish, followed by a speech from Shun Luoyan, the main guest of the party. Yi Xiao found all of this boring. He had no intention of flattering the Shun father and daughter, nor did he, like most people, wear a fake smile and sing the birthday song. He focused solely on the feast before him. Just as Shen Luoyin finished a few words of gratitude and raised a toast with the guests, something completely unexpected happened. The next second, the dignified and generous Shen Luoyin, who had just been making a speech, suddenly collapsed to the ground. Her delicate face instantly turned ashen, sweating profusely, and accompanied by a sudden, harsh coughing fit. This sudden scene caused many people to be stunned. What happened to Miss Shun? She seemed fine just a moment ago. I heard Miss Shun has congenital heart disease. This must be a seizure. Shun Qianyi acted quickly and supported his daughter, quickly rummaging through her handbag for a bottle of medicine and giving her a pill, but Shen Luyin's symptoms did not ease. Is there a doctor? Is there a doctor here? Shun Qianyi anxiously shouted to the crowd. The only thing that could make this real estate giant lose his composure like this was his precious daughter. At that moment, a tall young man stepped out from the crowd. Mr. Shun, I am Yang Guangming, a disciple of the Tian Medical Hall. Let me examine Miss Shun. Although Yang Guangming's tone was calm, his heart was already bursting with joy. This was a golden opportunity to soar. If he could save Shen Luoyin, he would not only gain fame, but also a huge reward from the Shen family. Moreover, he had briefly observed Shen Luyin's condition just now. Plain text. Do you think you're absolutely sure? Are you a disciple of Tianyi Hall? Dr. Yang, please treat my daughter. Shen Qianyi immediately accepted Yang Guangming's suggestion. Tianyi Hall is famous for the divine Dr. Wang Ruohai in Lingzhou, so his disciples must be quite capable too. The onlookers heard that there was a successor from Tianyi Hall and quickly made way for Yang Guangming. Soon, he reached Shen Luoyin's side. He squatted down, casually lifted the latter's eyelid, and said, Mr. Shun, you don't need to worry. Miss Shun is just having a heart attack. You have already given her medicine. I just need to perform some massage to open her meridians and enhance the medicine's effect. Upon hearing this, Shun Qianyi immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Good, Dr. Yang, please hurry and treat her. As long as Luoyin is fine, I will give you 10 million as a consultation fee. Shun Qianyi promised generously. Hearing Shun Qianyi's words, Yang Guangming was applauding in his heart and secretly laughing, but he forcibly suppressed his surprise. Mr. Shun, you are too polite. Saving lives is the duty of us doctors. Just as Yang Guangming was about to lay Shen Luoyin flat on the ground to perform cardiopulmonary resuscitation, a voice suddenly rang in everyone's ears. Stop! Miss Shen's acute heart failure is caused by medication. Your massage will have no effect. Upon hearing this voice, Song Qingxue and Lu Yi trembled, their eyes wide open. The speaker was actually Yi Xiao. Isn't he a prison guard? Why is he questioning the doctor from Tianyi Hall? Yang Guangming's face instantly turned displeased. He turned to look at the speaker and, seeing that the other party was just an ordinary-looking young man, frowned and shouted, Kid, who are you? Do you think your medical skills are better than mine, a disciple of Tianyi Hall? At this moment, Shun Qianyi also raised his head, his gaze fixed on Yi Xiao with a hint of coldness. He also did not believe that this unknown young man had any medical skills. Song Qingxue hurriedly walked to Yi Xiao's side and anxiously said, Yi Xiao, don't cause trouble. If Miss Shun's condition is delayed, you won't be able to bear the responsibility. Lu Yi also said disdainfully, Yi, do you know what you were doing? At this moment, she also began to regret bringing Yi Xiao in. She had warned him not to speak recklessly before entering, but this guy completely ignored her. Yi Xiao, however, paid no attention to the two of them. He smiled casually and said, Who I am is not important, but I want to remind you that Miss Shun's symptoms are not a heart attack at all. Your massage will only worsen her condition, leading to cardiac arrest or even sudden death. Yi Xiao was originally enjoying a buffet, but when he heard that Shen Luoyin had fainted, he came over. He had a good impression of Shen Luoyin and thought he might be able to help, only to witness Yang Guangming's misdiagnosis. Naturally, he couldn't just stand by and do nothing. Hearing Yi Xiao's serious words, Shen Qianyi felt a bit conflicted. As the head of Qianyi Group, he had some judgment. Just now, he noticed that Yi Xiao spoke with conviction and unwavering eyes, which was not something a liar could achieve. However, at that moment, a mocking voice came. Yi Xiao, you really know how to put on a show? Zhao Qiuping walked out of the crowd with a playful expression. Everyone, I know this person. He can't treat illnesses at all. Before this, he was just a small prison guard, and now he is merely Song Qingshue's bodyguard. What he says now is just to attract attention. As she said this, Zhao Qiuping looked at Yi Xiao with a sneer. Yi Xiao, I advise you to be sensible and get lost. Don't cause trouble here. Mr. Shun, if you blame me, I'm afraid even Song Qingxue won't be able to save you. Zhao Qiuping's words were like knives, every sentence sharp enough to kill. This woman always took revenge on the slightest offense. Just now, she failed to retaliate against Yi Xiao, but her best friend was slapped by Song Qingxue. Now that she had this opportunity, how could she not take the chance to strike at both of them? Among the crowd of onlookers, some people chimed in, yes, we all saw it just now. This person is Song Qingshue's bodyguard. A small bodyguard actually doubts the diagnosis error of the doctors at the Heavenly Medicine Hall. Who does he think he is? Is he Hua Tuo reincarnated? Ridiculous. TSK. He really is an ungrateful wolf. Miss Shun just helped him, and now he's stopping Dr. Yang from saving Miss Shun. Does such a person still have any humanity? Hearing these words, Song Qingxue furrowed her brow, her gaze trembling slightly. She began to panic. She had truly been ruined by Yi Xiao this time. Grandfather, what kind of man have you found for me? Useless in success, but good at ruining things. Yang Guangming also sneered. Kid, do you think I don't understand what you're thinking? It's because you know Miss Shun's noble status. You want to win Mr. Shun's favor. Let me tell you, Miss Shun's precious body is not something you can use to gain profit. With me here, don't even think about making such a calculation. If you keep babbling nonsense and delay my treatment of Miss Shun, it's a crime. I'll make you rot in jail. Do you believe it? Shun Xinyi narrowed his eyes, his gaze cold and sharp. Young man, I, Shun Xinyi, am not so easily fooled. I won't let anyone make a move. You'd better be careful. Although his intuition told him that Yi Xiao wasn't lying, Yi Xiao was just a bodyguard. Naturally, he was more inclined to believe Yang Guangming's words. Shun Xinyi didn't explicitly say to drive Yi Xiao away, but his words and tone clearly indicated he wanted Yi Xiao to leave. Everyone understood that Yi Xiao had offended the Shun family now. It seemed that Yi Xiao wouldn't be able to survive in Lingzhou from now on. Who had taken someone hated by the Shun family? However, Yi Xiao's expression remained unchanged. He said calmly, I've said what I needed to say. Since you want your daughter to die, I won't stop you. With that, Yi Xiao turned and walked away. As the saying goes, doctors never knock on the door. No doctor ever begs to treat a patient. Looking at Yi Xiao's departing back, Song Qingxue felt a tinge of loneliness. But after the loneliness, she began to worry about her situation. She and Shen Luoyan weren't even that close. Just now, Shen Luoyan's support was merely mutual admiration between excellent women. She didn't know if this time, because of Yi Xiao, they might not even remain friends. On the side, Zhao Qiuping couldn't hide her smugness. Her eyes revealed disdain and contempt. Yi Xiao, you're nothing more than a poor, pitiful prison guard now. You want to fight with me? I can ruin your reputation with just a few words. Chapter 15. The Heavenly Mountain Pressure Point Technique. Dr. Yang, why don't you check Luoyan's condition again? Shun Xinyi said, still somewhat moved by Yi Zhao's words. Mr. Shun, there's absolutely no need for that. Yang Guangming said confidently. If he rechecked, wouldn't that be letting that young fool lead him around? He didn't want anyone to think his judgment was worse than Yi Zhao's. Thus, Yang Guangming began treatment on his Shun Luoyan according to the traditional Chinese medicine acupressure methods passed down from his master. As soon as his hands pressed onto the two acupoints above Shun Lin's heart, suddenly, her lips turned increasingly purple, her brows furrowed tightly, and her beautiful face turned red and purple, as if she were about to cough up blood. Everyone could clearly see that Shun Luoyan was becoming more and more painful. Could it be that the young man was right? Miss Shun's condition has indeed worsened. Song Qingxue and Lu Yi were instantly petrified, their eyes wide like Longan. Why did Yi Xiao predict Shun Luoyan's condition change? Could it be that he really understands medicine? Dr. Yang, what is going on? Shun Xinyi questioned sharply, his face dark like a storm approaching. Yang Guangming's eye muscles twitched continuously, sweat pouring down his forehead. He knew better than anyone how bad Shun Luoyan's condition was now. Shun Luoyan's heartbeat and breathing rate had almost reached a critical value. If this continued, a cardiac arrest or sudden death, as Yi Xiao said, would surely occur. He said tremblingly, Mr. Shun, hurry and take Miss Shun to the hospital. It will be too late if you wait any longer. Get the hell out. Shun Xinyi roared, kicking Yang Guangming over. If it weren't for this quack doctor, his daughter wouldn't be in this state. Suddenly, his eyes flashed, as if he had gone mad. Squeezing out of the crowd, Shun Xinyi rushed to the corridor and finally saw that figure. Sir, please wait. I was blind just now, believing in slander. As long as you can save my daughter, I will do anything. Shun Xinyi shouted urgently at Yi Zhao's back. He could also see that his daughter's situation was already very critical. How could there still be time to go to the hospital? For now, he could only bet on this young man who could see through his daughter's condition at a glance. However, Yi Xiao turned a deaf ear, hands in his pockets, continuing to walk forward. The world's #1 prison warden is not someone who can be summoned at will. Besides, he had already stated the symptoms, which could be considered a repayment for Shun Luoyan's previous help. It's just a pity that others don't believe it. Seeing Yi Xiao unmoved, Shun Xinyi gritted his teeth and rushed in front of Yi Xiao, kneeling down. Sir, I offended you just now. It was my fault, but my daughter is innocent. If you want to blame someone, Even if it costs my life, I will accept it. To use his life as a bargain? Yi Xiao couldn't help but be somewhat touched. He remembered some past events. Once, in order to save himself, didn't his mother also plead like this to that old man from Qinyan Mountain? All right, I can give it a try, but I can't guarantee I can save your daughter's life. When Yi Xiao entered the banquet hall for the second time, those who had just mocked him all lowered their heads. As long as they weren't fools, they could guess what Shin Qianyi had just gone out to do, so how could they dare to be reckless? Damn it! Zhao Qiuping clenched her fist tightly. But in an instant, her crimson lips curled into an evil arc. Now that Shen Luoyan's situation was already very grim. If she ultimately died at Yi Xiao's hands, the blame for improper treatment would surely fall. Plus, Yi Xiao was practicing medicine without a license. At that time, if she stirred the pot a bit, the grief-stricken Shen Qianyi would definitely explode in anger at Yi Xiao. Song Qingxue was also somewhat worried for Yi Xiao. Emotionally, she naturally hoped Yi Xiao could pull Shen Luoyan back from the gates of hell. But could Yi Xiao really do it? Yi Xiao naturally didn't care about others' opinions at all. As soon as he approached Shen Luoyan, he ordered, "Get a cup of warm water." Shen Qianyi naturally didn't dare to be negligent, quickly ordering his subordinates to comply, while Yi Xiao squatted down in front of Shen Luoyan. His gaze swept across Shen Luoyan's face, which was as red as a bloody pig's liver. The heart pulse was not damaged, there was still hope. At the same time, Yi Xiao's hands began to move quickly. He formed his fingers in his sword-like gestures, swiftly tapping on Shen Luoyan's acupoints, such as Sanli, Baihui, Zhuek, and kneading. His technique was very special, not simply pressing acupoints, nor the traditional Chinese massage that Yang Guangming had just performed. After his sword-like fingers landed, his thumb rhythmically pressed on the acupoints. Although most of the guests watching didn't understand, they felt that Yi Xiao's techniques were very pleasing to the eye, as if there was a natural charm about it. Yang Guangming, standing nearby, was watching with shock and disbelief. This looks like the Tianshan acupoint technique that my master once mentioned. But my master said this technique, though capable of expelling toxins and evil, has been lost for over 100 years. How did this kid learn it? After Yi Xiao finished pressing the last acupoint on Shen Luoyan, he gently patted her abdomen. Poof! A loud sound followed as Shen Luoyan spurted out a large mouthful of blood mixed with alcohol. As the blood was expelled, Shen Luoyan's face instantly returned to normal, and her rapidly beating heart stopped pounding so violently. Everyone stood in stunned silence, not expecting that Shen Luoyan, who had just been on the brink of death, could be saved so easily. It really is true. Don't judge a book by its cover. Who said people working as bodyguards have no real skills? Song Qingxue's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally calmed down. Her gaze toward Yi Xiao also carried a touch of admiration. It seemed this guy, aside from being handsome, actually had a little bit of skill. Zhao Qiuping, on the other hand, couldn't believe what she was seeing. She rubbed her eyes frantically, wishing the scene she just witnessed was a mere illusion. Wasn't Yi Xiao just a small prison guard whom she had abandoned? How could he save Shen Luoyan? At this moment, Shen Qianyi's subordinates had just brought the warm water. Yi Xiao took it, helped Shen Luoyan sit up, picked up the medicine bottle from the ground, and gave her a pill. After swallowing the pill, Shen Luoyan slowly opened her eyes. Luoyan, thank goodness you're all right. Shen Qianyi rushed over without a second thought and hugged his daughter tightly. At this moment, the powerful billionaire was crying with joy. This kind of emotion could only be truly understood by those who have experienced it. However, Shen Qianyi, who had been in business for decades, quickly regained his usual composure. Sir, I remember you mentioned that my daughter's condition was caused by a drug. What does that mean? Yi Xiao stood up and smiled faintly. That's right. Miss Shen's acute heart failure was indeed caused by a drug. As he spoke, Yi Xiao pointed to the drink that Shen Luoyan had just spat out. If I'm not mistaken, the problem should lie in this glass of wine. Yi Xiao had to admit that the poisoner's method was quite subtle. Instead of using a deadly poison directly, they used some kind of drug to exacerbate Shen Luoyan's heart disease. In this situation, if an autopsy wasn't done, no one would ever know the real cause of her near death. The wine. Upon hearing this, Shen Qianyi's gaze immediately turned sharp. Someone seal off the entire banquet hall and start questioning everyone one by one. Daring to harm his daughter, he would turn the entire Lingzhou upside down to find the culprit. As soon as Shen Qianyi's words were spoken, a waiter in a tailcoat hurriedly ran toward the door. But Shen Qianyi's bodyguards were no pushovers. They quickly captured the waiter. When the waiter was brought before Shen Qianyi, he narrowed his eyes. It's you. Why did you poison my daughter? He recognized the man. This was his former competitor. Ha ha. The man, seeing there was no way to escape, began to laugh madly. Shen Qianyi, because of you, my wife and daughter died in a car accident. Today, I will make you taste the pain of losing loved ones. But fate doesn't always go as planned. The man's face twisted as he gritted his teeth and screamed angrily. Shen Qianyi waved his hand. Take him away and hand him over to the patrol officers. After finding the killer, Shen Qianyi grew even more respectful of Yi Xiao. This young man not only had brilliant medical skills, but also remained calm under pressure and thought things through meticulously. If it weren't for Yi Xiao's reminder just now, he probably would have let the poisoner go free. Such outstanding young people must make sure to make good connections. With that thought, Shen Qianyi suddenly turned his head and glanced at Zhao Qiuping. Someone, throw this woman, who is gossiping, out of here. Investigate her background. My Shen group will never cooperate with the family she belongs to. Although he said this in a calm tone, the cold light in his eyes was enough to send a chill down anyone's spine. If it weren't for this woman slandering Yi Xiao, he might have listened to Yi Xiao's advice earlier, and his daughter wouldn't have been in such a near-death crisis. For someone like her, Shen Qianyi wouldn't show any mercy. Yes, 2 bodyguards immediately responded and roughly stepped forward to drag Zhao Qiuping out. Hearing this, Zhao Qiuping froze in place, her eyes lost and her forehead covered in cold sweat from fear, making her look especially embarrassed. She knew exactly how powerful Shen Group was in Lingzhou. It was far beyond the reach of her own family. How could this happen? I clearly spoke the truth. Yi Xiao is just a poor and insignificant prison guard. Damn Yi Xiao, this is all his fault. If he hadn't returned to Lingzhou and come to this banquet, how would I have ended up like this? Wait for it. Yi Xiao, I will repay this grudge tenfold. Zhao Qiuping didn't reflect on her own mistakes at all. Instead, she blamed everything on Yi Xiao. After handling Zhao Qiuping, Shen Qianyi finally looked at Yi Xiao and, with a warm smile, said, Mr. Yi, I will never forget the favor you did in saving my little girl today. If Mr. Yi ever needs anything in the future, my Shen family will do everything we can to assist. By the way, as a token of gratitude for your help, Mr. Yi, I will pay you a reward of 10 million. Shen Qianyi was indeed a shrewd businessman. He didn't express his thanks to Yi Xiao directly, but first punished Zhao Qiuping to vent his anger, and then offered his promise and reward. This way, he could gain even more of Yi Xiao's favor. Facing Shen Qianyi's 10 million reward, Yi Xiao didn't show any surprise. He simply said one word, good. A 10 million reward might seem a lot to most people, but compared to the guys in prison who often send Yi Xiao diamond mines, it was still too insignificant. At this moment, Lu Yi, who was standing beside them, murmured softly, he sure knows how to put on an act. Anyone who doesn't know might think he's the son of the richest man in Dragon Country. After the banquet, Yi Xiao and the 2 women returned to Song Qingshue's villa. As soon as they got home, the 2 women didn't even change their shoes before thumping up the stairs. Clearly, there was something urgent they needed to discuss away from Yi Xiao. Once inside the room, Lu Yi locked the door, kicked her high heels aside, and paced around the room while pinching her chin. Finally, Song Qingxue, unable to bear it any longer, said, stop walking around. My head is spinning. Originally, she had wanted to discuss with her best friend what happened with Yi Xiao tonight. Although it would be easier to ask Yi Xiao directly, she didn't have the heart to do so. Before Yi Xiao treated her, she had questioned him face to face. Suddenly, Lu Yi clapped her hands, her eyes flashing with a bewitching light. Song, rich lady. I figured it out. I know how that toad did it. It must have been just a fluke. Think about it. He was a prison guard in a chaotic prison, so it's common to come across situations like that. This time, it doesn't prove that the toad has medical skills. It just means he got lucky. Lu Yi's lips, perfectly shaped, curved into a triumphant smile. Is that so? Song Qingxue still had some doubts. Although her friend's explanation made sense logically, the method Yi Xiao used to treat Shen Luoyan was way too skilled. If she didn't know Yi Xiao's identity, he thought Yi Xiao was a disciple of some divine doctor. Oh, it must be so. Think about it. If that toad really had superb medical skills, why would he work as a prison guard in a jail? Wouldn't it be better for him to open his own clinic? Lu Yi forcibly instilled her theory into Song Qingxue, and after a series of trust me, it's true, that's how it is, Song Qingxue finally believed about 80 to 90%. So, Song rich lady, we still need to find a way to drive this toad away. Look at how he received 10 million from Shen Qianyi today without even blinking. What does that mean? It means he doesn't take 10 million seriously at all. He must be eyeing your family fortune. Lu Yi threw out another shocking argument. Song Qingxue fell silent for a moment. If she thought about it from another perspective, even she would be excited if someone gifted her 10 million. But Yi Xiao's performance was too calm. Could it be that he really had grand ambitions? In the next 2 days, Lu Yi and Song Qingxue seemed to calm down, and Yi Xiao was forced to live the life of a 9-to-5 worker. One day, just before quitting time, Yi Xiao's phone suddenly vibrated. When he looked at the caller ID, it was actually Zhao Fugue. This was Zhao Qiuping's father, and also Yi Xiao's former father-in-law. Since Yi Xiao went to guard the #1 prison in the world 3 years ago, they had not been in contact. Why did he suddenly think of calling him? Was it because of Zhao Qiuping's embarrassment at the banquet? Yi Xiao hesitated for a moment, but still answered the call. Uncle Zhao, what's the matter? Xiao Yi, why didn't you tell me when you returned to Lingzhou? Even though your parents went bankrupt, we were still family. Zhao Fuguwei said in a condescending tone, completely unlike the respectful manner he had 3 years ago in front of Yi Xiao. Come to Hongya Tea House at 6 in the afternoon. Your aunt and I want to see you. After finishing, Zhao Fuguwei hung up the phone without waiting for Yi Xiao's response. Yi Xiao smiled slightly. How could he not hear what Zhao Fuguwei wanted to do when he saw him? Now Zhao Fuguwei was like a newly rich tycoon, wanting to show off in front of him. Thinking of how his father had once received kindness from the Zhao family, Yi Xiao decided to go. It was time to settle things with the Zhao family. Chapter 17. The Zhao Family Snobbishness. At 6 o'clock in the afternoon, Yi Xiao arrived punctually at Hongya Tea House. This was a commercial tea house, simply decorated but exuding high-end charm everywhere. Most of the people here were there for business discussions. Yi Xiao had come here once with his parents before. Soon, Yi Xiao saw the Zhao family at a window side table. Facing Yi Xiao was Zhao Fuguwei, dressed in a branded suit, wearing a Rolex gold watch, and holding a cigar in his right hand, exuding the aura of a nouveau riche. Next to Zhao Fuguwei was a stunning middle-aged woman, Yi Xiao's former mother-in-law, Ho Hongying. She was also dressed in high-end brands, her eyes disdainfully scanning the surroundings, her expression radiating the pride of a wealthy woman. As soon as Yi Xiao walked over, he was met with a scolding from Ho Hongying. Yi Xiao, you have quite the attitude, making our family wait here for you. Do you think you're the young master of the Yi family? Even though my daughter, Qiuping, divorced you, we are still your elders. You really have no manners at all. You deserve to be just a small prison guard with no future. At this moment, Zhao Qiuping, who had originally been facing away from Yi Xiao, glanced at him mockingly, filled with disdain. The incident at Shen Luoyin's birthday banquet made her hate Yi Xiao even more, and she had kept this matter from her parents. She didn't want them to know that Yi Xiao had actually gained Shen Qian's favor now. Zhao Fugua just smoked by himself, and he agreed with Ho Hongying's words. In the past, their Zhao family had to rely on the support of Yi Xiao's parents, so they were always polite to Yi Xiao. But now, since Yi Xiao's parents had gone bankrupt, there was no need to pretend anymore. Yi Xiao just smiled at Ho Hongying's words, as if to say, you can say whatever you want, I'll take it as if I lost. He reached out, pulled a chair, and sat down, calmly saying, Uncle Zhao, Aunt Ho, if you need something, just say it. Seeing Yi Xiao sit down without their permission, Ho Hongying became even more displeased. A fallen rich kid had no right to act so casually in front of them. Zhao Fugua flicked the ash off his cigarette and said, Xiao Yi, we called you here today mainly to settle things between our two families and also to offer some compensation. With that, Zhao Fugua slapped 2 stacks of red bills on the table. Yi Xiao, over the years, your parents have helped our Zhao family a bit, so this 200,000 is our Zhao family's way of compensating you. I know things aren't easy for you now, with just a few thousand in a dead-end job. With this money, you could try doing some small business. Zhao Fugua spoke with a tone of charity, as if he were dismissing a beggar. Yi Xiao glanced at the 200,000 on the table and couldn't help but laugh. After all, his parents had invested millions into the Zhao family back then. He really didn't understand what his parents were thinking. How could they not see through such shallow performances from the Zhao family? Or maybe his parents were too involved, and their gratitude towards the Zhao family blinded them. No need, Uncle Zhao. I'm doing fine now. My parents' investment in the Zhao family was their way of repaying your family's past kindness. You don't owe me anything. Our families are now even. All right, if there's nothing else, I'll leave now. Yi Xiao said, preparing to leave. Yi Xiao's firm rejection was unexpected by the Zhao family trio. Since Zhao Qiuping had been kicked out of the banquet, she didn't see Shen Qian giving Yi Xiao 10 million. So just now, she thought Yi Xiao would definitely accept it, and she could take the opportunity to humiliate him. Ho Hongying couldn't help but scold. Stop right there. What? Is the money not enough for you? You're just like a greedy snake swallowing an elephant. Zhao Fugua's face turned dark. In his eyes, Yi Xiao's refusal now likely meant he was still calculating how to make their family pay back the 10 million his parents had invested. Xiao Yi, don't be in such a hurry to leave. Maybe you think our Zhao family is big now, but we also have many places where we need money. How about I arrange a job for you? Don't keep working as a lowly prison guard. Come work as a manager under Qiuping. Zhao Fugua decided to stabilize Yi Xiao first. If Yi Xiao got desperate and caused trouble in the company, it wouldn't be good. He had been trying to hide the fact that his daughter was married, as he wanted her to marry into a wealthy family again. If Yi Xiao caused trouble in his company, it would definitely create a terrible impact. Upon hearing Zhao Fugua offer Yi Xiao a job, Zhao Qiuping sarcastically said, Dad, I think you should stop worrying about Yi Zhao's job. He's currently working as a bodyguard next to Song Qingxue. He's already latched onto someone like Song Qingxue. Why would he care about our small company? Hearing Zhao Qiuping's words, Ho Hongying immediately became interested and, with a mix of insult and sarcasm, mocked. Not bad. Yi Xiao, you just divorced Qiuping, and now you're chasing after another woman. But I can understand. For someone like you, poor, broken, without much education or skills. Want to turn things around? The quickest shortcut is to rely on eating soft rice from women to rise up, right? Zhao Fugui's eyes turned, and he pretended to reprimand his wife sternly. Hongying, how can you speak like that? A bodyguard is at least a decent job. He breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. He didn't care which woman Yi Xiao was clinging to now. As long as his sticky plaster didn't stick to his family, it was fine. Today, Yi Xiao was completely disappointed with the Zhao family. However, it wasn't too late for him to see through them now. He shook his head and prepared to leave. At this moment, Ho Hongying suddenly stood up, waved her hand in one direction, and called out enthusiastically, Mr. Wu, over here. At this moment, the smile on Ho Hongying's face was as bright as a flower, completely different from the indifference she showed to Yi Xiao earlier. Zhao Fugui, like a fly seeing dung, quickly rushed forward, extending his hand to a middle-aged man with a pot belly, nodding and bowing. Mr. Wu, we've been waiting for you for a long time. Let's go to the top VIP room now. Their attitude had done a complete 180 compared to how they treated Yi Xiao. It turned out that the reason the Zhao family invited Yi Xiao to the Red Leaf Tea House was just a side thing. Their main purpose was to invite Mr. Wu. Mr. Wu extended his hand and shook hands lightly with Zhao Fugui, his expression arrogant as he said, What? Do you still have guests here? Zhao Fugui quickly explained, Not really a guest, just a distant poor relative. Then he turned around and said in a commanding tone, Yi Xiao, this is Mr. Wu from Changhe Group. Hurry up and greet Mr. Wu. However, Yi Xiao didn't care at all. If it weren't for a few people blocking his way, he would have already turned around and left. Seeing that Yi Xiao was unmoved, Mr. Wu's face, full of flesh, immediately stiffened. He didn't expect a kid who hadn't even grown a full beard to show such disregard for him. He said with a forced smile, Zhao, your junior has quite a big temper. Ho Hongying quickly scolded. Yi Xiao, do you even understand manners? Do you know who Mr. Wu is? Do you know that as long as Mr. Wu helps you out in Lingzhou, you could save 10 years of struggle? Yi Xiao coldly replied, I don't need anyone's help. Upon hearing this, Zhao Fugui's face turned pale with fear. He was currently working on a big project that urgently needed to cooperate with Mr. Wu, but Yi Zhao's attitude might completely destroy the goodwill he had previously earned with Mr. Wu. Zhao Fugui immediately exploded with rage and shouted, Yi Xiao, how dare you speak like that? Do you know that I gave you the opportunity to meet Mr. Wu because of your parents' favor? You'd better not be ungrateful. After saying that, he quickly turned to Mr. Wu and fawned. Mr. Wu, please don't take offense to such a small character like him. I only have a little connection with his parents. I'll definitely stay away from someone like him in the future. Zhao Qiuping, standing to the side, also gave Yi Xiao a cold look. In her view, Yi Zhao's arrogance now was just an act. He had no skills, but still talked big, things that didn't match his identity. People like him truly deserve their family's downfall. Chapter 18. Not familiar with me. Mr. Wu looked at Yi Xiao from top to bottom with a sideways glance, and then lightly smiled, his face showing a mocking expression. Kid, what qualifications do you have to say such things? Let me tell you, the story of Pan Kachong only exists in TV shows. In reality, it's impossible. After that, he waved his big hand. Zhao, let's go to the private room and talk. There's no need to waste time on a worthless person like Pan Kachong. After speaking, Mr. Wu turned around. He found it boring and tasteless even to glance at a poor guy like Yi Xiao. Seeing that Mr. Wu was not going to pursue the matter any further, Zhao Fugui and his wife finally relaxed. Both of them shot Yi Xiao a fierce glare, just as they were about to take Mr. Wu to the reserved private room. Suddenly, a group of people walked into the tea house, led by a dignified middle-aged man. When the middle-aged man saw Yi Xiao, he immediately strode towards their direction. My God, it's Mr. Shun! Ho Hongying exclaimed. Shun Qiani was the top tycoon of Lingzhou, far above their Zhao family in status. At this moment, General Manager Wu and Zhao Fugui also saw Shun Qiani. Zhao Fugui, with a sly look, flattered. General Manager Wu, you really have a big face. Even Mr. Shun comes over to greet you. General Manager Wu was also confused. He didn't have such a good relationship with Shun Qiani. He had been rejected by Shun Qiani several times when he visited, but now Shun Qiani was walking towards them. Was it really for him, or for someone else? Zhao Fugui's tiny company was not even worth Shun Qiani's attention. Thinking of this, General Manager Wu, with a calm face, said, "Hee, to be honest, my company is preparing to cooperate with Mr. Shun. Perhaps Mr. Shun is here for the cooperation. Brother Zhao, seeing how sensible you are, when Mr. Shun comes over, I can introduce you." Zhao Fugui was overjoyed. Getting to know a real estate giant like Shun Qianyi was a huge opportunity for him. With Shun Qianyi's support, how could his company lack orders? Only Zhao Qiuping had a faint bad premonition in her heart. She suspected that Shun Qianyi was here for Yi Shao. At this moment, she didn't dare to speak up and buried her head like an ostrich. After all, at the last banquet, Shun Qianyi publicly stated he would avoid cooperating with her family. Although she had always hidden it from her parents, if she really ran into Shun Qianyi, everything might be exposed. Seeing Shun Qianyi approaching, General Manager Wu hurriedly greeted him with a big smile, extending his hand. "Mr. Shun, hello. You are too polite." However, before General Manager Wu could finish his sentence, to his disappointment, Shun Qianyi walked right past him without even looking at him. Shun Qianyi came to Xiao He and cheerfully said, "Mr. Yi, we meet again." What? Shun Qianyi actually came to greet Yi Xiao. What a joke. Yi Xiao was just a small prison guard. What right did he have? Seeing this scene, Ho Hongying's face instantly turned as cold as an ice block just taken out of the fridge, with no trace of a smile left. Zhao Fugui was also extremely awkward, like a pig stuck in a fence, unable to move forward or backward. General Manager Wu's face was also dark and gloomy, like an eggplant hit by frost, both black and purple. At this moment, he was not only angry at Shun Qianyi for ignoring him, but also shocked by Yi Shao. Who was this guy to receive such treatment from Shun Qianyi? Now, thinking about what he just said, he just wanted to find a hole to hide in. Someone like Yi Shao was treated as a guest of honor by a big shot like Shun Qianyi. He didn't need his help at all. "Hello." Yi Shao also smiled back at Shun Qianyi's enthusiasm. At this time, Shun Qianyi's gaze turned to Zhao Fugui and Ho Hongying beside Yi Shao. "Mr. Yi, who are these two?" He saw that Yi Shao was in a position with the two, so he was very friendly to them. Yi Shao smiled faintly and said, "They have some connections with my parents." At this point, Yi Shao paused before continuing, "However, I am not familiar with them. I plan to keep my distance in the future." When Zhao Fugui heard this, his face instantly turned as red as a cooked lobster, because this was exactly what he had just said to distance himself from Yi Shao. Now hearing it from Yi Zhao's mouth was extremely ironic. He was now regretting it deeply. If he had been a little nicer to Yi Shao just now, he probably wouldn't have left such a terrible impression in Shun Qianyi's eyes. There might even have been a chance to use Yi Shao to connect with Shun Qianyi, but now it's too late. If he knew that their Zhao family was banned by Shun Qianyi because of Zhao Qiuping, he would probably faint from anger on the spot. Shun Qianyi is also a smart person. As soon as he heard Yi Zhao's words, he knew that the two had a conflict with Yi Shao, so he no longer gave them a good face. Mr. Yi is a distinguished guest of the Shun family. If anyone dares to disrespect Mr. Yi, it is disrespecting my Shun family. The cold light in Shun Qianyi's eyes turned into two sharp swords, piercing directly at the two. The already cold hearts of Zhao Fuqi and his wife were further crushed, and they trembled as if they were in the extreme cold of the polar region. Shun Qianyi came to the tea house to discuss business. After chatting with Yi Shao for a few sentences, the two parted ways. After leaving the tea house, Yi Shao was about to take a taxi home when his phone in his pocket vibrated. As soon as the call connected, he heard Lu Yi's roaring voice. "Yi Shao, where the hell have you been? Qing Xue is being bullied at the bar. You useless piece of trash. Hurry up and go protect Qing Xue. If anything happens to her, can you bear the responsibility?" Yi Shao was dumbfounded. A bar? Being bullied? What is going on here? Isn't Song Qing Xue supposed to go home directly after work every day? Why did you go to bar today? But he knew it wasn't the time to question these things, so he calmly said, "Tell me the address." After hanging up the phone, Yi Shao took a taxi to the bar Lu Yi mentioned. Meanwhile, in a booth inside the bar, Song Qing Xue and Lu Yi, dressed like urban white-collar workers, despite being barefaced, still attracted countless greedy eyes like hungry wolves. Lu Yi showed a smug smile. "Song, rich lady. Everything is under control. That toad has taken the bait. This place is protected by my cousin. As long as that toad dares to come, my cousin will make sure to deal with him properly." Clearly, the situation Lu Yi mentioned on the phone had not occurred. This was yet another trap set by her dog-headed military advisor. Chapter 19, Making Trouble Out of Nothing. Song Qing Xue frowned slightly. She was unaware of her best friend arrangements in advance, and it wasn't until her friend called her to the bar that she learned the true intention. Seeing that Song Qing Xue's expression was a bit off, Lu Yi teased. "Song, rich lady, you don't like that toad, do you?" "No, don't talk nonsense. How could I like him?" Song Qing Xue quickly denied it 3 times. "Then that's fine. Listen to me, dealing with this kind of useless leech still requires using force to scare him off. Look at how much trouble he can cause. If it weren't for his luck last time, would the Shun family have let us go? But I feel like Yi Xiao isn't that bad. It's not good for us to let someone beat him up for no reason. Song Qingxue was still hesitant. Although she also wanted to drive Yi Xiao away from her side, they had already used several disgraceful means before, which made Song Qingxue feel very guilty. Lu Yi dismissively said, Song rich lady, they say kindness doesn't lead to military command and righteousness doesn't lead to business. You're already the president of a big company, so stop being so indecisive, okay? At worst, we can compensate that toad more later. After all, he approached you for money. Just as Song Qingxue wanted to say something more, a bald man with a fat head and big ears, wearing a large gold chain around his neck, walked over. Upon seeing this bald man, Song Qingxue instinctively shrank back, because the bald man's appearance was really hard to compliment. His face was long, his eyes were as big as a cow's, and his mouth was wide, looking very much like a crocodile in a zoo. But Lu Yi walked up to them. Song rich lady, let me introduce you. This is my cousin, Lu Dazhong. Hello, cousin. Song Qingxue forced out a professional smile. Lu Dazhong's rat-like eyes scanned Song Qingxue's beautiful face and perfect body, almost drooling. Miss Song, Yi has already told me about you. Don't worry, I'll make sure that kid gets a good lesson later. Saying this, Lu Dazhong's lips curled into a cold, sinister smile. But after everything is done, Miss Song, you'll have to drink a couple more cups with me. Seeing Lu Dazhong's expression, Song Qingxue felt disgusted in her heart, but since he was her best friend's cousin, she didn't know how to react. Lu Yi quickly spoke up, Cousin, as long as you handle this matter, Qingxue and I will definitely drink with you. Ha ha ha. Lu Dazhong laughed heartily. Though he couldn't have Song Qingxue, just feasting his eyes on her was still satisfying. At that moment, one of his underlings whispered something in his ear. Lu Dazhong immediately stopped smiling, not even bothering to greet the two women, and rushed toward the bar's entrance. Soon after, a group of more than 10 tough figures pushed open the door and entered the bar. The leader was a long-haired young man dressed in black trendy clothes. His ears were pierced, and his narrow eyes were filled with a feminine aura. Young Master Huang. Upon seeing the long-haired young man, everyone in the bar stood up, bowing their heads to greet him. Even those with some background didn't dare act recklessly in front of him. But the young man, known as young Master Huang, looked down on everyone. He completely ignored their greetings and walked straight into the bar, only stopping when he passed by Lu Yi and Song Qingxue. He squinted his lewd eyes, scanning the two women's breathtakingly beautiful faces. A look of awe appeared on his face. He had come to this bar many times, but it was the first time he had seen such extraordinary women. However, the long-haired young man didn't say anything more. He walked past the two women and approached a private room at the back of the bar, then casually gestured with his finger toward Lu Dazhong. Lu Dazhong quickly scurried over, a sycophantic smile on his face. Young Master Huang, what can I do for you? Those two women just now? Bring them to the private room later. The long-haired young man said indifferently. In this bar, snatching women in public was a trick for small-time punks. But a woman he liked only required a simple gesture. Lu Dazhong naturally understood what the long-haired young man meant. It seemed that tonight, Lu Yi and Song Qingxue were going to be in trouble. Young Master Huang, they're my cousins, could you? Heh. The long-haired young man smiled slightly, but the smile was cold and chilling. Lu Dazhong, do you think you've gone too far now? Upon hearing this, Lu Dazhong's body went cold in an instant, and a cold sweat broke out on his forehead. I'll definitely make young Master Huang satisfied. Meanwhile, Yi Xiao, after the long-haired young man entered the private room, stormed into the bar. His eyes quickly scanned the bar and finally landed on Lu Yi and Song Qingxue, surrounded by 7 or 8 small-time thugs at a booth. But the two women didn't seem frightened at all. Just as Yi Xiao was about to approach, Lu Dazhong, having just finished serving young Master Huang, waved his hand and shouted, "Bring them inside. I'm going to have a good time with these two little girls tonight." With his words, two underlings stepped forward, grabbing Song Qingxue and Lu Yi, dragging them toward the private room. The two women were confused. This wasn't part of the plan, but Lu Yi quickly reacted and yelled toward Yi Xiao, "Yi, hurry up and come save us. If a single hair on us is harmed, I will never let you go, even as a ghost." Clearly, she thought this was part of the plan arranged by her cousin. This way, she wouldn't have to witness Yi Xiao being beaten, and she would feel a little less guilty. Song Qingxue was deeply torn inside. She knew that as long as this plan continued, Yi Xiao would inevitably have a conflict with these thugs. But if she stopped it now, she might never be able to get rid of Yi Xiao again. So, she steeled her heart. Better a quick pain than a long one. She chose to remain silent. When Yi Xiao walked up, the two women had already been brought into the private room by Lu Dazhong, but Yi Xiao didn't rush to take action. He had the ability to suppress those ruthless criminals in prison, so he wasn't stupid. Through these few encounters, Yishao had roughly figured out these two women's tricks. This was probably another one of their schemes. Just like last time, when they had the Taekwondo guy make a move against him, this time it was also these two women who were trying to use the little thugs to cause trouble for him. Are all women this boring now? Yishao even thought about turning around and leaving. If this were in prison, anyone who dared to play such a silly joke on Yishao would surely end up hanging from a telephone pole for 3 days. At this moment, a thug with a rooster comb hairstyle pointed at Yishao and scolded, "Kid, I advise you to mind your own business. Those women are our Dajong brothers' women. If you're smart, get lost quickly. Otherwise, I'll make sure you come in standing and leave lying down." Yishao's brows were sharp as swords. He glanced at the rooster comb thug with a calm expression and said, "Enough. I don't have time to talk with you. Go and tell Song Qingxue that I'll give her 5 minutes to come out herself." Huh. Several thugs were stunned. This was not what they had agreed on. According to the plan, wasn't Yishao supposed to charge in and get beaten up by them? "Kid, I don't know what you're talking about. Let me tell you, those two women are now our Dajong brothers' women. Maybe later, when Dajong brother gets bored, the rest of us can have a taste. Kid, just wait until you grow a whole field of grass on your head." Ha ha ha. The rooster comb thug deliberately tried to provoke Yishao, so they would have a reason to make a move. Yishao found it extremely boring. Song Qingshua's little trick was already seen through by him. It was like a king-level expert coming to play a bronze-level game. He didn't want to waste time with these people anymore, so he directly turned around and walked toward the bar's door. The rooster comb thug panicked. "Kid, did I tell you to leave? Do you know you just offended me? If you want to leave, then kneel and kowtow." Since Yishao wasn't following along, he could only forcefully find a reason to start a fight. This rooster comb thug was a gangster, and causing trouble was his specialty. Chapter 20, A Fish in a Net. The little thugs around the rooster comb thug immediately understood and surrounded Yishao, blocking his way. Seeing that Yishao was surrounded, the rooster comb thug grew even more arrogant. "Kid, kneel down quickly, or I'll make you regret it. If you don't, your life might just be in my hands. Understand?" The rooster comb thug was used to bullying people with his power. In his eyes, someone like Yishao, a pretty boy, was no match for them, the street brawlers. Seeing that things were about to escalate, many of the customers in the bar also gathered around to watch the excitement. "Isn't that Dajong brothers' men? TSK, this pretty boy is definitely finished today." "That's right. You know, Dajong brother is a member of the Flying Tiger gang. If you fight in Dajong brothers' turf, there's no way you'll have a good end." Yishao didn't care at all about the rooster comb thugs ranting. "I'm giving you one last chance. Call Song Qingxue out obediently. Plain text. Otherwise, I guarantee that all of you will have bad luck today." Hearing Yishao's words, the rooster-headed man couldn't help but laugh heartily, as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. "Kid, why are you so awesome? You wanted to have bad luck. I'll make you the one who has bad luck first. Brothers, get him. Let this arrogant kid know what happens when you offend us." However, as soon as the rooster-headed man finished speaking, he felt darkness before his eyes, and a strong wind blew so hard that he couldn't even open his eyes. In the previous second, the rooster-headed man was still smiling, but in the next second, his expression twisted, and he let out a sudden scream. With a bang, the rooster-headed man was sent flying backward for 7 or 8 meters, crashing heavily to the ground. "Tell me, what happens next?" Yishao stood in the position where the rooster-headed man had just been, speaking with authority. His deep voice echoed throughout the bar, resonating in everyone's hearts, causing the thugs surrounding Yishao to feel a sudden chill and an inexplicable fear rising within them. The rooster-headed man, covering his swollen half-face, glared at Yishao in fury. "Kid, you're finished. Even if you kneel down and apologize to me now, it won't help. I will definitely chop you into pieces and feed you to the dogs. What are you all waiting for? Get him!" With the rooster-headed man's furious shout, the thugs surrounding Yishao finally reacted, grabbing bottles and chairs to attack Yishao. But these weaklings, with a fighting power of less than 5, were no match for Yishao. In just 10 seconds, Yishao had sent them rolling and crawling like turtles chasing watermelons. Everyone in the bar widened their eyes in shock at this sudden scene. So fast, I didn't even see how he made his move. Yishao casually walked to a booth, grabbed a bottle of foreign wine, and with a flick of his hand, bang, the bottle cap flew off. He happily took a big gulp, waiting for the 2 girls to come out. He thought to himself, when those 2 girls come out, he must show them some tricks. Did they think he was a sanitation worker, cleaning up their mess every day? Meanwhile, in the private room of the bar, when Major General Liu Dazhong brought the 2 girls into the private room, both girls noticed the long-haired young man they had just seen. "Cousin, what does this mean?" Louis felt something was off. Liu Dazhong chuckled and said, "Come, cousin Miss Song, let me introduce you. This is our Flying Tiger Society's Huang Tianba, young Master Huang. Ah, upon hearing the name Huang Tianba, both Lu Yi and Song Qingxue couldn't help but shiver. Huang Tianba was a notorious bully in Lingzhou, relying on his father being the leader of the Flying Tiger Society. Over the years, he had done many things to bully men and women, and he was infamous in Lingzhou. Cousin, I suddenly feel a bit unwell. How about I and Qingxue leave first? Lu Yi grabbed Song Qingxue's hand and was about to walk out. But as soon as they took a step outside, they were stopped by Huang Tianba's henchmen. Huang Tianba shook the bottle of foreign wine in his hand and said with a playful smile, "What's wrong, ladies? Don't you want to give me, Huang, some face? Do you think I, Huang Tianba, would eat people?" Lu Dazhong frowned and said, "What are you doing? Hurry up and sit down. Young Master Huang just wants to have a drink with you. Do you think your cousin will harm you?" Hearing this, the two girls cautiously sat down on the sofa beside Huang Tianba, but their expressions were tense, as if they were sitting on pins and needles. Now, both girls regretted it. Wasn't it better to stay comfortably at home? Why did they come to this bar? After the two girls sat down, Huang Tianba poured a glass of foreign wine for each of them. "Come, ladies, it's our first meeting. I, Huang Tianba, will drink to you first." After saying that, he tilted his head and drank the wine. However, Song Qingxue and Lu Yi did not move. Song Qingxue chuckled lightly and said, "Young Master Huang, you and I are weak with alcohol. Could we possibly drink fruit juice instead?" Huang Beixian's face instantly turned cold, and he slammed his glass heavily onto the coffee table. "What do you think?" Song Qingxue was greatly frightened by Huang Beixian's action. Her delicate face instantly lost its color, and her eyes flickered with a mix of regret, unease, and sorrow. Compared to Huang Beixian's brutality, she would rather stay with Yi Xiao, but where in this world could she find medicine for regret? Lu Yi hurriedly smoothed things over and said, "Young Master Huang, Qingxue is right. We really can't drink much. We'll finish this glass and leave. Is that okay?" "Ah, well, that depends on how you behave." Huang Batian curled his thin lips and a cold, mocking smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Although they did not receive an affirmative response from Huang Batian, both women knew that they had no choice but to drink this glass. So they both raised their glasses and emptied them in one go. "Ha ha, still telling me you can't handle alcohol? I think you two can drink quite a bit." Huang Batian laughed as he refilled their glasses. Both women immediately frowned, realizing that Huang Batian had no intention of letting them leave easily. Lu Yi turned to Lu Dazhong and pleaded desperately, "Cousin, please, for my mother's sake, just let us go." Huang Batian slightly narrowed his eyes, his gaze sharp and cruel. "You want to leave? Do you think the woman I want could just walk away? Ask Lu Dazhong if he dares to let you go." Huang Batian completely tore off the disguise. At this moment, Huang Beixian's subordinates around him also started laughing, eyeing Song Qingxue and Lu Yi with mocking looks. In their eyes, these two women were already trapped in Huang Beixian's net. Hearing Huang Beixian's words, Song Qingxue and Lu Yi's bodies trembled even harder, but they still placed their last hope on Lu Dazhong, hoping he would speak up for them. However, Lu Dazhong coldly sneered and said, "Cousin, Miss Song, it is your honor to be with young Master Huang. As long as young Master Huang is backing you, your business in Lingzhou will thrive. You should obediently stay and accompany young Master Huang. Otherwise, don't blame me for not caring about our family ties." Between Huang Batian and the two women, Lu Dazhong would naturally choose the former. In terms of power and status, Huang Batian, as the young master of the Flying Tiger Society, far surpassed the two women. Moreover, if Huang Batian was pleased today, his status in the society might even rise. Chapter 21. If I had known this would happen, why bother in the first place? "Cousin, how could you do this? We are family." Lu Yi looked like she was about to cry in frustration, no longer carrying the arrogance she had in front of Yi Xiao. Lu Dazhong smiled with a cruel smile, saying, "It's precisely because we are family that I'm allowing you to serve young Master Huang. If it were any other woman, I wouldn't give them this opportunity." While they were talking, Song Qingxue quietly took out her phone from her bag, searching for Yi Xiao's number. Her only hope now was Yi Xiao, who was outside the private room. However, before Song Qingxue could dial the number, Lu Dazhong knocked her phone out of her hand and coldly sneered, "Miss Song, still thinking of calling the police? Let me tell you, even if the patrol police came, it would be useless." Saying this, he grabbed Song Qingxue's arm and forcibly dragged her over to Huang Beixian's side. Huang Batian smiled knowingly and immediately reached to hug Song Qingxue's slim waist. "Little beauty, tonight I'll make sure to entertain you well." Song Qingxue was disgusted beyond measure. Enraged and humiliated, she slapped Huang Beixian's face without a second thought. Slap! The sudden slap hit Huang Batian squarely in the face. Instantly, The entire private room fell into dead silence. Everyone froze, unable to move. No one had expected that Song Qingxue would slap Huang Batian. Lu Yi was also greatly startled, her body trembling with fear. She didn't expect Song Qingxue to be this tough. This was the heir of the Flying Tiger Society, Huang Tianba. It's over, this is going to be a huge trouble. You dirty bitch, how dare you hit me? Huang Tianba was so angry that his eyes turned red. Without saying a word, he directly kicked Song Qingxue in the stomach. Song Qingxue was immediately kicked to the ground, feeling a sharp pain as if her stomach was turning inside out. Furious, Huang Tianba gritted his teeth and stood up, about to stomp on Song Qingxue again. Seeing this, Lu Yi trembled all over. She wanted to help, but didn't even have the courage to take a step forward. Qingxue, I'm sorry. I'm sorry for you. At that critical moment, the door of the room was suddenly slammed open, and a bottle of wine flew like an arrow, heading straight towards Huang Tianba's head. Huang Tianba's eyelids twitched, and he panicked at the sudden bottle flying towards him. Suddenly, a figure in black appeared behind Huang Tianba, swiftly grabbing the bottle in midair and preventing Huang Tianba from getting his head smashed. The prison is empty, and the world is so arrogant. A cold voice echoed into the ears of everyone in the room. When Song Qingxue heard that voice for the first time, she thought that voice sounded so beautiful. It was Yi Xiao who had come. After Yi Xiao had dealt with a group of punks in a bar, he thought that Song Qingxue and Lu Yi would be embarrassed to come out. But after waiting for several minutes with no response, he called Song Qingxue's phone, only to find it unanswered, realizing that something was wrong. So he rushed in. Song Qingxue timidly looked at Yi Xiao, her eyes red and swollen, her delicate face filled with grievance. When Lu Yi saw Yi Xiao, she hurriedly helped Song Qingxue from the ground and backed away towards Yi Xiao. Although she still looked down on Yi Xiao, she knew that right now, he was their only lifeline. Both women lowered their heads like children who had done something wrong and hid behind Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao couldn't help but smile. If he had known it would be like this, why bother from the start? Lu Dazhong naturally recognized Yi Xiao at once. He was shocked, thinking to himself that he had arranged 7 or 8 underlings to deal with this guy. Yet now this guy seemed as if nothing had happened. But there was no time to think further. Lu Dazhong immediately jumped out, pointing at Yi Xiao and cursing, "Kid, who the hell are you? Do you know what you just did? You dare to throw a wine bottle at young Master Huang. If you know what's good for you, kneel down and break one of your hands. Otherwise, if you make young Master Huang angry, your life won't be guaranteed." However, Yi Xiao's response was simple. With lightning speed, he kicked fiercely straight into Lu Dazhong's stomach. The next second, Lu Dazhong's face twisted into a mask of pain. He covered his stomach and bent over like a shrimp, howling in agony. No matter how she looked at it, Song Qingxue had once had a marriage agreement with him. Although she was a bit willful, Yi Xiao couldn't even bear to touch a single hair on her. Yet, she was being beaten by these people. If Yi Xiao had come any later, who knew what they would have done to her? How could he let them go so easily? Seeing Yi Xiao actually attacking Lu Dazhong, Lu Yi's heart tightened. She cursed Yi Xiao in her mind, thinking he was reckless. In her opinion, since Yi Xiao had found out that she and Qingxue were being held, the first thing he should have done was call the police, not barge in like this alone. Even if he barged in, he should have talked things through with them. But Yi Xiao didn't even give them a chance to soften things up. This is bad. They've definitely offended Huang Tianba. It's likely that the 3 of them won't get out of here today. But Song Qingxue looked at Yi Xiao's back with a dazed expression. This was the first person, aside from her father, who had a man standing in front of himself, protecting himself. Huang Tianba's eyes swept towards Yi Xiao with a cold and fierce glare, and he shouted in a fit of rage, "Kid, you've got some guts. You dare to snatch women from me, and even hurt my men. Do you have any idea how to write the word death?" At first, he was indeed scared by Yi Xiao, but when he saw that Yi Xiao was alone, Huang Tianba immediately felt more confident. He had more than a dozen underlings, plus an expert his father had sent to him. Even if Yi Xiao had some skills, in the end, he would just be trampled under his feet. Yi Xiao looked indifferently at the furious Huang Tianba, snorted coldly from his nose, and smiled with contempt. "Death? That word is what I leave for my enemies. I don't care who you are or what background you have. I'll give you a chance. Apologize to my friend right now, or the consequences will be unimaginable." Ha ha! Upon hearing this, Huang Tianba burst into laughter, laughing so hard he leaned back and forward, his stomach aching from the laughter. "I haven't seen someone this arrogant in a long time. Do you think I'm a soft persimmon? Just any stray cat or dog dares to bark in front of me. Apologize? Do they deserve it? Do you know that for me to even look at these 2 cheap sluts, it's their honor? Apologize? Won't that shorten their lives?" Huang Tianba said arrogantly. As the young master of the Flying Tiger Society, He felt he had the capital to look down on everything. At this moment, Huang Tianba's underlings also began to laugh mockingly. To them, Yi Zhao's words were nothing but a fantasy. What status does young Master Huang have? He's someone who can walk arrogantly through the entire Lingzhou. It's always others who kneel and beg him for forgiveness. They had never seen young Master Huang apologize to anyone. This kid really doesn't know how high the sky is. I remember the last person who dared to speak to young Master Huang like this. Their grave grass must have been 3 feet high. Huang Tianba, I am the CEO of the Song Group. How much do you want to let us go? Name your price. At this moment, Song Qingxue had also calmed down. She didn't have any hope for what Yi Xiao said about an apology, nor did she truly believe Yi Xiao could protect them to leave. The best choice was probably to use money to resolve this disaster. Huang Tianba's eyes playfully scanned Song Qingxue up and down. Oh, the CEO of the Song Group. No wonder you have such an air about you. I've slept with countless women, but I've never slept with a CEO. If you want to leave, fine. Stay with me for 3 days first. And as for this kid, he must be crippled by my men. No one can save him. That's what I say. Chapter 22. He really does go up when needed. Money, Huang Tianba had never lacked. Therefore, he didn't even consider Song Qingshue's offer. For him, conquering a high-class beauty like Song Qingxue was more stimulating than any amount of money. Song Qingshue's face turned as pale as death in an instant. For her, the only ideas left were calling the police or using money to settle it. But it was already too late to call the police, and money was useless. Song Qingxue was completely desperate. At this moment, Yi Xiao impatiently said, So, you're not going to apologize? Huang Tianba was almost amused by Yi Xiao's words. Where did this bumpkin come from? Didn't he see the situation? Apologize? I apologize to your mother. Someone waste this kid. Huang Tianba was no longer willing to waste any more time with Yi Xiao. Yes. Upon hearing this, 4 or 5 of Huang Tianba's underlings, armed with axes, immediately stepped out from behind him. The underlings didn't even regard Yi Xiao as a threat. Even though Yi Xiao had knocked down Lu Dazhong with one move earlier, to them, that was just a sneak attack when he wasn't prepared. Now, facing their 4 or 5 axes, if Yi Xiao dared to resist, he would only be chopped up and left with no hands or feet. Seeing the fierce little brother, Song Qingxue and Lu Yi were so scared that they clung to each other. At this moment, they truly felt the danger of these gang forces. Stay behind me and don't move. If you run around, I can't guarantee that I can protect you. Yi Xiao turned around and calmly instructed the 2 girls. Damn it, still talking when death is near, brothers. Cut him down. A little brother holding an axe was completely enraged by Yi Xiao. With the shout of this little brother, 5 axes gleaming with cold light swung down toward Yi Xiao's head. However, in the next second, the little brother who charged in the front suddenly felt his hand lighten. He didn't know when the axe had already landed in Yi Xiao's hand, and then he was slapped and sent flying. Bang! A sound rang out as he hit someone behind him. Both of them fell to the ground together. Immediately after, Yi Xiao crouched down. Then with a flash, he swept a large leg like a tornado on the ground, knocking down the other 3 little brothers who had swung their axes at him. Pa! 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 In an instant, the leg bones of the 3 little brothers were all snapped, and they fell to the ground. With Yi Zhao's leg strength, even 3 willow trees as thick as a bowl could be snapped, let alone 3 human legs. All of this happened in the blink of an eye, just a few seconds, and the 5 people who charged him were all taken down by Yi Xiao. At this moment, the man in black who had just caught the bottle Yi Xiao threw slightly narrowed his pupils. This was a skilled fighter. At first, he didn't think much of Yi Xiao, but now, seeing him take down 5 people in the blink of an eye, he couldn't help but take him seriously. Gulp, gulp. Both Song Qingxue and Lu Yi behind, Yi Xiao swallowed nervously. Although they knew before that Yi Xiao could fight and defeat Taekwondo masters, they also knew that Taekwondo was just flashy, but now, Yi Xiao had instantly defeated 5 people, which truly left the 2 girls speechless. Even Huang Tianba didn't expect Yi Xiao to be so powerful. He raised his eyebrows and was about to order his little brothers to continue, but was interrupted by the man in black. Young master, let me handle this. This is a hard nut to crack. No use for others to go. All right, Black Panther, as long as you can cripple this guy, I'll reward you with $1 million. Huang Tianba replied without hesitation. Black Panther was one of the elite fighters of the Flying Tiger Gang, having saved him from trouble many times, so Huang Tianba trusted him greatly. Black Panther didn't say anything else and walked straight up to Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao took a quick look at this person and saw that he had short hair, a cold and handsome expression, and although his stature wasn't very tall, he was extremely muscular, his black leather outfit hugging his explosive power. When Yi Xiao was in prison, he had heard a saying, the shorter the hair, the tougher the guy. So, he glanced at this person a little more carefully. I say, the one in black, I can see that you've trained hard to get to this level. It's not worth risking your body for a little money. If you leave now, I can spare you, Yi Xiao casually said, following his usual style of scaring first, then fighting if the scare didn't work. Black Panther sneered, curling his lips in disdain. Kid, I don't want to waste words with someone so arrogant like you. Either you cripple yourself, as young Master Huang said, or I'll do it for you. But I have to tell you, once I make a move, I won't hold back. If I kill you, don't blame me. Yi Xiao couldn't help but sneer and said lightly, Neza had 3 heads and 6 arms. You have 2 arms. Then, he gestured with his finger towards Black Panther. Come on. As soon as Yi Xiao finished speaking, Black Panther let out a loud shout, and with a move, his footsteps made a thud-thud-thud sound like a war horse stomping on the ground. The sound made everyone in the room shiver. Black Panther's speed was as fast as a galloping horse. In just a few breaths, he charged in front of Yi Xiao. Whoosh! With a sound, the Black Panther used his palm like a knife, slashing towards Yi Xiao's throat. Seeing that the Black Panther's first move was a deadly strike, Huang Tianba curled his lips into a cruel, cold smile. He had seen the Black Panther in action before. Once, a martial artist who had practiced the 8 Extremes fist for over 10 years came to find trouble with him. Huang Tianba used the same move to crush that martial artist's throat bone, and he believed Yi Xiao would be no exception. Yi Xiao, be careful. Song Qingxue couldn't help but cry out in worry. Somehow, this Black Panther gave her a sense of fear even more terrifying than those 5 knife and axe men from earlier. However, Yi Xiao only smiled faintly, stepping in the 8 trigram step, his movement as quick and agile as a leopard, instantly dodging the Black Panther's deadly strike. Too slow, Yi Xiao teased. The Black Panther, seeing his strike not only dodged easily by Yi Xiao, but also being commented on by him, was instantly enraged. With a sudden movement, he lunged at Yi Xiao like a wolf. He turned his palm into a fist and punched towards Yi Xiao's chin, while simultaneously delivering a knee strike towards Yi Xiao's groin. Yi Xiao narrowed his eyes. This guy's moves were extremely sinister, aiming straight at his life and death. It seemed like he would have to teach this kid a lesson. In a flash, Yi Xiao extended his hand like lightning, striking first, and with the precision of an eagle's claw, he grabbed the Black Panther's fist. At the same time, he slammed his right elbow down like a huge iron hammer, smashing into the Black Panther's knee. When masters clash, being a step too slow doesn't mean just a small difference, but the difference between life and death. Crack! A sound of bone shattering echoed as the Black Panther's knee collided with Yi Xiao's elbow, and the former's knee was instantly shattered without any doubt. Ah! Despite the Black Panther being physically stronger than normal people, he couldn't help but howl like a pig being slaughtered. Immediately after, Yi Xiao kicked out with great force, hitting the Black Panther's abdomen. The 200-pound Black Panther was sent flying like a kite with its string cut. He slammed heavily into the ground. Although he didn't die, he couldn't get up no matter how hard he tried. Looking at Yi Xiao's cool back, it would be a lie to say Song Qingxue wasn't moved. It wasn't about loving him for walking down dark alleys alone, but because when something happened, he really stepped up. Chapter 23, Apology. Yi Xiao snorted. I told you what would happen, but you didn't listen. Song Qingxue and Lu Yi looked at each other in shock and disbelief, their mouths wide open enough to fit an egg. He won. Yi Xiao actually defeated a master from the Flying Tiger Society. Now that they thought about it, their initial plan was so naive. They actually thought they could use the small punks under Lu Dazhong's command to teach Yi Xiao a lesson. Huang Tianba was also shocked. The Black Panther was his strongest fighter. Now, this kid had easily knocked him down. This was just too unscientific. This scene made Huang Tianba's remaining subordinates feel uneasy, as if they had a duck's neck in a chokehold. They didn't dare to make a sound. If even the Black Panther couldn't defeat this guy, what could they use to stop him? Yi Xiao brushed the dust off his hands and looked at Huang Tianba. He casually said 2 words, apologize. When Yi Xiao had said this earlier, he was met only with Huang Tianba's mockery and ridicule. But now, Huang Tianba could no longer smile. But in a moment, Huang Tianba regained his composure. Crossing his legs, he said with an indifferent expression, Kid, I didn't expect you to have some real skill. But do you know what the biggest difference between you and me is? I can have someone cripple you 100 times, but you wouldn't dare to touch me once. If I move against you and fail, I'll lose a few subordinates and spend a bit of money at most. But if you move against me, not only will you die, but your entire family, your relatives and friends will all accompany you to the grave. Because I am Huang Tianba, the young master of the Flying Tiger Society, and you are just an ant. Huang Tianba's expression became ferocious, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Hearing Huang Tianba's words, Song Qingxue and Lu Yi, who had just relaxed, felt their hearts chill again. They knew very well that Huang Tianba was not exaggerating. As the young master of the Flying Tiger Society, he could indeed do all of this. Yi Xiao, why don't we just let it go? Song Qingxue said anxiously. Yes. Yi Xiao, you can't afford to provoke Huang Tianba. Qingxue and I are not in too much trouble right now. Let's hurry home. This was the first time Lu Yi spoke to Yi Xiao in such a gentle manner. She also knew that if it weren't for Yi Xiao today, her life might be ruined by Huang Tianba. Seeing that Song Qingxue and Lu Yi were both afraid of him, Huang Tianba became even more arrogant. Let go. You bitches, this matter is not over. Can anyone just slap my face? Can anyone from the Flying Tiger Society be discarded by anyone? Huang Tianba's eyes flickered with sarcasm. If you want me to let this go, you two bitches better kneel down and crawl over to serve me. If you serve me well, I might consider letting you go. As he said this, he cast a cold glance at Yi Xiao. As for this kid, he only has one way to go, and that is death. Huang Tianba didn't take Yi Xiao seriously at all, and completely didn't believe this guy would dare to touch him. His father was the leader of the underground world in Lingzhou, and even the children of officials had to bow their heads in front of him. Offending him meant inviting endless trouble. Huang Tianba, right? Do you know what happens to those who talk back to me in our prison? As Yi Xiao spoke, he walked towards Huang Tianba, a cold smile always on his lips. They have to soak in the pit toilet for 3 days and 3 nights. Looking at Yi Xiao approaching him, Huang Tianba felt a chill run from his tailbone to the back of his head. He finally felt scared. Kid, you are looking for death. A little brother suddenly pulled out a dagger and tried to sneak attack Yi Xiao. But Yi Xiao seemed to have eyes on the side of his head. Without even looking at the other party, he waved his hand, and that little brother was sent flying. Now, no little brother dared to step forward, all retreating in fear. Huang Tianba also couldn't sit still. Kid, what do you want? I am. However, before he could finish his sentence, Yi Xiao grabbed his hair and pressed him down. Bang! A crisp sound echoed as Huang Tianba's head slammed heavily on the coffee table. Apologize, Yi Xiao said indifferently. Seeing this scene, Lu Yi was so scared that she collapsed to the ground, trembling, while Song Qingxue's chest rose and fell like a fan. The heads of the two women buzzed as if struck by thunder, their minds ringing. How dare Yi Xiao lay hands on Huang Tianba? Moreover, he did it so excessively, pressing Huang Tianba's head on the coffee table. This was not only hitting Huang Tianba, but also slapping the face of the Flying Tiger Society. It's over. There was no room for maneuver now. Yi Xiao was finished, and so were they. Huang Tianba's little brothers were also dumbfounded. Their young master had always been domineering, a presence above all, and now he was being rubbed on the coffee table by Yi Xiao. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would never believe it was true. Huang Tianba cried out in pain, his eyes bloodshot as he roared. Kid, you are dead for sure. Do you know who I am? I'm a member of the Flying Tiger Society. My father is Huang Feihu. Huang Feihu? Yi Xiao grinned, full of disdain. That name sounded a bit familiar. The one who used to pour me foot wash water every day 2 years ago. It seems to be called this name. Impudent. Kid, how dare you slander my father at this time? Do you want to die? Huang Tianba cursed furiously. This time, Yi Xiao's response was to lift his head and smash it down heavily again. Bang! With a sound, Huang Tianba's forehead was immediately smashed open. Blood instantly smeared all over his face, making it impossible to tell his eyes from his nose. I want to see, is your head harder or this tempered glass harder? Yi Xiao smiled lightly, a teasing expression on his face. Huang Tianba was almost fainting from the pain. Panic and fear filled his heart. Is this kid an idiot? He even revealed his identity, yet he dared to be so ruthless. Just as Yi Xiao was about to smash Huang Tianba's head down again, Huang Tianba hurriedly begged for mercy. I'm sorry, I apologize. He confirmed that this was a brainless brute who really could kill him. But Yi Xiao still did not stop. Bang! Huang Tianba's head collided violently with the coffee table for the 3rd time. Sorry, I couldn't hold back. Yi Xiao lifted Huang Tianba's head and said with a hint of apology. Huang Tianba was so angry that he gritted his teeth. You clearly did it on purpose. You could dodge a fatal blow from a Black Panther, and you tell me you couldn't hold back? Is this burning paper on a grave to fool ghosts? But at this moment, Huang Tianba was under the roof, so he could only grit his teeth and endure. Miss Lu, I'm sorry. Huang Tianba mumbled an apology to the two women. Now he just wanted this demon Yi Xiao to stop quickly. As for his face, it was no longer important. Song Qingxue and Lu Yi were stunned in place. Although they received Huang Tianba's apology, they couldn't feel happy at all because they knew how much Huang Tianba was enduring now and how fierce his revenge on them would be next. Chapter 24. We have to settle this. Hey, you two, say something. Do you accept his apology? If you think it's not sincere, I can make him say it again. Yi Xiao said boldly. Accept. The two women nodded in a daze. They dared not offend Huang Tianba anymore. After getting this answer, Yi Xiao finally let go of Huang Tianba. With a cry, Huang Tianba screamed again because he had just lost 2 more teeth, but he didn't dare to curse even half a word, only gritting his teeth and enduring. After Yi Xiao left the bar with the day's 2 women, the little brothers finally dared to step forward to help Huang Tianba. "Young master, are you okay?" Slap. Huang Tianba directly slapped that little brother in the face. "A bunch of useless fools." After saying this, he looked in the direction where Yi Xiao disappeared, gritting his teeth, and said, "Spread the word. Within 24 hours, I want that kid dead, and the Song family must accompany him to the grave." His voice was as chilling as a ghost, filled with cold and brutal killing intent. Seeing Huang Tianba like this, the little brothers all gasped, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. They had never seen Huang Xiao so angry. Ling Zhou was about to be drenched in blood again. On the way home, none of the 3 spoke. The 2 women seemed to still be in shock from the earlier turmoil. Yi Xiao originally wanted to teach these 2 foolish women a lesson, but seeing their stunned expressions, he couldn't bear to do it. After returning to the villa, Song Qingxue finally couldn't help but speak. "Yi Xiao, you should hurry and hide. Huang Tianba will definitely not let you go. If you don't run away immediately, you will definitely be torn apart by the Flying Tiger Society." Lu Yi immediately opposed. "Qingxue, are you stupid? If you let him go, what will we do?" Her brows furrowed, her tone revealing a hint of irritation. After saying this, she turned to Yi Xiao and shouted, "Yi Xiao, do you want to die? How ruthless you were to Huang Tianba. Do you know what kind of trouble this will bring to Qingxue and me?" Even though so much time has passed, Lu Yi is still trembling in fear. After all, he is the son of Huang Feihu. In Lingzhou, just mentioning Huang Feihu's name could make a child stop crying. However, Yi Xiao doesn't care at all. "Don't worry, I'll handle this. I'm going to take a shower," he said, then turned and left, his back to the 2 women as he returned to his room. After Yi Xiao left, Lu Yi jumped up like a cat with its fur bristling. "Qingxue, look at him. He's just a small prison guard but acts like he's the head of state. I really want to slap him hard." Song Qingxue was just as anxious, like an ant on a hot pan. "Alrighty, we were wrong this time. If it weren't for Yi Xiao, who knows what would have happened to us at the hands of Huang Tianba. We should think carefully about how to deal with Huang Tianba's revenge." Upon hearing her best friend's words, Lu Yi's expression softened a little. She still felt a bit of gratitude toward Yi Xiao. The next morning, the Zhao family. Zhao Qiuping came out of her room, ecstatically holding her phone. "Mom, Dad, that bastard Yi Xiao has caused big trouble. The young master of the Feihu Association has specifically ordered to kill him. Now, even if he runs to the ends of the earth, he won't live." Hearing this, Ho Hongying immediately broke into a smile, but then she was puzzled. "Qiuping, are you sure this news is true? Didn't that kid just get the attention of Shun Qianni yesterday? How did he suddenly get hunted down by the young master of the Feihu Association?" Zhao Qiuping sneered. "Mom, it's definitely true. This news is spread like wildfire online. Someone even posted pictures of Yi Xiao causing a scene at a bar. That guy actually dared to steal a woman from the young master of Feihu Association. He's simply seeking death. This is really satisfying. Yesterday, I was so angry that I didn't eat all night. Today, I'm going to eat a few extra bowls of rice to make up for it." Ho Hongying stood up, gleeful. Zhao Fuge was also overjoyed. "Ha ha, truly, when the heavens are wild, there's bound to be rain, and when a person is arrogant, disaster follows. That arrogant bastard Yi Xiao finally going to be dealt with. A damn small prison guard, yet he dares to act all high and mighty in front of me. Now look, even the heavens are about to take him down." Yesterday, because of Yi Xiao at the Hongya tea house, the Zhao family had received a warning from Shun Qianni, and their cooperation with General Wu was ruined. The Zhao family blamed everything on Yi Xiao, but because of Shun Qianni, they didn't dare to do anything to him. Now that Yi Xiao was being hunted by Huang Tianba, the Zhao family was happier than during the New Year. They thought Yi Xiao was as good as dead. At Song Qingxue's villa, her parents arrived early in the morning, in a hurry. Upon seeing Yi Xiao, Song's mother, Huang Mei, pointed her finger at Yi Xiao's nose and began cursing. "Yi Xiao, you damn toad, dreaming of eating swan meat. Our Song family kindly took you in, and instead of showing gratitude, you come here to harm us. You're truly a white-eyed wolf. You're just a small prison guard, and yet you offend someone like young Master Huang. Do you think you're someone important?" I never agreed with Yi Xiao being Qingxue's bodyguard. I don't know what the old man was thinking, insisting on keeping this troublemaker. Now look, our entire Song family is going to be dragged down with him. Song's father, Song Guanxing, didn't speak but sat on the sofa, chain-smoking. He regretted letting Yi Xiao stay. Although the Song family had some connections in Lingzhou against the Feihu Association, they were like eggs trying to strike stone, with no chance of winning. At this moment, the old man was on vacation, and he felt like the sky was falling. Song Qingxue couldn't take it anymore. Mom, about yesterday. The reason is that Huang Tianba tried to do inappropriate things to Yi and me, and Yi Xiao acted to protect us. Huang Yi still refused to relent. I don't care about the reason. Now you tell me. How should our Song family face such a huge disaster? Yi, if you're still a man, go find Huang Tianba and kneel to apologize. Let him beat or kill you, but don't drag our Song family into this mess. Mom, how can you say that? Our Song family is a major enterprise in Lingzhou. I believe even the Flying Tiger Society wouldn't dare to mess with us. Song Qingxue argued with her mother, though she herself wasn't confident about it. Aunt Huang, don't worry about this. I will handle the Flying Tiger Society. Yi Xiao, who had been silent, said oh why. Hearing this, Huang Mi jumped up like a spring, shouting angrily, You handle it? What are you going to use to handle it? Even our Song family, with a market value of hundreds of billions, wouldn't dare say such a thing. What qualification do you, a small prison guard, have? Yi Xiao shook his head and said no more. He knew that no matter what he said, they wouldn't believe it, so he would let his actions speak for themselves. At that moment, the doorbell of the villa rang. Song Qingxue suddenly shivered, looking at the door with fear and anxiety, worried that it was someone from the Flying Tiger Society. Huang Mei snorted and walked to the door. You all are either turtles hiding your heads or ungrateful wolves. At the critical moment, it still depends on me. This is the person I invited to help us get through this crisis. As she spoke, Huang Mi opened the door to reveal a young man in a custom-tailored suit, walking in. Fang Honggang. Song Qingxue immediately recognized the man. He was one of her suitors, the general manager of the Manhin Lu in Lingzhou. She suddenly remembered the rumor that the owner behind Manhin Lu was a big shot in the underground world of Dragon Country. Perhaps Fang Honggang really had the ability to solve this problem. Aunt Huang, Uncle Song, hello. Qingxue, it's nice to see you again. Fang Honggang greeted everyone with courtesy as soon as he entered, but he chose to ignore Yi Xiao. He had already heard Huang Mi talk about this guy, who was nothing more than a toad trying to eat the Song family's soft rice. Not worth a proper look. Come, Honggang, sit down. This time, our Song family is counting on you, Huang Mei said with a beaming smile. This attitude was a 180-degree turn compared to how she treated Yi Xiao just now. Song Guanxing quickly put out his cigarette and said urgently, Honggang, as long as you can help us get through this crisis, I will agree to any request you make. Upon hearing this, Fang Honggang's eyes showed a trace of undisguised joy, but he pretended to remain calm and said, Aunt Huang, Uncle Song, don't be polite. I have always treated you as family. When family has trouble, I naturally can't stand aside. Hearing Fang Honggang's confident words, Huang Mei glared at Yi Xiao and sarcastically said, Qingxue, look at this. Honggang is the one who truly cares about you. Unlike some people who have no ability but boast loudly. She didn't hide her contempt for Yi Xiao in the slightest. Yi Xiao, why are you still standing there? Go make tea for Honggang. Open your eyes. You're useless. Song Guanxing also scolded Yi Xiao, agreeing with his wife's words, feeling that Yi Xiao was extremely out of place there. At that moment, Yi Xiao's phone rang, so he walked aside to take the call. Seeing Yi Xiao leave, Fang Honggang narrowed his eyes into two slits, a cold smile forming in his heart. How dare an aunt like him try to compete with me for a woman? Simply overestimating himself. Seeing her parents' rejection of Yi Xiao, Song Qingxue felt a slight discomfort in her heart, although she had always just been trying to deal with her grandfather and ruin the engagement. But after a few days of getting along, Yi Xiao has made a huge improvement in her opinion of him. Take what happened yesterday as an example. Yi Xiao knew the other party was the young master of the Flying Tiger Club, yet he still forced him to apologize. This is something her suitors could never do. But now, the most urgent thing is to solve this crisis, and for that, Song Qingxue could only let Yi Xiao handle it. Song Qingxue sighed and looked at Fang Honggang, saying, Mr. Fang, can you really help our Song family get through this crisis? Hearing Song Qingxue's address, Fang Honggang furrowed his brows slightly, but didn't mind much. He believed that after this incident, with the support of both Song's father and mother, Song Qingxue would eventually accept him. Of course, Qingxue, you should know the background of our Manhin Lu, right? As the general manager of Manhin Lu in Lingzhou, I still have some influence in the underworld, Fang Honggang said proudly. As long as I give Master Hu a call to explain things to them, and then you offer some compensation, this matter will not be a big issue. Upon hearing this, the three members of the Song family still had some doubts. Song Guanxing said, Honggang, it's not that I don't trust you, but Huang Tianba has clearly said that our Song family must be buried with them. Are you really confident? Fang Honggang smiled lightly, raising his lips. Uncle, let me leak a little insider news. Our Lingzhou Manhin Lu has changed owners, and I suspect the new person is not below that one. And he's right here in Lingzhou. Once I get in touch with my new boss, not to mention Huang Tianba's threats, even if Huang Feihu personally orders it, it won't matter. As he spoke, Fang Honggong's eyes revealed an uncontrollable pride, looking like someone who could control the world. Upon hearing this, Song Guanqing couldn't help but gasp. He knew exactly who Fang Honggang was referring to. It was none other than Xue Zun, the leader of the underground world in Manhwa. To be able to stand on equal footing with that person, how powerful must they be? It seems that the Song family can truly rest easy now. At this moment, Huang Mei, with a rosy glow on her face, said, "Honggang, our family owes you such a big favor. Aunt really doesn't know how to repay you." Huang Mei was very pleased with Fang Honggang. In her eyes, Fang Honggang, with his vast network, was the best choice for a son-in-law. As for Yi Xiao, he wasn't even worthy of helping Fang Honggang put on his shoes. Fang Honggang instantly understood that Huang Mei was deliberately giving him an opportunity. He smiled and said, "Aunt, actually, you don't need to repay me. You know how I feel about Qingxue. As long as it's for Qingxue's good, I would do anything, even if it means walking through fire or climbing a mountain." Song Qingxue slightly furrowed her brows. Seeing that Fang Honggang was getting more and more ridiculous, she quickly changed the subject. "Mr. Fang, does that mean our song group won't be affected?" "Of course, Qingxue. You should focus on your work. There's no need to worry about anything else. Everything will be handled by me," Fang Honggang assured, patting his chest. "That's really great. Thank you so much. I'll change my clothes and head to the company right away." After speaking, Song Qingxue ran upstairs without waiting for anyone to respond. She could clearly see her mother's intentions. Trying to get her to make some promise to Fang Honggang because of this matter was absolutely impossible. At the same time, Yi Xiao also arrived on the balcony and answered a call. It was a call from Shun Qianni. As soon as the call was picked up, Shun Qianni went straight to the point. "Mr. Yi, I heard you're in a bit of trouble. Do you need my help? I have some connections with Huang Feihu." In Shun Qianni's view, this was a good opportunity to repay Yi Xiao. After the last banquet, he had even had someone investigate Yi Xiao's background. Upon learning that Yi Xiao was actually just a prison guard, he did not look down on Yi Xiao because of this, but instead thought that young people like Yi Xiao had a lot of potential for growth, so he decided to invest in him. Yi Xiao smiled slightly. "Mr. Shun, there's no need to worry. I can handle this myself." Huh. Shun Qianni was surprised by Yi Xiao's response. He couldn't understand where Yi Xiao got the confidence to say such things. After all, even if he wanted to ask Huang Feihu for mercy, he would probably have to sacrifice some interests, and Yi Xiao was just a prison guard. After thinking for a moment, Shun Qianni did not press further. "All right, Mr. Yi, my phone will be on 24 hours a day. If you change your mind, let me know anytime." After hanging up the phone, a pleasant female voice came from beside Shun Qianni. "Dad, what did he say?" The speaker was Shun Luoyan. She thought the same as her father, wanting to repay Yi Xiao for his kindness, but she didn't think as highly of Yi Xiao as her father did. She believed that after repaying Yi Xiao, she would be done with him. Shun Qianni gently put down his phone and said, "He rejected my help." "What?" Shun Luoyan's delicate face was filled with astonishment and confusion. How could this be? Does he want to rely on the Song family? But the Song family can't even contend with the Feihu Club. Shun Qianni's fingers lightly tapped the phone screen. "Luoyan, why don't we father and daughter make a bet? Let's bet whether Yi Xiao can get through this crisis. I mean, without the help of others." Shun Luoyan didn't understand what her father meant. "Dad, do we really need to bet on this? Yi Xiao will definitely be eaten alive by the Feihu Club. There will be nothing left of him." Shun Qianni looked at his daughter and slowly said, "Luoyan, I think Yi Xiao is very extraordinary. I believe my judgment is not wrong. So this time, I bet that he will get through this crisis unharmed. If he really does, I hope you'll interact with him more." Shun Luoyan seemed to be thinking, "Well, let's talk about that after he survives." Chapter 26. No Memory of Lessons. Song Qingxue's villa. After changing into her clothes, Song Qingxue immediately called Yi Xiao and had him drive her to the company. Both her father and mother had some complaints about this, but Fang Honggang appeared to be full of strategy. He looked in the direction where the two of them disappeared and smiled mockingly. Maybe if Song Qingxue suffers a little, she will understand her own value. On the way to the company, Yi Xiao and Song Qingxue ran into Lu Yi. It was said that everything started because of her, and she wanted to stay with Song Qingxue to bear it together. Song Qingxue had no objection to this, as she was in a bad mood, and having a good friend by her side could help her feel better. The three of them had just arrived at the company when more than 10 off-road vehicles came roaring towards Song Group. Soon, Song Qingxue received a call from the head of security, Hu Daguang. "President Song, it's bad. Huang Tianba and his people have stormed into the company. He's already heading towards your office." "What?" Song Qingshue's face turned pale with shock. Hadn't Fang Honggang promised her that Huang Tianba wouldn't cause trouble for Song Group again? How could he be at her company so soon? Minister Hua, hurry and bring people over. Also, make sure Yi Xiao leaves the company right away. Although Song Qingxue was in a panic, she still remembered to have Yi Xiao leave first. She knew that Huang Tianba's main target was definitely Yi Xiao. She still had Fang Honggang's protection, but whether Fang Honggang would help Yi Xiao was uncertain. Just as she was about to call Fang Honggang, there was a loud bang, and the office door was kicked open violently. Huang Tianba, wearing a woolen coat and with bandages wrapped around his head, walked in with a sinister smile. He looked at Song Qingxue with a playful glance. Miss Song, but doing well, I see. Behind Huang Tianba were more than a dozen core members of the Feihu Club, including one of the Feihu Club's top enforcers. With this person accompanying him, Huang Tianba dared to personally come to the door to seek revenge. Huang Tianba, what do you want to do in broad daylight? This is the Song Group. Lu Yi, although terrified inside, still stepped forward to reprimand him. Song Qingxue also stared at Huang Tianba with piercing eyes. Although this was her company, she still felt no sense of security in front of Huang Tianba. Huang Tianba did not respond immediately. He walked straight to Song Qingxue's opposite side, pulled over a chair, and sat down with a swagger. He then raised his head, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his mouth, and coldly said, "What do I want to do? Of course, I'm here to settle scores. Where's that dog from yesterday? Call him out to die." Since being beaten by Yi Xiao last night, the deep-seated hatred kept him awake all night, just waiting for dawn to find Yi Xiao for revenge. He would not rest until Yi Xiao was beaten to death. Hearing Huang Tianba's words, Song Qingxue immediately raised her eyebrows and said coldly, "Sorry, you are late. Yi Xiao is no longer in our company." "Ha ha, Miss Song, do you think I, Huang Tianba, am a 3-year-old child? If I can't see Yi Xiao today, I'll take it out on you. Aren't you proud? I wonder if you can still hold your head high in front of your employees after I handle you in your office." Huang Tianba stared at Song Qingxue with a fierce look. Upon hearing this, Song Qingxue's pretty face instantly turned pale, and her body trembled involuntarily. After what happened last night, she had no doubt that Huang Tianba was truly capable of such disgusting acts. Just as Song Qingxue was frightened, a voice suddenly came from outside the door. "Huang Tianba, you really have a short memory. What? Haven't you had enough of being beaten by me last night?" In the next second, Yi Xiao walked in with a smile on his face. Following Yi Xiao were Hua Dagwan and 7 or 8 security guards. Unlike Yi Xiao's calm demeanor, Hua Dagwan and the others were sweating profusely, their legs trembling slightly. This was Huang Tianba from the Flying Tiger Club. They were all locals of Lingzhou and had naturally heard various rumors about Huang Tianba's misdeeds. If it weren't for their reluctance to part with the job at the Song Group, they would never dare to appear here. Hearing Yi Xiao's words, the security guards were all dumbfounded, unable to believe it. Yi Xiao actually beat Huang Tianba, my god. Is this kid out his mind? He even dares to lay hands on the #1 second-generation heir in Lingzhou. He must be tired of living. Upon hearing Yi Xiao's voice, Song Qingxue felt a bit of surprise in her heart, but she quickly put on a stern face and shouted, "Yi Xiao, hurry and leave." Huang Tianba gritted his teeth and turned his head, glaring at Yi Xiao with a sinister and violent look. "Kid, you finally came." Each of his words was almost squeezed out from between his teeth, giving a chilling feeling, showing how deep his hatred for Yi Xiao was. At this moment, a thin man with sharp eyes like an eagle beside Huang Tianba was also staring at Yi Xiao intently. He was ready to act as soon as Huang Tianba gave the order to take down Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao smiled casually, glancing disdainfully at the thugs behind Huang Tianba. "Hee, Huang Tianba, do you think bringing these few garlics today will scare me?" "Yes." Hearing Yi Xiao's arrogant words, Hua Dagwan and the other security guards all gasped in shock. This Yi Xiao was too reckless. If he wanted to show off, he should just step aside. What if he angered Huang Tianba and it affected them? They had never seen someone so pretentious. Clearly just a useless person living off the president. Yet he insisted on saying things that were completely inconsistent with his strength. At this moment, Huang Tianba, instead of getting angry, laughed. "Kid, you probably still don't know who this person beside me is, right? Let me tell you, this is the top fighter of my Flying Tiger Club, and he also has a nickname called Hawk. He once killed an adult brown bear with his bare hands, and in the underground boxing ring of M Country, he smashed the skulls of more than 10 fighters. Also, you must have heard about the tragic incident at the Hong family boxing gym 6 months ago. It happened because they offended my Flying Tiger Club, and as a result, all the dozen or so fighters in the gym were crippled, and it was Hawk who made the move. As long as Hawk takes action, you have no chance of surviving." Hearing this from Huang Tianba, Dagwang, Song Qingxue, and the others all felt their scalp tingle. They had, of course, heard about the Hong family boxing gym incident. The Hong family boxing gym was the second largest gym in Lingzhou. Many of the fighters had been trainers in the patrol police team. More than a dozen fighters were crippled by just one person. How powerful must this person be? Yi Xiao glanced at Hawk disdainfully and said, Huang Tianba, you don't need to tell me this useless nonsense. Just say what you want to do today. Gathering people to illegally break into a private business office and cause trouble is illegal in Longhua. Do you want me to give you a ticket for an experience in a prison? He, Huang Tianba, sneered repeatedly. In his eyes, Yi Xiao was afraid of him, and that was why he brought up the law. Kid, let me tell you, I am the son of Huang Feihu. My word is the law. If you refuse to obey and try to defy me, that's breaking the law. Now, I will give you a way out. Kneel down in front of me right now, and then let my people break your limbs one by one. At this point, Huang Tianba suddenly smiled strangely. Actually, I hope you reject me. That way I can kill you. Ha ha ha. The thugs Huang Tianba brought with him all laughed uproariously. They had long been displeased with Yi Xiao's calm attitude. A security guard who lives off women, pretending to be an expert, acting so nonchalant. Wasn't he just asking for trouble? They also hoped that Yi Xiao would resist, so they could finally make their move. With the young master backing them, even if they killed Yi Xiao, they wouldn't have to bear any responsibility. Chapter 27. What are you going to do about me? Seeing that Yi Xiao remained silent, Huang Tianba grew even more smug. He suddenly jumped up from his chair and pointed to the ground. Kid, I've said all I needed to say. Quickly kneel down in front of me, or just wait to be ground in a meat paste and fed to the dogs. Huang Tianba's deep voice carried a bloodthirsty pleasure. Yi Xiao was as good as dead in his eyes. But before killing him, Huang Tianba wanted to toy with him, let him see a glimmer of hope, and then crush that hope with his own hands, watching him die in despair. This was the price of offending Huang Tianba. At this moment, Hua Dagwang and the other security guard were already scared out of their wits, and Song Qingxue and Lu Yi were so nervous they couldn't speak. Although they didn't want to see Yi Xiao kneel, with the fierce hawk by Huang Tianba's side, Yi Xiao probably had no choice but to kneel if he wanted to survive. However, just when Huang Tianba was waiting for Yi Xiao to kneel, suddenly, everything went dark in front of him. The next second, Yi Xiao had firmly grabbed his neck. Yi Xiao's movement was as fast as a ghost. By the time everyone reacted, they saw Huang Tianba being lifted off the ground by Yi Xiao with one hand, his eyes bulging like a chicken's eyes. Lu Yi and Song Qingxue felt as if there was a loud thud in their heads, and they were so dizzy they stood frozen in place. The two of them didn't know how to react at all. Yi Xiao was incredibly bold. How dare he act against Huang Tianba at this moment? Hua Dagwang and the rest of the Song Group security guards were also stunned, unable to believe what they were seeing. They didn't think Yi Xiao was brave or strong, but instead, he thought Yi Xiao was a total fool. In their view, at this moment, the best thing Yi Xiao could do was to obey, kowtow, and beg for mercy. Though attacking Huang Tianba might feel good for a moment, what would happen next? Could he single-handedly defeat the entire Flying Tiger gang? Of course, the most shocking person was the so-called #1 expert of the Flying Tiger gang, the Falcon. When did Yi Xiao make his move? How did he evade his eyes? Since leaving his master's sect, this was the first time he had seen someone's movements so fast that even he couldn't catch them. The Falcon couldn't help but furrow his brow, his gaze trembling slightly, and a trace of fear arose in his heart. This person's skills were far above his own. But soon, he regained his composure. The person Yi Xiao was holding was his young master. He couldn't back down. So, the Falcon roared, Kid, let go of young Master Huang now. If a single hair is harmed on him, I will tear you apart. At this moment, he dared not act rashly. If Yi Xiao broke Huang Tianba's throat before he made his move, the consequences would be disastrous for him. At this point, Huang Tianba, who was nearly out of breath from Yi Xiao's grip, weakly shouted, Yi, all my people are here. If you dare touch a single finger of mine, I will make the Song Corporation bleed rivers. Everyone will be buried with you. Was Huang Tianba scared? Of course, he was, but he knew he couldn't show it now. Only by making Yi Xiao feel that he was someone who couldn't be messed with would he have a chance to survive. Song Qingxue anxiously shouted at Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao, let go now. I've already texted Fang Honggang. He'll be here soon. With him handling the situation, there's still room for negotiation. You mustn't do something stupid. She thought of what Fang Honggang said about the powerful boss behind him. As long as she lowered her attitude and begged Fang Honggang, maybe he could plead for Yi Xiao. But all of this depended on Huang Tianba being unharmed. If Yi Xiao hurt or killed him, it would all be too late. A dark, cruel glint appeared in Yi Xiao's eyes. The smile he had been wearing slowly solidified at the corners of his lips. I know exactly what I'm doing, and I want to see what the consequences will be if I move against him. As he spoke, Yi Xiao lifted his knee and slammed it into Huang Tianba's stomach. Ah! Huang Tianba screamed in agony, his face, already pale, twisted in pain until it was unrecognizable. Yi Xiao nonchalantly glanced at the falcon and spoke slowly. So, what do you think? Does this count as me moving against him? What are you going to do about it? At this moment, the entire office fell into silence. The sound of dozens of people's nervous heartbeats and steady breathing became exceptionally clear in this eerie stillness. No one had expected Yi Xiao to really make a move on Huang Tianba. Song Qingxue was so anxious she was on the verge of tears. She didn't know what Yi Xiao was thinking. She had even planned to beg Feng Honggang for his help for him, but he was only escalating the situation. The falcon's mouth twitched, and his hands clenched into fists. Yes, what could he do? Rush in? He had no confidence at all. In the dead silence, everyone only heard a loud slap as Yi Xiao's hand shot out, landing a hard slap on Huang Tianba's face. He coldly shouted, "You bully men and women without remorse, huh?" Slap. He slapped again. "You want the Song Corporation to bury me, huh?" Slap. Yi Xiao sneered. "You think I don't dare to touch you?" Slap. "You think you can scare me with a few useless scoundrels? Make me suffer in silence? Your brain's useless. You can donate it." Yi Xiao slapped him 3 times in a row, turning Huang Tianba's face into a swollen, pig-like mess. Even the wound Huang Tianba had from last night, which Yi Xiao had uncovered, reopened again, and blood streamed down his forehead, covering his face, making him look incredibly miserable. Song Qingxue was so terrified that she collapsed into the boss's chair. It's over. Now, even the big boss behind, Feng Honggang, probably won't be able to save Yi Xiao. Lu Yi cursed Yi Xiao as a fool in her heart. In her opinion, a man who seeks momentary pleasure without caring for anything is irresponsible, not considering what kind of retaliation he and Qingxue might face. Indeed, it was right for her to drive Yi Xiao away from Qingxue in the beginning. She only regretted not being ruthless enough and not getting rid of this troublemaker earlier. Hui Dagwang and the other security guards swallowed hard, their minds retreating, thinking about whether they should quickly leave this place of danger. At this point, protecting Song Qingxue no longer mattered. Their rice bowls no longer mattered. The most important thing was whether they could save their own lives. Eagle's teeth chattered as he angrily pointed at Yi Xiao, shouting fiercely, "Kid, if you dare, release young Master Huang. What kind of ability is it to beat someone who can't fight? Dare to fight me." He was completely out of options and just hoped to stall for some time. Tiger Yi should be arriving soon. If Huang Tianba gets killed now, he can't escape responsibility. He also didn't think Yi Xiao would actually let go of Huang Tianba to fight him. On his side, there were more than a dozen core members of the Flying Tiger Society. Yi Xiao's only chance was to hold Huang Tianba hostage in exchange for his life. Yi Xiao glanced at him coldly and smiled, a wicked grin tugging at the corner of his mouth. "All right, since you're itching for a fight, I'll give you a chance to loosen up your bones." With that, Yi Xiao threw Huang Tianba out. After doing all of this, he beckoned at Eagle with a finger. "Come on, hope you're stronger than last night." Eagle stood frozen in place, his mind in chaos. At this moment, he felt like a dog with a rope around its neck, barking fiercely and jumping high. But once the rope was loosened, he was stunned. Are we really going to fight? Chapter 28, a really impressive title. Song Qingxue and Lu Yi were both completely puzzled. What's going on in Yi Xiao's head? He had just beaten Huang Tianba so badly, and now he dares to release him? Isn't that just letting the tiger back into the mountain? Sure enough, Huang Tianba, who had recovered slightly, roared at Eagle. "Eagle, kill this bastard. If you can kill him, I'll give you 5 million. Huang Tianba's hatred for Yi Xiao had seeped into his bones, and he wanted nothing more than to rip Yi Xiao to pieces. The humiliation from last night had been the biggest shame of his life. But today, when Yi Xiao slapped him again, he realized the worst humiliation was being slapped repeatedly by the same person. Damn it, is my face not a face anymore? If I don't kill Yi Xiao, how can I show my face in Lingzhou? Eagle took a deep breath. He knew this battle was inevitable, so he slightly shifted his stance and raised his fists in an attacking position. Yi Xiao was also a bit excited. In prison, he nearly had to twist a troublemaker's arm every day to feed himself some punches. But recently, no one he encountered was worthy of a fight, and his fists had long been itching for action. This Eagle seemed to have some skill, and should be able to accompany him for 3 or 4 moves, at least better than nothing. Just as both sides were about to make their move, someone suddenly shouted, "Tiger Yi is here! Tiger Yi!" Upon hearing this name, Song Qingxue and Lu Yi were completely desperate. Who in Lingzhou could be called Tiger Yi, if not the leader of the Flying Tiger Society, Huang Feihu? This time, Yi Xiao is truly beyond saving. Anyone who sees their son beaten like a dead dog would be furious, right? Let alone someone like Huang Feihu, a man with immense power and who kills without blinking. The falcon sighed in relief. He really didn't want to fight with Yi Xiao. Deep inside, he had already assessed Yi Xiao's strength, and against him, he had no hope of winning. Moreover, fighting with someone like Yi Xiao, a skilled fighter, was bound to be ruthless. Once the battle started, one side would only stop when the other was either dead or crippled. If he lost, his hard-earned position would naturally be gone. Yi Xiao noticed that the other side had no intention of attacking and felt a little disappointed. He couldn't help but curse Huang Feihu fiercely. How disappointing! As Huang Feihu, the leader of the first underground gang in Lingzhou, the Flying Tiger Society, entered the office, Song Qingxue, Lu Yi, Hu Dawang, and the others felt an overwhelming sense of pressure, as though dark clouds were about to crush the city. Huang Feihu was a typical strong middle-aged man. His skin was bronze-colored, with sharp features, and he radiated an intimidating aura, even without anger. Every movement of his showed an immense and oppressive power. As soon as he stepped in, Huang Feihu saw his son lying on the floor, battered and unrecognizable, and instantly his anger flared. Who did this? Who did this? His voice was calm, but Hu Dawang and the other bodyguard were trembling in fear, their bodies shaking uncontrollably, with sweat pouring down like raindrops. With Huang Feihu personally stepping in, Yi Xiao was as good as dead. Not even a god could save him now. Huang Tianba scrambled toward Huang Feihu, crying, "Dad, you have to take revenge for me. Look, that damn country bumpkin beat me like this. He's not just hitting me, he's slapping your face too. If we don't kill this country bumpkin as a warning to others, no one will respect our Flying Tiger Society anymore." Huang Feihu naturally knew what to do. Anyone who dared touch his son would not just face one death, but everyone connected to that person would have to pay the price. His gaze quickly swept around the office, but when he saw the figure facing off with Falcon, his eyelid twitched. This figure looked so familiar. At this moment, Song Qingxue, for reasons she couldn't explain, found the courage to walk in front of Huang Feihu and lift her head, speaking clearly, "President Huang, I know this is serious, but please let me explain. The cause of this incident is that young Master Huang tried to do something inappropriate to me and my friends, and that's why my bodyguard acted. If you want compensation, the Song family is willing to pay any amount." Even though she was trembling with fear and knew that what she said might not help, if she didn't try, and just watched Yi Xiao die, she would never forgive herself. Seeing Song Qingxue actually step forward to plead for Yi Xiao, Lu Yi was stunned. This was Huang Feihu, the top boss in Lingzhou. What was Qingxue doing? Was she really trying to sacrifice herself for that bastard Yi Xiao? Yi Xiao couldn't help but look at Song Qingxue with a bit more respect. Although this girl didn't have much of a brain and often caused trouble for him, at least she had a good heart. Huang Feihu gave a cold smile. He leaned slightly forward, looking down at Song Qingxue with disdain. "Who do you think you are? Do you think I need to listen to your explanations? Who's right? Who's wrong? I don't care at all. In Lingzhou, anyone who touches my son is disrespecting me, Huang Feihu. I think you're tired of your Song family's good fortune, aren't you? Let me be clear. Today, not only will the person who hurt my son die, but your Song family can also get ready to be erased from Lingzhou." Upon hearing this, Song Qingxue's face turned as white as paper. The courage she had forced herself to summon instantly vanished, and her body trembled like a leaf in the autumn wind under Huang Feihu's gaze. She was like a little white rabbit in front of a vicious wolf. So helpless, so weak. At this moment, she truly realized that under the immense pressure of the Flying Tiger Society, daring to stick her head out would only lead to a tragic end. Beside her, Huang Tianba sneered with delight. He knew his father always protected him, and even though he was beaten to a pulp at the Song group, his father would never let them go, regardless of the truth or his own mistakes. After a chilling silence, Huang Feihu softly uttered a word. "Kill." Upon hearing this, the dozen or so thugs brought by Huang Tianba, along with those who followed Huang Feihu, rushed forward to surround Yi Xiao. The hawk felt a significant reduction in pressure. If he were to face Yi Xiao alone, he had no chance of winning, but with dozens of Flying Tiger Society thugs around, it was different. He just needed to hide among the thugs and deliver a surprise, fatal blow to Yi Xiao. Just as the thugs were cracking their knuckles, and Song Qingxue's heart was in her throat, Yi Xiao slowly turned his head and smiled. "Huang Feihu, President Huang, wow, what a powerful title." Hearing this voice, the top boss of Lingzhou, Huang Feihu, felt emo. Seeing this face he could never forget, Huang Feihu felt his heart sink into an abyss, his hands and feet icy cold, and his knees instinctively bent down. Yard, master," Huang Feihu called out bitterly. "My God, what sin have I committed to provoke this demon? Chapter 29. Zhao Zilong is not as brave as him. Huang Feihu would never forget the year he spent in the world's #1 prison, where tough guys like him could only cower in a corner, trembling in fear. Fortunately, at that time, he clung to Yi Zhao's thigh and secured a job washing Yi Zhao's feet, so he wasn't killed by those ruthless thugs. At this moment, everyone in the office did not hear Huang Feihu's voice because their senses were still stuck in the previous second when Yi Zhao mockingly called out Huang Feihu's name. Giggling. This was the sound of teeth chattering from Hua Dagwan, Lu Yi, and others. In their view, Yi Zhao's behavior was no longer self-destructive. It was as if he wanted to turn himself into ashes. Song Qingxue also lost her ability to manage her expression. She had imagined many scenarios of Yi Zhao facing Huang Feihu, some scared to the point of wetting themselves, some directly fleeing through the window, but she never expected Yi Zhao would talk to Huang Feihu with such disdain. Damn it, kid, you want to die, right? Even at this time, you dare to provoke my dad. Come on, kill him. Huang Tianba waved his hand, arrogantly issuing orders to the thugs. In his view, facing more than 20 core members of the Flying Tiger Society, Yi Zhao had no chance of survival. However, the next second, he was dumbfounded. He saw Yi Zhao's figure flash like a tiger breaking into a flock of sheep, directly knocking away several thugs blocking his way. Yi Zhao's figure did not stop. By the time everyone saw him clearly again, he was already in front of Huang Feihu. Yard master. Huang Feihu finally came to his senses, and at this moment, he was drenched in sweat, his heart seemingly about to stop. He thought Yi Zhao was going to kill him. A strong desire to survive forced Huang Feihu to soften his legs and kneel before Yi Zhao. But Yi Zhao patted him on the shoulder and whispered in a low voice in Huang Feihu's ear. Don't make a scene. Pretend you don't know me. Wait for me at the back door of the company in half an hour. I have something for you to do. Huang Feihu was momentarily stunned, but then quickly regained his composure. He stopped the act of kneeling, and his brain worked at full speed, trying to figure out how to help Yi Zhao cover up this lie. But Yi Zhao's actions had caused everyone in the office to break into a cold sweat, and countless people shouted in shock, their faces changing drastically. How'd he do it? Did he really take the general's head from a sea of soldiers? Was Zhao Zilong not as brave as him? It really was a tattoo artist closing his eyes and showing me a face full of lies. The hawk was also completely terrified, and at the same time, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he hadn't fought with Yi Zhao just now. Or tomorrow, his entire village would be sitting at a feast. However, Huang Tianba didn't care about any of this. He roared, "Kid, hurry up and let go of my dad. Even if you walk out of this office, you won't be able to leave Lingzhou. I, Feihu Association, will chase you to the ends of the earth and turn you to ashes." Upon hearing Huang Tianba's words, Huang Feihu even felt a desire to strangle this idiot's son. He thought to himself, I should have just shot this guy into the wall back then. Isn't this enough to offend the prison lord? Does he have to drag me down to my death? At the same time, Huang Feihu was desperately thinking of a way out. But no matter how hard he tried, his brain was overheating and couldn't come up with a solution that would let him escape while helping Yi Zhao cover up the lie. At that moment, another furious voice came from outside the office. Yi, if you want to die, get out of the way and don't drag our Song family into this. The person speaking was Song Mu, Huang Mei. Behind her were Song Guanqing and Fong Honggang, the three of them rushing over after receiving a distress message from Song Qingxue. They were horrified when they saw Yi Zhao kidnapping Huang Feihu. After scolding Yi Zhao, Huang Mei turned around urgently to Fong Honggang and said, Honggang, quickly say something. Persuade Master Tiger. We need to downplay this matter at the very least. It can't drag our Song family into it. Fong Honggang actually came with great difficulty. He had already privately called Huang Feihu before, but unfortunately, the other party ignored him completely. Now, asking him to speak, what face did he have to speak? However, when Huang Feihu saw Fong Honggang, his eyes lit up and a plan immediately formed in his mind. He forced himself to remain calm and said, Yi, I admire your courage. Today, I can give young Master Fong some face, and we'll let this matter go. From now on, Feihu Association won't cause you trouble, but you'd better behave yourself. If you dare provoke us again, we will kill you. Huang Feihu was somewhat impressed with his quick thinking. This way, he wouldn't expose Yi Zhao's identity and would also have a way to back out. It was perfect. Upon hearing this, Fong Honggang was immediately stunned. When did I have such big face? I never knew about it. But then he figured it out. Most likely, the big boss behind him had spoken to Huang Feihu, and Huang Feihu was saying these words because of the big boss's favor. So, Fong Honggang laughed proudly. Master Tiger, you're too kind. Hearing Huang Feihu's words, Huang Mei immediately smiled with joy. Yi, did you hear that? Master Tiger is generous and won't hold it against you. Don't you let go of him. Song Qingxue, Lu Yi, and the others were all stunned. Does Fang Honggang have such power? Yi Xiao had beaten Huang Tianba so badly. Yet Huang Feihu just let it go? What was even more bizarre was that Huang Feihu had just sworn to kill Yi Xiao. Could it be that Huang Feihu was really afraid of the big boss behind Fang Honggang? Yi Xiao smiled and moved his hand off Huang Feihu's shoulder. Although letting Fang Honggang, the somewhat annoying guy, take credit for it was a bit of a compromise, it was necessary at the moment. He didn't want to reveal his identity in front of the Song family, as that would only increase the resistance to his withdrawal from the engagement. Huang Feihu also let out a deep breath, finally managing to fool everyone successfully. He waved his hand and commanded, "Let's go." However, it turned out that Huang Feihu was too early in his joy. Seeing his father about to leave, Huang Tianba became anxious. "Dad, you can't just let it go like this. That damn dog has humiliated me time and again. He deserves to die 100 times. I'm your son. You can't not help me kill him." Huang Tianba didn't care about his father's sudden change. He was only focused on wanting to kill Yi Xiao. Hearing this, Huang Feihu was furious, almost exploding with anger. This stupid son was clearly trying to get him killed. How could he ask me to kill Yi Xiao? Does he not know that those who assassinated the queen of the Shadow Kingdom and threw grenades at the emperor of the Snow Wolf Kingdom were all dealt with by Yi Xiao? Does he think he has the ability to kill Yi Xiao? Chapter 30. There really is one who dares to speak and one who dares to believe. The more Huang Feihu thought about it, the more afraid he became. He kicked Huang Tianba in the stomach, and with a bang, he sent Huang Tianba flying. Huang Feihu stepped forward, furious, and scolded, "Do I need you to talk too much when I do things? How did I educate you before? I told you to be kind to others, not to act recklessly outside relying on my name, but what about you? Not only did you bully a weak woman like President Song, but you also came to her company to cause trouble, completely throwing our Feihu Association's face away. If you dare to tarnish the reputation of my Feihu Association again, I will personally cripple you." Huang Feihu did all this, of course, for Yi Xiao to see. He knew that this prison master had a heavy sense of revenge. The tyrant, known as the strongest man in the Black Continent, was beaten by Yi Xiao for spitting in front of him and had his hands and feet broken, hanging for 3 days and nights. If he didn't do this, his son would probably have no chance of survival. Huang Tianba was completely stunned. "Did you ever teach me these things? I learned all this from you." But at this moment, he didn't dare to say anything more. Even if he was slow to realize, he now noticed that his father was acting strangely. His father was afraid of someone. Who could it be that made his father, the leader of the Feihu Association, so scared? The first fighter of the Feihu Association, Falcon, was also puzzled. How could the usually arrogant President Huang suddenly become like a castrated rooster, showing no signs of dominance? The Song family members were also dumbfounded. They never expected that Huang Feihu would personally hit Huang Tianba, especially Song Qingsnow, who had just seen Huang Feihu protect Huang Tianba. How would the contrast be so great? Does a boss of a full Han building really have such great power? At this moment, Fang Honggang stood up proudly. "Tiger Master, calm down." Young Master Huang was just confused for a moment. "You don't need to take action. I won't get angry over such a small matter." Huang Feihu turned his head and coldly glared at Fang Honggang. That glance was like an ice knife, instantly freezing Fang Honggang's proud smile on his face, and his guts turned to ice, shattering into pieces. What is going on? Wasn't he just so polite to me? Why has he suddenly become so indifferent? Huang Feihu ignored the ant-like Fang Honggang. He cautiously glanced at Yi Xiao and, seeing that the latter was not angry, waved his hand again. "Withdraw." After saying that, he took the lead, fearing that Yi Xiao would suddenly call him back. The group of fighters from the Feihu Association, although filled with doubts, did not dare to speak recklessly now. Plain text. After helping Huang Tianba up, he quickly followed Huang Feihu, who left the office in a dejected manner. After Huang Feihu and his group left, the dark clouds that hung over the Song family finally dispersed. Huang Mei excitedly grabbed Fang Honggang's hand and said, "Honggang, thank you so much. I didn't expect your position in Tiger Yi's heart to be so high. Unlike some ungrateful wolves who only bring trouble to our Song family, just now they even did something foolish like kidnapping Tiger Yi. If it weren't for you stepping in, our Song family would probably have been ruined by him." Huang Mei praised Fang Honggang while not forgetting to step on Yi Xiao hard. After that, she looked at Song Qingxue and said, "Qingxue, you saw Honggang's abilities today, right? He is a great benefactor to our Song family. You must thank him properly." Fang Honggang finally came back to his senses from Huang Feihu's fierce gaze, and he said without turning red or panting, "Aunt Huang, this is all a small matter, nothing to mention. From now on, we are family. Aunt and uncle, if you encounter any trouble, don't hesitate to ask me. Just speak up. After saying that, he pretended to show concern and looked at Song Qingxue, saying, Qingxue, did Huang Tianba do anything to you? I rushed over as soon as I received your message, afraid that I would be late and let you get hurt. If that happened, I would regret it for the rest of my life. I'm fine. Thank you for your concern, Mr. Fong. Song Qingxue rarely showed a smile to Fong Honggang. After all, he had put in a lot of effort today, and it was natural for her not to treat him coldly. Hearing Fong Honggang's words, Yi Xiao couldn't help but shake his head, feeling disgusted as if he had eaten a fly from 1982. He really was someone who dared to say and believe. However, Yi Xiao was too lazy to explain. After all, he also wanted to break off the engagement with Song Qingxue. With Fong Honggang as a backup, he believed his path to breaking off the engagement would be much smoother. Seemingly sensing Yi Xiao's disdain, Huang Mei sternly reprimanded, Yi Xiao, why aren't you coming over to thank Honggang? Don't you know that if it weren't for Honggang arriving in time, you would have been torn apart by Tiger Yi? Just a small prison guard. And he really thinks he is capable. He dares to challenge a big shot like Tiger Yi, truly unaware of his own limitations. At this moment, Fong Honggang glanced at Yi Xiao with a half-smile. Kid, there's no need to thank me. I saved you today just because of Qingxue. I hope you can recognize your own identity. A bodyguard should do his own job well and not always think about those lofty dreams. Qingxue is not someone you deserve, and the Song family is not something you can aspire to. Taking advantage of this opportunity to show off, Fong Honggang no longer pretended and directly tore his face with Yi Xiao. After all, the other party was just a poor bodyguard, and with the support of the Song family, he could easily crush Yi Xiao. Hearing Fong Honggang's words, Song Qingxue felt a bit uncomfortable. She wanted to speak up for Yi Xiao, but the words got stuck in her throat. Indeed, if it weren't for Fong Honggang today, Yi Xiao's fate would have been unbearable. Yi Xiao just smiled, put his hands in his pockets, whistled, and walked out of the office as if no one was around. Seeing Yi Xiao's indifferent attitude, Fong Honggang's face turned pale with anger. The greatest humiliation is not how others attack you, but that others completely ignore you. Huang Mei was also furious at this sight. She glared at Yi Xiao's back and shouted, What an ungrateful wolf. He has no sense of gratitude at all. We should have just ignored him and let him fend for himself. When the old man returns from vacation, I will definitely make him drive this ungrateful wolf away. Plain text. This kid is so arrogant. If he really gets together with Qingxue in the future, won't he be riding on our heads? Song Qingxue's brows also furrowed slightly. She felt that Yi Xiao was a bit too much. Although Fong Honggang's words were somewhat hurtful, he was still Yi Xiao's benefactor. How could he have such an attitude toward the benefactor? Beside her, Lu Yi was thoughtfully resting her chin on her hand. As a bystander, she had been observing the scene from a third-party perspective, so she saw more than Song Qingxue did. It seemed that Huang Feihu's attitude had already changed the moment he saw Yi Xiao, and from Huang Feihu's cold gaze towards Fong Honggang at the end, he didn't seem to take Fong Honggang seriously. But what was the reason that forced Huang Feihu to come in with killing intent and then leave in defeat, even hitting his own son? A bold thought appeared in her mind. Could it be that Huang Feihu knew Yi Xiao and was actually afraid of him? Lu Yi thought this way for a reason. From Yi Xiao's displayed strength, he was not someone a small prison guard could possess. Previously, she had preconceived that Yi Xiao was just a toad, but today's incident had a huge impact on her, making her break out of that fixed perception. It seems I need to get to know this Yi Xiao better. Chapter 31, we all call him the prison master. All right, Miao, there's no need to ruin our good mood over a white-eyed wolf. Song's father, Song Guanqing, stepped in to mediate. After saying that, he looked at Fong Honggang with a kind expression. By the way, Honggang, next week is the wedding anniversary of me and Aunt Huang. You should come and join us. After this incident, Song Guanqing also accepted Fong Honggang. At least this person was much stronger than Yi Xiao. He felt he could create some opportunities for Fong Honggang and his daughter. Fong Honggang's eyes lit up, and he smiled broadly. Okay, uncle and aunt, I will definitely attend. How about we arrange your wedding anniversary banquet at our Manhwa building? I will personally take care of it and guarantee you will be satisfied. Haha, that works. You and Qingxue can discuss it more later. The banquets in previous years were all arranged by Qingxue. Song Guanqing laughed. Upon hearing this, Song Qingxue's brows furrowed even tighter. In the past, she would have found an excuse to decline, but today was different. Fong Honggang had just helped the Song family. If she turned her back on him now, it would be too unreasonable. Meanwhile, outside the Song group, Huang Feihu dismissed those around him and took Huang Tianba to a secluded corner. He felt it was necessary to explain some things to his son. If this fool provoked Yi Xiao again, his well-maintained head after decades might just be in danger. However, Before Huang Feihu could speak, Huang Tianba impatiently asked, Dad, I don't understand what you were afraid of just now. Isn't Fang Honggang just a restaurant manager? Why are you afraid of him? And I was beaten so badly. Shouldn't I go find that kid named Yi for revenge? Huang Tianba was so angry that his face couldn't help but twitch. He stared at Huang Feihu, wanting an explanation. Huang Feihu silently lit a cigarette, forcing himself to calm down. If it weren't for seeing this fool in such a miserable state, he would have slapped him already. Tianba, do you think I'm afraid of Fang Honggang? Huang Tianba was confused by the question. Didn't you just say that we should give Fang Honggang some face? Huang Feihu exhaled a puff of smoke and coldly scoffed. What is Fang Honggang? It's easier for me to crush him than to crush an ant. The one I fear is someone else. Huang Tianba felt his brain was about to short-circuit. He quickly replayed the scene in his mind, thinking about who this person could possibly be. The Song family? Impossible. If my father was afraid of the Song family, he wouldn't have come here personally with his men. Could it be the power behind Fang Honggang? No, my father said he could easily crush Fang Honggang, so he certainly wouldn't fear the forces behind him. Suddenly, a name appeared in his mind, Yi Xiao. After ruling out all the possibilities, whatever remained, no matter how unbelievable, was the truth. Thinking of this, Huang Tianba couldn't help but swallow and said, Dad, that person, could it be Yi Xiao? Huang Feihu suddenly nodded, took a deep drag of his cigarette, and then said, That person's strength is so terrifying, I can hardly describe it with words. In short, remember one thing. He is someone we cannot afford to offend. If he wants to kill me, it would be effortless. Huang Tianba was stunned. This was the first time he had heard such hopeless words from his father. Suddenly, he thought of something. Dad, could he be someone from that prison? Huang Tianba had heard his father mention the matters inside that prison before. According to his father, that prison held the most dangerous criminals from all over the world. People like his father were at the very bottom of the food chain in there. It was probably only people from that prison who could make his father so afraid. Although Huang Feihu did not directly answer, Huang Tianba knew his guess was correct. Then, he suddenly remembered that he had once researched about Yi Xiao. The file said Yi Xiao was a prison guard. Could he be a guard of that prison? Dad, what position does Yi Xiao hold in that prison? Huang Feihu took another drag of his cigarette. Let me put it this way. That prison only has him as the guard, yet all the inmates behave themselves. No one dares to misbehave. We all call him a warden. At this point, Huang Feihu seemed to remember the days he spent in the world's #1 prison. Those days were humiliating, but it was in that environment that he had honed his martial arts, and he deeply admired the person who had once protected him. Huang Tianba sucked in a cold breath, feeling as though even his breathing was trembling. This is too incredible. One person guarding an entire prison, especially a prison full of ruthless criminals. Tianba, what I've told you today, you better keep it to yourself. The warden doesn't seem to want his identity exposed. Huang Feihu cautioned. Yes, I will never speak a word of it. Huang Tianba was already so terrified that his soul seemed detached. He was shocked by Yi Xiao's identity and terrified that he had offended such a powerful figure. Luckily, his father had connections with Yi Xiao. If not, his life would likely have been in danger. 10 minutes later, at the back door of the Song group, Huang Feihu waited here alone, as instructed by Yi Xiao. When Yi Xiao appeared, Huang Feihu swiftly rushed forward, ready to kneel before him. He had stayed by Yi Xiao's side for a year and knew his character very well. In any situation, kneeling first was always the safest choice. Don't kneel. Yi Xiao's voice was calm. Yes, yes, yes. Huang Feihu nodded quickly, trembling. Then, lowering his head, he anxiously said, Warden, it's all my fault for not properly disciplining my son. I deserve to die. Please, Warden, show mercy. If you don't hold this against us, I'm willing to offer my life to atone for our sins. Although Yi Xiao had let him and his son go earlier, their actions had certainly left a bad impression in Yi Xiao's mind. If it wasn't resolved, he wouldn't be able to sleep peacefully. Yi Xiao smiled faintly, speaking casually. It's fine. Those who didn't know are not guilty. Let this matter pass. However, the way you and your son do things needs to change. If I see you both causing trouble again. Plain text. I don't mind taking you and your son to get reformed together. Huang Feihu felt a chill run down his spine, as if he had suddenly fallen into an ice cave. He naturally knew what Yi Xiao meant. He never wanted to go to that place again. The warden is right. I will definitely discipline my son well when I go back. I need your help with something now. Yi Xiao changed the subject. He was somewhat satisfied with Huang Feihu's awareness of the situation. A little scare was enough. Warden, just give the order. No matter if I can do it or not, I will go all out to do it. Huang Feihu hurriedly pledged his loyalty. Yi Xiao couldn't help but feel a bit amused. All right, don't act like you're going to climb a mountain of knives or walk through a sea of fire. This task isn't difficult. Do you still remember Ghost Eye? I want to see him now. Ghost Eye? Huang Feihu naturally remembered him. He was one of his prison mates. Since they were both from Lingzhou, they had a good relationship in prison. However, at this moment, Huang Feihu frowned. Warden, you might not be able to see him anymore, because Ghost Eye died a month ago. Die? Yi Xiao's expression tightened. Ghost Eye had been released from prison 6 months ago, and Yi Xiao had seen Ghost Eye's condition then. It shouldn't be possible for him to die so quickly. Is his information network still intact? Yi Xiao continued to ask. The reason he sought Ghost Eye was because of Ghost Eye's abilities. He had a network in Jiangnan province that was comparable to the intelligence department of the Dragon Kingdom. It was precisely because of this that Ghost Eye had touched some people's interests and was imprisoned in the #1 prison in the world. Yi Xiao wanted to use Ghost Eye's information network to help him, to check on his parents' whereabouts, and also to quickly find other marriage candidates. I'm not too sure about that. After Ghost Eye died, his daughter took over. Since I only interacted with Ghost Eye privately, I don't know much about his daughter. Huang Feihu answered honestly. Yi Xiao pondered for a moment. Take me to meet Ghost Eye's daughter. No matter what, Yi Xiao would not easily give up on the information network in Ghost Eye's hands. So Huang Feihu called a little brother to bring over a car. To win Yi Xiao's favor, he planned to personally take Yi Xiao there. This scene left that little brother dumbfounded. The Tiger Lord is actually acting as a driver for someone? This completely overturned his worldview. How impressive must this person be? Half an hour later, Huang Feihu brought Yi Xiao to an antique market in Lingzhou. Although Ghost Eye operated an information network, providing various information to those in need for profit, this was his secret identity. His public identity was that of the owner of an antique shop. Moreover, he was quite famous in the antique industry of Lingzhou. The title Ghost Eye came from this. As an ancient city with thousands of years of history, Lingzhou's antique industry was naturally booming, especially as the people of Lingzhou became wealthier over the years. Their love for art collectibles grew stronger. Upon arriving at Antique Street, even on the outskirts of the market, one could see many small vendors selling various porcelain and paintings. Of course, the waters here were very deep. Finding a genuine item among these vendors was a stroke of luck. Those who knew the trade would go to the antique shops inside the market to select. Huang Feihu seemed very familiar with Antique Street, leading Yi Xiao through the winding paths until they finally arrived at Ghost Eye's antique shop, Tonggu Zhai. As soon as they reached the door, they were stunned by the scene before them, as Tonggu Zhai was surrounded by people inside and out. Seemingly something big had happened. With Huang Feihu, this fierce man, leading the way, they quickly entered the innermost part of the crowd. Plain text. This finally made the situation clear. In the nearly 100 square meter store of Tonggu Zhai, there were more than 10 thugs blocking a few shop assistants, and behind those assistants stood a very eye-catching woman. This woman wore a white small suit on her upper body and a black short skirt that barely reached her knees. Her shiny black hair was elegantly styled up, and on her exquisite oval face, her red lips and cold eyes exuded an air of an unparalleled queen. Needless to say, this was Su Jianxin, the daughter of the Ghost Eye. Yi Xiao saw Su Jianxin remain calm in such a noisy situation, and he couldn't help but admire her. At this moment, Huang Feihu's voice came to Yi Xiao's ear. Lord of the prison, the one inside is Su Jianxin. Do you want me to step in and drive these rascals away? Huang Feihu continued, his eyes revealing a hint of ruthlessness. He had some connections with Ghost Eye, and seeing the daughter of an old friend being bullied, he naturally wanted to help. Yi Xiao's eyes turned, and he said, let's observe first. He had never dealt with the daughter of Ghost Eye before. If he wanted her to help him, it would be more effective to show kindness first. But using brute force to suppress was never Yi Xiao's style. At this time, among the troublemakers, a young man with a sharp face, looking as if an alien had taken over a human body, shouted, everyone, I am Ho Yufeng, the former appraiser of Tonggu Zhai. Because I cannot bear to see everyone continue to be deceived by the deceitful actions of Tonggu Zhai, I stand up today to expose their ugly face. As soon as Ho Yufeng finished speaking, many people in the crowd began to discuss, isn't Tonggu Zhai the shop of Master Ghost Eye? I often bought antiques here and never got a fake. How could there be such a thing as deceiving customers? Not necessarily. You see, Master Ho is the appraiser of Tonggu Zhai and also a disciple of Master Ghost Eye. You shouldn't be deliberately ruining the reputation of Tonggu Zhai. At this moment, an old man with a goatee among the shop assistants angrily reprimanded. Ho Yufeng, has your conscience been eaten by a dog? If it weren't for the old shopkeeper taking you in, you would have starved to death on the street. Now that the old shopkeeper has only been gone for a month, you bring people to cause trouble. Are you not afraid of divine retribution? Facing the old man's scolding, Ho Yufeng remained unperturbed, a sneer of disdain curling at the corner of his mouth. I admit the old shopkeeper treated me well, but I am a person with a conscience. I, Hou Yufeng cannot bear to see Tonggu Zhai destroyed by this woman. As Hou Yufeng spoke, he glanced at Su Jianxin. His actions were not as noble as he claimed. It was merely for his own interests. He had thought that after Ghost Eye's death, the antique shop would be handed over to him. But unexpectedly, the will left the shop to a woman. If Su Jianxin were his woman, it would be fine, but this woman looked down on him in every way. Therefore, with the mindset of if I can't have it, I will destroy it, Hou Yufeng planned to bring down Tonggu Zhai. At this moment, the old man with the goatee directly bypassed Hou Yufeng and said to the crowd, "Everyone, Tonggu Zhai established a rule during the time of the old shopkeeper, never producing or selling fakes, and treating customers fairly. I believe everyone has witnessed this. Please do not believe the one-sided words of this treacherous villain. He is purely fabricating facts to tarnish the reputation of Tonggu Zhai." Hearing the old man's words, many onlookers immediately echoed, "That's right, I have been buying and selling antiques at Tonggu Zhai for over 10 years. I have never been fooled. I trust Tonggu Zhai. This kid's behavior is so despicable. I think he just wants to attract attention by slandering Tonggu Zhai to gain some eyeballs. People like him should no longer be allowed to stay in Antique Street. Everyone, don't do business with him in the future. That's right, people like him should be sent to prison." Yi Xiao noticed that at this moment, Hou Yufeng was completely unbothered, thinking to himself that he must have something else up his sleeve. Sure enough, the next moment, Hou Yufeng smiled faintly and shouted loudly, "Everyone, quiet down. The reason I dare to say this is because I have my reasons. What is true can't be faked, and what is fake can't become true." After saying this, Hou Yufeng gave a look to a scar-faced man beside him, and immediately, the scar-faced man walked out of the crowd holding a ceramic jar. "Everyone, look carefully. This ceramic jar I have here was bought from Tonggu Zhai for 200,000. When I bought it, they repeatedly assured me that it was genuine. But when I got home and had someone check, I found out it was a fake." People in the antique market knew this scar-faced man. He was a bully on Antique Street, always scamming tourists from out of town. We claimed to have been swindled. No one believed it. People thought it was good enough that he didn't scam others, but to be scammed himself? The old man with the goat beard was immediately furious and scolded. "Nonsense. Scarface, I've always been in the shop. Every transaction in the store has to go through my hands. When did we ever sell you any ceramics? And besides, this thing is clearly a fake. I don't believe that after all these years in the antique market, you wouldn't be able to tell the difference." The scar-faced man, however, didn't get angry. Instead, he smiled. "Old man, take a look at this." With that, he took out a receipt. The moment the old man with the goat beard saw the receipt, he was instantly dumbfounded. Even Su Jianxin, who had been sitting steadily inside the shop, frowned with a serious expression. This was actually a trading receipt from Tonggu Zhai with a bright red seal of Tonggu Zhai on it. Su Jianxin's eyes turned cold as she glanced at Hou Yufeng. She knew this must have been his doing. Hou Yufeng had previously been an appraiser at Tonggu Zhai. It wouldn't have been hard for him to secretly keep a few receipts. But now, they couldn't explain themselves. The other party had the receipt as evidence. Even if they went to court, their side would be at a disadvantage. The scar-faced man sneered in disdain. "So, old man, now you have nothing to say, right?" The old man with the goat beard was trembling with anger. He pointed at Hou Yufeng and cursed. "Despicable! How could you play such underhanded tricks?" Hou Yufeng snorted coldly from his nose. "Old man, let me tell you, don't speak recklessly without evidence. If you falsely accuse me, I could sue you for defamation." At this point, Hou Yufeng looked at Su Jianxin with a smile that was more like a sneer. "Jianxin, although there's a rule in the antique world about buyers must accept the deal as is, you are openly selling fake goods. This is really ruining your father's reputation. And I remember your master once set a rule. If anyone buys a fake item from Tonggu Zhai, they should get double compensation. Now, are you going to compensate this person?" Hou Yufeng's voice was as sharp and twisted as if he had practiced the evil sunflower manual. At this moment, he was very smug. In his view, this move had already trapped Su Jianxin in a corner. If Su Jianxin didn't acknowledge this rule, the reputation of Tonggu Zhai would be ruined. But if she followed the rule, Hou Yufeng had plenty of receipts in hand and could easily bankrupt Tonggu Zhai by forcing them to pay double compensation. "Scum, this is what happens when you don't bow to me." Although many sharp-eyed people at the scene could tell that this was likely the work of a traitor from inside Tonggu Zhai, the troublemaker was the bully, Scarface. They could only shake their heads and sigh. Sighing, Tonggu Zhai felt unlucky to have to swallow this silent loss. At this moment, Su Jianxin's delicate brows were almost twisted together, her white teeth biting down hard on her pink lips, rapidly thinking of countermeasure. "Lord of the prison, let me take action. This kid is too damn despicable. Compared to him, I am a moral model," Huang Feihu said angrily. Yet Yi Xiao shook his head. if Huang Feihu directly drove these people away. Although there were some who understood the situation, most would still think that Tonggu Zhai was bullying others. The customers who bought counterfeit goods would be kicked out by the store's hired thugs. In that case, Tonggu Zhai's reputation would be completely ruined, and with malicious rumors spreading, no one would dare to come and buy things in the future. He carefully examined the ceramic jar in the scar-faced man's hand, and suddenly his eyes lit up, the corners of his mouth slightly curling up as he softly said, "I have a way." After saying that, Yi Shao stepped out of the crowd and said to the scar-faced man, "Brother Scarface, I am very interested in your ceramic jar. May I take a look?" The scar-faced man glanced at Yi Shao sideways and scolded, "Who the hell are you? Can't you see I'm doing serious business? Get lost." In the scar-faced man's view, Yi Shao was likely here to back Su Jinshin up. If his ceramic jar was taken away or smashed by him, he would have no proof. At this moment, Su Jinshin also slightly turned her gaze towards Yi Shao, wondering who this guy was. "Do I know him?" In response to the scar-faced man's harsh words, Yi Shao merely smiled lightly. "It's fine if you don't want to show it. I genuinely like your ceramic jar, and I am willing to pay 500,000 to buy it." As soon as Yi Xiao's words came out, everyone was stunned. Is this kid out of his mind? This ceramic jar isn't worth $50 on the street, and he wants to spend 500,000 to buy it. Huang Feihu was also very confused, not understanding what trick Yi Xiao was playing. However, since Yi Xiao had done this, he believed there must be a reason behind it. Back in prison, Ghost Eye told him that Yi Xiao had a high talent for antique appraisal, and he learned all of Ghost Eye's skills in just 3 months. At this moment, Su Jinshin looked at Yi Xiao with even more confusion. Is this person here to help me? But spending 500,000 to buy a broken jar is too foolish. Moreover, this can only be a temporary solution. She believed that there were still many manipulated receipts in the hands of Ho Yufeng and his gang. Can this guy really buy it? The scar-faced man then seriously sized up Yi Xiao. "Kid, are you serious about this?" 500,000 naturally tempted him greatly. Even if he could get compensation from Su Jinshin, it would only be 400,000, and it wasn't guaranteed. Now, if he accepted Yi Xiao's 500,000, it would be a sure profit. "Of course, if you don't believe it, we can exchange money for goods right here," Yi Xiao said lightly. "Sir, you better think it over. I have over 30 years of experience in treasure appraisal, and this ceramic jar is just a worthless counterfeit. You don't need to spend this money," the old man with the goat beard said earnestly. Although Yi Xiao was helping them solve the trouble at Tonggu Zhai, he was always upright, and if he didn't say it, he would feel uneasy. "Old man, did I ask you to butt in? Get out of the way, and I'll deal with you after I complete this deal," the scar-faced man said fiercely to the old man with the goat beard. After that, the scar-faced man turned to Ho Yufeng, seeking his partner's opinion. After a moment of thought, Ho Yufeng nodded. He had also seen the ceramic jar. It was just a piece of junk. If they could sell it for 500,000, it would be a huge profit. Even if Yi Xiao bought this ceramic jar, it wouldn't change anything at all. Just as Su Jinshin had guessed, the ticket he had stolen was not the only one. There were more than 10 items behind it. He didn't believe this stubborn fool could buy them all. After getting a reply from Ho Yufeng, the scarred-faced man smiled mockingly at Yi Xiao and said, "Kid, I actually wanted this ceramic jar too, but since you're willing to pay such a high price for it, I'll reluctantly let it go to you. But I'll say this first. If I don't see the money, I won't hand it over." Yi Xiao smiled and snapped his fingers. "Old Huang, come out and pay the bill." Huang Feihu, hearing this, stood up without hesitation. In his eyes, being able to pay for Yi Xiao was an honor. It meant the warden didn't treat him as an outsider. Seeing Yi Xiao had a servant, the scarred-faced man was a bit surprised. Could this kid be some rich second generation? When he saw Huang Feihu, he felt like he had seen him somewhere before. But at this moment, he didn't have time to think about it. The most important thing was to get this fool's money first. The scarred-faced man pulled out a bank card. "Hurry up, transfer the money into this card." Yi Xiao smiled. "I say, Brother Scar, you have to give me a written receipt, right? We'll settle this with both money and goods. No one loses." The scarred-faced man snorted, feeling that Yi Xiao was making things complicated. It was just a piece of junk ceramic jar. Why make it seem so valuable? But he didn't object, calling over a lackey to bring paper and a pen, and they wrote out a receipt on the spot. "Kid, is this enough now?" The scarred-faced man impatiently handed the receipt to Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao nodded in satisfaction. "Old Huang, transfer the money." The transfer process was very fast. When the scarred-faced man really saw 500,000 entering his account, his face almost split from smiling. He had always actively searched for targets to scam on the antique street, but today was a fresh experience. This fool actually came to him. The scarred-faced man sneered and threw the ceramic jar to Yi Xiao. "Kid, this is a jar used by Emperor Zhu Yuanzhang of the Ming Dynasty. Take it back and treat it like a treasure for your collection." "Ha ha ha. Chapter 34. Do you think it's worth 8 million? Yi Xiao extended his hand and steadied the ceramic jar. At that moment, the bottom of the jar was facing up, and clearly printed on it were 6 words, made by Zhu Yuanzhang of the Ming dynasty. When the crowd saw these 6 words, they burst into laughter. Ha ha, what an impressive ceramic jar. Made by Zhu Yuanzhang? What an idiot. He can't even tell junk from treasure. Exactly, this thing looks like a street market item. I'd say it's worth 50 bucks. Maybe even that's overestimating it. I wouldn't even take it if you sold it to me for 5. This kid is really dumb and rich. He even had someone write a receipt. This is so funny, I can't stop laughing. I think I'll be laughing at this story for a year. This kid must be the biggest fool to ever get scammed on our antique street. The old man with the goat beard also shook his head, feeling it wasn't worth it for Yi Xiao to spend 500,000 on such junk. Su Jianxin slightly squinted her beautiful eyes, because she noticed that Yi Xiao's expression didn't change at all. He wasn't affected by the crowd's mockery in the slightest. This didn't look like someone who had been scammed. Could it be that this guy just had too much money to spend, or was there something else going on? Ho Yufeng curled his lip, feeling disdain. He thought this kid might have some tricks up his sleeve, but he really spent 500,000 on a broken ceramic jar? With such intelligence, he had the nerve to try and help Su Jianxin out of trouble. He felt no pressure to crush Yi Xiao. The scarred-faced man lit a cigarette, glanced sideways, and arrogantly sneered at Yi Xiao. Kid, do you still want to buy? I have a ton of these at home. If you can pay, I can bring you a whole truckload. Ha ha ha. Anyway, now that the money is in hand, the scar-faced man felt there was no need to pretend anymore. Yi Xiao chuckled and retorted, Do you think this thing isn't worth anything? Ha ha. The scar-faced man laughed even more recklessly. You fool, you don't really think this is a pottery jar used by Zhu Yuanzhang, do you? Yi Xiao curled his lips, a hint of a mocking smile at the corner of his mouth. I don't know if it was used by Zhu Yuanzhang, but I know this thing is valuable. I can at least make 10 times the profit. After he said this, the laughter in the crowd grew even more intense. What do you think this kid used as a pillow last night? How could he have such a beautiful daydream? 10 times? I bet he can't even get back 10 bucks. Could it be that he was so stimulated that he went crazy? What normal person would say such insulting things? Even Huang Feihu had a slight doubt about Yi Xiao. This thing looked like just a broken pottery jar. Moreover, it had been examined by the disciples of Ghost, Eye, and the staff of Tonggu Zhai. At this moment, the scar-faced man became interested, even temporarily forgetting to continue picking on Tonggu Zhai. I say, kid, if you can sell this broken thing for 5 million, I'll call you dad on the spot. The scar-faced man's tone remained unchanged, filled with sarcasm. Yi Xiao grinned and said lightly, All right, since you want to be a son so much, I'll give you a chance to acknowledge your father. Give me 1 minute. During this minute, you can brew your feelings well. After speaking, Yi Xiao placed the pottery jar flat on the ground, then squatted down and forcefully twisted the handle of the jar. Crack. The handle was broken off from the jar's body by Yi Xiao. This scene left the onlookers dumbfounded. Everyone was confused, as this pottery jar wasn't worth much even in good condition, and now that the handle was broken, it was truly worthless. But Yi Xiao's actions didn't stop. He extended his finger and carefully traced over the curved handle. To everyone's astonishment, a shallow seam appeared on the handle as Yi Xiao's fingertip passed over it. It looked as if it had been cut by a precision cutting machine. Seeing this, Huang Feihu couldn't help but feel his scalp tingle. After 2 years, had the prison master's skills become this strong? At this moment, Ho Yufeng and Su Jianxin both felt a twitch in their eyelids. They thought of a possibility. Could it be that there was something hidden inside the handle? In ancient times, some wealthy families would hide treasures in inconspicuous vessels to conceal their wealth. But upon further thought, they felt it was unlikely. They were the direct disciples of Ghost Eye. If they hadn't discovered it, how could this kid have seen through it? However, the next second, they were slapped in the face. As the handle was cut open, Yi Xiao gently pushed, and the outer layer of ceramic surprisingly fell off, revealing a C-shaped white jade dragon in Yi Xiao's hand. This white jade dragon was as smooth as sheep fat, almost as white as a baby. Even those who knew nothing about antiques could tell this thing was definitely valuable. My God, what am I seeing? This broken pottery jar actually hid a jade dragon. The smile on Ho Yufeng's face instantly froze like it was coated with mortar and cement. The cigarette that the scar-faced man had in his mouth fell to the ground with a thud. He stared wide-eyed, unable to believe the scene was real. Damn it, he had actually missed such a treasure. Su Jianxin's previously scattered gaze suddenly focused, her eyes shining like the bright moon. She had a newfound appreciation for Yi Xiao, not expecting this kid to be pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. This young brother, could you show me this jade dragon? At that moment, an elderly man in a red tang suit stepped forward from the crowd. Seeing him, everyone immediately made way, because this man was well known on the antique street, called Su Banyan, and it was said that he could tell whether any antique was real or fake with just a glance. Yi Xiao looked Su Banyan up and down before handing him the Jade Dragon. Indeed, Su Banyan's reputation was well-earned. He simply touched the Jade Dragon with his hand and excitedly said, "Young brother, would you consider selling me this Jade Dragon? I am willing to pay 8 million. This." As soon as these words were spoken, the onlookers all gasped in shock. 8 million. That's more than 10 times the 500,000 Yi Xiao just spent. Someone puzzled asked, "Old Su, this Jade Dragon may look like ancient jade, but so small. Isn't 8 million too high an estimate?" This was a doubt shared by many. They didn't question the authenticity of the jade, nor did they suspect that Su Banyan was a pawn sent by Yi Xiao, because they had all seen Yi Xiao take it from the ceramic jar himself. Su Banyan chuckled, stroked his beard, and said, "The jade scriptures say that in the southern regions there is jade spirit, which grows attached to wood, looking like fingers or branches. It can cure many diseases, extend life, and enhance longevity. In our jade circle, this jade spirit is also called jade agate. The jade dragon I hold is carved from jade agate. So what do you think? Is it worth 8 million? Oh my god, this is made of jade agate. No wonder old Su is willing to pay 8 million. At this moment, those who had just mocked Yi Xiao for being a fool now felt a burning shame on their faces. He bought the jade for 500,000 and could immediately sell it for 8 million. If that was being a fool, then they must be even bigger fools. Huang Feihu couldn't help but be deeply impressed. The prison master was truly the genius of treasure identification. As the ghost, I had called him. The most displeased were Ho Yufeng and Scarface. After all, this jade agate had slipped right through their hands. After years of hunting eagles, today, the eagle had pecked them instead. The sound of their face being slapped could probably be heard from several streets away. I can't sell it. This jade agate is mine. Scarface jumped out in anger. I say, son, when did I die and you took my place? Yi Xiao looked at Scarface with a teasing gaze, his eyes full of affection for the mentally challenged. Upon hearing this, Scarface's face turned red with fury. He had just said that if Yi Xiao could sell it for 5 million, he'd call him dad, but at that time, it was just something he said offhand. He never imagined Yi Xiao would actually do it. Kid, don't get too cocky. Today, whether you give me the jade agate or not, you will give it, Scarface said with a sinister look. But Yi Xiao was completely unconcerned. He raised the receipt in his hand. What's wrong, son? Do you want to back out? We just signed an agreement. Cash and goods exchanged. This jade agate has nothing to do with you anymore. Heh. Scarface sneered dismissively. Agreement? That's nothing. In the antique street, just ask around who is the father. This is my turf, Scarface decides here. Got it. Brothers, tie this kid up. If he doesn't hand over the jade agate, break one of his hands. Scarface finally revealed his wolf-like face. He had always taken advantage of others, but today, it was the first time he was being at a disadvantage in front of Yi Xiao. But so what? This was his turf. Upon hearing this, about 10 or so unruly hooligans immediately surrounded Yi Xiao. Ho Yufeng snorted coldly, his eyes flashing with mockery. He thought this kid was impressive, but turns out he's a fool. He didn't leave quietly with his treasure, but dared to act arrogant in front of Scarface. Truly reckless. Su Jinxin also frowned. Yi Xiao's sharp eyes really surprised her. Plain text, but it seemed a bit too ostentatious. In this antique street, the scar-faced man was not to be trifled with. At this moment, she was also hesitating whether to take action. Just when the scar-faced man was feeling smug, thinking he had the situation under control, suddenly, a shadow flashed past him. In the next second, the scar-faced man trembled, his face filled with shock. He could no longer smile, because there was an extra hand on his throat. The one who acted was Huang Feihu, who had endured this scoundrel for so long. Now it was finally time for him to show his skills. The scar-faced man panicked instantly, stammering, "What are you doing? Do you know who I am? If you dare to touch a hair on me, I will make sure you can't leave the antique street today." A group of thugs also turned to Huang Feihu, shouting, "Old man, do you want to live? Hurry up and let go of Scarface." Ha ha ha. Huang Feihu laughed, a very strange laugh, filled with disdain. "Who you are doesn't matter to me, but do you know who I am?" Hearing this voice, the scar-faced man's eyelids jumped. He finally remembered why he found this person familiar. He had once seen him with a small leader of the Feihu society. Thinking of this person's identity, the scar-faced man instantly stiffened, his pupils shrinking to the size of pinholes, and he trembled as he said, You are Lord Tiger." Huang Feihu sneered, asterisk, 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 at least you have some insight. I am Huang Feihu. After saying that, he threw the scar-faced man to the ground, not believing that this group of small-time thugs still had the guts to be arrogant. Tiger, Lord Tiger. Hearing this name, the thugs who had just been arrogant were now so scared they could hardly breathe. This was the fiercest boss in Lingzhou. Compared to Huang Feihu, they were nothing. The scar-faced man, thrown to the ground, forced himself to suppress his fear, trembling as he knelt before Huang Feihu, slapping his own face while pleading, "Lord Tiger, I was blind and didn't recognize the great mountain. Please spare me this time for the sake of the drink I offered you." Thugs like the scar-faced man were always bullies to the weak and afraid of the strong. When dealing with ordinary people, they acted like they were the kings of the world, but when they saw the #1 boss in Lingzhou, they immediately turned into scared dogs. Seeing this, a group of thugs followed suit, kneeling in front of Huang Feihu and slapping their own faces. If their boss was kneeling, what else could they do? Huang Feihu? At this moment, Su Jianxin's pretty face also changed slightly, but in an instant, her gaze fell on Yi Xiao. What kind of identity did this person have to make such a big boss like Huang Feihu act as his thug? At this time, Huang Feihu's gaze turned cold, and he spoke indifferently. "Tell me, who sent you here today?" Hearing this, the scar-faced man hesitated for a moment and said, "Lord Tiger, it was my moment of madness. I wanted to extort a sum from Tonggu Zhai." However, before the scar-faced man could finish his words, he was kicked away by Huang Feihu. He stared at the scar-faced man. "Are you insulting my intelligence? I give you a chance to reorganize your words. Otherwise, you can wait to be chopped up and fed to the dogs." As he spoke, Huang Feihu's overwhelming aura instantly pressed down on the scar-faced man, causing his face to turn pale, and an unprecedented fear surged in his heart. He knew that if he didn't tell the truth, his life would really be in danger. So he hurriedly pointed at Hou Yufeng and said, "Lord Tiger, it was he who sent me here. This pottery jar was not bought by me at Tonggu Zhai, and the receipt was also stolen by him from Tonggu Zhai and filled out himself. Lord Tiger, I am telling the truth. Please spare me. I will never dare again," the scar-faced man said, repeatedly bowing to Huang Feihu. Hearing this, Hou Yufeng knew that things were bad and turned to run, but as soon as he took a step, he felt his left leg go weak and fell to the ground. Yi Xiao smiled slightly. It turned out that the shard of porcelain he had flicked had injured Hou Yufeng. Upon learning the truth, everyone rushed forward in righteous anger to stomp on Hou Yufeng. "Kill him. This kid is truly despicable and shameless. I almost got tricked by him. I said Tonggu Zhai has always been genuine. How could there be fakes? It turns out this traitor is deliberately slandering us. So heartless. Such a person deserves to die." Of course, they did not spare the scar-faced man either. They had long hated this bully to the bone. With the big boss Huang Feihu present today, everyone vented all the grievances they had suffered at the hands of the scar-faced man. It wasn't until the people from Tonggu Zhai called the police that the matter was settled, taking Hou Yufeng and the scar-faced man away. The old man with the goat beard excitedly stepped forward and deeply bowed to Yi Xiao. "Sir, thank you for your help today. Otherwise, Tonggu Zhai would be in trouble. You're too polite, old sir." Yi Xiao helped the old man up, feeling quite fond of this honest elder. At this moment, Su Jianxin stood up and walked towards the shop, seemingly not intending to thank Yi Xiao and Huang Feihu. Seeing this, Yi Xiao narrowed his eyes slightly. This girl is quite aloof. "Su niece, wait." Huang Feihu hurriedly called out to Su Jianxin. "Mr. Yi and I are old friends of the Ghost Eye Master. Let us go pay our respects." Huang Feihu knew that Su Jianxin must have sent something, but since they were already here, they couldn't let the prison master come for nothing. Upon hearing this, Su Jianxin finally stopped, her voice cold. "Come in with me." Yi Xiao raised an eyebrow. How could he not see that this was Su Jianxin playing hard to get? Oh my, this girl is quite scheming. With a small maneuver, she changed the positions of several people. If Su Jianxin had come up to thank him from the start, Yi Xiao would have taken the initiative, and any conditions he proposed would have seemed natural. But after this little act, the initiative was now in Su Jianxin's hands. This is interesting. Chapter 36. Being rich is really awesome. Yi Xiao and Huang Feihu didn't waste words and directly followed Su Jianxin to a small room on the second floor of the shop. Inside the room was the memorial tablet of the Ghost Eye. Looking at the portrait of the Ghost Eye, both of them felt a bit emotional. After all, they had lived together for several years, and Yi Xiao had a mentor-friend relationship with the Ghost Eye. After offering incense, Huang Feihu excused himself to smoke outside, while Yi Xiao sat opposite Su Jianxin. Both were sizing each other up, but neither spoke first, as if they were playing a game to see who would blink first. Yi Xiao smiled bitterly in his heart. This girl has too strong a competitive spirit. She needs to be taught a lesson. Just wait, little girl. You will know how inappropriate it is to be strong in front of me in the future. Yi Xiao took out the white jade dragon from earlier and placed it on the table. This is our first meeting, and I didn't bring any gifts. Please accept this, Miss Su. Su Jianxin glanced at the white jade dragon on the table, her expression unchanged. Mr. Yi, is your generosity always this great? She knew the value of this white jade dragon. Earlier, Su Banyan had only given a minimum price, while the true value of this jade was at least 10 million. The ghost I helped me a lot in the past. A small gift is nothing. Yi Xiao was not lying. The ghost I had not only taught him the skill of appraising treasures in prison, but had also provided him with many reasonable suggestions, relieving him of a lot of worries. You are from that prison. Su Jianxin stared intently at Yi Xiao. She basically knew all of her father's friends. Plain text, only the father's years in prison were unclear to her, and he rarely mentioned it. Yi Xiao smiled. That's right, I'll tell you directly. I want to take control of the intelligence network before the ghost die. My father disbanded it before he died, Su Jianxin said coldly, with a hint of sadness in her eyes. Hearing this, Yi Xiao was slightly surprised, as this news was unknown even to Huang Feihu, but he quickly said, I will fund it. You help me rebuild it. Upon hearing this, Su Jianxin looked at Yi Xiao with an increasingly serious gaze, her tone becoming colder and more intimidating, carrying a sense of indifference. Why do you think I would agree to you? Yi Xiao stood up, two cold lights shot at Su Jianxin, like two eye swords flashing. Because I see ambition in your eyes, you are not satisfied with the status quo. You long to surpass your father, the ghost eye, or rather, you want to avenge your father. Under Yi Xiao's gaze, Su Jianxin's eyes showed a hint of evasion for the first time, and her breathing became a bit hurried. She had a strange illusion, as if she were completely naked in front of this man. In fact, from the first moment Yi Xiao saw this woman, he knew she was not willing to be mediocre. He had seen many like her. Those fierce people in prison had such eyes, and the big shots he had encountered before also had them. Moreover, Su Jianxin's previous little schemes against him and Huang Feihu also indicated that she desired to connect with the two. Otherwise, she wouldn't have gone to such lengths to gain the upper hand. I can give you time to think, but you'd better not keep me waiting too long, because I have other options, Yi Xiao said, walking straight out, knowing how to deal with such people. I can agree to you, but you must give me a lot of support. I'm not just talking about money. Su Jianxin made her decision in a very short time. Yi Xiao was not mistaken. She indeed wanted to avenge her father, and her intuition told her that this man in front of her could help her. A few minutes later, Yi Xiao walked out of the small room, and Huang Feihu, who was smoking outside, did not ask much, just followed Yi Xiao out of the antique shop like a loyal follower. Not long after the two left Tonggu Zhai, Yi Xiao's phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number. Hello, Mr. Yi. I am Shen Luoyan. Thank you for saving me last time. Let me thank you in person. On the other end of the phone, Shen Luoyan succinctly stated her purpose, which was also a promise she made after losing a bet with her father. Not interested. Yi Xiao coldly replied with 3 words and hung up the phone. He had saved Shen Luoyan initially because he was moved by Shen Qianyi's desperate pleas, and he did not want to have too much interaction with his father-daughter pair again. On the other end of the line, Shen Luoyan was stunned. She could hardly believe it was true that Yi Xiao actually dared to hang up on her call. It should be known that she could be considered one of the top socialites in Lingzhou, always pursued by various rich young men, and no man had ever dared to hang up on her call. Moreover, this man's identity was just a small prison guard. She fiercely threw her phone onto the car seat, but then picked it up again and opened the car door. Yi Xiao, there is nothing I, Shen Luoyan, want to do that cannot be accomplished. Just as Yi Xiao walked out of the antique street with Huang Feihu, his eyes suddenly moved, and he said softly, Old Huang, you should step aside. He did not expect that this woman, Shen Luoyan, had been waiting outside for a long time. Having money really is powerful. Huang Feihu quickly reacted, directly slipping into the crowd from Yi Xiao's right side to escape. However, Huang Feihu's figure was still caught by Shen Luoyan. Plain text. Although it was just a fleeting moment, how could someone as powerful as Huang Feihu not be recognized by Shen Luoyan? Shen Luoyan's heart skipped a beat. She had originally underestimated Yi Xiao, but now she felt a bit confused. No wonder Yi Xiao could solve this trouble. It turned out he already knew Huang Feihu, but she was from a prominent family, so she quickly regained her composure and walked over with a smile. Mr. Yi, you have quite the attitude. I just wanted to thank you in person, but you didn't give me the chance. Since Yi Xiao and Huang Feihu didn't want her to know they were acquainted, she wisely didn't bring it up. Yi Xiao then took a serious look at this capable daughter of a wealthy family. Shen Luoyan was wearing a chiffon coat today, with crystal sandals on her feet. Her fair, long legs looked particularly alluring as she swayed gracefully. No wonder she was rich. Her outfit was right at the top of the fashion trend. Yi Xiao chuckled. I'm just a small bodyguard. How can I accept Miss Shen's gratitude? Since we've met, would Mr. Yi be willing to sit with me for a while? Shen Luoyan still had a bright smile. Let's forget it. I'm not as free as Miss Shen. I still have to go back to work, Yi Xiao declined indifferently. Shen Luoyan's smile slowly froze. Even though her self-cultivation was good, being rejected by Yi Xiao twice made her feel a bit embarrassed. After a moment, she spoke again. Then let me take Mr. Yi back. Yi Xiao glanced at Shen Luoyan and nodded. If he didn't agree to this condition, he was worried Shen Luoyan would explode on the spot. It was best to keep a distance from this woman. There was no need to give her no face at all. Seeing Yi Xiao agree, Shen Luoyan finally breathed a sigh of relief. A few minutes later, the two got into Shen Luoyan's red Ferrari. Yi Xiao only mentioned an address and didn't speak again. After a few awkward words of thanks from Shen Luoyan, she also fell silent. Shen Luoyan, who was deeply resentful, seemed to take out her anger on the accelerator, making the Ferrari speed like a wild horse. Before long, Shen Luoyan had taken Yi Xiao to Song Qingshue's villa. Yi Xiao thanked her and simply got out of the car. However, just as he stepped out, he felt something coming at him. Yi Xiao instinctively caught it in his hand. It was a genuine leather square box. Yi Xiao turned to look at the attacker, Shen Luoyan, who pouted and said, "This is a gift for you." Her expression seemed quite displeased that she hadn't hit Yi Xiao. After saying that, she slammed the accelerator and roared away. Yi Xiao couldn't help but laugh. Indeed, the more beautiful the woman, the more trouble she brought. This time it was a box. Who knows what it would be next time? Chapter 37. I am my own biggest background. Back at Song Qingshue's villa, Yi Xiao had no psychological burden at all. However, Song Qingxue in the villa wanted to speak several times but swallowed her words. In her view, Yi Xiao's behavior today was simply too irrational, and he should apologize to her for his impulsive actions at the company. Yet, Yi Xiao had no self-awareness at all. He just cooked noodles and took a shower, as if nothing had happened, which made Song Qingxue very angry. So for the next 3 days, Song Qingxue didn't say a word to Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao thought this was quite nice. It was very quiet. If it lasted for 3 months, he wouldn't mind, while Song Qingshue's resentment swelled like a balloon day by day. One day, just before getting off work, Yi Xiao received a phone call from Lu Yi. Plain text. Yi Xiao, I want to talk to you about you and Qingxue. Lu Yi said directly. Hearing this, Yi Xiao hesitated a bit. This girl wouldn't be trying to trick me again, would she? On the other end of the phone, Lu Yi seemed to guess Yi Xiao's thoughts. This time it's just me, 6 o'clock in the afternoon, at the Island Cafe in Fumol. After saying this, Lu Yi hung up the phone. Yi Xiao put away his phone and twirled it on his fingertips, smacking his lips. Well, let's go meet her. It's time to give this girl a warning, so she won't come to trouble me again. At 6 o'clock in the afternoon, Yi Xiao arrived punctually at the Island Cafe that Lu Yi mentioned. This was a cafe that exuded Western elegance, both inside and out, with decor and pleasant music that were very representative. Yi Xiao quickly spotted Lu Yi sitting by the window. Today, Lu Yi wore a white t-shirt and slim-fit jeans, her long hair tied in a ponytail, looking very pure, just like a college girl who had just stepped out of campus. Indeed, a good figure is very important for women. No matter how they dress, they can always give a refreshing feeling. Yi Xiao couldn't help but sigh. After sitting down opposite Lu Yi, Yi Xiao casually ordered a 300 yuan coffee, then lightly tapped his fingers on the table, quietly watching Lu Yi. That was a face looking up at the ceiling at a 45-degree angle, full of arrogance and indifference. It was obvious this woman wanted to play the same game as Su Jianxin, waiting for him to speak first, then take the initiative. For Su Jianxin, Yi Xiao had something to ask, but for Lu Yi, it was different. He had plenty of time to waste with her. Finally, Lu Yi couldn't hold on any longer, and she pretended to be strong as she asked. Yi Xiao, who exactly are you? Yi Xiao said lightly. I'm a prison guard. Didn't you already know? Lu Yi bit her lip, patiently asking again. I mean, what background do you have? Qingxue and Aunt Huang think that the last incident with Huang Feihu was resolved by Fang Honggang, but I believe this matter has little to do with Fang Honggang and is more related to you. Background. Yi Xiao smiled lightly. I have no background. If I had to say, I am my own biggest background. Yi Xiao said without hesitation, looking directly at Lu Yi, speaking word by word. Lu Yi, who had been maintaining a strong demeanor, suddenly felt a bit breathless. Yi Xiao's confidence in his words almost gave her the feeling of facing a family power holder. Indeed, seeing Yi Xiao from a fresh perspective revealed the most real side of him. Lu Yi took a sip of coffee to shift her focus, then adjusted her state and asked again, You knew Huang Feihu long ago, right? And how did you escape from Manhwa Tower back then? These were questions Lu Yi had been pondering for days. Yi Xiao casually said, That's right, I know Huang Feihu. He was one of my subordinates before. This was not a lie. As the ruler of the world's #1 prison, Huang Feihu was naturally under his control. As for Manhwa Tower, that's my property. I can go whenever I want, and leave whenever I want. Lu Yi snorted coldly, disdainfully saying, "Can you stop bragging? Huang Feihu is your subordinate, and Manhan Tower is your property. If you're so amazing, why not say you're the son of the head of state?" Lu Yi scoffed at Yi Xiao's answer, feeling that he was unwilling to reveal the truth and was deliberately teasing her. Yi Xiao was quite speechless. Where's the trust between people? Hey, didn't you say you want to talk to me about Song Qing Shui? Why are you just asking me questions? Yi Xiao reminded Lu Yi. Hurry up and get to the point. But Lu Yi pouted and said, "You have no sincerity at all. Why should I talk to you?" After saying that, she directly stood up and said, "If you want to show your sincerity, come shopping with me. I plan to buy a gift for Qing Shui's parents." Buy a gift? Yi Xiao was stunned. "You don't know? Tomorrow is Qing Shui's parents' wedding anniversary." Lu Yi said unhappily. Yi Xiao smiled helplessly. He couldn't exactly say that he hadn't talked to Song Qing Shui for 3 days, right? But thinking that Song Qing Shui hadn't told him about this, he felt a sense of inexplicable loneliness in his heart. So, on a whim, he agreed, "All right, I'll go shopping with you." An hour later, Yi Xiao regretted saying that. He couldn't imagine that Lu Yi, who usually hated walking even a few hundred meters and would rather take a taxi, could shop like this. She had visited dozens of stores, walking through almost all the shopping areas of the mall's 3 floors without even breathing heavily. Even he, a martial artist, felt a little exhausted. Seeing Yi Xiao's impatient expression, Lu Yi felt very happy. Finally, she had a small revenge on this. She wore a smug smile and entered a jewelry store. As soon as they entered the store, a sales assistant approached them. "Hello, sir, madam. May I help you?" Just looking around, Lu Yi replied indifferently and then began to walk around the display cases by herself. She looked at the dazzling array of necklaces, rings, pendants, and diamonds in the display, her eyes almost gleaming. "How women?" Yi Xiao pouted and found a seat to sit down, waiting for Lu Yi. He was secretly swearing never to agree to accompany a woman shopping again. After a while, Lu Yi picked out a jade bracelet for Song's mother and was about to pay when suddenly a loud voice interrupted. "I'll pay for this lady's purchase." A man and a woman entered the jewelry store. The man had a pale face, his eyelids were very heavy, and he looked like someone who had been drained by wine and lust. Though he wore an Armani suit, he gave off the feeling of a monkey trying to wear a crown. The woman beside him was heavily made up, looking quite attractive. As soon as the man entered, he was attracted by Lu Yi, his greedy mouse-like eyes fixated on her curvy figure, his mouth almost watering. Lu Yi turned around to look at him, showing a trace of disgust at the corner of her mouth. "No need. I can afford this little amount of money," she said. Lu Yi came from a prestigious family in Tianhai. Although she had a conflict with her family, she still had some savings. But the man was not planning to give up. He arrogantly said, "Women are beautiful because of jewelry, and jewelry is more dazzling because of women. Miss, whatever you like in this store, just tell me, and I'll buy it for you." He liked wild women like this. They were much more flavorful. He also noticed that Lu Yi wasn't dressed extravagantly, just a regular urban white-collar worker. He believed that if he spent enough money, he could definitely get her into bed. Hearing this, the glamorous woman beside the Armani man immediately became a bit displeased. She obviously felt inferior to this little slut, but she didn't dare to lose her temper, so she could only glare at Lu Yi angrily. Lu Yi smiled gently. "All right, you said it. Don't regret it later." She felt disgusted seeing the man's lecherous expression. A person like him wanted to chase her? It was like a toad wanting to eat swan meat. So, she planned to teach him a lesson. With that, Lu Yi pointed to the central display counter and said to the staff, "Bring me that imperial green necklace worth 10 million. Upon hearing this, the anima man paused slightly, thinking that a woman like Lu Yi, with no background, would only be interested in jewelry worth a few tens of thousands at most. He never expected that she would come in asking for a necklace worth 10 million. The glamorous woman was also taken aback, sneering, "What a big mouth for a toad. You little slut, I advise you to be sensible and not make Brother Chong angry, or you will definitely regret it." Seeing this scene, Yi Xiao became a little interested, but he did not have high hopes for Lu Yi as he noticed that there were 7 or 8 bodyguards brought by the Armani men at the door, and this kid looked not simple at all. Lu Yi seemed to ignore the glamorous woman's warning, casting a disdainful glance at the Armani man. "What's wrong, scared? Didn't you say you would buy me whatever I liked? Hee. If you can't afford it, it's best not to have any ideas about me. I can't even be bothered to look at someone like you." As she spoke, Lu Yi prepared to walk outside. At this moment, the anima man coldly smiled. "Salesperson, go get the necklace she mentioned." This. The salesperson hesitated, thinking that the Armani man was just saying this out of pride and wouldn't really buy it. Seeing the salesperson not moving, the Armani man narrowed his eyes and angrily shouted, Why aren't you going to get it? Otherwise, I'll smash your jewelry store. I'll go right now. The salesperson was frightened by his words and hurriedly walked towards the central counter. At this moment, the smug smile on Lu Yi's face slowly stiffened, and she felt something was off. Could it be that this toad really wants to spend 10 million on me? Before long, the salesperson brought the imperial green necklace on a tray and presented it to Lu Yi. Yi Xiao also glanced at the 10 million necklace, noticing that each bead on the necklace was made of emerald, and at the bottom hung a pendant the size of 3 fingers, intricately carved into 2 swans. Under the light, the entire necklace sparkled and shone. The Armani man smiled with a fake grin. Miss, try it on. If you think it suits you, I'll pay right away. This caught Lu Yi off guard. If she didn't try it on, it would show that she was afraid, but if she did try it on and he really bought it, what would she do? A 10 million necklace isn't so easy to take, and this toad would definitely make excessive demands. Boring. Lu Yi snorted coldly and tried to leave, a tactic she often used when facing harassment from men. However, the Armani man was not fooled by this. He waved his hand, come, block her. As soon as he finished speaking, 7 or 8 burly bodyguards rushed in and blocked Lu Yi's way. The anima man stepped forward, looking at Lu Yi with a half-smile. Miss, I, Huang Daqiang, am not so easy to mess with. I've had the necklace taken down, and you want to leave. If you want to leave, that's fine, but leave 10 million behind. He said arrogantly, his eyes filled with undisguised arrogance. Lu Yi turned pale with fright at the sudden appearance of the bodyguards, and upon hearing the Armani man's words, she felt even more terrified. But she still said stubbornly, this jewelry store isn't yours. Why should what you say go? Ha ha. At this moment, a loud laugh came from the back of the jewelry store, and a middle-aged man wearing black-rimmed glasses and a suit walked out. Miss, although this jewelry store isn't Brother Chong's, the entire mall belongs to Brother Chong's family. Do you think what Brother Chong says counts? By the way, let me introduce myself. I'm the manager of this jewelry store. After finishing his words, the middle-aged man respectfully approached the Armani man. He called out, hello, Brother Chong. The salesperson didn't recognize Huang Daqiang, but the manager did. After all, he was Tiger Ye's nephew, and he could immediately tell what Huang Daqiang was planning. Since they had met, it was natural to do him a favor. Seeing this, Lu Yi lost her composure completely. She finally realized she had underestimated this toad's influence. At this moment, the Armani man said with a smug smile, Miss, I'm giving you 2 options. First, you come with me to the hotel, serve me well, make sure I'm comfortable, and I might even reward you with a few tens of thousands. The second option is for you to buy this necklace. Think carefully. In his eyes, Lu Yi definitely couldn't come up with 1 million. In the end, she would be toyed with by him. He had seen many women like this, proud, hard to lure with money, but with both money and power combined, they would obediently submit. The jewelry store manager also chimed in, Miss, I advise you to choose the first option. Brother Chong's influence is something you cannot even imagine. Becoming Brother Chong's woman is a lifetime honor. Watching the drama unfold, Yi Xiao couldn't help but sneer. Are people this crazy now? So blatantly robbing women? However, he didn't rush to step in. Lu Yi, this little girl, wasn't she just planning to get back at him with shopping? It's a perfect chance for her to learn a lesson. Lu Yi's hands couldn't help but tremble slightly. Feeling helpless, she could only look at Yi Xiao. Yi, aren't you going to do anything? She knew Yi Xiao's skills. These few punks were no match for him. If Yi Xiao wanted to, he could easily rescue her. However, when she said this, Yi Xiao only shrugged, with a look on his face as if to say, if you don't ask for trouble, trouble won't come. Seeing Yi Xiao's damn expression, Lu Yi gritted her teeth in anger. This man really had no gentlemanly demeanor. He actually dared to ignore her. At this moment, the Armani man and his companions noticed Yi Xiao for the first time. The flashy woman snorted in disdain and said, what a coward. He doesn't even dare stand up when his own girlfriend is being bullied. Clearly, she thought Yi Xiao and Lu Yi were a couple. The Armani man also looked at Yi Xiao mockingly, speaking in a condescending tone. Kid, I advise you to be smart and let me play with your girlfriend for a few days. Of course, I'll compensate you. As he spoke, he took a stack of cash out of his bag. This 3,000 will be enough for you to go find a wild chick to have fun with for a few days, haha. At this moment, the bodyguard accompanying the Armani man burst into laughter, watching the scene like it was a show. This kid is so pathetic. He just watches as Brother Chong takes his woman, and doesn't even dare to say a word. Didn't Brother Chong give him 3,000? It's not like he's losing out, ha ha ha. Brother Chong is so generous. I told you, kid. Why don't you hurry up and come over to thank Brother Chong? You see, let him play with your girlfriend for a few days, and you get money. How profitable is this? Kid, do you want to die? Brother Chong is standing, and you're sitting. You better come over here and roll now. At this point, Yi Xiao grew impatient. He stood up slowly and walked toward them. In his mind, he thought, if you want to bully Lu Yi, just do it quickly and let her suffer a little. But they had to provoke him. Did they think he looked so weak and easy to bully? Chapter 39. These few heads of garlic, and they call themselves men? Seeing Yi Xiao really walking over, the bodyguards became even more dismissive. They thought Yi Xiao had been scared by there. The flashy woman also looked at Yi Xiao with contempt. For 3,000, he even gave up his own girlfriend. This kind of man is truly useless. Only Lu Yi secretly rejoiced in her heart. She knew that the more silent Yi Xiao was, the angrier he became. Now, all the fear in her heart had vanished, and instead, she was looking forward to the fate of these arrogant guys. The Armani man glanced at Yi Xiao, then casually scattered the money in his hand onto the ground, speaking arrogantly. Kid, want money? Get on your knees and pick it up for me. Seeing that Yi Xiao was easy to bully, he became even more aggressive. He felt that humiliating Lu Yi's man in front of her would show off his strength even more. Maybe this beauty would even serve him willingly afterward. Seeing Yi Xiao walking slowly with one hand in his pocket, a bodyguard strode forward, reaching out to grab Yi Xiao's collar. Kid, do you ing know your place? Brother Chong is giving you money, and you're acting all reluctant. Who are you trying to impress? But before the bodyguard's hand could even touch the edge of Yi Xiao's clothes, everyone suddenly heard a loud pitch. In the next second, they saw that burly bodyguard fly out like a broken sandbag. Bang! He crashed heavily into the glass display case, shattering the glass into pieces all over the ground. Seeing this, the Armani man's bright smile instantly froze on his face. Holy sh*t, how did this kid do that? He knew the strength of his bodyguards. One of them could take on 4 or 5 men easily. Yet this kid sent him flying with just one slap? This was absolutely ridiculous. The glamorous woman's lips twitched violently, nearly choking on her own saliva. She was scared stiff. This kid was not only nothing like she had imagined, but he was actually a beast. Would he come after her for revenge? The jewelry store manager also couldn't help but swallow hard. Earlier, he had thought Yi Xiao was just a loser that anyone could trample on, but he never expected him to have such terrifying skills. But so what? This world isn't ruled by fists alone. Huang Daqiang is part of the Flying Tiger Gang. In Lingzhou, offending the Flying Tiger Gang is no different from seeking death. Very soon, the Armani man snapped back to his senses. He stared coldly at Yi Xiao, a mocking expression appearing on his face. Kid, you really surprised me. But do you have any idea what happens when you mess with me? Huang Daqiang. Don't think you're amazing just because you caught one of my guys off guard. Let me tell you, the brothers beside me all have martial arts backgrounds, and they've all seen blood. With just one gesture from me, they'll finish you off in seconds. If you know what's good for you, kneel down now and break your own arms. I might just spare your life. Otherwise, be prepared to be sliced to death. Huang Daqiang was from the Flying Tiger Gang and had seen his fair share of big scenes. Fighting head-on with Yi Xiao wasn't his style. He preferred to win without a fight, using his identity to scare Yi Xiao into kneeling and begging for mercy. That way, he could both vent his anger and feel a sense of accomplishment. Hearing Huang Daqiang's words, the remaining bodyguards also regained their confidence. That's right, this kid only managed to land a sneak attack just now. They still had 7 men on their side. Were they really going to be afraid of just him? Even in the worst-case scenario, this was the Flying Tiger Gang's territory. As long as Brother Chong made a single phone call, reinforcements would come flooding in. No matter how strong this kid was, he would be beaten into a pulp. Yi Xiao grinned, exhaling a breath. Just a few clowns like you, and you call yourselves men? Hey, you with the weak kidneys, I'll give you one chance. Apologize to my friend right now, or you won't be able to handle the consequences. Hearing Yi Xiao's words, Huang Daqiang's face turned as black as the bottom of a pot. Even though he did have weak kidneys, even though he only lasted 3 seconds, having someone say it out loud like this was beyond humiliating. At those words, even the glamorous woman couldn't help but tremble with fear. She knew that the thing Huang Daqiang hated most was people mentioning his weak kidneys. This kid is definitely beyond saving. Kid, do you know you're playing with fire? Huang Daqiang roared, his eyes bloodshot and filled with rage. Someone, kill him for me. Huang Daqiang waved his hand and ordered his subordinates. 7 bodyguards, who were already prepared, stopped talking and drew out daggers and clubs from their waists. One fierce-looking bodyguard rushed to the front. He jumped high and swung the club, aiming it heavily at Yi Xiao's head. This bodyguard's speed was incredibly fast, and his strength was terrifying. In his usual battles, a move like this, if it hit an enemy's skull, would either kill them or leave them a vegetable. Seeing his men act so ruthlessly, Huang Daqiang smugly lit a cigarette. In his mind, By the time he finished a cigarette, Yi Xiao would definitely be beaten half to death by his subordinates. "Lie down for me," the fierce bodyguard yelled, eager to feel the weight of the club smashing into someone's skull. However, in the next moment he was stunned. He found that his wrist was tightly gripped by Yi Xiao. A sharp, excruciating pain spread across his face, as though his hand had been struck by an electric stun gun. His body stiffened for half a second, then he was kicked away by Yi Xiao. Bang! The bodyguard crashed heavily to the ground, his pupils dilated, mouth wide open, gasping desperately like a fish out of water, as if he might die at any moment. This bodyguard's failure happened in the blink of an eye and did not significantly affect the attacks of the other bodyguards. "Die for me." Suddenly, 2 daggers appeared on either side of Yi Xiao, stabbing directly at his waist. "Good," Yi Xiao shouted coldly, then shifted his steps, twisting his back forcefully, bending his body, and charging towards the daggers with his fists ready. At that moment, his fists seemed to grow, even extending past the 2 bodyguards holding daggers. Thud thud. 2 dull sounds echoed as Yi Xiao's fists landed on the chest of the 2 bodyguards. Both bodyguards were immediately lifted off the ground, caught completely off guard, and thrown flying. By the time they hit the ground, they were dazed as if asking, "Is this even human? You're like an ape with long arms, not human." After knocking the 2 bodyguards flying, Yi Xiao did not stop. He lightly pivoted his knee and blocked one bodyguard who was trying to attack his groin. Then, his arms twisted, like a snake wrapping around a tree, catching the bodyguard's arms. With a sudden jerk of his wrist, the bodyguard let out a scream that sounded like a pig being slaughtered. Yi Xiao's move was called the shaking snake hand. Experienced snake hunters in the mountains usually do this when they catch a snake, shaking it to break its bones, making it temporarily powerless to attack. In Yi Xiao's case, the jerk broke the bodyguard's arm bones. The bodyguard felt his arms go soft and powerless, like rubber. Yi Xiao easily lifted the bodyguard into the air and swung him, knocking the remaining 3 bodyguards flying. The 3 bodyguards hit the ground with their heads and immediately lost consciousness, falling into a deep sleep. Yi Xiao threw the bodyguard away, dusted off his clothes, and smiled with satisfaction. "Stinky fish and rotten shrimp. This is boring." In just 10 seconds or so, all 7 bodyguards were lying on the ground in all directions. Everyone watching this scene felt their hearts tighten, their eyes widened, and they all took a sharp breath. Huang Daqiang, who had just lit a cigarette and took a puff, couldn't help but shake his hand. The burning cigarette tip landed directly on his chin, making him cry out in pain. The jewelry store manager and the glamorous woman both felt their legs go weak. They had never seen such a fierce person before. Plain text. They all involuntarily took a step back. Even though they knew Huang Daqiang was a member of the Flying Tiger Society, they were somewhat worried about their safety at this moment. Yi Xiao effortlessly took down 7 bodyguards armed with sharp weapons. If he wanted to deal with them, they had no power to fight back. Lu Yi clenched her small fists in excitement. In the past, when she watched Yi Xiao fight, the opponents were either self-chosen or under great pressure. But today was different. She was completely on Yi Xiao's side, so her mood was naturally very different, and she felt very thrilling. "I have to say, this guy looks quite handsome when he fights." Yi Xiao glanced sideways at Huang Daqiang and said, "I said you were weak. Your people are not that great. It's still not too late to apologize. If you force me to take action, haha, then it won't be so easy to talk." Feeling the killing intent in Yi Xiao's words, Huang Daqiang couldn't help but tremble all over. He licked his dry lips and said, "Kid, don't think you're amazing just because you can fight. There are people beyond people and skies beyond skies. I am a member of the Flying Tiger Society, and we have many experts. Stepping on you is as easy as stepping on an ant." The jewelry store manager quickly chimed in, "Kid, I advise you to stop. Do you know that Brother Chong is the nephew of Tiger Yi? If you dare to hurt Brother Chong, when Tiger Yi gets angry, not only will you die, but your whole family will suffer too." He knew that only by bringing up the name of the Flying Tiger Society could he intimidate Yi Xiao. After all, the Flying Tiger Society was the largest underground gang in Lingzhou, and he didn't believe this kid would dare to challenge them. Hearing that this sleazy man was the nephew of Huang Feihu, Lu Yi's pretty face turned pale. How did they get involved with the Flying Tiger Society again? Last time, Huang Feihu had warned Yi Xiao that if he provoked them again, he would definitely kill him. What should they do now? We're dead. We're dead. This time both I and Yi Xiao are definitely going to die. Lu Yi was so anxious that she was about to cry. However, after hearing the two of them, Yi Xiao laughed. He really had a fate with Huang Feihu. Not long ago, he met his son, and now another nephew popped up. It seemed that old Huang's family education was really not that great. "You say you're a member of the Flying Tiger Society?" Yi Xiao said indifferently. Huang Daqiang thought Yi Xiao was scared by the name of the Flying Tiger Society, So he raised his head arrogantly and said, "Kid, don't be scared to death. I am Tiger Ye's own nephew. If you kneel down now and offer your girlfriend to be my maid, I might consider giving you a way out otherwise." However, before Huang Daqiang could finish his words, Yi Xiao slapped him in the face. "I told you not to say so much nonsense." Huang Daqiang's body was already weak, and Yi Xiao's slap sent him flying into the air. This slap also made the jewelry store quiet again. Gulps. The jewelry store manager and the beautiful woman couldn't help but swallow their saliva. This kid is too damn bold. He even dared to hit Huang Daqiang, and it was in a situation where Huang Daqiang introduced himself. Where did this bumpkin come from? Lu Yi was also frozen in place, as if someone had pressed the pause button. She really couldn't understand why Yi Xiao was so daring to court death. How could he treat the warning from the ruthless leader of the Flying Tiger Society as a joke? How'd he do it? Could it be that Yi Xiao had a delusion and really thought Huang Feihu was his subordinate? After a while, Huang Daqiang finally got up from the ground. One hand covered his face while the other trembled as he pointed at Yi Xiao. "Kid, if you have the guts, don't leave. Wait for me to make a call, and call someone." The jewelry store manager and the beautiful woman both thought Huang Daqiang's request was absurd. Yi Xiao's brain didn't have a tumor. How could you be so stupid, standing here waiting for Huang Daqiang to call someone? You have to know, Yi Xiao is fighting against members of the Flying Tiger Gang. If he doesn't kill them to silence them, they should be thankful. However, what left them stunned was that Yi Xiao happily agreed, a smile tugging at the corner of his mouth as he said, "Come on, I want to see how Huang Feihu dares to do anything to me." Lu Yi hurriedly walked over to grab Yi Xiao. "Hurry up and leave. Stop showing off. Since you're helping me out, I'll pay for a plane ticket to take you abroad, and you can never come back to the country for the rest of your life." She was truly scared. Who is Huang Feihu? He's a ruthless, powerful leader who would destroy entire families in an instant. And this is the second time Yi Xiao has offended the Flying Tiger Gang. She couldn't even imagine how furious Huang Feihu would be when he found out. But Yi Xiao gently shook off Lu Yi's hand and smiled faintly. "Little girl, do you think I'm lying to you? Now, let me show you just how trustworthy I am." Upon hearing this, Lu Yi froze like a puppet with its strings cut, standing there in a daze. Crazy. This guy must be crazy. No one who doesn't have 10 years of mental illness history could say something like this. At this moment, she really wanted to turn and leave, but she couldn't bring herself to do it. After all, this mess was caused by her. If she hadn't dragged Yi Xiao to go shopping, there wouldn't have been so much trouble. The jewelry store manager and the beautiful woman didn't know how to react. They had just thought Yi Xiao was a rare martial arts genius because he could fight so well. But now they saw that he was just an idiot who had offended the Flying Tiger Gang and, instead of running, was waiting for them to come and retaliate. Could it be that there's a tumor in his brain? Huang Daqiang's face was twisted in a grin, and as he took out his phone, he said, "Kid, a promise made is hard to break. You better not back out." While talking, his hands kept moving, and soon he made the call. "Cousin, it's Daqiang. I got beaten up at the jewelry store in the mall, and the guy who hit me is extremely arrogant, not even putting our Flying Tiger Gang in his eyes. He even said that second uncle isn't worth a fart in his eyes. All right, cousin, hurry up and come. If you come late, I'm afraid you won't even be able to see me." After hanging up the phone, Huang Daqiang looked at Yi Xiao with an arrogant smile. "Kid, I think you should call to order a coffin. In 10 minutes at most, I'll have you lying in one." The sky cleared, the rain stopped, and now he felt invincible. The jewelry store manager and the beautiful woman also started to smile with satisfaction, looking at Yi Xiao with disdain. They believed Yi Xiao's death was imminent, and now his calmness must have been forced, probably because he was scared out of his wits. Keep pretending, I want to see how long you can keep this up." Lu Yi stomped her feet in anger, but now it was too late for her to leave. Lingzhou was entirely under the Flying Tiger Gang's control, and she had already lost all her face. There was nowhere to run. Just as Huang Daqiang and his men were getting carried away with gloating, and Lu Yi was frantic, Yi Xiao suddenly seemed to remember something. He walked over to the counter, grabbed some paper and a pen, and with swift, bold strokes, wrote 2 large characters. "This." With a sound, Yi Xiao tore the paper off, and, while everyone was stunned by his strange actions, he flicked the paper towards Huang Daqiang. Huang Daqiang curiously caught the paper and looked at it. He saw 2 large characters written on it. "Yi Xiao. Kid, what the hell is this?" "A will." Huang Daqiang sneered. Yi Xiao smiled and said, "Wrong, this is my calligraphy, worth 10 million. Didn't you just say you wanted to buy something from the jewelry store after seeing their jewelry? My calligraphy is the same. Now that you've seen it, remember to send me 10 million later." Chapter 41. Seeing Huang Tianba again. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, Huang Daqiang and his men burst into laughter. "Kid, do you want to make me laugh to death?" You want to sell me a piece of paper for 10 million? Have you drunk too much fake wine? Or did you forget to take your medicine today? Huang Daqiang's tone remained unchanged, filled with mockery. He pretended to tear the note apart. How could he take a worthless piece of paper seriously? However, at that moment, Yi Zhao's voice came softly. I remind you, it's best to keep this note safe. As long as the note is with you, your life is safe. If the note breaks, your head will break too. Hearing this, Huang Daqiang's hand froze instantly, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. His cousin hadn't arrived yet, and he didn't dare to defy Yi Zhao. This guy was a lunatic and might really kill him. At this time, Lu Yi was completely desperate for Yi Zhao. What was this? Black humor? Even if it was written by Wang Shiji himself, it wouldn't sell for 5 million a word. She thought of her best friend, Song Qingxue. Should she call Qingxue? Maybe she could get Feng Honggang to come and negotiate again, but she quickly gave up on this idea. First, she suspected that Huang Feihu wasn't giving Feng Honggang face, and second, she had invited Yi Zhao out behind Qingxue's back. After all, Yi Zhao and Qingxue were engaged. She didn't want her best friend to know. Just as Lu Yi was in a dilemma, 10 minutes passed quickly. Suddenly, a large group of people arrived at the jewelry store, led by Huang Tianba, who was wearing a gray trench coat and had his head wrapped in bandages. Huang Tianba had been holding back his anger for days. His father, Huang Feihu, had told him to keep a low profile recently and not to run into Yi Zhao again. He had obeyed and stayed quietly in the villa to recuperate. But today, after receiving Huang Daqiang's call, the violent rage he had suppressed for so long finally found an outlet. He was ready to teach a lesson to the bastard who dared to look down on the Feihu Association. Seeing Huang Tianba, Huang Daqiang instantly perked up and rushed over. Cousin, you have to help me vent my anger. Look at what they did to my face, and my subordinates are all injured. If we don't get revenge, how will the Feihu Association keep its face? At this moment, the jewelry store manager and the beautiful woman also became excited. This idiot kid was finally going to meet his end. With Huang Xiao bringing 4 or 5 dozen people, it was clear he had no intention of leaving this kid alive. Lu Yi felt her body go weak and collapse to the ground. It was Huang Tianba again. This time, she was definitely doomed. Last time, Huang Tianba had been badly beaten by Yi Zhao, and this time, he would probably settle old and new scores together. Yi Zhao happened to have his back to Huang Tianba, and since Huang Tianba didn't believe his luck could be so bad to run into Yi Zhao again so soon, he angrily said, Good. I've been itching for a fight these days. Today is just right to stretch my muscles. I will personally cripple that kid. Suddenly, Huang Daqiang thought of something. By the way, cousin, that kid is really funny. He even wrote a note trying to extort 10 million from our Feihu Association. Look, this is what he gave me. Huang Daqiang wanted to pour more gasoline on Huang Tianba's anger. Huang Tianba squinted and casually glanced at the note. When he saw the words on the note clearly, his eyes widened, and his hands, hanging at his sides, began to tremble uncontrollably. Yi Zhao. This name had been his biggest nightmare for the past few days, and he never expected to see it again now. His gaze quickly scanned the jewelry store, praying that it was just someone with the same name. But when he saw Yi Zhao turn around and smile at him, in an instant, Huang Tianba felt like he wanted to die. Huang Tianba pushed Huang Daqiang aside and tremblingly walked up to Yi Zhao, his face turning more hideous than if his parents had died. Yi, sir, I didn't know it was you. What? Hearing this, the jewelry store manager and the stunning woman were both frozen in place. What was going on? Shouldn't young Master Huang have gone up to kill Yi Zhao directly? Why did he seem so scared and terrified instead? Lu Yi was also confused. Wasn't Huang Tianba supposed to hate Yi Zhao to the bone? Suddenly, she remembered. When Huang Feihu saw Yi Zhao, he seemed to show a similar expression for a moment. At this moment, the clueless Huang Daqiang rushed forward, shouting, Cousin, is he one of your people? Other than that, he couldn't think of any relationship between Yi Zhao and Huang Tianba. He knew that there were some powerful experts in the Feihu society, and Huang Daqiang subconsciously thought that Yi Zhao was one of them. What the hell? Huang Tianba directly kicked Huang Daqiang to the ground. Do you even know? Compared to Yi, sir, I'm not even a fart. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll stab you with a knife. Huang Tianba's words weren't exaggerated at all. If Huang Daqiang wasn't his cousin, he would have really killed him right now. After the last incident, he had been avoiding Yi Zhao, and now this idiot had brought him right to Yi Zhao. Seeing Huang Tianba take such a fierce action, everyone in the jewelry store was dumbfounded. Their expressions changed drastically, thinking they were seeing an illusion. Huang Daqiang was Huang Feihu's own nephew. What on earth made Huang Tianba attack him like that? At this moment, Lu Yi calmed down. She once again remembered what Yi Zhao had said to her in the cafe. Could it be that Yi Zhao wasn't lying to her? Was Huang Feihu really his subordinate? Otherwise, how could someone like Huang Tianba change his attitude towards Yi Xiao so drastically? Cousin, Huang Daqiang still wanted to say something, but he was once again kicked into silence by Huang Tianba. You better shut up, or I'll break your legs. After silencing Huang Daqiang, Huang Tianba turned back to Yi Xiao with a forced smile. Yi sir, if my cousin offended you, you can punish him however you like. My father and I have no objections. The man in front of him was the warden of that prison. His own father would kneel down at the sight of him. How could he dare to offend him in any way? Yi Xiao smiled slightly. As I said before, if you want this kid to stay alive, just follow my instructions. Huang Tianba remembered the note Huang Daqiang had given him earlier. He must be talking about the 10 million compensation. Without hesitation, he agreed. Yi sir, please wait a moment. I'll have someone transfer 10 million to you immediately. To exchange 10 million for Yi Zhao's forgiveness, Huang Tianba thought it was well worth it. Over the years, the Feihu Society had made a lot of money, and if money could solve the problem, that was the best way. Huang Tianba's swift agreement made Huang Daqiang and the jewelry store manager gasp. My God, just a moment ago, they thought Yi Xiao was an idiot trying to sell a $10 million note. But now, they realized they were the idiots. He really had the power to force the Feihu Society to pay 10 million. At that moment, Huang Daqiang's limbs suddenly began to convulse like a seizure, as if he were having a fit. Even though he was dumb, he could see it clearly now. Yi Xiao wasn't just a follower of the Feihu Society. He was the master of the Feihu Society. And just now, he tried to make a move on his woman and humiliated Yi Xiao like that. Realizing this, he was so scared that he fainted. Chapter 42. I'm afraid he can't handle it. At this moment, Lu Yi was even more certain of her guess. Plain text. Yi Xiao may not have lied. Huang Feihu is indeed his subordinate. Thinking about it, it's really laughable. If she had believed Yi Xiao earlier, she wouldn't have been so scared. Suddenly, another sentence from Yi Xiao popped in her mind. Yi Xiao also said that Manhwa Tower is his property. Could that also be true? Huang Tianba took the opportunity while someone was transferring money to Yi Xiao to find the jewelry store manager and ask about the situation, secretly relieved that Huang Daqiang didn't do anything too outrageous. When he learned that Lu Yi had her eye on a piece of jewelry, Huang Tianba immediately had an idea and decided to do her a favor. He asked the manager to wrap up the necklace and bring it to Lu Yi, saying, Miss Lu, my cousin was wrong just now. Please don't hold it against him. This necklace is our Feihu Club's apology to you. Since Yi Xiao could come shopping with Lu Yi, Huang Tianba thought their relationship must be quite special. Perhaps he could use Lu Yi to please Yi Xiao. Lu Yi was stunned. This necklace costs 10 million. Even when she hadn't fallen out with her family, she wouldn't dare buy such an expensive necklace. No, it's fine, young Master Huang. I was just joking earlier. Lu Yi hurriedly refused. Miss Lu, you're too polite. From now on, just call me Xiao Huang. This necklace is a small token of my appreciation. You must accept it, or I won't feel at ease. Huang Tianba said with a flattering smile. Lu Yi hesitated. Which woman doesn't like jewelry? Moreover, she could tell that Huang Tianba meant no harm. However, at that moment, Yi Zhao's voice came from behind. Xiao Huang, since Miss Lu doesn't want to accept it, just forget it. If you really want to apologize, just change it to cash and transfer it to my card. As soon as these words were spoken, both Huang Tianba and Lu Yi were dumbfounded. Huang Tianba, Warden, are you really that short on money? Even your woman's jewelry has to be turned into cash. Lu Yi shot Yi Xiao a fierce glare, her eyes filled with a murderous intent, secretly cursing. Damn straight man. Doesn't he know that when a woman says no, she means yes? But the name Yi Xiao seemed to be forever disconnected from emotional intelligence. He seemed oblivious to Lu Yi's expression and walked straight towards the jewelry store, saying, Let's go, Miss Lu. Due to her fear of Yi Xiao, Huang Tianba didn't dare to raise any objections. Cash it is. After all, he had expressed his goodwill. Lu Yi pouted, snorted coldly, and turned to leave the jewelry store. When they walked out of the mall, it was completely dark. Suddenly, Lu Yi ran in front of Yi Xiao, staring at him intently, questioning, What you said in the cafe earlier, is it all true? Yi Xiao grinned, revealing a set of white teeth. I told you, I'm an honest person, always fair to everyone. Although Lu Yi had her suspicions, she couldn't help but feel shocked when Yi Xiao confirmed it. After all, Huang Feihu's reputation in Lingzhou was too great. After a long time, Lu Yi continued, Then what is your purpose in getting close to Qingxue? Now she no longer believed that Yi Xiao was after the Song family's assets. With Huang Feihu as Yi Xiao's subordinate, how could such a person lack money? Yi Xiao put his hands in his pockets and slowly said, Who told you I was trying to get close to Song Qingxue? In fact, I came to Lingzhou from the very beginning to ask her to break off the engagement. Boom! Yi Zhao's words exploded in Lu Yi's ears like a thunderclap, completely overturning her understanding. If Yi Xiao had said this before, she would have thought it was a ploy to lower her guard and that of Qing Xue. A small prison guard claiming he doesn't want a rich woman, doesn't want the chance to step into a wealthy family. Who would believe it? But now, she actually had a reason to believe. At that moment, a hint of unintentional light flickered in Yi Zhao's eyes, like mockery. Actually, you and Song Qingxue don't need to play those fancy tricks. After 3 months, I'll leave on my own. By the way, you said something before that wasn't wrong. You and I indeed don't belong to the same world. So, you'd better behave yourselves these next 3 months. It will be good for both you and me. He didn't hide the warning in his words at all. This was the real reason Yi Xiao had come to meet Lu Yi today. He had intentionally let Lu Yi see his connection with the Flying Tiger Club. What he said in the cafe might not have been believable to Lu Yi, but now he trusted that Lu Yi would carefully weigh it. After speaking, Yi Xiao quickened his pace and left. By the time Lu Yi reacted, Yi Xiao had already vanished from sight. She watched the direction in which Yi Xiao had disappeared, gradually lost in thought, not knowing what she was thinking. Yi Xiao returned to Song Qingxue's villa at 9 p.m. Strangely, today, Song Qingxue was sitting on the living room sofa, seemingly waiting for him. This surprised Yi Xiao a little because, due to their recent Cold War, whenever Song Qingxue came home, she would go straight to the second floor and wouldn't come down until the next day. After the surprise, Yi Xiao still did what he had to do and prepared to go to the kitchen to make something to eat. At this moment, Song Qingxue called out to him, "Yi Xiao, tomorrow is my parents' wedding anniversary. You should come too." Song Qingxue's voice still carried a hint of distance. "I don't think it's necessary." Yi Xiao knew that Song's parents didn't like him much, so going would be a waste of time. Song Qingxue was furious at Yi Xiao's indifferent attitude. "This is my grandfather's request." Her tone became even colder. Huh. Yi Xiao was stunned for a moment. Was Song Laozi so bored that he had to interfere in such things? But after a second thought, the token was still not in hand, so it wasn't time to fall out with Song Laozi yet. He nodded, "All right, I'll go." Upon hearing this, Song Qingxue tightly clenched her fists. Facing an invitation from one of the 3 most beautiful women in Lingzhou, this guy could remain so calm. She knew that if it were someone else, she might not even give them the chance even if they begged. Seeing Yi Xiao about to enter the kitchen, Song Qingxue took a deep breath. "Tomorrow, Fang Honggang will also be there. When you meet him, apologize to him, and I'll help you talk to him. I believe he won't hold a grudge anymore." Actually, Song Qingxue had been wanting to say this to Yi Xiao for days. Last time at the company, Yi Xiao had humiliated Fang Honggang. In her opinion, Fang Honggang would definitely try to take revenge. Thinking of how Yi Xiao had saved her in a bar, she really felt guilty for not intervening. A playful smile curved at the corner of Yi Xiao's mouth. Apologize to him? I'm afraid he can't handle it. Yi Xiao. Song Qingxue was so angry that she jumped up from the sofa. Her beautiful face turned cold, and her aura became imposing. "Who do you think you are?" Even Huang Feihu is so polite to Fang Honggang. "Do you really think you can mess with him? Anyway, I've said what I needed to. If you want to die, you don't have to do it." After saying this, Song Qingxue angrily went upstairs. Yi Xiao helplessly shook his head. This little girl wasn't bad at heart, but she was missing a few screws in her head. Even Lu Yi could see the situation, so why couldn't she? Fang Honggang, huh? Looks like I'll have to teach that Su little brat a lesson. Chapter 43, Between Kings. The next day, 10 a.m. After finishing her makeup, Song Qingxue walked downstairs with a long face, saying nothing, and directly walked out of the villa. Yi Xiao followed, closely behind, which had become the tacit understanding the two of them had reached in recent days. Half an hour later, 2 people appeared at the entrance of the Manhwa building. Qingxue. At this moment, a voice came from behind. It was Lu Yi. Seeing her best friend, Song Qingxue's poker face became a bit more pleasant. Lu Yi glanced at Yi Xiao out of the corner of her eye, her gaze a bit evasive because she hadn't told Song Qingxue about what happened in the mall yesterday. Yi Xiao had naturally guessed this long ago. Otherwise, Song Qingxue wouldn't have had that attitude towards him last night. He just couldn't understand what Lu Yi was up to. Given the close relationship between the 2 girls, Lu Yi wouldn't hide things from Song Qingxue. Just as Yi Xiao was puzzled, he heard the sharp voice of Song's mother, Huang Mei. "Qingxue, why did you bring this waste along? I feel disappointed just seeing him." Huang Mei glared at Yi Xiao with disgust, her face twisted. Beside Huang Mei, Song Guanqing also wore a stern face. Today he had arranged for his daughter to cultivate feelings with Fang Honggang, and Yi Xiao's presence would definitely undermine the effect. "Mom, this is Grandpa's wish." Song Qingxue had to bring up the old man again. Sure enough, the name of Old Master Song was still very effective. Even though Huang Mei's face was dark, she didn't say anything more. Once everyone arrived, The group walked into the restaurant, just as Fong Hong Gang, dressed in a sharp suit, came out to greet them. "Hello, uncle and aunt. I have been waiting for you for a long time," Fong Hong Gang said with a beaming face. However, when he saw Yi Xiao at the end of the crowd, a flicker of malice flashed in his eyes, but it quickly returned to normal. He didn't expect this toad to come along, but it was fine. Today he was well prepared, and this was his territory, so he would definitely make this toad feel ashamed later. Lu Yi glanced at Yi Xiao and then at Fong Hong Gang, finally rolling her eyes at Yi Xiao, snorting coldly in her heart. What honesty and loyalty! This Manhan Building clearly had nothing to do with you. If Yi Xiao were really the owner of Manhan Building, she didn't believe Fong Hong Gang could hide any flaws at all. Upon seeing Fong Hong Gang, Huang Mei immediately showed a smile that seemed to have been sunbathing for 180 days. "Hong Gang, why trouble you, a general manager, to personally come out to greet us?" Although Manhan Building was just a restaurant, due to its powerful background, its status in Lingzhou was unique. Many dignitaries and wealthy people took pride in dining here. "Hong Gang, you are so thoughtful." Song Guanxing also smiled widely. He had been to Manhan Building countless times, but it was the first time being personally received by the general manager. "Haha, uncle and aunt, you are elders. This is what I should do," Fong Hong Gang said gracefully. "Let's not stand here. Follow me to the Emperor's room on the top floor." "What? The Emperor's room?" Hearing this, everyone except Yi Xiao looked shocked. In Lingzhou, the most luxurious and high-end restaurant was none other than Manhan Building, and the top private room inside was the Emperor's room. It was said that only the highest-level members were qualified to dine there. Even the Song family, which owned assets worth billions, was not qualified. Because top-level membership could not just be bought with money. It required status, and in Lingzhou, only a few like Huang Feihu and Shun Qini were qualified. After a while, Huang Mei finally reacted. "Hong Gang, I heard that only the highest-level members are qualified to dine in the Emperor's room. Will this break the rules of your restaurant?" Upon hearing this, Fong Hong Gang raised his head high and said proudly, "Aunt, you can rest assured, although you don't have the highest-level membership, I have a good relationship with the big boss. This is just a matter of my word." "I see. Then I can rest assured," Huang Meyer said, glancing at Yi Xiao with a sarcastic tone. "Did you see? Hong Gang is a true successful person, someone with status and position. Unlike some people, who can only live off others for a lifetime, even coming to Manhan Lu for a meal relies on others' generosity." Everyone could naturally hear that Huang Meyer was mocking Yi Xiao, and Lu Yi revealed a playful smile, quietly nudging Yi Xiao with her elbow. "I'm talking about you. Some people. This guy still has the face to say he is the owner of Manhan Lu, but now he has been slapped in the face." However, Yi Xiao seemed to have not heard at all, with a faint smile on his face, making Huang Meyer feel like she had punched cotton. "TCH, so thick-skinned." Huang Meyer snorted coldly, no longer paying attention to Yi Xiao. Fong Hong Gang didn't care much either. This was just an appetizer. "Kid, the real show is yet to come." Soon, the group took the elevator to the Emperor's room on the top floor. Even though the Song and Lu families were wealthy, they were all stunned by the luxurious decoration of the private room the moment they entered. The finely carved tables and chairs made of high-quality mahogany, the jade-crafted dragon and phoenix screen, and the antique decorations everywhere made the 100-square-meter private room almost like a small museum. Suddenly, Song Guanxing's eyes lit up, quickly walking in one direction. This is actually Tang Bohu's Pine Mountain painting," Song Guanxing exclaimed. He was also an antique enthusiast, especially fond of Tang Bohu's paintings, but he had never been able to buy one due to their rarity. Yi Xiao slightly tilted his head and saw an ancient painting hanging on the wall, with layers of mountains and deep ravines, and the pine trees in the painting were strong and strange, combined with the flowing waterfalls, presenting a world full of artistic conception. It was undoubtedly a genuine work of Tang Bohu. Seeing Song Guanxing's excited expression, Fong Hong Gang stepped forward to flatter him. "Uncle, you truly are an antique expert. This painting is indeed a genuine work of Tang Bohu, bought back by the previous boss for 30 million at an auction in Hong Kong." "Wow, your boss really is generous. Even a genuine work of Tang Bohu is willing to hang in the private room for people to admire," Song Guanxing said enviously. At this moment, Yi Xiao, who had been sitting casually in a chair, chuckled. "Manager Fong, aren't you on good terms with the big boss? Since Uncle Song likes it so much, why not let your boss give it to him?" Upon hearing this, Fong Honggong's face instantly darkened, as if he had suffered a severe blow. Is this 30 million painting something that can just be given away? Not to mention, he hasn't even met the big boss. Even if their relationship was good, the person wouldn't be so generous. Song Qingxue glared fiercely at Yi Xiao. She had brought him here today to create an opportunity for Yi Xiao to apologize to Fong Hong Gang. But unexpectedly, this guy made Fong Hong Gang lose face right away. She really didn't know where he got his confidence from. Can't he just keep his mouth shut? Huang Meyer directly retorted. You really are just a dog lifting a curtain with only your mouth. Do you think this is your home? Guests can't just give away what they like without thinking. Let me tell you, Yi Xiao, being able to come here today is already a blessing from your ancestors. Either you stay quietly on the side, or you hurry up and get lost. Yi Xiao curled his lips. If Song Guanqing could convince old Song to agree to the annulment of the engagement, what would it matter if he gave this painting to him? Chapter 44. Who gave him the courage? Auntie, please don't be angry. Let's sit down first. Fang Honggang stepped forward to mediate. He wasn't speaking up for Yi Xiao, but because the grand meal he prepared hadn't been served yet, and it wasn't the right time to chase Yi Xiao away. At this moment, Song Guanqing also lost interest in admiring the painting. Several people sat down at the dining table. Noticing the atmosphere was a bit cold, Song Qingxue quickly took out 2 small boxes. Mom and Dad, this is a gift for you both. Song Guanqing and Huang Mei smiled a little, and the two opened the boxes to find a luxury leather belt and a pair of diamond earrings inside. They were both very satisfied. Lu Yi hurriedly handed over her gift. Uncle Song, Aunt Huang, happy 26th wedding anniversary. May your love be as deep as the sea, and may you grow old together. Seeing that Lu Yi had given a bracelet, Huang Mei instantly smiled brightly. Thank you, Yi. Auntie really likes it. At this moment, Fang Honggang cleared his throat and said, Uncle and Aunt, wait a moment. My gift is coming soon. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a knock on the door outside the private room. Come in, Fang Honggang instructed. Then the door to the private room was pushed open, and a man in a black suit with a slicked-back hairstyle walked in. Upon seeing this person, Yi Xiao raised his eyebrows. This was actually the deputy manager Ho he had seen last time. Deputy manager Ho quickly noticed Yi Xiao, and his smiling face instantly froze, his footsteps stopping as if he had been paralyzed. My God, the big boss is actually here. Deputy manager Ho felt a bit fearful of Yi Xiao. After all, he had offended Yi Xiao quite badly last time. He opened his mouth to speak, but at that moment he suddenly saw Yi Xiao shaking his head at him, and deputy manager Ho hurriedly swallowed the words he was about to say. Having worked in the restaurant for over 10 years, he had some ability to read the room. It was clear that Yi Xiao did not want to reveal his identity. Deputy manager Ho, what are you doing? Come over here. Fang Honggang said impatiently. He had thought this old guy was quite clever, but now he seemed unable to move in front of a beautiful woman. He naturally did not connect deputy manager Ho's abnormal behavior with Yi Xiao. Yes. Deputy manager Ho lowered his head and cautiously walked up to Fang Honggang. He couldn't help but look at Fang Honggang with a bit more respect. Previously, he had been somewhat dissatisfied that someone younger than him had climbed above him, but now he saw that the person really had some ability. He could actually invite the big boss to dinner. Fang Honggang arrogantly said, Deputy manager Ho, greet everyone. Deputy manager Ho naturally did not dare to be negligent. He first came to Yi Xiao, nodding and bowing. Hello, Mr. Yi. Seeing this scene, Fang Honggang's face darkened again. Was this old guy out of his mind today? How could he be so polite to a little bodyguard? Song Qingxue also felt a bit surprised. According to the seating arrangement, her parents were sitting in the upper positions. Deputy manager Ho wouldn't make such an obvious mistake, right? Lu Yi's heart sank, and she couldn't help but think of what Yi Xiao had said yesterday. Could it be that he really was the owner of this restaurant? No, this must be Deputy Manager Ho's mistake. Didn't he see that Fang Honggang had always looked down on Yi Xiao? Perhaps Deputy Manager Ho and Fang Honggang were not on good terms and deliberately did this to embarrass Fang Honggang. Yi Xiao gently nodded, saying nothing. Deputy Manager Ho then greeted everyone one by one. Due to Deputy Manager Ho's high status, although Song Guanqing and Huang Mei were somewhat displeased, they still greeted him with smiles, thinking that Yi Xiao was only receiving this courtesy because of them. After finishing the greetings, Deputy Manager Ho let out a long sigh of relief and was about to leave when Fang Honggang called out to him, Deputy Manager Ho, please introduce my gift to Uncle and Aunt. He had put a lot of thought into this gift, and naturally, he needed someone to help him showcase his intentions. This was something he had previously discussed with Deputy Manager Ho. Hearing Fang Honggang's words, Song Guanqing and Huang Mei also became excited. If the manager of Manhwa Tower personally delivered this gift, it must be quite valuable. Deputy Manager Ho had no choice but to say, Mr. Song, Mrs. Song, the gift from Mr. Fang was specially sent by me to Tian Haidabai. As he spoke, he opened the gift box, revealing a shiny golden watch. This is this year's new model from Patek Philippe, worth 3 million. 3 million for Patek Philippe? Song Guanqing and Huang Mei were both taken aback. Although the Song family was wealthy, the Song group had been expanding its territory vigorously in recent years, and they couldn't even bear to buy a 1 million watch for themselves. Song Qingshua's expression also changed slightly. Fang Honggang was really willing to spend money to please her parents. He actually gave such an expensive gift. Suddenly, she inexplicably looked at Yi Xiao. Would he prepare a gift for her parents? One of the reasons Song Qingxue called Yi Xiao was to use him as a shield. If Yi Xiao and Fang Honggang were too far apart, then this shield would lose its meaning. Song Guanxing took the Patek Philippe watch and wore it on his wrist, praising, "Honggang, your taste is really good. I haven't wanted to change my watch for a long time. I really like this gift." Fang Honggang couldn't hide his smile, but he still pretended to regret. "Actually, I originally planned to buy the Patek Philippe Grand Complications WT watch for Uncle Song. Unfortunately, that watch is limited globally, and there is only one allocated to our province's agent, and that one has already been bought by Miss Shen Luoyan. But don't worry, Uncle. I will definitely grab this opportunity next year to give it to you." "Ah, no need, Honggang. I'm already very satisfied with this watch," Song Guanxing said with a smile. Now he was increasingly recognizing Fang Honggang. To send someone all the way to the provincial city to buy a watch for him, this kind of thoughtfulness was not something everyone could possess. At this moment, Fang Honggang suddenly looked at Yi Xiao with a fake smile, his face showing a teasing expression. "Yi Xiao, on this most meaningful day for uncle and aunt, I wonder what gift you have prepared." Hearing this, Deputy Manager Ho was stunned. What was going on? Fang Honggang actually called the big boss by his full name directly, and his tone was full of provocation. Was he unhappy with his bonus, or felt he climbed too high? Who gave him the courage? Song Qingshue's heart sank. Sure enough, what she feared had come. How could Yi Xiao, this straightforward guy, compare to Fang Honggang, who was so good at flattering and preparing gifts? Moreover, Yi Xiao didn't even know that today was her parents' wedding anniversary. He only found out last night. Even if he wanted to give a gift, he probably wouldn't have time to buy it. At this time, Huang Mei coldly snorted, "Forget it, Honggang. This kid was just a small prison guard before, and now he's living off our Song family salary. We don't expect him to give any gifts." She could see at a glance that Fang Honggang wanted to use Yi Xiao to highlight himself, so she naturally had to support Fang Honggang, making Yi Xiao feel embarrassed. Song Guanxing also said coldly, "All right, let's end the gift-giving session here. Honggang, please arrange for the dishes to be served." He had long given up hope for Yi Xiao. That poor guy's salary couldn't even compare to his monthly smoking expenses. Even if Yi Xiao really had a gift, it wouldn't catch his eye at all. However, Yi Xiao, who had been silent all along, suddenly said, "Uncle, and I also prepared a gift for you." Although he wasn't very interested in Song Guanxing and Huang Mei. Plain text, but you still understand basic etiquette. Speaking, Yi Xiao casually took out a leather box from his pocket and handed it to Song Guanxing with both hands, which was the one that Shen Luoyan had smashed on his head that day. Chapter 45. Do you know you're playing with fire? Song Qingshuo was stunned. When did this guy buy a gift? How come I didn't know? Having it is better than not having it. Even if it can't compare to Fang Honggang's gift, it can at least be a decent gesture. Lu Yi was also curious at this moment. When she was shopping with Yi Xiao yesterday, although she mentioned that today was the wedding anniversary of Song Guanxing and Huang Maya, Yi Xiao showed no intention of buying a gift at all. What on earth is in this box? Song Guanxing was also slightly taken aback. He didn't expect Yi Xiao to actually buy him a gift. Although he didn't think highly of Yi Xiao, he still reached out to take it, but then he turned and casually tossed it aside. It was probably a lighter or some cheap jewelry. He didn't even bother to open it. But how could Fang Honggang let go of such an opportunity to humiliate Yi Xiao? "Uncle, why don't you open it and take a look? What if Yi Xiao surprises you?" Although Fang Honggang spoke blandly, anyone could hear the sarcasm in his words. Song Qingshuo frowned tightly. The reason she didn't accept Fang Honggang was that she looked down on his scheming ways, using any means to achieve his goals. Song Guanxing felt a bit awkward. Although he didn't think highly of Yi Xiao, he also didn't want to directly discourage him. After all, the guy was kind enough to give him a gift. But Huang Maya didn't care about any of that. "All right, I also want to see what this kid can give as a gift." Saying this, she directly took the box and opened it. Just as Huang Maya glanced disdainfully at the box, instinctively wanting to ridicule Yi Xiao, she suddenly opened her mouth wide and was speechless for a long time. Seeing this, Song Qingshuo and Lu Yi both turned their heads with immense curiosity, looking towards the box. They both wanted to know what kind of tasteless gift this straight man Yi Xiao had given that would leave Huang Maya unable to retort. But when they saw the gift inside the box, they both showed the same expression as Huang Maya. Inside the box was also a Patek Philippe watch with a salmon-colored dial, inlaid with diamonds and sapphires and other high-end jewels. In the very center of the dial, two letters WT were engraved in platinum. My God, the gift Yi Xiao gave was actually the latest Patek Philippe watch, the WT. This is too unbelievable. Just now, Fong Honggang was still talking about this watch, regretting not getting it, and he never expected that this watch would now appear in front of everyone. At this moment, Fong Honggang naturally also saw this watch. He was first taken aback, but then he burst into laughter, sneering. I said, Yi Xiao, you are really something. The Patek Philippe WT is the only one in the entire province. I wonder where you bought this one. It wouldn't be that Miss Shen accidentally dropped it and you picked it up, would it? Don't say. This imitation looks quite real. Yi Xiao, this watch can't be bought for less than 500, right? Fong Honggong's lips curled into a mocking smile. Hearing Fong Honggong's words, everyone instantly reacted. Yes. Where did Yi Xiao get this watch? There's only one in the entire province, and that one is still in Shen Luyan's hands. It's very likely that this is a high imitation watch. Huang Maya immediately slammed the box heavily on the table, angrily scolding. Good for you, Yi Xiao. Not only do you eat and live in my house, but you also give a gift that's a fake. Even if you have no money, you could at least buy a bouquet of flowers, and we wouldn't say anything. Plain text. What do you mean by giving us this fake product? Do you want us to take it out and be laughed at by people in our circle? Huang Maya was very angry because she had just thought this was a Patek Philippe watch. If it weren't for Fong Honggong's reminder, she would have been fooled. At this moment, Song Guanqing also sternly reprimanded. Yi Xiao, we know your family is not well off, but being poor is not shameful. Vanity will make people despise you. His eyes were filled with anger and disgust. Qingxue, you should keep your distance from such uneducated people. When your grandfather comes back, I will make sure he drives this kid away. At this time, Song Qingxue's mind was already blank. From a shock of seeing Yi Xiao give such a luxurious gift to the disappointment after Fong Honggang exposed him, she stared at Yi Xiao, wanting to question him about why he did this. But she couldn't speak up because she and Yi Xiao were not really a couple. They had only agreed to pretend for her grandfather. What identity did she have to question Yi Xiao? Lu Yi, however, did not think so. Although Yi Xiao was a bit stingy, he wouldn't give a fake watch. As an observer, she was much calmer than Song Qingxue. After all, Yi Xiao had saved Shen Luoyan's life at the banquet. It seemed reasonable for Shen Luoyan to give Yi Xiao a watch as a thank you. Deputy Manager Ho's focus was completely not on the authenticity of the watch. Would the big boss of Manhwa, Lu, give a fake watch? He couldn't believe it, even if he was beaten to death. At this moment, his nose was making a whistling sound. How bold was Fong Honggang? Yi Xiao was their big boss. This kid actually dared to embarrass Yi Xiao like this. Did he have late-stage brain cancer and know he wouldn't live long? Meanwhile, Yi Xiao had a calm expression, seemingly not wanting to explain at all. He didn't know much about watches. He just took it out of his pocket when he left this morning. He didn't care whether the watch was real or fake. This was just right, allowing Song Guanqing and Huang Maya to completely give up on him. Maybe old Master Song would loosen up sooner. Auntie Uncle, please calm down. Let's start serving the dishes. At this moment, Fong Honggang seemed to kindly step in to smooth things over. Anyway, his goal had been achieved. After today, Yi Xiao would definitely be worthless in the eyes of Song Guanqing and Huang Maya. By the way, Deputy Manager Ho, please pack the leftover food for Mr. Yi later. I ordered the best dishes from a restaurant. I believe Mr. Yi will be very satisfied. Fong Honggang didn't forget to step on Yi Xiao's face one last time, completely burying him. It turned out that if Fong Honggang got carried away, even gravity couldn't hold him back. In contrast to Fong Honggong's smugness, Deputy Manager Ho was pale with fear, sweating profusely, and his heart was almost about to stop. You are looking for death. Don't drag me down with you. At this moment, he felt it was necessary to give Fong Honggang a heads up. If Fong Honggang continued like this, he might be dragged down with him. Manager Fong, I have something urgent to report to you. Deputy Manager Ho tried to calm his emotions, not letting his voice tremble. Fong Honggang was obviously a bit impatient. Can it wait until later? Deputy Manager Ho forced a bitter smile. Manager Fong, it's urgent. Seeing that Deputy Manager Ho was not joking, Fong Honggang finally said goodbye to the Song family and followed Deputy Manager Ho out of the private room. Watching the two disappear, Yi Xiao smiled. He could naturally guess what they would discuss. It's good to give this Su kid a little scare. Although he wouldn't take Fong Honggong's various mockeries to heart, Fong Honggang was like a fly. He didn't bite people, but he disgusted them. Outside the private room, Fong Honggang had a dark face and said, Vice Manager Ho, speak. What's the urgent matter? He didn't believe Vice Manager Ho really had an urgent issue. He just wanted to take this opportunity to teach this young man a good lesson for not understanding the rules. Vice Manager Ho sighed, then said, Mr. Fong, did you know you were playing with fire just now? Chapter 46, Self-Inflicted, Unforgivable. Hearing this, Fong Honggang immediately flew into a rage. Ho, what do you mean by that? Don't forget I'm the general manager of Manhwa Lu. You're just an assistant. How dare you try to teach me a lesson? Vice Manager Ho, however, smiled instead of getting angry. You really don't know Mr. Ye's identity? At this moment, he no longer treated Fong Honggang with courtesy. He was sure that this fool was playing blind with werewolf cards and wouldn't realize his fate until it was too late. Identity? What identity does he have? I even saved his life. Without me, he would have been torn to pieces by Huang Feihu long ago. Fong Honggang said proudly. Oh, let me warn you, I've got that kid under my foot. Not even the King of Heaven could save him. You'd better stay away from him, or I'll take your position away in no time. Vice Manager Ho lightly shook his head, speaking each word slowly. He is our big boss. Upon hearing this, Fong Honggang instinctively burst out laughing. Ho, are you crazy? What, did you take some fake medicine? Do you think I'll believe you? If you keep playing these ridiculous jokes, I'll make you leave right now. Vice Manager Ho looked at Fong Honggang as though he was a complete fool, coldly smiling. Fong Honggang, whether I leave or not is not for you to decide, but you might really have to leave. Yi Xiao is the big boss. This is an order I personally received from headquarters. If you don't believe me, you can call and verify it right now. Seeing Vice Manager Ho so serious, Fong Honggang trembled, his pupils contracted, and he started to panic. He anxiously asked, Old Ho, you're not lying to me, are you? Vice Manager Ho chuckled. Fong Honggang, think with your brain. What good would it do me to lie to you? Bang! With a sound, Fong Honggang's legs went weak, and he collapsed to the ground, his body twitching like he was having a seizure. Fong Honggang had reached the position of general manager of Manhwa Lu not only because of his background but also because he had a decent brain. At this moment, he could tell that Vice Manager Ho wasn't lying. In an instant, many things clicked in his mind. Why did Huang Feihu spare Yi Xiao? Why didn't Yi Xiao take him seriously? And why did Vice Manager Ho greet Yi Xiao first when he entered? My God, what have I done? Under the guise of the big boss, I crushed Yi Xiao, only to find out Yi Xiao is actually my boss. At this moment, endless fear and panic filled his heart. Crack! With a sound, he felt his heart shatter like a QR code. Old Ho, you have to save me. Fong Honggang begged, clutching Vice Manager Ho's leg. You go and plead with the boss for me. I'll listen to you from now on. He knew his only way out now was to beg Yi Xiao for mercy. If Yi Xiao didn't forgive him, not only would his position as general manager be over, but his head might not be safe either. In his heart, Vice Manager Ho actually didn't want to help Fong Honggang. This idiot was digging his own grave, and if Fong Honggang offended Yi Xiao and got kicked down, Vice Manager Ho would be the most likely one to take over. But he couldn't ignore it. If he let Fong Honggang continue messing things up and carelessly exposed Yi Xiao's identity, he might not have a good ending either. So, Vice Manager Ho opened the door again and pushed it aside. He trembled as he came to Yi Xiao's side. Mr. Yi, can you step out for a moment? I have something to discuss with you. Yi Xiao naturally understood what Vice Manager Ho wanted, but the others in the room were all puzzled. Song Qingshue's heart tightened. Was Fong Honggang planning to deal with Yi Xiao? It can't be. This is a public place, after all. If something happened to Yi Xiao, Fong Honggang would certainly be implicated. He probably just intends to give Yi Xiao a warning. Let this vain fool suffer a lesson. Lu Yi looked at Yi Xiao and then at Vice Manager Ho. Her view was the complete opposite of Song Qingshue's. She suspected that the one about to be warned was most likely not Yi Xiao, but Fong Honggang. Yi Xiao casually grabbed a tissue and wiped his mouth, then nonchalantly said, All right. When Fong Honggang saw Yi Xiao again, his mood had already undergone a complete transformation. The regret in his heart could not be washed away even if he poured the four oceans' waters over himself. If he could do it all over again, he would never have provoked Yi Xiao. Without saying a word, Fong Honggang suddenly dropped to his knees in front of Yi Xiao with a loud plop. While slapping his own face, he begged, Boss, it's my fault. I am worthless. I will definitely stay away from Miss Song. Please give me one more chance. This scene was truly ironic. Before knowing Yi Xiao's identity, Fong Honggang had almost mocked Yi Xiao as a dog, but now he wished he could worship Yi Xiao like an ancestor. Yi Xiao glanced at Fong Honggang with contempt, his eyes cold to the point of being terrifying. He had been in charge in the prison for 3 years, and had grown accustomed to seeing people like this. When in power, they are arrogant and domineering, but once they fall from power, they become as humble as dust. People like this are not worth pitying, and he would not pity such people. Vice Manager Ho was already secretly overjoyed. He had a smile on his face and applause in his heart. Fong Honggang, this fool, was probably going to be kicked out. This is the result of heaven's punishment. It can still be survived, but self-inflicted harm is beyond redemption. However, the truth proved that he was too early in his joy. The next moment, Yi Xiao said lightly, Okay, I can give you one more chance. Hearing this, both Fong Honggang and Vice Manager Ho froze, their expressions blank in disbelief. Vice Manager Ho, is this big boss a masochist? No, last time Qi Tianhao provoked him, he got back at him fiercely. There's no way he'd let Fang Honggang, who insulted him even more, go. Fang Honggang also never expected Yi Xiao to agree so easily, but his heart was filled with unease. Even if Yi Xiao beat him up or scolded him like Pan Kachong did, it would feel better than this. Could it be that the big boss wants to use some more vicious trick to deal with him? But at this moment, he dare not question and could only take things one step at a time. Boss, I will go explain things to Qing Xue and the others. Yi Xiao raised his lips in a light smile, a playful glint appearing at the corners of his mouth. No need. You don't need to explain anything, and you don't need to stay away from Song Qingxue. If you can win Song Qingxue over, I will give you double the salary, of course, I mean by legitimate means. Yi Xiao's purpose was simply to make this person who was using his name to stop bothering him. If this guy really managed to get Song Qingxue, it would be less trouble for Yi Xiao, and he certainly wouldn't oppose it. Hearing this, both Vice Manager Ho and Fang Honggang widened their eyes in disbelief. After all, Song Qingxue was one of the three beauties of Lingzhou. How could Yi Xiao just hand her over? Is Yi Xiao out of his mind, or is there something wrong with Song Qingxue? But neither of them dared to ask now. Whatever Yi Xiao said, it was the truth. Yi Xiao walked up to Fang Honggang, leaned down, and patted his face, smiling as he said, "Make sure to perform well later. Don't mess it up, or the consequences will be serious." Fang Honggang was so upset that he wanted to cry, without tears. A few minutes later, when Yi Xiao and Fang Honggang entered the private room again, although Fang Honggang was trying hard to act calm, his slightly trembling fingers and the way he walked as if he had just been circumcised still made Lu Yi notice something unusual. At this moment, she completely believed Yi Zhao's words. My God, he really is the boss of this manhwa building. Chapter 47, Red Tide Bar. However, the absent-minded Song Qingxue and the couple Song Guanqing and Huang Mei, who had a stereotypical impression of Yi Xiao, naturally did not notice anything wrong with the two. Huang Mei threw the watch that Yi Xiao had just given her directly in front of him, mocking him as usual. Mr. Yi, you should take this street vendor item back and fool those ignorant country bumpkins. Honggang, your restaurant needs to raise its standards in the future. People with bad character should not be allowed in. It will lower the level of your restaurant. Hearing this, Fang Honggang's face instantly turned pale, and he almost fell to the ground. In his view, Huang Mei was not mocking Yi Xiao. She was wishing for his death to come faster. He wished he could slap himself twice for being so foolish to hold this banquet at Manhwa Building. Fortunately, Yi Xiao still looked calm, so Fang Honggang had to pretend to be dumb and act as if he hadn't heard anything. Hee and Huang, let's hurry up and eat. The dishes will get cold soon. Fang Honggang's words made Huang Mei feel very strange. This was not like his usual behavior. Previously, he would have jumped at the chance to step on Yi Xiao hard. But Huang Mei didn't think too much about it. Perhaps Fang Honggang felt that someone like Yi Xiao was no longer a threat to him. She also believed that after today's humiliation, this ungrateful wolf should have complete self-awareness. Throughout the meal, Fang Honggang felt particularly uncomfortable. The delicacies tasted like nails in his mouth. His only wish now was for this banquet to end quickly, so he could find a place to soothe his nearly broken heart. Fang Honggang's drastic change even made Song Qingxue feel something was off. The previous Fang Honggang always acted like he was high and mighty, but now he had become timid like a little wife. And whenever Yi Xiao was mentioned, he pretended to be dumb and changed the subject. Could it be that Fang Honggang had a conscience and felt guilty for hitting Yi Xiao too hard earlier? Yi Xiao couldn't help but curl his lips. This guy was too easily scared. A little pressure, and he turned into this cowardly look. Finally, the banquet that made Fang Honggang feel like sitting on pins and needles ended. After Song Guanqing and his wife left Manhwa Building with Yi Xiao, Song Qingxue stayed behind. She called Fang Honggang aside and said with some difficulty, Mr. Fang, I hope you can forgive Yi Xiao. You know he comes from a small place and hasn't seen much of the world. Song Qingxue felt it was necessary to plead for Yi Xiao. With Yi Xiao's silly and naive appearance, how could he compete with Fang Honggang? When Fang Honggang heard Song Qingxue's first sentence, he was completely thrown off. Forgive Yi Xiao? What could he use to forgive? That person was his big boss, okay? After a while, Fang Honggang finally calmed down and said, Miss Song, the past is in the past. I hold no grudge against Mr. Yi, really. You shouldn't say such things in the future. Fang Honggang's attitude towards Song Qingxue also automatically became distant. Although Yi Xiao had said that if he could win over Song Qingxue, he would double his salary, he really didn't dare to do it. This is the boss's woman. He still wants to live a few more years. If there's nothing else, Miss Song, please go back. I still have official business to attend to. Fang Honggang directly issued the eviction order. Song Qingxue stared at Fang Honggang in disbelief. How did this guy suddenly become so reasonable? And according to Fong Honggong's previous behavior, shouldn't he take this opportunity to show off in front of her? Why does she feel that Fong Honggang is intentionally trying to distance himself from her? Is it a case of wanting to catch her by letting go? Before Song Qingxue could figure this out, the frightened and anxious Fong Honggang had already slipped away. On the other side, just after leaving Manhan Building, Yi Xiao received a call from Su Jianxin. "Mr. Yi, I need you to come out for a moment." Su Jianxin stated her intention straightforwardly. "What is it?" Yi Xiao asked lightly. "I have gathered most of my father's old subordinates, but there are still a few key members who are unwilling to return. Without their intelligence network, it's hard to build smoothly." Su Jianxin said truthfully, without any concealment. In the past few days, with Yi Zhao's financial support and Huang Feihu's help, she quickly established a rough framework for the intelligence network that Ghost Eye had before, but as she said, there were still some core personnel who found various reasons to evade. Su Jianxin knew that these people did not believe in her strength, and even bringing up Huang Feihu could not intimidate them. Helpless, she had to ask Yi Xiao for help. This was also what Yi Xiao had promised her at the beginning, not just to provide financial support, but also to help her solve some tricky problems. Commonplace. Yi Xiao agreed without thinking, and without Su Jianxin saying much, he could guess that she was indeed in trouble. 5 o'clock in the afternoon, at Red Tide Bar. Su Jianxin's answer was also very concise. "Okay, I will be there on time." After the call, Yi Xiao spent the afternoon at the company and then took a taxi directly to the bar mentioned by Su Jianxin. When he arrived outside the bar, he realized that it was a bar that had just opened today. Could it be that Su Jianxin was just trying to get people to come and support her? After entering the bar, Yi Xiao quickly found Su Jianxin. Today, Su Jianxin was wearing a white shirt and straight pants, paired with black-rimmed glasses, looking like a capable career woman. This naturally attracted a lot of unwanted advances, but as soon as they saw Su Jianxin's cold, blade-like gaze, everyone immediately retreated. Yi Xiao approached Su Jianxin and happened to see this scene, and couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. She really lives up to her name. I wonder if such a woman would be so cold on the wedding night. He boldly sat down opposite Su Jianxin, unceremoniously took a swig from the bottle of liquor in front of her, and then casually said, "Speak. What is it that you can't solve?" Seeing Yi Xiao sit down and drink so domineeringly, those who had just flirted with Su Jianxin all sneered, as if waiting to see Yi Xiao being killed by Su Jianxin's powerful aura. However, to their astonishment, Su Jianxin not only showed no anger, but instead smiled slightly. "Mr. Yi, are you not afraid that there is poison in this wine?" Yi Xiao almost choked. This girl is still as strong as ever. Does she have to dominate the conversation? And he also laughed. What poison is there? Is there anything more lethal to a man than Miss Su's smile? Su Jianxin smiled even more brightly than before. It must be said that this man really knew how to talk. After laughing, Su Jianxin finally got to the point. "My father has 3 key members under him, one of whom is named Qiu Kunpeng. He has now allied with the elder of the Wujihui and refuses to return, not even willing to see me. I received news that he will appear here today." Su Jianxin shook the red wine glass in her hand. Although her tone was relaxed, she felt no confidence inside. "So what do you want me to do? Beat him up and drag him back?" Yi Xiao said with a playful smile. "Beat?" Su Jianxin was amused by Yi Zhao's words. "Do you not know what kind of existence the Wujihui is?" The Wujihui is a powerful organization backed by the Dragon Kingdom's government, with over 1 million members. In every city of the Dragon Kingdom, there's a branch of the Wujihui with hundreds to thousands of disciples. Moreover, these disciples are all martial artists. In front of the Wujihui, someone like Huang Feihu is like a ragtag army. As long as the president of the Wujihui is willing, he can easily eliminate them without breaking a sweat. So in Su Jianxin's view, Yi Zhao's words were nothing but a complete joke. Anyone who dared to touch the Wujihui was no different from seeking death. Chapter 48. Enemies on a Narrow Road. If beating him up could solve the problem, I wouldn't mind taking action. Yi Xiao said seriously, showing a routine smile. Seeing Yi Xiao so serious and not sounding like he was bragging, for a moment, Su Jianxin actually believed him. But soon, she shook that thought out of her mind. Was she crazy? How could she believe such nonsense? Just as the two were talking, a figure walked towards them. When Su Jianxin saw this person, her pupils slightly widened and her delicate brows twitched. The person was actually Qiu Kunpeng. Su Jianxin was quite surprised. This person who refused to see her actually came over on his own. Yi Xiao naturally noticed the change in Su Jianxin's expression. He slightly tilted his head to look at the newcomer and saw a man around 30 years old, tall and with a refined and handsome face, but his expression carried an undeniable melancholy. "Miss Jianxin, I know what your intentions are today, but my mind is made up. You'd better not come looking for me, Chiu Kuanpeng said, standing before them with an air of superiority. Brother Chiu, do you really believe my father died naturally? Su Jianxin said, seemingly off topic. She knew that to get Chiu Kuanpeng to come back and help her, her relationship with him wasn't enough. She had to bring up her father to be effective. Upon hearing this, a flicker appeared in Chiu Kuanpeng's gaze. His palm unconsciously tightened, but soon he relaxed it again. Miss Jianxin, the matter of Master Guiyan is already in the past. I advise you to live your life well and not get involved. This was also Master Guiyan's arrangement before his death. Chiu Kuanpeng naturally knew that Master Guiyan's death was not normal. In fact, he knew even more than Su Jianxin. But precisely because he was aware of this, he didn't want Su Jianxin to get involved. Because the person who caused Guiyan's death was someone Su Jianxin could not shake. Ahem. At this moment, Yi Xiao cleared his throat twice. I say, shouldn't you introduce me first? Chiu Kuanpeng casually glanced at Yi Xiao, then shifted his gaze away, completely disregarding him. In his eyes, Yi Xiao was just a pretty boy trying to please Su Jianxin. He might have some skills, but still not worth his attention. Miss Jianxin, I've said all I need to say. Farewell. After saying this, Chiu Kuanpeng turned and left without a hint of hesitation. Plain text. Su Jianxin's lips moved slightly, wanting to say something, but in the end, she still couldn't speak. Her eyes flashed with confusion and helplessness, just like a little rabbit that had lost its way in the city. Seeing Su Jianxin like this, Yi Xiao curled his lips and said nothing. He knew that perhaps Su Jianxin didn't really recognize him. Otherwise, she wouldn't have lost the courage to introduce herself. What a coward. Always trying to show off in front of him, but she deflated at the slightest scare. It seems he needs to find an opportunity to show off in front of this girl. Just as Yi Xiao was pondering how to change his impression in Su Jianxin's mind, two people in another corner of the bar noticed him. Those two were Yi Xiao's old acquaintances, Zhao Qiuping and Qi Tianhao, who were also here to support the newly opened bar today. Upon seeing Yi Xiao, a flash of resentment crossed Zhao Qiuping's eyes. How could she encounter Yi Xiao everywhere? Why was this pest so hard to shake off? Qi Tianhao's face also darkened, as if the face that Yi Xiao had slapped was starting to ache again. Both of them noticed each other's abnormality, but they tacitly didn't ask. Qi Tianhao naturally kept the incident of being slapped by Yi Xiao from Zhao Qiuping, and Zhao Qiuping also didn't tell Qi Tianhao about her embarrassment at Shen Lian's birthday party. But with just a glance exchanged, they both simultaneously glanced at the young man sitting in the same booth as them, instantly reaching a certain consensus. Today, they must give Yi Xiao a hard time. Suddenly, Zhao Qiuping sighed, biting her red lips, her face full of sorrow, looking pitiful. Qi Tianhao pretended to be confused and asked, Qiuping, what's wrong? Are you not feeling well? The young man beside them also turned to look at Zhao Qiuping. Zhao Qiuping then pointed in the direction of Yi Xiao. Ah, it's him. What a narrow road for enemies. I actually ran into this bastard here. Qi Tianhao said angrily. At this moment, the young man also looked in the direction Zhao Qiuping pointed, curiously asking, Tianhao, who is that kid? Do you have a grudge against him? Sigh. Qi Tianhao pretended to sigh helplessly, a hint of hesitation flashing his eyes. Brother Lei, this matter is really hard for me to speak about. Seeing Qi Tianhao like this, the young man became even more curious. Tianhao, once your sister marries my brother, we will be family. What can't you tell me? At this moment, a hint of sadness appeared in Zhao Qiuping's eyes, and she said pitifully, let me explain. Brother Lei, it's like this. Previously, Tianhao and I went to the northwest for a trip. This person took advantage of his skills to harass me, and when Tianhao came to stop him, he ended up getting beaten. Zhao Qiuping, without turning a shade, fabricated a completely fictional story. Bang! With a loud sound, the young man slammed his fist on the table, veins bulging on his forehead. How dare he? He actually bullied my friend, Lei Dihua. The young man believed the duet of the two, without a doubt. Tianhao, wait for me. I'm going to get revenge for you right now. The young man said as he stood up. Qi Tianhao quickly grabbed the young man, pretending to be worried. Brother Lei, this is Fei Jie's new place. Let's forget it. It won't end well if something happens. Although Zhao Qiuping was pleased that her scheme succeeded, she still advised, yes. Brother Lei, that person is Song Qingshua's bodyguard and has some connections with the Shun family. It wouldn't be good to directly cause trouble for him. Only then did the young man sit back down, showing a dismissive expression. What's there to fear from a mere bodyguard? Plain text. Tianhao, you can rest assured, today I will definitely help you vent your anger. If he dares to bully you, then he's going against our Lei family's boxing gym. However, you are right. Directly going to find trouble with him is indeed not good. As he said this, a sly smile appeared at the corner of the young man's mouth. A few minutes later, on Yi Xiao and Su Jianxin's side, Yi Xiao was still thinking about how to make this girl in front of him recognize his strength, while Su Jianxin was still troubled by Qiu Kunpeng's rejection. Shouldn't she really take revenge for her father? Just as the two were in silence, suddenly, a drunken bald man staggered over to them. Whether intentional or not, as soon as the bald man reached their booth, he suddenly and vomited a large pile of vomit, which splattered all over the table in front of them. Yi Xiao and Su Jianxin quickly got up one after the other to dodge, narrowly avoiding being splashed with the foul-smelling vomit. Chapter 49. How deep is the concealment? Seeing this scene, Su Jianxin immediately raised her eyebrows, feeling extremely disgusted. After the bald man finished vomiting, as if nothing had happened, he turned around and continued to stagger forward. "Brother, this is not good," Yi Xiao said lightly. TCH. To his surprise, the bald man didn't even look at Yi Xiao and continued to walk forward as if nothing had happened. Yi Xiao's tone became heavier. "Clean up the garbage and apologize." Due to the commotion here, countless bar customers turned to look at the few people. TSK Tisk, there's a good show to watch. It would be even more exciting if they fought. Someone sneered, not caring about the situation. Hee, this is Sister Faye's bar. I don't think they would dare to fight here, even if they had 100 guts. But that bald man is indeed too much. He actually vomited all over their table. If it were me, I couldn't stand it either. Only then did the bald man stop, glancing sideways at Yi Xiao, pointing at himself with a proud expression. "You want me to apologize? You piece of trash. Do you think you have the right to make me apologize? I'm a member of the Lei family boxing gym. Even if I vomit on you, that is your honor. You have to accept it obediently." Apologize? Go to hell. Hearing that the bald man was from the Lei family boxing gym, the surrounding bar customers gasped. So he's from the Lei family boxing gym. No wonder he is so arrogant. Isn't that right? The Lei family boxing gym is the #1 boxing gym in Lingzhou. It is said that even the weakest disciple can take on 10 opponents. It seems this kid can only consider himself unlucky. Su Jianxin's gaze shifted to Yi Xiao. She was not afraid of dealing with this bald man, but the Lei family boxing gym behind him was far from being her opponent with her current strength. What would Yi Xiao do? At this moment, the bald man, hearing the discussions of the surrounding customers, became even more arrogant. "Kid, I originally didn't plan to hold this against you, but you are really clueless. Now, your bald brother is very angry, and the consequences will be serious. However, I can give you a chance for redemption. Kneel down now and lick the top of my shoes clean, then crawl out of the bar like a dog. Of course, I also have my eyes on your woman. Just leave her here to sleep with me. As long as you make me comfortable, I can spare your life. Ha ha." The bald man laughed wildly. "How about it? Your bald brother is very merciful, right?" At this moment, watching the bald man cause trouble, Lady Hua, Qi Tianhao, and Zhao Qiuping all sneered repeatedly. "Brother Lei, this trick of yours is not bad. Using a drunk to provoke that bastard, then forcing him to act first. This way, even if Sister Fei blames us, it has nothing to do with us." Qi Tianhao flattered. Lady Hua twirled the red wine glass in his hand, a smile spreading across his face. He felt proud of his strategy. The world of martial arts is not just about simple fighting and killing. There are even deeper layers of deception. Tianhao, it's not just that. The bald guy is my Lei family's third-tier disciple. In terms of strength, he can easily take down 20 ordinary people. As long as that kid dares to make a move, the bald guy can directly cripple him. Upon hearing that Yi Xiao could be directly crippled, Zhao Qiuping couldn't help but show a look of delight in her eyes. "Yi Xiao, aren't you the NTH generation? Didn't you have the Shun family blacklist my company? It's a pity you forgot that other people's power is still other people's. You're just a salted fish. What do you have to challenge me with?" On the other side, Yi Xiao shook his head. How dare this kind of trash come and provoke him? He had intended to show off in front of Su Jianxin, but crushing such an ant wouldn't be entertaining at all. "A bald guy, huh? Today, I'm not in a good mood, so you'd better not provoke me. Otherwise, I won't mind making you incapable of taking care of yourself," Yi Xiao said, his interest waning. The bald guy immediately became furious. "You bastard, are you giving me face?" As he spoke, he quickly walked towards Yi Xiao, his big hand swinging to grab Yi Xiao by the collar. Suddenly, Yi Xiao sensed something was off. The bald guy's steps were rhythmic, indicating he had practiced stance techniques. Also, his seemingly casual reach was actually quite precise. If Yi Xiao tried to block or slap away his hand, the bald guy could easily use a joint lock to seize his arm. He narrowed his eyes slightly. "Interesting. It seems I was wrong. This guy's a martial artist. I wonder if there are others behind him." Whoosh! With a flash, Yi Xiao dodged the bald guy's reaching hand. At the same time, his gaze rapidly swept around. When his peripheral vision caught Zhao Qiuping and Qi Tianhao, Yi Xiao smiled knowingly. They were the ones who really wanted to deal with him, right? Huh. The bald guy's face showed a hint of surprise. Yi Xiao actually dodged his hand, and the angle was in the blind spot of his arm's change and attack. Was this a coincidence, or had the other party already figured out his moves? He couldn't care less about that. Strike first. Kid, you dare dodge. You're asking for death. As he spoke, the bald guy swiftly twisted his waist. Whoosh. A whip-like leg swept across, fiercely aiming for Yi Xiao's waist. This kick was almost all of his strength. Even if it were a wall in front of him, it would collapse. Not to mention a human's flesh and bone. If he were kicked, at best his ribs would shatter, at worst, he would die on the spot. Late Dihua, naturally, saw that the bald guy had gone all out. He grinned and said, Tian Hao, watch closely. This kid will soon be a cripple. He knew the bald guy's strength well. At this close range, even he himself would find it hard to block this whip kick, let alone a small bodyguard. Hearing this, Tian Hao immediately smiled widely. Great, if you can cripple this kid, Brother Lei, tonight you can drink freely. All expenses are on me. Since Yi Xiao slapped his face in the Manhan restaurant, he had been thinking about how to get back at him. But considering Yi Xiao's identity as the owner of the Manhan restaurant, he never dared to take action. Today, finally, he could see Yi Xiao in trouble. How could he not be happy? Su Jianxin, who was standing aside, also noticed that the bald guy's move was not simple. At this moment, she was deeply shocked. Now she understood. The bald guy had deliberately come to cause trouble. But was he here to deal with Yi Xiao? Or was he here to deal with her? Could Yi Xiao handle this? Facing the bald guy's powerful and forceful kick, Yi Xiao just lightly raised his hand and casually blocked it. Seeing the scene, the bald guy sneered inwardly. This kid really doesn't know his limits. How dare he block with his hand? It's like an insect trying to stop a car. He could already imagine Yi Xiao's hand bone, snapping into pieces from his kick. The scene was one of blood and flesh. However, in the next second, he was dumbfounded because his leg was suddenly blocked in midair, and the feeling was like kicking against an iron mountain, immovable. Then Yi Xiao gripped his hand, and instantly his fingers like eagle claws gripped the bald man's calf. Crack! A bone-breaking sound that made one cringe echoed as the bald man's calf was crushed by Yi Xiao's grip. Arr! The bald man couldn't help but let out a heartbreaking scream. What? How could this happen? Lady Hua's hand trembled, nearly spilling his foreign liquor. In his eyes, Yi Xiao, who should have been weak, was now actually the one who broke the bald man's leg, a scene he found hard to accept. Tian Hao and Zhao Qiuping's smiles instantly froze on their faces. They had expected to see Yi Xiao beaten into a dead dog, not to see Yi Xiao displaying such power. This also left them utterly astonished. Before, Tian Hao had already suffered a loss in Yi Xiao's hands, and now even Lei family's martial artists couldn't handle Yi Xiao. Just how deep was this kid hiding his strength? Chapter 50. You should ask while I leave you a way out. But it wasn't over yet. Then, Yi Xiao yanked his palm backward, and the bald man lost control of his body instantly, like a scarecrow flying toward Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao casually reached out and grabbed the bald man's neck, then smashed his face hard against the table. Bang! The bald man's face met his own vomit in a very intimate way. Yi Xiao clapped his hands, snorted coldly from his nose, and sneered, I told you to clean up, but you didn't listen. Now you want to yap at me? I've changed my mind. Since you like licking, clean up this mess before you go. At this moment, the bar customers finally reacted, and they all sucked in a cold breath. This guy is too fierce. A Lei family martial artist. And he couldn't even last one move in his hands. The bald man had never suffered such humiliation before. He gritted his teeth, enduring the pain in his leg and the nausea from the smell of his own vomit, turning to glare at Yi Xiao with bared teeth, hissing and screaming. Kid, you want to die? As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Xiao moved forward in a flash, and like picking up a chicken, he lifted the bald man up again. Without a word, he slammed his face onto the table once more. Bang! The bald man's nose collapsed instantly, blood splattering everywhere, the pain and nausea almost suffocating him. Trash like you dare threaten me? You should be thankful this isn't in prison. Otherwise, you wouldn't need me to do anything. You'd be dead 800 times over. Yi Xiao's voice was icy cold. Even Su Jianxin couldn't help but tremble a little. Although her personality was cold, she couldn't act as violently as Yi Xiao did. At that moment, suddenly, a harsh voice rang out. Kid, who the hell gave you the guts to touch my Lei family's martial artist? Yi Xiao slightly turned his head and saw a young man around 1.8 meters tall, with short hair, walking toward him. The man was dressed in a suit, shiny shoes, and had a face full of anger. Yi Xiao smiled. He knew the real boss behind the bald man had arrived. This person he had just seen, he was with Tian Hao and Zhao Qiuping earlier. Seeing this person, Yi Xiao finally felt a little more motivated. This person had protruding corners on his forehead, and his voice carried a thunderous sound. He was undoubtedly the strongest opponent Yi Xiao had encountered since his release from prison, but he could probably last only 4 or 5 moves with him. This is second young Master Lei. My god, second young Master Lei is here. This kid is dead for sure. Many of the bar's customers recognized Lei Dihua. That's right, second young Master Lei is the legitimate heir of Lei family's martial arts. It's said that the Martial Extreme Association even wants to recruit him. Wherever second young Master Lei goes, everyone has to give him respect. How dare someone move against Lei family's person in front of him? They really don't know how to die. At this moment, even Su Jianxin furrowed her brows. She had heard of the second son of the Lei family's martial arts master, Lei Dihua, and knew that if it came to a fight, she probably wouldn't be his match. But what made things even more troublesome was the fact that behind Lei Dihua stood the entire Lei family martial arts hall. The Lei family's martial arts hall had a close relationship with the Martial Extreme Association. Even if Yi Xiao could call in support from Huang Feihu would probably not dare to act rashly. Now, things were getting serious. It was possible that before her career even started, it might be cut off by someone. Yi Xiao threw the bald man, who looked like a dead dog, onto the ground, and with a faint smile said, "This bald man spit on my table. Not only did he not apologize, but he also insulted me and my friends. I think you saw it just now. He spat on me, so I hit him. Isn't that fair? If you want to step in for him, that's fine. I don't mind beating up another person with no insight." Yi Xiao's sharp gaze was fixed on Lei Dihua, looking at him with a critical eye, a mocking expression on his face. Upon hearing this, the bar customers were all shocked. What the hell? This guy is too bold. He actually dares to speak to second young Master Lei like that. Is he really tired of living? I've heard second young Master Lei's temper. Just like his name, it's fiery. Wait and see. He'll probably beat this disrespectful guy into a dead dog. That's right. The Lei family's martial arts hall is an existence that even the Flying Tiger Association doesn't dare provoke. Who does this kid think he is to dare speak so arrogantly in front of second young Master Lei? Seeing this scene, Qi Tianhao and Zhao Qiuping couldn't help but smile with glee. In their eyes, Yi Xiao might have some skills to beat the bald man, but against Lei Dihua, he had no chance at all. Qi Tianhao's eyes flickered with a cold light. Yi Xiao, I admit you have some skills. You're not my match, but do you think you're invincible? The world is vast, and there are plenty of people who can handle you. After Lei Dihua cripples you, let's see how I'll humiliate you. Su Jianxin clenched her fists tightly. At this moment, she also felt that Yi Xiao was a bit too arrogant. Although Yi Xiao came from prison, didn't he understand the saying that even a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake? There's no benefit in offending Lei Dihua for him. Had she made a mistake in choosing to believe in Yi Xiao in the first place? Just as Su Jianxin was conflicted, Lei Dihua sneered. Kid, you're quite impressive. Not only did you injure someone from the Lei family's martial arts hall, but now you even dare to challenge me. Lei Dihua. However, I, Lei Dihua, am not unreasonable. My man was wrong earlier, and I admit that. I'll compensate you double for the drinks. But as for you hitting my man, it can't just be left as is. I'll give you a way out. Stand here and let my man beat you. After he's done venting his anger, you can break your own legs, and then this matter will be over. How about it? Lei Dihua appeared to be negotiating with Yi Xiao, but everyone could see that he was trying to vent his anger for the bald man without bloodshed. Although this seemed unfair to Yi Xiao, who could argue when he was the second young master of the Lei family? He had the power to do so. At this moment, the bar customers who wanted to please Lei Dihua sneered. Kid, second young Master Lei is being merciful today. You should hurry up and do as he says. Do you really want second young Master Lei to cripple you with his own hands? That's right, kid. Second young Master Lei is the heir of the Lei family martial arts. He's an existence too terrifying for you to imagine. If he decides to act, he could kill you with a single finger. Now, if you follow second young Master Lei's instructions and break your own legs, that will be your only way to survive. But Yi Xiao, instead of getting angry, just smiled coldly. The prison was so empty, and now the world is so arrogant. He coldly stared at Lei Dihua, his words slow and deliberate. You give me a way out? Heh, you should ask yourself if I will give you a way out. Lei, if you want to die, just try and see. For eyes met, and Lei Dihua felt extreme disdain and provocation. In an instant, Yi Xiao's eyes made Lei Dihua feel a bit unable to look directly at him. Lei Dihua was completely enraged, gritting his teeth and saying, Good, very good, kid. Since you are looking for death, I will fulfill your wish. As he spoke, Lei Dihua's foot suddenly shifted, and his hands secretly clenched into fists, already in a stance to attack Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao also narrowed his eyes, his hands in a grabbing position. Although he was confident he could defeat Lei Dihua, He knew that even a lion uses all its strength to catch a rabbit, so he naturally would not let his guard down. At that moment, a woman's voice suddenly came. "What's going on? Why is it so unhappy?" Hearing this voice, the onlookers in the bar quickly made way and respectfully greeted. "Hello, Sister Fei." Lei Dihua instantly withdrew his intention to fight. Turning to look at the woman, he knew that with her around, this fight was unlikely to happen. Even though he was the young master of the Lei family boxing gym, he had to give her face. Because behind this woman was someone even they could not afford to offend. Chapter 51, Colluding in Misery. This was a woman about 30 years old, with willow leaf eyebrows, peach blossom eyes, and crimson lips. Her oval face carried an infinite charm, and every move seemed to stir men's desires. This was the bar's owner, Liang Feifei. Seeing Liang Feifei appear, Su Jinshin's fingers trembled slightly. As the daughter of the Ghost Eye, she naturally knew Liang Feifei's background. This woman was very capable, considered a social butterfly in Lingzhou's upper class. But what made her more wary was the man behind Liang Feifei. "Tch, so boring." Yi Xiao cursed quietly. He hated being interrupted in two situations. One was being woken from a beautiful dream, and the other was being interrupted during a fight. Lei Dihua's eyes shifted, and he stepped forward with a smile, saying, "Sister Fei, today I'm not here to cause trouble in your bar, but this fool is too ignorant. Look at what he did to my man." Liang Feifei followed Lei Dihua's finger and glanced at the bald man on the ground, covered in blood and in a sorry state. A hint of anger rose in her eyes, as it had been a long time since anyone dared to be so reckless in her place. "Young man, did you hit him?" Liang Feifei looked at Yi Xiao indifferently, slightly opening her lips. At the same time, Liang Feifei's mind was quickly searching for all information about Yi Xiao, and in the end, she confirmed that it was her first time seeing this kid and had never seen him in Lingzhou's upper class. "Haha, turns out to be a reckless youth." Yi Xiao smiled faintly. "That's right, I hit him, but this matter was started by this bald man. If he hadn't vomited on my table and refused to apologize, I wouldn't have acted." Liang Feifei snorted coldly. "I don't care who started it. In my bar, whoever strikes first is at fault." It was clear that Liang Feifei was standing on Lei Dihua's side. One was the second young master of the Lei family boxing gym, and the other was an unknown local fool. She could naturally weigh who was more important. Hearing Liang Feifei's words, Lei Dihua felt even more confident. He smiled and said, "Sister Fei, I know the rules of your bar. Regarding the bald man's vomiting, I've already promised to compensate this kid. But this kid hit my man, and I hope Sister Fei can punish him for me. As for how to punish him, I just mentioned it. I want this kid to let my people beat him until they feel better, then break his legs." Liang Feifei revealed a cold smile at the corner of her mouth. "All right, Dihua, since you already have a plan, just do as you said." After saying that, Liang Feifei's cold eyes turned back to Yi Xiao. Plain text. "Kid, I advise you to recognize your punishment. If you are unwilling, then we will have to follow my rules." Liang Feifei's tone carried an undeniable pride, as if she were the queen who ruled everything. Hearing this, the onlookers knew that Yi Xiao was definitely going to have a bad ending today, and they were aware of the fate of those who caused trouble in Liang Feifei's bar. It is said that a second-generation rich kid from the capital once teased a waitress at the bar and even boasted about having Liang Feifei accompany him for drinks. As a result, that rich kid was hurriedly taken away on a plane that night, and all the lackeys he brought were beaten and had their limbs broken. At this moment, seeing that even Liang Feifei stood by Lei Dihua's side, Qi Tianhao and Zhao Qiuping no longer hid in the corner to watch the show. They approached Lei Dihua, looking at Yi Xiao with mocking eyes, knowing that Yi Xiao's fate was already sealed. Either he would be crippled by Lei Dihua, or he would be taken down by Liang Feifei's subordinates. There was absolutely no third option. Even if Yi Xiao had Shun Qian's support, even if he had inexplicably become the owner of the Manhwa Lu, under the dual pressure of Lei Dihua and Liang Feifei, he could only be crushed to pieces. However, at this moment, Yi Xiao merely curled his lips. He had known that this woman and that kid were in cahoots, and he should have saved his breath earlier. He raised his head and glanced at Liang Feifei, his eyes filled with sarcasm. "Who do you think you are? Does Yi Xiao need you to punish him? Since you want to collude with this kid, then don't blame Yi for being ruthless later. Fists don't distinguish between genders." As soon as Yi Xiao's words came out, everyone in the bar was dumbfounded, unable to believe their ears. This kid is too unaware of his own limits. How dare he speak to Sister Fei like that? Even if he had 9 lives, it probably wouldn't be enough. Is this a lack of brains or a deficiency in IQ? I can't even imagine what this kid's fate will be. If he had followed Sister Fei's words, he might have saved his life, but now, even the gods can't save him. Qi Tianhao and Zhao Qiuping's smiles grew even more radiant. In their eyes, Yi Xiao was just asking for a quicker and more tragic death. Hee. I was just thinking about humiliating this kid after he gets taken down, but now it seems that the only humiliation left for him will be to beat his corpse. Zhao Xiaoping chimed in gleefully. We probably won't even have the chance to beat his corpse. That bastard's body will likely be thrown into the river by Sister Fei to feed the fish. Ha ha ha. The two laughed maniacally, as if they could already see the scene of Yi Zhao's tragic death. As everyone expected, upon hearing Yi Zhao's words, Liang Feifei's beautiful face instantly twisted into a grimace. It's been a long time since I've seen someone so arrogant. Kid, I have to say your mouth is indeed tough, but I want to see if your bones are as tough as your mouth. Come here. Sister Fei, please wait. Just as Liang Feifei was about to order someone to take action, a voice interrupted her. It was Qiu Kunpeng, who had met Yi Xiao earlier, stepping forward. Sister Fei, this person is my friend. Please give me some face and spare his life. Qiu Kunpeng said with a serious face. Yi Xiao glanced over and saw Su Jianxin following Qiu Kunpeng, immediately guessing that this girl must have pleaded with Qiu Kunpeng to come here. He shook his head, feeling that Su Jianxin was completely unnecessary. This was a trivial matter for him. Yi Xiao, when he faced hundreds of vicious attackers, he had never called for backup, and if this got back to the prison, those guys would probably mock him for a whole month. Lei Dihua immediately furrowed his brows. He hadn't expected that someone would come to plead for Yi Xiao, and it seemed this person was quite familiar with Liang Feifei. Otherwise, they wouldn't have come to persuade her in such a fit of rage. Liang Feifei's tense face softened slightly as she coldly said, Kid, today you're lucky. I'll spare your life just because of Kunpeng's face. Kunpeng was a new talent recruited by that man, so of course Liang Feifei had to give him some face. However, Kunpeng, this kid just insulted me. I'm going to break his legs. You have no objections, right? Liang Feifei's tone shifted as she glanced at Kunpeng with a smile that was more like a sneer, her lips curling into a wicked arc. Kunpeng's brows nearly furrowed into a knot, and after a long sigh, he said, Fei Jia, you've already given him a chance to live. Let this be a lesson to him. He was only speaking out for Yi Xiao because of Su Jianxin, and in his view, he had already done all he could. If anyone was to blame, it was Yi Xiao for being too reckless. Liang Feifei was not someone this kid could afford to offend. Chapter 52, Delivering Death Unknowingly. Hearing Kunpeng's words, Su Jianxin's heart sank even further. She bit her lip, feeling utterly powerless. It seemed that she had been too naive, believing that Yi Xiao could actually help her. After receiving Kunpeng's answer, Liang Feifei looked coldly at Yi Xiao. Kid, this time I'll let you go. But if there's a next time, no matter who comes, no one can save you. Liang Feifei still carried herself with an air of superiority, pronouncing Yi Xiao's punishment, and no one found it inappropriate. At this moment, whether it was the bar's customers or Qi Tianhao, Zhao Xiaoping, and Su Jianxin, everyone thought Yi Xiao had no chance of turning the situation around. At this moment, Yi Xiao suddenly laughed. His laughter was eerie, filled with mockery and disdain. After laughing for a while, his sword-like gaze shifted toward Liang Feifei, making her tremble and instinctively take a step back. A trace of panic flashed in Liang Feifei's eyes. She almost instinctively asked, Kid, what are you laughing at? What am I laughing at? Yi Xiao slowly replied, I'm laughing at some people being nothing but circus clowns, yet thinking of themselves as superior. I'm laughing at some people speaking so arrogantly, while facing a real god, still thinking they know better. You want to cripple me, right? Fine. No matter how many people you bring today, I, Yi Xiao, will handle it all by myself. Yi Xiao's eyes were like blades, his gaze sharp as lightning. It was as if these so-called upper-class people in front of him were nothing but a bunch of insignificant ants. Hearing Yi Zhao's arrogant words, Kunpeng's feelings toward him turned to pure disdain. He had never met someone so clueless, someone who would speak such grandiose words in front of Liang Feifei. A mere naive fool, yet he dared to say things that didn't match his status. Kunpeng truly regretted speaking on Yi Zhao's behalf. Su Jianxin was also stunned. She stared hard at Yi Xiao, hoping to see arrogance, to see that ignorant, reckless disregard for life in his eyes. But she was disappointed. All she saw in Yi Zhao's eyes was indifference, a detachment, as if everyone else was beneath him, as if they were nothing more than grass and weeds. Could she have been wrong again? Did he really have the confidence to fight against Liang Feifei and Lei Dihua? Lei Dihua immediately jumped out. Fei Jia, you see? This kid is nothing but a dead man. Let me take care of him right now. He had disliked Yi Xiao for a long time. Now that Yi Xiao was being so arrogant, even if someone pleaded for him, it seemed that he had already been sentenced to death in Liang Feifei's eyes. Liang Feifei's gaze was cold and sharp, and she said firmly, All right, Dihua, go ahead and strike. No matter what happens, you don't have to take responsibility. I'll cover for you. She looked down on people like Yi Xiao, who came from a lowly background, started at the bottom, yet thought too highly of themselves. In her eyes, stepping on such an insignificant ant meant nothing. She wouldn't even feel a shred of guilt. At first, Qi Tianhao and Zhao Qiuping were worried that Liang Feifei might not go all out against Yi Xiao when they heard someone pleading for him. But now, it was clear their worries were completely unnecessary. Yi Xiao, this idiot, was nothing more than useless mud that couldn't stick to the wall. He had just destroyed his own escape route. Now, no matter who came, they wouldn't be able to save him. Kid, remember this. The one who kills you is Lei Dihua. Lei Dihua roared, then suddenly charged forward. His fingers curled into the shape of an eagle's claw in an instant. His sharp claws lunged straight for Yi Xiao's throat. Swift as a wind, his speed was so fast that it left afterimages in the air. Aside from a few people like Su Jianxin and Xiu Kunpeng, no one could even track Lei Dihua's movements with their eyes. Yet at that moment, Yi Xiao stood there like a wooden stake, completely motionless, as if he had no awareness of the danger approaching him. Seeing this, Xiu Kunpeng shook his head, as if he had already determined that Yi Xiao was doomed. He glanced at Su Jianxin, wanting to say a few words to tell her not to feel sad for someone like Yi Xiao. But what he saw was Su Jianxin's gaze, firm and unwavering, fixed on Yi Xiao, as if she was hoping for something. This puzzled Xiu Kunpeng greatly. Could it be that Miss Jianxin still believed this brat could survive? When Xiu Kunpeng turned his gaze back to the battle between Yi Xiao and Lei Dihua, he was instantly shocked by the scene before him. At some point, Yi Xiao had extended his right hand, aiming a direct punch at Lei Dihua's temple. Such a fast punch. Xiu Kunpeng's heart trembled in shock. He hadn't even been able to catch how Yi Xiao had moved. Lei Dihua's eyelids twitched as well. With no time to react, he had no choice but to withdraw his attack and dodge sideways. But in the next instant, it was as if Yi Xiao had already predicted Lei Dihua's escape path. In a sudden flash, Yi Xiao shifted and struck Lei Dihua's chin with his elbow. Boom! A muffled impact sounded, and Lei Dihua was sent flying 4 or 5 meters away. Wah! Lei Dihua spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. The entire exchange happened in the blink of an eye. By the time most of the crowd reacted, they only saw Lei Dihua being knocked into the air by Yi Xiao. What? Young Master Lei was injured? How is this possible? It felt like watching the weakest general, Pan Feng, not only defeat Hua Xiong, but also slay Guan Yu in a single strike. Su Jianxin's tightly clenched fists relaxed slightly. It seemed that she had truly underestimated him. Xiu Kunpeng couldn't help but swallow nervously. Facing Lei Dihua's sudden assault, Yi Xiao had not only remained unscathed, but even countered and sent Lei Dihua flying. Even he wouldn't have been able to do that. Truly, the autumn wind stirs before the cicada senses danger. The reaper's touch comes unseen. Qi Tianhao and Zhao Qiuping's pupils shrank violently. They had never imagined that Yi Xiao could fight so well, to the point that even Lei Dihua had suffered at his hands. Roar! At that moment, Lei Dihua let out a sound like a tiger's roar from his throat. Immediately after, the crowd saw Lei Dihua's face turn red, like the legendary warrior Guangong. The aura around him swelled visibly, like a balloon suddenly filling with air. That's the Lei family's internal martial arts. Su Jianxin and Xiu Kunpeng recognized it at the same time. In the martial arts world, techniques were divided into internal and external disciplines. External arts mainly train the body. When mastered to the highest level, one's physical abilities would surpass ordinary people by tenfold. Whether in strength or speed, they would be unmatched by the average person. The internal martial arts are vastly different. They practice the force of qi. This qi is invisible, but when used, its power is far stronger than any external martial arts techniques. Because internal martial arts directly cause damage to the 5 organs of the human body, with just one palm or fist strike, a person can be severely injured or even killed instantly. Seeing this scene, Su Jianxin and Xiu Kunpeng both widened their eyes in shock. They did not expect that Lei Dihua, only in his early 20s, had already mastered the Lei family's internal martial arts. No wonder he had been chosen by the Martial Extreme Association. Yi Xiao is in trouble. Su Jianxin couldn't help but sweat for Yi Xiao. However, at this moment, Su Jianxin saw a smile appear at the corner of Yi Xiao's mouth, as if he were pleasantly surprised. That's right, Yi Xiao was indeed a little surprised, just like hunting. At first, he thought he was attacking a rabbit, but upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a small wild boar. How could that not be surprising? Haha, looks like I can satisfy my craving for action a little more today. Chapter 53, Using Their Own Methods to Deal with Them. Die for me, Lei Dihua shouted fiercely, his voice like thunder. In the next second, his body rushed forward with incredible speed, seemingly 4 to 5 times faster than before. Even Su Jianxin and Qiu Kunpeng could barely see his figure. Swish! With a sound, Lei Dihua kicked, his leg instantly straightened like a long spear, aiming fiercely at Yi Zhao's lower back. This kick targeted Yi Zhao's lower back. If it hit, most people would instantly be paralyzed, becoming a vegetable, because that area is where the spinal cord is located, one of the most vulnerable spots on the human body. Good! Yi Zhao also shouted, then swiftly moved his feet, dodging the tip of Lei Dihua's kick with light and agile footwork, narrowly avoiding the attack. Kid, you think you can dodge? Too naive. With a cold laugh, Lei Dihua's leg, which should have dropped due to the force, unexpectedly shot forward once more, speeding up toward Yi Zhao. It was as if a rocket, halfway in the air, was suddenly pushed forward by an accelerator. Upon seeing this, Su Jianxin and Qiu Kunpeng couldn't help but feel their muscles twitch. This was completely beyond their understanding. They never expected the Lei family's internal martial arts to be so powerful. If it were them, they probably would have been defeated on the spot by this sudden and unpredictable strike, either dead or seriously injured. Qiu Kunpeng couldn't help but feel a tinge of regret for Yi Zhao. This kid did have some skill, but he was too arrogant and picked the wrong opponent. But at this moment, Yi Zhao did something completely unexpected. Faced with Lei Dihua's unstoppable attack, he did not retreat, but instead advanced. He reached out with one hand and, like a snake swiping through grass, deflected the tip of Lei Dihua's foot. This is impossible. Lei Dihua's eyes widened like bronze gongs. His powerful leg attack, which should have been unstoppable, was easily neutralized by Yi Zhao. But what shocked him even more was what happened next. After successfully blocking the kick, Yi Zhao didn't stop. He swiftly tapped the ground with his foot and, like a flying swallow skimming the water, immediately moved to Lei Dihua's left side. In an instant, his arm shot out like a blade, aiming directly at Lei Dihua's ribs. What? Lei Dihua's heart was filled with terror. For Yi Zhao's change of direction, Lei Dihua had no defense whatsoever, as his body was still in midair. Though he had briefly accelerated using qi to give him power, this was his limit, and he couldn't do it again. So now, he was completely Yi Zhao's target, like a fish on a chopping block. Boom! A dull sound echoed as Lei Dihua was sent flying backwards without any resistance. It took him a moment to steady himself, feeling a cold sensation where Yi Zhao had struck, but then intense burning pain followed. Liquid began to drip from his waist down to his ankles. Thunderfire knew he was already injured. Moreover, it was not an ordinary injury. Just now, he kicked Yi Zhao's waist with the intention of crippling him, but now Yi Zhao's hand strike almost pierced his kidney. Even if Thunderfire was not paralyzed on the spot, he would probably become a cripple with one less kidney for the rest of his life. This was absolutely unacceptable for a martial artist, especially a man. Thinking about his miserable future, Thunderfire's blood surged, and he suddenly spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. The crowd in the bar was already dumbfounded, everyone doubting whether their eyes were deceiving them. What a joke. This is the second young master of the Lei family. How could he be beaten to the point of spitting blood by an unknown person? Qi Tianhao and Zhao Qiuping trembled uncontrollably, like chaff in the wind. Yi Zhao's strength far exceeded their imagination. Now they not only worried that Yi Zhao would guess they were behind the scenes and take revenge on them, but also feared that the Lei family would hold them accountable. After all, it was they who encouraged Thunderfire to confront Yi Zhao. Zhao Qiuping bit her lip tightly, glaring at Yi Zhao's back with deep resentment. Wasn't he just a little prison guard she had dumped? Relying on his medical skills to gain the favor of Shen Qianyi was one thing, but now he had even defeated Thunderfire in martial arts. Every time Yi Zhao excelled, it felt like a merciless slap on her face, making her regret deeply and feel utterly ashamed. Su Jianxin completely relaxed her fists. A hint of brilliant light appeared in her beautiful eyes. Perhaps she really did not misjudge him. Although Qiu Kunpeng was also surprised that Yi Zhao could defeat Thunderfire, who had mastered the Lei family's internal martial arts, he did not think this matter was over. Thunderfire may have lost, but there was still Liang Feifei. Even if Liang Feifei couldn't stop Yi Zhao, what about the man behind her? So Yi Zhao's current situation was still very grim. Sure enough, just as Qiu Kunpeng had expected, Liang Feifei's eyebrows shot up, and she sternly reprimanded, "You bold fool! How dare you harm the second young master Lei?" Yi Zhao curled his lips into a mocking smile and said calmly, "So it's only allowed for this brat to come and attack me, and I can't fight back?" Liang Feifei raised an eyebrow, her voice extremely cold. "Of course, the second young master Lei is a noble guest of my bar. And what are you? Just a stinky bug that has committed a crime. How dare you compare yourself to the second young master Lei? Kid, The second young master Lei acted against you with my consent. You should obediently accept the punishment, but instead, you injured the second young master Lei, which is a crime on top of your original offense. Come here, waste him. If he dares to resist again, don't blame me for being ruthless. Liang Feifei waved her hand, and immediately more than a dozen strong thugs surged out behind her. Each of them was a trained fighter. Although they couldn't compare to Thunderfire, they were all tough characters. Liang Feifei believed that even if Yi Xiao was strong, he would not be a match for these more than a dozen people. Seeing Yi Xiao surrounded by the thugs, Qi Tianhao and Zhao Qiuping's eyes once again showed joy. They believed that two fists could not defeat four hands, and they did not believe that Yi Xiao could remain undefeated under such a siege. Su Jianxin's heart, which had just settled, tightened again. She had also heard about the thugs around Liang Feifei. They were all bodyguards personally selected for Liang Feifei by that person. The reason why Liang Feifei could intimidate various young masters in the bar was largely due to this. Plain text. Can Yi Xiao still continue to win as always? I'm afraid it's quite difficult. However, at this moment, Yi Xiao didn't take these people seriously at all. If the battle with Lei Dihua was like a 7/10 full lunch for him, then these people could only be considered dessert after the meal. He slightly squinted his eyes, instinctively clenched his right hand into a fist, deciding to eat these desserts one by one. However, just as both sides were rolling up their sleeves, ready to fight, a deep voice suddenly came. What's going on? Who dares to cause trouble in my woman's territory? Hearing this voice, Qiu Kunpeng's expression changed drastically. It's over. This time it's completely over. Lord Yin is here. How can this kid have a way out? Chapter 54. But I don't want to just let it go. Upon hearing this, Liang Feifei's eyes lit up, and an incredibly bright smile blossomed on her face. To be honest, she wasn't very confident when she had her subordinates beat up Yi Xiao. Even if Yi Xiao couldn't defeat her subordinates, escaping shouldn't be a problem. However, now it's different. Her backing has arrived, and she believes that even if Yi Xiao had wings, he would be powerless to turn the tide. After hearing this voice, the group of thugs also withdrew their intentions to fight, waiting for their true master to give orders. Sigh, how boring. The dessert is gone. Yi Xiao pouted, casually pulled over a chair, and sat down with a swagger, opening a bottle of foreign wine and taking a big gulp without hesitation. The dessert is gone, but Yi Xiao thought he might still encounter a big meal, so he wasn't too dissatisfied. Seeing Yi Xiao like this, Su Jianxin didn't know whether to say he was fearless like a newborn calf or really had a hole in his head. That person is an elder of the Martial Extreme Association. Even Huang Feihu would retreat in fear before such a big shot. Where does Yi Xiao get his confidence to be so relaxed? On the other side, not long after the voice fell, a man in his 30s, tall and dressed in tight clothing, walked in. The man looked as fierce as a spear, with a heroic demeanor, but his slightly narrowed, elongated eyes and the sly smile at the corner of his lips reminded everyone that he was not someone to be trifled with. This person is one of the elders of the Martial Extreme Association, Liang Feifei's backing, and the latest ally of Qiu Kunpeng, Shang Guanyin. Following Shang Guanyin were 8 others, all of whom were martial artists from the Martial Extreme Association. They looked as if they were forged from iron, and as soon as they appeared in the bar, everyone felt an invisible aura of death gathering above them. Besides their unmatched ferocity, there was also a kind of brutality and arrogance that couldn't be described in words, as if they were no longer human, but a group of wild beasts. Lord Yun, Lord Yun. The customers in the bar bowed to Shang Guanyin, bending down in a neat wave like cutting wheat, each person showing great humility, afraid of displeasing this elder of the Martial Extreme Association in any way. Seeing Shang Guanyin approach, Lei Dihua said with a face full of anger, Lord Yun, you have to stand up for me. Shang Guanyin glanced at Lei Dihua, immediately seeing the severity of his injuries. He had been severely injured by someone using internal energy to shatter his kidney. He understood Lei Dihua's martial skills, which had basically reached the threshold to enter the Martial Extreme Association. To injure him like this was undoubtedly the work of a great master. Xiao Fei, what happened? Shang Guanyin asked lightly. After all, he had been in a high position for a long time. Although he was momentarily surprised, he was not frightened by such a small scene. Liang Feifei showed a look of grievance and said, Lord Yun, it's like this. Today a madman came to our bar. In my bar, not only did you cause trouble, but you also hurt young Master Lei in front of me. This is not only disrespectful to me, but also to you, Master Yun. Liang Feifei was also very skilled at whispering sweet words. Her half-truth, half-fake statements completely framed Yi Xiao as a troublemaker, while she and Lei Dihua became the victims. Upon hearing this, Shang Guanyun's eyes flashed, radiating a chilling aura. Such a thing happened? His tone was calm, but the cold gleam in his eyes made everyone shudder. At this moment, Chiao Kuanpeng, with a hard face, stepped forward and said, "Master Yun, there's been a misunderstanding. The person Fei Fei mentioned is my friend. Actually, it was Lei Dihua's men who provoked him first, which led to him acting out." Oh, Shangguan Yun glanced at Chiao Kuanpeng out of the corner of his eye. He still appreciated this old subordinate with the ghostly eyes. But what surprised him was that Chiao Kuanpeng would speak up for the villain in Liang Feifei's words. "Master Yun," Liang Feifei sensed something was wrong. It was likely that Shangguan Yun would let Yi Shao off because of this, so she wanted to slander Yi Shao even more. However, before she could finish speaking, she was interrupted by Shangguan Yun. "Xiao Fei, I still need to give Kuanpeng face, so stop talking." After saying this, he swept his gaze toward the side figure surrounded by the bar's bouncers and continued, "Kid, you're lucky today. Kuanpeng is someone I value, so I can't ignore his face. But you still hurt young Master Lei and made my woman unhappy. I will still pursue this matter. I won't make things too difficult for you. Kneel down and apologize to Xiao Fei right now, and let Lei Dihua break one of your legs to vent his anger. If you do that, I can let this matter go." Upon hearing this, Lei Dihua clenched his fists, making cracking sounds. He had almost been crippled. Shangguan Yin wasn't going to kill Yi Shao, but only break one of his legs. Although he felt a bit resentful, he couldn't say anything, considering the other party was an elder of the Martial Extremes Association. At most, he could find Yi Shao later and settle it privately. Hearing this, Su Jinshin let out a slight sigh of relief and threw a grateful look at Chiao Kuanpeng. In her eyes, this was the best possible outcome. Even if Yi Zhao's leg was broken, it could be reattached, but if Shangguan Yun had really wanted to kill him, no one could save him. Yi Shao twisted the bottle of foreign liquor in his hand and scoffed. "Is it settled? But I don't want to let it go just like that. Also, I don't need anyone's face." Hearing this, everyone gasped in shock. Is this guy out of his mind? Even Master Yun has agreed to let him off, yet he dares to challenge Master Yun. He's truly asking for death. Yeah, who is Master Yun? It's said that even the commander of the battle department, Qi Jun, invited him to be a trainer. Even Master Tiger from the Flying Tiger Association has to yield to him. Who does this kid think he is to not give Master Yun any face? I think this kid must have gotten drunk and thought he could beat up the bald guys and Lei Dihua, thinking his tail is up in the air now. TCH, does he really think he's invincible? Chiao Kuanpeng was completely speechless toward Yi Shao. He had risked angering Shangguan Yun to plead for Yi Shao, but this kid not only didn't appreciate it, he even dared to go against Master Yun. Now, Master Yun would probably have murderous intentions toward him. Su Jinshin's heart sank to the bottom. She felt cold all over. Yi Shao, why are you so ungrateful?" Shangguan Yun's face completely changed. He furrowed his brows, his expression cold, and his demeanor extremely grave. How could Liang Feifei miss such a perfect opportunity to stir things up? A faint smile appeared at the corner of her mouth as she looked at Yi Shao and said softly, "What's the matter? Do you want to kill me in front of Master Yun?" Yi Shao sneered indifferently. "Kill you? So what? Since you all think other people's lives are cheap and worthless. In my eyes, your lives are not worth anything." As he spoke, Yi Zhao's gaze shot at Liang Feifei like two sharp swords. What kind of gaze was that? It was deep like a prison, terrifying like an abyss. Even though Shangguan Yun stood beside Liang Feifei, she couldn't help but shiver in fear. Chapter 55. The Prison Lord's Mercy. "Kid, how dare you speak like that?" One of the Wu Ji Hui members behind Shangguan Yun growled, glaring at Yi Shao as if he wanted to swallow him whole. After speaking, the person took a step forward, his movement lightning fast as he tried to grab Yi Zhao's neck. The Wu Ji Hui member's actions were so quick that many people didn't even have time to react. But to Yi Shao, it was as slow as a snail's crawl. He casually slapped out, and with a sharp smack sound, the Wu Ji Hui member, who had just rushed over fiercely, was sent flying back at least 10 times faster than before. This scene stunned everyone into silence. My God, did this kid eat the heart of a bear and the gall of a leopard? How dare he attack in front of Lord Yun? He's dead. If this kid survives, I'll kneel down and call him father. At this moment, Liang Feifei, Qi Tianhao, Zhao Qiuping, and others all wore cold smirks on their faces, as if to say, if Lord Yun might have spared Yi Shao a chance earlier, now he's definitely sentenced to death. Ha ha ha. Shangguan Yun laughed in anger. Good. It's been a long time since anyone dared to be so arrogant in front of me. He glared at Yi Zhao's profile without any expression, his voice icy cold. Young man, you were able to defeat Lei Dihua, and honestly, for a moment, I felt a little admiration for your talent. But now, you must pay the price for your actions. Although it's a bit of a pity, I can't help it. Shang Yun, cannot lose face, and the dignity of Wu Ji Hui cannot be violated. Kid, tell me, where are you from? What kind of backing do you have that gives you the audacity to be so arrogant? Of course, it's not that I'm afraid of you, but I intend to completely wipe out the forces and supporters behind you. Shang Yun's words made everyone shiver. They knew that the elder of Wu Ji Hui was completely enraged. Not only would this ignorant kid die, but his family and friends would likely suffer as well. Because these words came from Shang Yun, the elder of the #1 power in the Dragon Country. No one dared to question him. Shang Yun, huh? Yi Xiao muttered to himself before grinning and saying, Cloud Cripple, you sure have guts. Now you're even threatening me. Cloud Cripple. Hearing this nickname, Shang Yun's expression tightened instantly. It was as though he had been pulled back to his time 2 years ago in the world's #1 prison. Only those in prison had ever dared to call him that. At that moment, he carefully recalled Yi Xiao's voice, and suddenly his whole body tensed, as if his skin had frozen. This sounds a bit like the prison lord's voice. Though 2 years had passed, the memories of his time in the world's #1 prison still haunted Shang Yun. Those 2 years were the darkest shadow of his life. His 9 years of compulsory education didn't even compare to what he had learned in that prison. Thinking about this, Shang Yun's body started trembling. A strange, indescribable fear spread all over him. However, the others didn't know what Shang Yun was feeling. The closest to him, Liang Fei, knew that Shang Yun was indeed disabled with a prosthetic left leg. But Shang Yun was very sensitive about people mentioning his limp. Once, when she accidentally mentioned it, Shang Yun slapped her so hard that she flew away. Now, this reckless kid not only disregarded Shang Yun, but also touched his sore spot. Liang Fei couldn't even imagine what cruel methods Shang Yun would use. Kill this kid. The others, although confused, could still hear the mocking tone in Yi Xiao's voice. Look, Master Yun is trembling with rage. My God, Master Yun is really going to tear this kid apart with his own hands. This is what they call Guan Gong, not opening his eyes. But if he does, he will kill, right? I think it's about time. Not only did this kid shout at Master Yun's woman, but he also beat up Master Yun's subordinates. Now, he even insults Master Yun by calling him a cripple. Anyone would snap under these circumstances, especially someone like Master Yun, who is extraordinary and holds power and influence. Tisk, I'm getting more and more curious about this kid's fate. Do you think Master Yun will tear him apart? Xiao Kunpeng shook his head, watching in disbelief. He had seen arrogance before, but he had never seen someone as reckless as Yi Xiao. This was clearly challenging Master Yun's limits. It seemed the only thing he could do now was collect Yi Xiao's corpse. Su Jianxin, at this moment, no longer had any hope that Yi Xiao would survive. She sighed. Perhaps she had been too naive. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been foolish enough to believe a madman like Yi Xiao. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, Look, Master Yun is moving. He's walking towards that kid. With an extremely uneasy heart, Shang Yun walked toward Yi Xiao. He prayed to all the gods inside, hoping the person wasn't Yi Xiao. But reality proved that when you clutch at the Buddha's feet in desperation, the Buddha won't pay attention to you. When Shang Yun finally saw Yi Xiao's face clearly, his eyes widened in shock, his face turned pale, and it seemed like even his breathing was trembling. He no longer cared about anything else, and with a thud, he knelt in front of Yi Xiao. Prison master, spare me. Boom! The crowd, witnessing this scene, felt as if a nuclear bomb had exploded in their ears. Countless people screamed in disbelief, eyes wide open, their faces full of shock and disbelief. What? Master Yin actually knelt to a young punk? What's happening in this world? No one would dare to write such a fantastical story. And this is Master Yin, one of the elders of the Wuji Society, someone who crushed Huang Feihu. Even the powerful in the capital had to show him respect. Qi Tianhao and Zhao Qiuping were completely stunned. They wished they could gouge their eyes out and pretend they hadn't seen this scene. What they had hoped for was to see Shang Yun kill Yi Xiao, or at least beat him half to death. But now, not only did Shang Yun show no intention of punishing Yi Xiao, he actually knelt before him. This completely overturned their worldview. Liang Fei, terrified, collapsed onto the ground. As Master Yun's woman, she knew his character all too well. Even when he saw the president of the Wuji Society, he wouldn't kneel, but now, he was kneeling before Yi Xiao. This could only mean one thing. Yi Xiao's identity far surpassed Shang Yun's. Even the president of the Wuji Society couldn't compare. Su Jianxin and Xiao Kunpeng were also dumbfounded. They had completely given up on Yi Xiao, thinking he wouldn't survive the night. But now, they had never imagined such a shocking reversal. Who exactly is he? For the first time, Su Jianxin felt that Yi Xiao's identity was something she couldn't figure out. Yi Xiao casually glanced at Shangguan Yun and said indifferently, Yun the cripple, looks like when Dark Ghost broke your leg back then, it wasn't enough, huh? You're now acting all high and mighty in front of me. You want to wipe out the forces and supporters behind me? Go ahead if you have the guts. Shangguan Yun, head lowered and filled with bitterness, recalled when he had first entered prison. He was the type who thought he was invincible, wanting to dominate the prison. But within 5 minutes, a killer called Dark Ghost had pressed him to the ground and tortured him. His leg had been broken, and if Yi Xiao hadn't arrived in time, he probably wouldn't even have survived. Boom! With a loud slap, Shangguan Yun forcefully slapped himself in the face. Warden, it's my foul mouth. It's my fault. I didn't know it was you. If I had known, even if you gave me 1,000 lives, I wouldn't dare say that. You are magnanimous. Please treat my previous words as nonsense. Now, dignity and face mean nothing to Shangguan Yun. As long as he can seek forgiveness from Yi Xiao, he would kneel for 3 days and nights without hesitation. Yi Xiao smacked his lips, his gaze swept towards Su Jianxin. He raised his chin slightly. Though he didn't speak, Su Jianxin understood what Yi Xiao meant. Wasn't this just telling him that his previous worries were unnecessary? Wasn't this just showing off his identity and power? Su Jianxin, pretending to be proud, gave Yi Xiao a disdainful glance, as if saying, You can be as handsome as you want, but you're just not my type. Yi Xiao didn't continue to make things difficult for Shangguan Yun. All right, Cripple Yun, let's find a quiet place and talk. Okay. Shangguan Yun nodded rapidly. He knew that Yi Xiao had calmed down. Although he didn't understand why the warden hadn't punished him like he did in prison, for him, this was undoubtedly the best outcome. Shangguan Yun slowly stood up. Although Yi Xiao had lightly passed over the matter, Shangguan Yun knew it couldn't be settled like this. His cold eyes swept over Lei Dihua. Without saying a word, he took a step forward, and it seemed as if the distance shrank, his hand gripping Lei Dihua's neck tightly. Feeling Shangguan Yun's chilling, killing intent, Lei Dihua struggled to beg for mercy. Master Yun, my father and older brother are also members of the Wuji Association. Please spare me for their sake. Even Lei Dihua, though slow to react, knew he had kicked the hornet's nest. That Yi Xiao made even Shangguan Yun kneel. How could someone like him provoke him? Upon hearing this, Shangguan Yun's murderous intent slightly faded. Bang! With a loud crash, Shangguan Yun threw Lei Dihua heavily to the ground. Lei Dihua, you had the guts today to anger Mr. Yi. I may spare your life, but you won't escape the punishment. I'll cripple your limbs now. If you're not satisfied, let your father Lei Shanhe come find me. In Shangguan Yun's rough, hoarse voice, there was a cold and brutal killing intent. If it weren't for this brat, would he have offended the warden so severely? With that, Shangguan Yun didn't give Lei Dihua any time to react. A dagger slipped out from his sleeve in an instant. Whoosh, whoosh. Several flashes of cold light flickered, and Lei Dihua's tendons in both hands and legs were severed by Shangguan Yun. In an instant, Lei Dihua's limbs gushed blood like columns, a sea of crimson. The excruciating pain caused Lei Dihua to faint on the spot. Qi Tianhao and Zhao Qiuping, witnessing this scene, were already scared out of their wits. Taking advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention, they nervously began to retreat, hoping to slip out of the bar. At that moment, Yi Zhao's voice suddenly sounded in their ears. Zhao Qiuping, this is the last time I will let you go. If there's a next time, you'll die. Yi Zhao's lips were pressed into a hard straight line, his eyes dark and bloodthirsty. For 3 years, countless prisoners had tried to take his life. In such an environment, Yi Xiao had stood tall, unyielding. How could he be a simple-minded person? Lei Dihua and the previous bald man had no grudge with him. Why would they suddenly trouble him? Yi Xiao had long known that these two were stirring up trouble behind the scenes. Upon hearing this, Zhao Qiuping was so frightened that her heart almost stopped. Her entire body felt as though it had fallen into an ice cave. So it turned out from the beginning, she was just a clown in Yi Zhao's eyes. She fiercely pinched her thigh. Plain text. He was reborn with strength, lost and disoriented, walking out. After dealing with Lei Dihua, Shangguan Yun personally brought Yi Xiao, Su Jianxin, and Xiong Peng into the most luxurious private room of the bar. Of course, Liang Feifei followed behind. For this woman, Shangguan Yun still had some feelings, and he naturally did not want to directly cripple her like he did with Lei Dihua. But how to deal with Liang Feifei still depended on Yi Zhao's wishes. After everyone sat down, only Liang Feifei was trembling all over, standing anxiously. Shangguan Yun gave a glance, and Liang Feifei hurriedly took a bottle of top-quality foreign wine and poured 2 glasses. Then she forced a smile. Mr. Yi, it was my dog eyes that looked down on people. Please don't hold it against me. As she spoke, Liang Feifei directly raised a glass of foreign wine and drank it all in one go. But Yi Xiao beside her had no reaction at all, and the atmosphere in the private room dropped to freezing point. At this moment, Liang Feifei's hand were already trembling so much that she couldn't hold the glass steady. Shang Guanyun's heart sank. He knew this warden too well. Whenever Yi Xiao was silent, even prisoners 3 meters away had to kneel one by one, because it meant the warden was very angry, and often it was a prisoner who was going to have bad luck. He cautiously said, "Warden, Xiao Fei is just a woman, you." However, before Shang Guanyun could finish his words, he was interrupted by Yi Xiao waving his hand. Yi Xiao smashed a whole bottle of foreign wine in front of Liang Feifei, and then he picked up a glass of wine and said indifferently, "You drink it, I don't care." This was a standard 750 milliliters bottle of foreign wine. In the past, no one would dare to speak to Liang Feifei like this because she had Shang Guanyun's support. But now, Shang Guanyun had become someone else's lackey. Who could she rely on? Su Jianxin also felt a bit numb, but she didn't think Yi Xiao's actions were excessive. After all, Liang Feifei had wanted to collude with Lei Dihua to cripple Yi Xiao. Although Liang Feifei's people did not actually confront the real Yi Xiao could let Liang Feifei go, mostly out of consideration for Shang Guanyun. Qiong Peng just shook his head, blaming Liang Feifei for misjudging the situation and standing on the wrong side. Liang Feifei did not hesitate at all. She directly grabbed the bottle of foreign wine and gulped it down. After finishing the bottle, she was almost unable to stand, while Yi Xiao merely took a small sip of the red wine in his hand. Seeing this, Shang Guanyun finally felt relieved. He waved his hand at Liang Feifei. "Get lost." Liang Feifei bowed to Yi Xiao as if granted amnesty. Then she wobbled out of the private room. "Yun Xiaozi, take care of your woman in the future. If there's a next time, you know the consequences." Yi Xiao said lightly. Yes. Warden, you are right." Shang Guanyun replied reluctantly. "Come, I will also toast to the warden. Just consider it a welcome for the warden." After saying this, Shang Guanyun raised a glass and drank it all, trying to ease the awkward atmosphere in the private room. This time, Yi Xiao did not put on airs and drank a glass with Shang Guanyun. After finishing the drink, Yi Xiao pointed at Qiong Peng. "I want this person, Yun Xiaozi. Do you have any objections?" Shang Guanyun was stunned for a moment, somewhat confused. Did the warden's preferences change? But he still decisively agreed. "My life is given by the warden. Whatever the warden wants, just take it." Yi Xiao naturally saw through Shang Guanyun's little thoughts. He curled his lips and said, "This woman beside me is the daughter of Gue Yin, and now she is helping me with work." At this point, Shang Guanyun could naturally guess Yi Xiao's meaning. He looked at Su Jianxin and said, "Miss, if you need any help from me in the future, just let me know." "Xiao Yun?" Su Jianxin felt a chill in her heart. You must know that Shang Guanyun is an elder of the Martial Extreme Association in Lingzhou, who wouldn't call him Lord Yun. At this moment, he actually referred to himself as Little Yun in front of me. If I hadn't heard it with my own ears, I probably wouldn't have believed it even if you beat me to death. "Yun, Lord Yun, you're being too polite." Su Jianxin awkwardly nodded. Shang Guanyun then looked at Qiu Kunpeng. "Kunpeng, I know you chose to follow me for a reason, but you must understand that the warden's strength surpasses mine by 100 times. If you want to deal with that person, being loyal to the warden is more suitable than following me." What else could Qiu Kunpeng say? He only knew how fierce Yi Xiao's strength was through Shang Guanyun's limited perspective. So, even if he was treated like a commodity and handed over to Yi Xiao by Shang Guanyun, he could accept it, because his goal was actually the same as Su Jianxin's. Chapter 57. The Nonsense of Medical Skills. After some conversation, Yi Xiao and Su Jianxin left the Red Tide Bar. Outside the bar, Su Jianxin hesitated for a long time before finally calling out to Yi Xiao. "Mr. Yi, do you have anything you want to say to me?" Yi Xiao's identity was too puzzling for her. Before this, she only thought that Yi Xiao had a prison-friend relationship with her father, but today, it seems she might have guessed wrong. "You didn't ask," Yi Xiao said with a carefree expression. Hearing this, Su Jianxin felt a strong urge to hit him. Indeed, she had only believed in Yi Xiao based on her feelings, and his identity had never been something she cared about. Su Jianxin glared at Yi Xiao with annoyance, gritted her teeth, and asked again, "You're not a prisoner in the prison?" Yi Xiao shrugged. "I never said I was." Upon hearing this, Su Jianxin's face couldn't help but twitch in anger. Seeing that Su Jianxin was about to explode, Yi Xiao quickly added, "All right, Miss Su, what you need to do now is to build your intelligence network well. If you encounter any trouble you can't solve, just come to me. As for the rest, don't think too much." After saying that, Yi Xiao walked straight past Su Jianxin. In front of such a strong-willed woman, maintaining an air of mystery is the best way to keep her guessing about you forever. Just as Yi Xiao was hailing a taxi to return to Song Qingshua's villa, his phone suddenly rang. The call was from Lu Yi. "Yi Xiao, it's bad. Uncle Song has suffered a cerebral hemorrhage, and the situation is very critical. Hurry to the first city hospital." As soon as the call connected, Lu Yi said urgently. Yi Xiao was a bit dazed. Wasn't everything fine at noon? How could he suddenly have a cerebral hemorrhage now? Okay, I'll be right there. Yi Xiao knew it wasn't the time to ask these questions. He should go see the situation first. Just in case, he quickly called Huang Feihu to prepare a set of silver needles to send to the first hospital. Old Song was aware of his identity. If he saw him ignoring a life-and-death situation, Old Song would probably throw away the token and not give it to him. That would be terrible. 20 minutes later, Yi Xiao arrived at the first hospital, and Lu Yi was already waiting for him at the elevator. What exactly happened? Yi Xiao asked as soon as they met. As Lu Yi entered the elevator with Yi Xiao, she frowned and said, "The financial director of Qingxue Company embezzled 100 million in public funds and ran away, causing the Song Group's capital chain to break, leading to a huge crisis." Uncle Song heard this news and became too agitated, resulting in a cerebral hemorrhage. Embezzled 100 million? Yi Xiao had been at the Song Group for some time and knew a bit about its affairs. Although the group claimed to have a market value of 100 billion, due to expansion into other fields in recent years, there wasn't much usable capital on the books. This 100 million could very well be all the liquid funds the Song Group had. Plain text. No wonder Song Guanqing is so angry. Before long, the two arrived outside Song Guanqing's emergency room, where Huang Mei was anxiously pacing back and forth, and Song Qingxue also looked worried and frowning. Seeing Yi Xiao, Song Qingxue suddenly thought of the day when Yi Xiao treated Shen Luoyan. Perhaps Yi Xiao could also treat her father. But before Song Qingxue could speak, Huang Mei scolded sharply. "You ungrateful wolf! What are you doing here? Are you here to watch our family's joke? Get out of here quickly. I get annoyed just seeing you." Huang Mei's eyes were filled with disgust. She already disliked Yi Xiao, and now, in a bad mood, she instinctively vented all her anger on him. Lu Yi hurriedly explained, "Aunt Huang, Yi Xiao knows medicine. Maybe he can help Uncle Song." She had called Yi Xiao, and seeing him being scolded made her feel guilty. Him? Just a little prison guard. What does he know about medicine? Huang Mei is it. However, Yi Xiao remained unfazed by Huang Mei's ridicule. In fact, he felt a bit like eating Huang Men chicken. The less she thought of him, the easier it would be for him to break off the engagement. At this moment, Song Qingxue also felt her mother was being a bit excessive. Just as she was about to say a few words for Yi Xiao, the emergency room door opened. A chief doctor wearing gold-rimmed glasses stepped out first. "Dr. Zhou, how is my husband?" Huang Mei hurriedly approached and asked. Dr. Zhou sighed. "Mrs. Song, let's talk in my office." Upon hearing this, both Huang Mei and Song Qingxue's hearts sank. They sensed that Song Guanqing's condition was likely very serious. In the office, Dr. Zhou got straight to the point. "Mrs. Song, let me put it this way. I have done my best for your husband's illness." "What?" Huang Mei stumbled and almost fell. Song Qingxue supported her mother while anxiously asking, "Dr. Zhou, is there really no other way?" She was calmer than her mother, knowing that if Dr. Zhou was just saying her father was beyond help, he wouldn't have called him to the office. Dr. Zhou continued, "For now, the only option is to invite Dr. Wang. There might still be a glimmer of hope." Huang Mei clutched at this lifeline and pleaded, "Dr. Zhou, please help us contact Dr. Wang." Dr. Zhou smiled bitterly. "Mrs. Song, I don't have any connections with Dr. Wang. You'll need to contact him yourselves. Dr. Wang Ruohai from Longjiatang is the best doctor in Lingzhou. He had only heard Dr. Wang's lectures a few times and didn't even have his phone number. How could he contact him?" Huang Mei suddenly turned to Song Qingxue. "Quick, Qingxue, call Hong Gang. He has such a wide network and must know Dr. Wang." Although Song Qingxue was reluctant, for her father's sake, she stepped aside and dialed Fong Honggong's number. Lu Yi looked at Yi Xiao with a complicated expression. She didn't know if she should mention that Yi Xiao was Fong Honggong's boss. With Yi Xiao's identity, asking him to invite Dr. Wang would definitely carry more weight than Fong Honggong's connections. However, at that moment, Yi Xiao's phone rang. Seeing it was Huang Feihu calling, he knew the silver needles had arrived, so he said nothing more and directly left the office. After a while, Song Qingxue came over, looking dejected with her phone in hand. "Mom, President Fong said he can't help?" How could this be? Hong Gang is the general manager of Manhin Lu. How could he not help?" Huang Mei was greatly disappointed, but then her eyes lit up. "Qingxue, didn't your dad introduce young Master Hong from Jiang and Bank to you last time? He seems to be related to Dr. Wang. Hurry and call young Master Hong." Plain text. Song Qingxue suddenly remembered that her father had indeed mentioned it before, so she hurriedly searched for Hao's phone number. The call connected quickly. "Mr. Hong, this is Song Qingxue. I would like to ask you for a favor." On the other end of the line, Hao was surrounded by two little internet celebrities, preparing to enter the night scene, but upon hearing Song Qingxue's voice, he immediately stopped in his tracks. This Song Qingxue was a woman he had long desired. If he could get with Song Qingxue, it would be much better than these two internet celebrities. Qingxue, you say it. Even if it means going through fire and water, I will go. On the other side, Yi Xiao bumped into Huang Feihu, and after taking the silver needle from Huang Feihu's hand, Yi Xiao turned and walked toward the emergency room where Song Guanqing was. Huang Feihu had witnessed Yi Xiao's medical skills countless times. In prison, many prestigious families from around the world would travel great distances to seek Yi Xiao's treatment, and some were even willing to give up their entire fortune. But the prison warden might not even take action. Yet today, the warden was treating an ordinary person. It truly can be said, what is love in this world? It makes people willing to risk life and death. Looking at Yi Xiao's hurried departure, Huang Feihu couldn't help but sigh. Oh my, how did I just realize that I am so talented? Chapter 58, 6 Divine Needles of the Meridian. Seeing that no one was around, Yi Xiao slipped directly into Song Guanqing's emergency room. Just as he didn't want the Song family to know he was the owner of Manin Tower, he also didn't want them to know he could save Song Guanqing. Otherwise, it would be difficult for Song Qingxue to let him go. However, Yi Xiao's figure was still seen by two old men with gray hair who had just turned the corner. One of them, wearing a white coat, was the old director of the city hospital, who had just come downstairs to greet an old friend. Although the old director was over 60, his eyes were still very sharp. Damn, that person is not from our hospital. What does he want? Old Wang, quickly grab your stuff and come with me to take a look. Saying this, the old director left his friend behind and rushed towards the emergency room. The old man beside him shook his head and followed him at a quick pace. Both were doctors and knew that life and death were at stake, so they couldn't let anyone mess around. Inside the emergency room, Yi Xiao immediately saw Song Guanqing on the hospital bed. How unpredictable life is. He was celebrating his wedding anniversary at noon, and by night he was lying on a hospital bed, hanging by a thread. At the same time, his gaze quickly scanned the various instruments beside Song Guanqing. The heart rate monitor was beeping continuously, and the fluctuating waveform was getting smaller and smaller, indicating that Song Guanqing's heartbeat was in serious trouble. If the waveform on the heart rate monitor turned into a straight line, then Song Guanqing would be finished. Yi Xiao knew that time was of the essence, so he made a sword gesture with his right hand and swiftly cut through Song Guanqing's clothes. Then, Yi Xiao took out a silver needle pack and quickly drew out a silver needle, his fingers slightly twisting at the tail of the needle. In an instant, white smoke rose from the silver needle. If a martial artist with profound skills were present, they would see that Yi Xiao was using his true energy to disinfect the needle. After disinfecting, Yi Xiao quickly inserted the needle into Song Guanqing's Higu acupoint, just as the emergency room door was pushed open with a bang. The old director shouted angrily, "Kid, who are you? Get out of here right now." This was the emergency room, and a moment's carelessness could lead to loss of life, so the old director was very furious. As he spoke, he stepped forward, ready to grab Yi Xiao's arm. At this moment, the old man behind him held onto his white coat and said incredulously, "Old Nyo, don't be impulsive. Look at the silver needle on the patient's Higu acupoint." Upon hearing this, the old director turned to look at Song Guanqing's Higu acupoint, and as soon as he did, his body trembled. His face was filled with shock because he saw the silver needle actually spinning clockwise on Song Guanqing's Higu acupoint. This is the spinning needle technique," the old director exclaimed in surprise. As a doctor with rich experience, he was quite familiar with traditional Chinese medicine and acupuncture. The spinning needle technique is a high-level method in acupuncture, and in Dragon Country, there were no more than 5 people who could perform this technique. Moreover, all 5 of them were highly respected royal doctors. How could this young man know the spinning needle technique? Could he be a disciple of one of these royal doctors? Thinking of this, the old director no longer interrupted Yi Xiao. If the other party was indeed a disciple of a divine doctor, then he would not be here to harm a patient. His rash interference could affect the treatment. At that moment, Yi Xiao quickly inserted 3 more silver needles, each placed in the outer Guan, Suqi, and Jianjing acupoints on Song Guanqing. Every needle used the spinning needle technique, and the speed at which the needles were inserted was so fast that even the old director and the elderly man behind him couldn't clearly see. Both of the elderly men were secretly astonished. Such quick needle insertion was something even they couldn't do. This undoubtedly confirmed their suspicion that this young man was definitely a disciple of a royal doctor. Next, Yi Xiao once again placed silver needles into Song Guanqing's Zhu Sanli and Yanglingquan acupoints. After the needles were in place, Yi Xiao's fingertips began to lightly flick at the tail ends of the needles, just like a skilled musician plucking the strings of a zither. As his hands moved, the rotation of the 6 silver needles began to synchronize, creating a mysterious and harmonious floating sensation that was hard to describe. Suddenly, the elderly man behind the old director trembled with excitement and couldn't help but shout, "Young man, is this the sixth path connecting meridian divine needle?" Yi Xiao smiled slightly. "Yes, that's correct. The sixth path connecting meridian divine needle." The old director also became excited and rubbed his hands together. This was a technique that had been lost to traditional Chinese medicine for over a century. Now, a young man had actually demonstrated it. Both elderly men looked at Yi Xiao with faces full of excitement. 3 parts admiration, 3 parts respect, and 4 parts surprise. To see the sixth path connecting meridian divine needle in this lifetime was worth dying for. At this moment, the elderly man behind them suddenly muttered. His eyes caught a glimpse of the medical record nearby. Wasn't this the patient his grandson had just called him about, asking him to come treat? This elderly man was none other than the #1 divine doctor in Lingzhou, Wang Ruohai. It was a coincidence that he had planned to meet with an old friend to discuss medical matters. But on his way to the hospital, he had received a call from his grandson. So, he had decided to check on the patient as a side task, but he didn't expect the patient to already be treated by Yi Xiao. He couldn't help but sigh. The patient's family had managed to invite a disciple of a royal doctor like Yi Xiao, so why had they still called him? Wasn't that just unnecessary? Before long, Yi Xiao withdrew all the silver needles. Without saying a word, he began to walk out. Song Guanqing's condition had completely improved, and it would only take a few minutes for him to wake up. Yi Xiao didn't want Song Guanqing to know that he was the one who had saved him. But the old director stopped him, saying, "Little divine doctor, please take me as your disciple." As he spoke, the old director deeply bowed to Yi Xiao. "Little divine doctor, take me as your disciple as well." Wang Ruohai followed suit. Although Yi Xiao was young, he knew how to use the spinning needle technique and the six-path connecting meridian divine needle. In the field of medicine, the accomplished ones are always the masters, and both elderly men, eager to learn higher medical skills, didn't care much anymore. They directly bowed to Yi Xiao, who was younger than their own grandchildren, and asked to become his disciples. Yi Xiao was left speechless. He still had important matters to attend to. How could he find the time to take on these 2 old disciples? It was better to slip away quickly. He didn't believe these 2 old bones could catch up to him. And just as Yi Xiao was about to slip away, plain text. Suddenly, he heard a movement in his ears and caught the voices of Song Qingxue and Huang Mei in the corridor. Oh no, they must not find out. Yi Xiao's CPU was running at high speed, and the motherboard was almost sweating from the heat. Suddenly, his gaze turned to the 2 old men, and a sly glint flashed in his eyes. "Ahem, it's not impossible for me to take you as my disciples, but I have one condition." Hearing Yi Xiao say this, the 2 old men were instantly overjoyed and replied in unison, "Master, whether it's 1 or 10, I agree." Yi Xiao grinned. "All right, later you will say that you cured this patient, and you must not mention that I helped." The 2 old men opened their mouths wide, looking at Yi Xiao in disbelief. They had only heard of people fighting for credit, but had never heard of someone voluntarily giving up credit. Could this be the legendary act of leaving without taking credit or fame? Their master is truly noble and selfless. The old dean said in confusion, "Master, how can this be? The patient is clearly you." Yi Xiao quickly interrupted the old dean, his face serious. "Do as I say, otherwise don't even think about me taking you as my disciples." Xiaohe's eyes were sharp as swords, his gaze fierce, speaking in an unquestionable tone. At this moment, in the corridor of the emergency room, Huang Mei and Song Qingxue were walking towards the emergency room with a young man dressed in a beige wool coat, looking quite cynical. Huang, Qingxue, you don't need to worry. I've already called my uncle, and he should be arriving at the hospital soon. As long as my uncle takes action, my uncle's illness will definitely be cured immediately." The young man raised his chin, looking proud. "Jihai, thank you so much. This time, it's all thanks to you. You are truly a great benefactor of our Song family," Huang Mei said with tears of gratitude. At this moment, she did not forget to mock Yi Xiao. "Qingxue, look, at the critical moment, it's still Jihai who is reliable, unlike some ungrateful wolf, who knows where he has run off to now." Hearing this, Song Qingxue felt a bit more disappointed in Yi Xiao. Didn't her mother just say a few words to him? That person just disappeared. Such a man really has no tolerance. Chapter 59, just dismissed like that? Lu Yi was also puzzled. Yi Xiao had come, so why did he leave without saying a word? She didn't think Yi Xiao was driven away by Huang Mei. When Huang Mei mocked Yi Xiao at Manhan Lu, he remained unfazed. How could he care about such a small scene? Just when Lu Yi couldn't figure it out, she saw 3 people walking out of the emergency room. Leading them was Yi Xiao, and behind him were 2 old men. What kind of combination is this? Everyone was confused. "You ungrateful wolf, did you just go to the emergency room to watch Guan Cheng's joke?" Huang Mei scolded Yi Xiao without any distinction. "How can you be so petty? Didn't Guan Cheng just say a few harsh words to you at noon?" Do you really hold a grudge until now? Yi Xiao curled his lips, thinking that he was indeed growing hair, seeing everyone as a monkey. The old dean and Wang Ruohai behind Yi Xiao were also stunned by the scolding. No wonder the master was unwilling to admit that he treated Song Wanqing. It turned out to be because the patient's family disliked him so much. At this moment, Hao exclaimed in surprise, "Uncle, why are you here?" "Uncle?" Song Qingxue and Lu Yi then noticed the old man in a dark blue tang suit behind Yi Xiao. Isn't that Wang Ruohai? Although they had never seen him in person, Wang Ruohai, as the #1 divine doctor in Lingzhou, often appeared on television. Ahem. Yi Xiao coughed twice, reminding his two old disciples that it was time for them to perform. Wang Ruohai instantly understood Yi Xiao's meaning. "Well, Zhihai, the patient has completely improved under the treatment of me and Director Niu. As for Yi Xiaoyu, he just came in to help us." When saying this, Wang Ruohai was still a bit blushing. After all, he did nothing and just took credit for his master's work. Improved. So fast. Huang Mei and Song Qingxue both had disbelief on their faces. "Haha, Aunt Huang, Qingxue, I told you my uncle's intervention would definitely succeed." Hao said proudly. He didn't care how his uncle did it, as long as he had a part of the credit. Huang Mei then reacted, hurriedly stepping forward, bowing repeatedly to thank Wang Shunyi and Director Niu. "Thank you so much, Dr. Wang and Director Niu. Just tell me how much the medical fee is, and our Song family will definitely reward you." Mentioning the medical fee, both old men involuntarily glanced at Yi Xiao, who was left speechless, having to look up at the ceiling at a 45-degree angle, pretending not to see. Wang Ruohai reacted quickly, saying lightly, "Since you are Zhihai's friends, let's waive the medical fee." Director Niu quickly echoed, "That's right, let's not mention the medical fee anymore. They were already benefiting from their master's light. It would be unreasonable to collect a fee. Everyone, I have some academic issues to discuss with old Wang, so I will take my leave." After saying this, Director Niu and Wang Ruohai directly left, fearing that if they stayed any longer, their blushing faces would give them away. Wang Ruohai and Director Niu's actions made Song Qingxue feel a bit strange. Even if Wang Ruohai was the best doctor in Lingzhou, he wouldn't be so noble as to not charge a fee. Could it really be because of Hao? Lu Yi felt even more suspicious about everything. First, Yi Xiao appeared at the same time as the two old men. And then would Dr. Wang really go to treat the patient without first greeting the family? Moreover, even Hao seemed unaware that Dr. Wang was already treating Song Wanqing. So a bold idea arose in her mind. Could it be that Yi Xiao treated Song Wanqing and Wang Ruohai and Director Niu just happened to encounter it? Huang Mei, however, didn't care about all this. With a beaming smile, she said to Hao, "Zhihai, Aunt doesn't know how to thank you. Let Qingxue treat you to a good meal later." Hao's eyes lit up upon hearing this, truly a stroke of luck, finding something without effort. Before this, he had asked Song Qingxue countless times, confident that with his handsome face and wealth, he would make her heart flutter, but he was rejected every time. Now he finally found a new breakthrough. It seemed that winning over this ice-cold beauty, Song Qingxue, was just around the corner. Song Qingxue frowned slightly, actually feeling a bit repulsed by Hao, because it was rumored that his lifestyle was very poor, often having scandals with celebrities. Such a man was definitely not her ideal partner. "Mom, I still have official business to attend to. Although Dad's condition has stabilized, the crisis at the company has not been resolved yet." Song Qingxue quickly found a reason to evade. Speaking of company matters, Huang Mei suddenly thought of something. "Qingxue, don't you need to apply for a loan from the bank? Zhihai can help you with that." Hao also seized the opportunity to say, "Qingxue, is your company in trouble? If you need my help, just say the word. I can still speak on behalf of my dad." As he spoke, there was an unmistakable pride in his eyes. Being a second-generation rich kid was always his source of pride. "Mr. Hong, thank you in advance, but I really need to go back to the company to handle some affairs today." Song Qingxue casually brushed over the topic. Now, the Song Group indeed has financial problems, but it hasn't reached the point of needing to ask for help from Hao. After speaking, Song Qingxue turned to the idle Yi Xiao beside her and coldly said, "Yi Xiao, drive me back to the company." Yi Xiao said nothing more and directly followed Song Qingxue. Seeing this scene, Hao's smile instantly froze, and a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. Did I abandon two little internet celebrities to come here at night, only to be dismissed like this? Huang Mei quickly noticed Hao's dissatisfaction and stepped forward to say, "Zhi Hao, don't misunderstand. Our company is indeed facing a significant change, and that kid is just Qingxue's bodyguard." Whether it was the previous Fang Honggang or now Hao, Huang Mei felt they were 100 times better than Yi Xiao, so she naturally didn't want to discourage Hao's confidence in pursuing her daughter. After hearing this, Hao's expression finally improved a bit. "TCH, so he's just a bodyguard. Looks like I was overthinking it. A mere bodyguard, an existence as insignificant as an ant. What can he compare to the son of the president of Jiangnan Bank? Chapter 60. No retreat, no surrender. After leaving the hospital, Song Qingxue and Yi Xiao had no extra conversation on the way. In fact, Song Qingxue wasn't deliberately making excuses to leave. It was just that the Song Group really had too many things for her to handle now. 100 million in funds had been embezzled by the financial manager, and the group's shareholders had almost blown up her phone. What she needed to do was not only to urge the police to find the financial manager, but also to find a way to appease the shareholders and raise 100 million to fill the gap. She even had to guard against competitors trying to trip her up at this critical moment. Each of these tasks was enough to make her feel overwhelmed. Song Qingxue was so busy that she returned home exhausted in the early morning. Yi Xiao looked at the sleeping Song Qingxue in the car through the rearview mirror and couldn't help but sigh. Isn't it better to find a man and marry early? Why does she have to bear all these burdens alone? The next day, it was another busy day for Song Qingxue. She took Yi Xiao to many banks to seek loans, but to her disappointment, all the banks in Lingzhou rejected her application. There was also no progress with the police, which made Song Qingxue feel increasingly uneasy. She had a feeling that someone was manipulating everything behind the scenes. Back at the company, Song Qingxue sat weakly in her chair, biting her lips slightly, her brows tightly furrowed, desperately thinking of a way to break the deadlock. An hour ago, feeling helpless, she also called Hao to ask him to arrange a meeting with his father. Although Hao readily agreed, he never replied afterward. She knew that even this route with Hao might not work. What should I do? I can't reach Grandpa. Am I really going to watch the company collapse in my hands? On the other side, Yi Xiao, who was leisurely playing mobile games at his desk, suddenly received a phone call. It was from old Master Song Qigong. Xiao Yi, you have to help this time. Song Qigong said straightforwardly. Old Master, what nonsense are you talking about? I'm just a little bodyguard now. How can I help? Yi Xiao replied Dagon. He naturally knew what Song Qigong meant by help. Indeed, if he wanted to help the Song Group through this crisis, Yi Xiao had many ways to do so. But why should he do it? If this old man was willing to offer something in return, he would agree without hesitation. Xiao Yi, I have a long-standing friendship with your parents, and considering your relationship with Qingxue, you can't just stand by and watch. Song Qigong was still thinking of getting something for nothing. Yi Xiao couldn't help but curl his lips. Old man, you said that's your relationship with my parents. How about you contact them and have my parents help with this? Song Qigong sighed, knowing that without offering something, Yi Xiao probably wouldn't budge. Xiao Yi, didn't we have a 3-month agreement before? If you help this time, I'll shorten it by 5 days. Yi Xiao couldn't help but laugh. This old man really knew how to set a price. 5 days, TSK, TSK. He could actually say something like that. Old man, since you're so insincere, forget it. Don't disturb me while I'm playing games. Yi Xiao said as he prepared to hang up the phone. No. 10 days, how about 10 days? Song Qigong gritted his teeth and said, at least a month. Yi Xiao stated his expected time. Half a month, that's my maximum limit. If you don't agree, then let my Song Group be destroyed. Song Qigong said firmly. Yi Xiao nearly choked on his own saliva. Was this old man really that brave? Saying he would give up on his company just like that? Was he really going to pull the plug on the oxygen supply? All right, it's a deal. Half a month it is. At least that's better than getting nothing at all. After hanging up with Song Qigong, Yi Xiao dialed Shen Qian's number. Mr. Shen? This is Yi Xiao. I need you to help me with something. 10 minutes later, Song Qingxue, still frowning, suddenly saw 100 million added to her company's account. What's going on? She hurriedly checked the transaction source and found it came from Jiangnan Bank. Soon, the secretary of Jiangnan Bank's president also called to inform her that the loan had been approved. The gloomy expression on Song Qingxue's face disappeared in an instant. Who helped her? How? It couldn't have been anyone else, right? She never expected Hao to directly take action and convince his father. Thinking of this, Song Qingxue dialed Hao's number again. Mr. Hong, I've received the notice about the bank loan. Let me treat you to dinner tonight. Although Song Qingxue didn't really care for Hao, he had indeed helped her a lot, so she naturally couldn't just ignore it. On the other end of the phone, Hao was stunned. He had indeed called his father, but only received a scolding for not taking care of serious matters. Did his father change his mind? This is nothing. I actually wanted to tell you earlier, but just now a big client came, and I couldn't get away. Hao hesitated for a second before admitting it boldly. Why not take advantage of it, right? Just thinking about having dinner with Song Qingxue tonight made him restless. Dinner was a good start, then maybe watch a movie, and then take a room. This combination move was his specialty. He could almost imagine Song Qingxue's white soft body on top of him, rising and falling. Meanwhile, in the office of their competitor, Tiger Power Group, a middle-aged man in a suit, pale and swollen, looking like a squashed sweet potato, was embracing his female secretary, touching her all over. This man was Su Hu-wei, the chairman of Tiger Power Group. The female secretary was gasping for breath and said, "Mr. Su, you're playing this so well. Not only did you cut off Song Group's cash flow, but you also drained their power by getting all the banks to refuse them loans. Now, your plan to swallow Song Group is one big step closer." Su Hu-wei narrowed his eyes slightly, disdainfully saying, "Song Group, with that old man Song Qigong, what can they do against me? Song Qingxue is just a green cucumber, too young to handle this. Just wait. This time, I won't just destroy Song Group. It won't be long before Song Qingxue has to obediently lie on my bed." The feud between the two companies has a long history. This time, it was Su Hu-wei who seized the opportunity created by the transition of the Song Group, aiming to deliver a fatal blow to the Song Group. Just when Su Hu-wei thought it was time to loosen his belt and perform a move called eagle spreading wings in front of his female secretary, suddenly, the door to his office was pushed open. Su Zong, not good. A trusted subordinate of Su Hu-wei rushed in. "Ah!" The female secretary let out a sharp scream and hurriedly jumped off Su Hu-wei's lap. "Damn it, do you not know how to knock?" Su Hu-wei was furious, as his eagle was instantly scared into a quail. "Su Zong, Jiangnan Bank has granted a loan to the Song Group," the subordinate said, bracing himself. "What?" Su Hu-wei jumped up suddenly. "Did we not promise benefits to the president of Jiangnan Bank? How could he still grant a loan to the Song Group? I'm not sure about the details." The subordinate looked troubled. "However, there are rumors outside that President Hong's son is pursuing Song Qingxue, which persuaded President Hong." "Damn it." Su Hu-wei slammed the table hard. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed, and a ruthless light flashed in his gaze. "We cannot let the Song Group catch their breath. Let's not hesitate. Contact the people from Hell's Gate and let them take action." Hearing the words Hell's Gate, the female secretary's face turned pale with fear. This was a well-known assassin organization in Manhwa. Could it be that Su Hu-wei was going to kill Song Qingxue? "Yes, I will arrange it immediately," the subordinate said before exiting the office. Chapter 61. Poor Reasoning. As for all this, Song Qingxue and Yi Xiao were naturally unaware. At this moment, one was busy arranging the flow of funds and appeasing the company's shareholders, while the other was still immersed in a mobile game. It wasn't until 5 in the afternoon that Yi Xiao was startled by the sudden commotion outside. A security guard rushed into the office, excitedly shouting, "Everyone, come out and see! Someone is confessing to President Song outside." "Really? Which young master is it this time?" The several security guards in the office chatted and laughed as they walked outside, afraid of missing the exciting moment. Yi Xiao curled his lips. With Song Qingxue being such an icy woman, how could so many people be pursuing her? Didn't they fear getting rheumatism? Although he said this, his feet still honestly moved outside. Who could resist the temptation of gossip? Before long, Yi Xiao followed the crowd downstairs and saw that the front of the Song Group building had been surrounded by countless red roses, forming a heart shape. That Hao, who had met Yi Xiao the day before, was standing in the center of the heart, holding a bouquet of blue roses, shouting loudly, "Song Qingxue, I love you." At this moment, countless girls watching this scene had stars in their eyes. If someone could confess to me like this, I would definitely marry him. Hee, this is Hong Xiao. Who wouldn't want to marry him? But in his eyes, he probably only sees women like our president. Yi Xiao scoffed. Such an old-fashioned trick, can it really work? At this moment, a girl beside him glared at him disdainfully. "You country bumpkin, you don't understand this." The roses in Hong Xiao's hands were specially airlifted from Austria. One stem costs $1,000. Just the price of one flower is worth your entire outfit. Yi Xiao was quite unconcerned. What was this? As long as I, Yi, am willing, I could arrange such a display with diamonds. After all, I have a diamond mine. Hao was very satisfied with the momentum he had created. He had used this trick to win the hearts of many women before, and now, with Song Qingxue holding a strong sense of gratitude towards him. Romance combined with gratitude. Plain text. In his view, Song Qingxue absolutely could not refuse him. Before long, the main character, Song Qingxue, finally came down. If it were before, Song Qingxue wouldn't even glance at these boring confessions, but now she needed Hao, so out of courtesy, she had to come over and say something. As soon as Song Qingxue walked up to Hao, he knelt on one knee, holding the bouquet of blue roses in front of her, and said with deep affection, "Qingxue, ever since I first saw you a year ago, I knew I had fallen in love with you and couldn't extricate myself. That glance was a glance for 1,000 years. Since then, you are the only one in my eyes and heart. There are no other women. Qingxue, I really can't do without you. Will you be my girlfriend?" As soon as Hao finished speaking, many people around began to shout in a teasing manner. "Together, together, together." Yi Xiao shook his head. This guy clearly was just talking nonsense, not a word of sincerity. Although he didn't mind Song Qingxue being pursued by other men, he still hoped she wouldn't agree to Hao. At this moment, Hu Daguan from the security department noticed Yi Xiao shaking his head. In his view, Yi Xiao was aware he couldn't compete with Hao, so he was despairing. He couldn't help but sneer in his heart. After all, Hao was the son of the president of Jiangnan Bank, and you, a guy living off others, naturally couldn't compare. Wait and see Yi. As long as President Song has a new love, I bet you won't be able to continue being proud. He always thought that Yi Xiao was so arrogant because he relied on Song Qingxue. Once she kicked him out, Yi Xiao would be nothing. At this moment, Song Qingxue's mood was also a bit conflicted. Which woman doesn't like romance? But reason told her she absolutely could not agree to Hao. Just then, her peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of Yi Xiao, who was watching the show in the crowd, and her brows furrowed. After all, she had a formal engagement with Yi Xiao. This person was actually so calm watching the show. So, Song Qingxue steeled her heart and took the rose from Hao's hand. Just when Hao thought he had succeeded and was about to embrace the beauty, Song Qingxue's voice came. Mr. Hong, I can accept your flowers, but I still need to think about being your girlfriend. Hao's face stiffened, but he quickly recovered. Okay, Qingxue, I can wait for you. Whether it 1,000 years or 10,000 years, I'm willing to wait. Now let's go have dinner. After saying that, he elegantly extended his hand. Song Qingxue shot a fierce glare at Yi Xiao with her peripheral vision, as if to say, and then placed her hand in Hao's palm. Yi Xiao smacked his lips. What did that last look from this girl mean? Was she deliberately trying to irritate him? What was there to be angry about? They had nothing to do with each other, right? After Song Qingxue and Hao left, the crowd slowly dispersed. At this time, Hu Daguan walked up to Yi Xiao and said with glee, Kid, a woman like President Song is not someone you can aspire to. Better give up on this heart. Mr. Hong was born into a wealthy family, while you were born to work on construction sites. The gap is too big. As long as President Song's mind is not broken, she will never look at you. Yi Xiao couldn't be bothered to respond to Hu Daguan. What if he won against a pig in wrestling? Song Qingxue was taken away, and he was happy about it. He could use this to threaten and make Song's old man hand over the token sooner. But just as Yi Xiao was about to return to the office, his phone suddenly rang. It was a call from Su Jianxin. Mr. Yi, I just received news that the Hellgate assassins may target Song Qingxue. Su Jianxin said succinctly. Her intelligence network had already taken shape. She naturally knew Yi Xiao's current identity, so after receiving this news, she immediately informed him. Okay, I got it. After hanging up the phone, Yi Xiao suddenly turned around. Let me borrow your car. He said these words absent-mindedly as his figure passed by Hu Daguan. Hu Daguan was very confused, snorted coldly. What the hell? But 1 minute later, he realized with a shock that the car key hanging from his belt was missing. Bastard, I still have to go on a date with my girlfriend tonight. Half an hour later, Yi Xiao, following the location information that Su Jianxin gave him, arrived at the Western restaurant where Song Qingxue and Hao were about to have dinner. Just as the two were about to enter, Yi Xiao called out to Song Qingxue. President Song, come with me. I received news that someone has hired an assassin to kill you. Upon hearing Yi Xiao's voice, Song Qingxue was stunned for a moment. She never expected that Yi Xiao would actually follow her here. It seemed that this guy was not uninterested in her, but had been hiding it very deeply. Today, when he saw her with another man, he could no longer bear it, and finally exposed himself. Thinking of this, a small sense of pride rose in Song Qingxue's heart. But in the next moment, she showed a look of disdain. An assassin? This reason Yi Xiao made up is too flimsy. Hao sneered contemptuously, his face showing a mocking expression. Kid, stop causing trouble here. Assassin? You could come up with such nonsense. Do you think me and Qingxue are fools? I'll give you 3 seconds. Get the hell out of here, or don't blame me for being impolite. Hao stood in a domineering posture, arrogantly scolding Yi Xiao. He had long been displeased with Yi Xiao. Last night, Song Qingxue actually pushed him aside and left with this little bodyguard. If it weren't for needing to maintain a gentlemanly image in front of Song Qingxue, he would have blown up last night. At this moment, Song Qingxue also realized what was going on. With a cold face, she said, Yi Xiao, stop making trouble, okay? This is a public place. I don't want to argue with you. Leave here quickly. I don't need your protection tonight. Damn it. Yi Xiao was extremely speechless. Is this girl getting too full of herself? Does she think I want to manage her? Isn't it more enjoyable to sit in the office and play games? If it weren't for worrying that Song Lao would change his mind, even if he were killed by the assassin right here, I wouldn't even blink. Chapter 62. The Champion of Sanda. Yi Xiao let out a breath, stepped forward, and grabbed Song Qingxue's hand. I don't have time to joke with you. If you want to stay alive, come with me now. Feeling the seriousness in Yi Xiao's words, Song Qingxue couldn't help but freeze. Could it be that he wasn't lying? Stop. At that moment, Hao, enraged, blocked the way in front of them. Kid, you're just a little bodyguard, and you think you can compete with me for a woman? You're asking for death. Since the three were right at the entrance of the restaurant, many people passing by gathered around to watch the drama. Hey, isn't that young Master Hong from Jiangnan Bank? What's going on here? Could this be some kind of love triangle? TSK, do you even need to ask? This must be young Master Hong trying to steal his woman, but this kid deserves it. He looks so poor and pathetic. How could he compete with young Master Hong for a woman? And they're even loudly making a scene right at the entrance of such a high-end Western restaurant. Really uncultured and lacking manners. He deserves to stay a poor, good-looking guy forever. Hearing people recognizing him, Hao raised his chin. In this situation, he could not let Yi Xiao take Song Qingxue away. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to survive in the second-generation rich circle. He looked at Yi Xiao with a proud expression and said, Kid, let me tell you, my father is the president of Jiangnan Bank, and I'm the general manager of a foreign enterprise with an annual salary in the millions. You could say that Qingxue and I are a match made in heaven. What do you have to compare with me? Look at the car you drive, just a crappy Jetta, while I drive an $8 million Maserati. You can't even afford a single wheel. You're not even worthy of carrying my shoes. Got it? Hao's tone didn't change in the slightest, and his voice was full of mockery. The onlookers couldn't help but glance at the two cars, many showing contemptuous expressions. This really can't be compared. One is like the sky, the other is like the ground. 8 million could buy dozens of Jettas. Yeah, if I were that poor guy, I'd choose young Master Hong too. But I think this kid looks okay. He's not bad for some fun. What's the use of being handsome? He can be a pretty boy, but not a husband. When choosing a man, the most important thing is still strength. A bunch of gazes shot towards Yi Xiao, pointing and whispering, some mocking, some pitying, and others with sympathy. Everyone thought Yi Xiao was just a lickspittle. No one believed this poor guy could win against Hao. Song Qingxue frowned deeply. How did things turn out like this? At first, she had wanted to put Yi Xiao in his place, show him that she was one of the top 3 beauties of Lingzhou and had many rich young men pursuing her. But if a scandal came out because of this, it wouldn't be good. She pulled her hand away from Yi Xiao, coldly saying, Yi Xiao, I told you I won't go with you. You can afford to lose this face, but I can't. Seeing Song Qingxue decisively abandon Yi Xiao, Hao couldn't help but show a smug smile. Kid, do you see that? Qingxue has made her choice. You'd better get lost and don't provoke me. I'm an amateur kickboxing champion. I can beat you to death in seconds. As he spoke, Hao swung his fist around arrogantly, clearly provoking Yi Xiao. In his eyes, Yi Xiao, a country bumpkin, could never compare to him, the rich young master. If Yi Xiao dared to make him unhappy, he'd crush him directly. Yi Xiao's eyes narrowed as he shot his hand out like lightning. A grab, a twist. In the next second, Hao let out a scream like a pig being slaughtered. Kickboxing champion, huh? Yi Xiao snorted through his nose, showing a mocking smile. Everyone stood stunned, not knowing what to say. How'd he do that? Isn't young Master Hong the kickboxing champion? How could this kid easily subdue him? TCH, what's the use of being able to fight? What status does young Master Hong have? He can easily bring in a group of martial artists to deal with this kid. I think this kid is just asking for death. Exactly. In this day and age, money and power talk. What's the point of being good at fighting? If you can't join the Martial Extremes Association, then you're just good for guarding someone's house. Hao's face twisted in pain. His fury erupted as he yelled, Kid, let go of me right now, or what? Yi Xiao replied calmly, tightening his grip. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Hao's eyes welled with tears, and he no longer dared to speak. If this ignorant guy broke his arm, it wouldn't be worth it. At this moment, Song Qingxue, for some reason, found the courage to rush forward and smack Yi Xiao's arm. Yi Xiao, be reasonable. Do you really think you can provoke Mr. Hong? I know you're angry, but Mr. Hong is not someone you can vent your anger on. What you're doing will not only bring you trouble, it will also cause me problems. Do you understand? Song Qingxue was truly furious. Hao was the son of the president of Jiangnan Bank. Not to mention that the lifeblood of the Song Corporation was in his hands. The Hong family was powerful enough to casually bring in a group of senior martial artists to deal with Yi Xiao. Plain text. Even if Yi Xiao is strong, he can't resist, right? So in her eyes, Yi Xiao's behavior now is completely reckless and brainless. Yi Xiao completely ignored Song Qingxue's earnest advice. What is the Hong family? In his prison, any one of those fierce men could kill the Hong family 10 times. Are you really not leaving? Yi Xiao asked again. How many times do I have to say it? Even if there are killers, I won't go with you. Song Qingxue glared at Yi Xiao and shouted extremely angrily. Fine. Yi Xiao coldly uttered one word. After saying that, he let go of his hand and walked away without looking back. Hao fell to the ground, gasping for breath, his eyes filled with fear. After Yi Zhao's figure walked far away, Hao cursed loudly. You muscle-bound fool, how dare you hit me? If it weren't for Qing Xue, I would make you wish you were dead. Does Hao hate fools? Of course not. He just hates fools who bully him. Because he can't fight back. Regarding Hao's impotent rage, Song Qingxue didn't listen to a word. She looked at Yi Zhao's suddenly departing back and felt a moment of loss. Did she really go too far this time? No, I didn't do anything wrong. I did this for his own good. This ignorant fool has already offended Huang Feihu and Fang Honggang. If he offends Hao again, he might not even be able to keep his life. Song Qingxue justified herself in her heart. Chapter 63. There really are killers. A few minutes later, in the Western restaurant, Hao was ordering from the menu. Although he was just taken down by Yi Xiao, which made him lose face, at least he was the one who ended up with the beauty, so he quickly calmed down and regained his usual elegance. Qingxue, the almost beluga caviar and black truffle brie cheese in this Western restaurant are very good. You must try them later. Song Qingxue forced a professional smile. Mr. Hong, you can arrange everything. Hao naturally heard the coldness in Song Qingxue's voice. He closed the menu, raised an eyebrow, and said, Qingxue, you aren't still upset about what just happened, are you? Actually, I'm a champion in Sanda. I was just ambushed by that kid. If you let him challenge me openly, I can definitely beat his brains out. Do you believe it? Men fear nothing more than women thinking they are weak or not as good as another man. And Hao was no exception, so he wanted to prove he was stronger than Yi Xiao. Song Qingxue smiled faintly. Mr. Hong, let's not mention him anymore. Let's enjoy the food. Song Qingxue quickly changed the topic. Could Hao beat Yi Xiao? She actually didn't believe it at all. Although Yi Xiao was a bit reckless, his skills were indeed impressive. Song Qingxue couldn't help but recall the scene in the bar when Yi Xiao single-handedly rescued her and Lu Yi. It wasn't until Hao reminded the waiter to bring the dishes that Song Qingxue came back to her senses. She saw a waiter in a black vest pushing a cart with the Western dishes Hao ordered and a bottle of Bordeaux red wine. However, to their surprise, the waiter did not hurry to leave after serving the dishes. Hao impatiently took out a stack of red bills from his wallet and threw them on the cart. Hurry up and leave. Don't disturb us while we eat. Song Qingxue didn't pay much attention, thinking the waiter was just asking for a tip, which is quite common in Western restaurants. At this moment, the waiter's eyes flashed with mockery. Sir, you are mistaken. I am not here for a tip, but to take this lady's life. After saying that, he raised his head to look at Song Qingxue. Miss, someone asked me to tell you. Have a good journey. The waiter revealed a bloodthirsty, cold smile. It makes one's scalp tingle uncontrollably. Ah, Song Qingxue exclaimed, her face instantly turning pale, staring at the waiter in disbelief. Are you looking for death? Hao Ting stood up in a flash. However, before he could make his next move, a crisp slap echoed as the waiter casually slapped Hao Tung and sent him flying. Get lost, or I won't hesitate to make it a buy one, get one free. The waiter's eyes narrowed, his gaze cold and fierce. Hao Tung, who had been sent flying, trembled in fear, his body instantly drenched in sweat. He had been domineering in front of Yi Xiao, but now, facing this cold-blooded killer, he had no confidence at all. With a twist of his wrist, the waiter revealed a gleaming dagger in his hand. Swish! The dagger, like a venomous snake, lunged straight for Song Qingxue's neck. At this moment, Song Qingxue had already been scared into a stupor. There really was a killer. He wasn't lying to me. But there's no such thing as regret in this world. Even though Song Qingxue realized everything, it was already too late. She knew she was going to die. I just want to say sorry to him. That was the only thought in Song Qingxue's mind at that moment. In the critical moment, a wine glass, like a boat cutting through the waves, rapidly flew toward the waiter's wrist. Clink! The dagger in the waiter's hand unexpectedly fell onto the table. At this time, a figure seemed to skim over water, stepping forward and covering the 10-meter distance in a single stride, almost as though the earth had shrunk and arrived in front of Song Qingxue. It was Yi Xiao. As soon as Song Qingxue saw Yi Xiao, her tense expression immediately relaxed, and her autumn-like beautiful eyes flashed with a mixture of self-blame, guilt, and surprise. But Yi Xiao had no such thoughts. He was just doing a pay job after all. He had promised old Song he would help the Song group through its crisis. If he went back on his word, it would seriously affect his reputation. The world's #1 prison warden, after all, was always honest with everyone. The killer's sharp, knife-like gaze instantly focused on Yi Xiao. Kid, do you know who I am? I am from the Hell Gate. If you're smart, you'll get lost right now, or Hell Gate will make sure you can't escape alive. He had already realized Yi Xiao was not someone to be messed with. Now, mentioning Hell Gate's name was just to confuse Yi Xiao and buy him some time. Hidden behind his back, his right hand had already drawn out several throwing darts. TCH, enough talk. If you want to fight, hurry up. Yi Xiao said calmly, without even glancing at him. Then die, the killer coldly shouted, instantly throwing the throwing darts. 3 darts flew like lightning, aimed directly at Yi Xiao's face. At the same time, the killer's steps quickened. He crouched and leaped to the side, and with his left hand, he pulled out a dagger, aiming straight at Yi Xiao's waist. The throwing darts flew first, followed by the dagger, working together seamlessly. This was his ultimate killing move. Countless people had died under it, and he was certain Yi Xiao would be no exception. Yi Xiao, be careful, Song Qingxue instinctively warned. However, Yi Xiao only smiled faintly, and with a sudden push of his right leg against the ground, his entire body shot out like a great rock spreading its wings. The 3 throwing darts immediately missed and thudded into the wall. In midair, Yi Xiao swiftly turned his waist, like a tiger leaping over a ravine, powerfully pouncing at the waiter. At the same time, his fist slammed out with immense force. For a moment, the sound of the blow echoed, as if a real tiger was descending from the mountain. The killer couldn't help but contract his pupils. How could this person's waist be so flexible? Is he even human? But by this time, he had no time to think about this. He could only swing the dagger horizontally toward Yi Xiao, trying to force him back. But he still underestimated Yi Xiao too much. With a flick of his wrist, the tiger fist instantly transformed into an eagle claw, firmly grasping the waiter's wrist like a hawk catching a snake. Eagle shape, tiger shape, 2 styles flowed seamlessly, perfectly executed by Yi Xiao. If Shang Guanyun and Huang Feihu were here, they would probably be applauding. In the next second, Yi Xiao twisted his hand. With a crack, a bone-crushing sound echoed, and the killer's hand bone was brutally broken by him. As the killer let out a piercing scream, Hao couldn't help but swallow hard, feeling an overwhelming fear in his heart. It seemed that Yi Xiao had shown mercy just now. If he had used the same moves on Hao, his arm would have probably been ruined by now. Chapter 64. Just a transaction. At this moment, Song Qingxue was also somewhat frightened by Yi Xiao's brutality, but she felt no malice. After all, this waiter was a killer sent to kill her. Although the killer's wrist was broken and he was shocked and in unbearable pain, he did not give up resisting. He grinned, revealing several sharp steel needles at the corner of his mouth, just as he prepared to spray the needles and ambush Yi Xiao. Unbeknownst to him, Yi Xiao had already thrown a punch that struck his abdomen. With a bang sound, the killer was sent flying 7 or 8 meters, crashing heavily to the ground, leaving a bowl-sized dent in his abdomen, with all his internal organs shattered. The steel needles that he had not had time to shoot out also fell to the ground. Yi Xiao curled his lips into a cold smile. This move was almost ineffective against him because in prison, the so-called God of Killers, the Dark Ghost, had used it against him before, and at that time, the Dark Ghost had used even more undetectable transparent glass needles. If he could detect the anomaly then, let alone the steel needles in the killer's mouth. After doing all this, Yi Xiao took a napkin from the table to wipe his hands and then turned to walk towards the door. He understood the rules of the killer organization and knew that nothing could be extracted from the killer's mouth. Moreover, once a killer was exposed, they either swallowed poison to commit suicide or were killed by other killers in the organization, so Yi Xiao was too lazy to interrogate. Watching Yi Xiao's departing figure, Song Qingxue finally reacted and hurriedly chased after him. Yi Xiao, Misuri. Song Qingxue called out with deep guilt. What she had just done to Yi Xiao. Yet Yi Xiao still returned to save her life at her most dangerous moment. It was impossible for her not to feel moved. However, Yi Xiao did not stop his steps. Don't thank me. This is a transaction between me and your grandfather, exchanged for half a month's time. Yi Xiao's tone was calm, his eyes filled with indifference. He did not want Song Qingxue to misunderstand. Upon hearing this, Song Qingxue was stunned in place. The words of gratitude she had originally planned to say suddenly felt stuck in her throat like cotton, unable to be spoken. Just a transaction? She was a smart person and quickly understood what Yi Xiao meant by half a month. Although she had known from the beginning that Yi Xiao stayed by her side because of an agreement with her grandfather, she had even wished that the time could be shorter, could be faster. But at this moment, hearing that Yi Xiao had come back to save her to shorten the 15 days, Song Qingxue's eyes dimmed, and she felt an indescribable sense of loss in her heart. Yi Xiao was too lazy to care about Song Qingxue's current feelings. In his view, the tears this foolish woman shed now were just the water that had entered her brain back then. Although Yi Xiao was very indifferent to Song Qingxue, he still drove her back to the villa. As for whose car this was, did it need to be returned? Yet Yi Xiao couldn't care less about those things. Not long after the two returned to the villa, in the Tiger Wei Group's building, in the chairman's office, Su Huwei also received the news of the assassin's failure. Bang! With a loud crash, Su Huwei slammed his luxury phone, worth tens of thousands, onto the ground. Damn it, what hell's gate? It's useless, they can't even kill a woman. Su Hui's roar was full of rage, his clenched fists bulging with veins. The female secretary and Su Hui's trusted subordinates in the office all lowered their heads, not daring to speak a word. They all knew Su Hui's temper. If they interrupted him now, they'd surely be scolded badly. After a long while, Su Hui finally spoke again, his lips curling into a sinister smile. Go call Song Qingxue. Even if we can't kill her, I'll still bite off a piece of meat from the Su group. Yes, Mr. Su. The trusted subordinate quickly picked up the office's landline and dialed Song Qingxue's number. At the same time, hearing about the assassination attempt on Song Qingxue, Lu Yi rushed to the villa to comfort her best friend. When she learned that Song Qingxue had angrily kicked Yi Xiao out, she felt a bit unfair for Yi Xiao. Suddenly, Lu Yi turned to look at Yi Xiao and asked, Yi Xiao, how did you know someone was coming to assassinate Qingxue? This was a question Song Qingxue had wanted to ask for a long time, but she was still upset with Yi Xiao and couldn't bring herself to ask. At this moment, she perked up her elven-like ears, hoping to hear the answer. Sitting on a chair, casually slurping noodles, Yi Xiao replied lightly, My friend told me. Song Qingxue grew even more angry at Yi Xiao's vague answer and his disregard for comforting her while he continued eating his noodles. What a damn straight man. Lu Yi pouted and asked, Did your friend say who sent the person? No, Yi Xiao responded, still in an irritating tone. Actually, Yi Xiao wasn't deliberately hiding anything. The fact that Su Jianxin was able to get news of the assassination attempt was already impressive. As for who wanted to kill Song Qingxue, he probably didn't even know who sent the assassin. Song Qingxue couldn't take it anymore. She snorted coldly and stood up, heading upstairs. She didn't want to see Yi Xiao's unsympathetic face any longer. But at that moment, her phone suddenly vibrated. Song Qingxue picked it up and frowned instantly. It was a call from Tiger Wei Group. Immediately, a bold idea flashed through her mind. Could this all be the work of Su Hui? First, her company's financial chain broke. Then she was attacked by an assassin. If anyone benefited the most from all of this, it was undoubtedly Su Hui. After calming herself down, Song Qingxue finally answered the call. What is it? She said coldly. On the other end of the phone, Su Hui's laughter came through. Hee hee. President Song, I heard you encountered an assassin. I just wanted to call and check on you. It's not safe outside these days. You should be more careful. Song Qingxue tightened her grip on the phone, as if she wanted to crush it. She was now almost certain that Su Hui was behind all of this, but until there was evidence, she wouldn't directly confront him. Thank you for your concern, Mr. Su. I'm perfectly fine now. I wonder if Mr. Su is disappointed. Su Hui laughed. President Song, don't say that. A beauty like you, I'd love to see every day. Why would I want you dead? Mr. Su, if there's nothing else, then let's leave it at that. Song Qingxue said, suppressing her disgust. President Song, don't rush to hang up. I want to talk to you face to face about the land in the south of the city. Tomorrow at noon, at the Jinhua Hotel. I hope you'll grace me with your presence. Su Hui said with a smile. Song Qingxue hesitated for a moment. He glanced at Yi Xiao. Okay, I will definitely come on time. After hanging up the phone, Song Qingxue stared at Yi Xiao with burning eyes and said, Yi Xiao, accompany me to the Jinhua Hotel tomorrow. After saying that, she went upstairs without looking back. Song Qingxue was fuming inside, thinking, Yi Xiao, aren't you making a deal with Grandpa? Aren't you being arrogant with me? Well, I'll give her bodyguard something to do. Although she didn't know Su Hui's specific intentions for finding her, since the other party had already shown their cards, she could naturally guess that tomorrow's banquet was likely a trap, so bringing Yi Xiao along was very necessary. Upon hearing this, Yi Xiao almost spat out the noodles in his mouth. Going to the hotel? Is this preparing to use me for unspoken rules? I, young master, am an artist, not a commodity. Chapter 65, The Trap Banquet. The next day, in the president's office of the Song Group, Song Qingxue called both Hui Daguan and Yi Xiao over and told them about Su Hui's invitation to the Jinhua Hotel. Minister Hua, Su Hui is a rough character. This banquet may involve force. I hope you can arrange for 2 capable subordinates to accompany me. Hui Daguan quickly patted his chest and assured, President Song, you can rest assured. I just happen to have an old comrade coming to join me. As long as the 2 of us accompany you, President Song will be safe and sound. Hui Daguan felt a bit nervous facing a large gang like Huang Feihu, but he was quite confident against a regular enterprise like Hui Group. As he spoke, he glanced sideways at Yi Xiao, thinking that President Song would definitely bring Yi Xiao along, and today he would let this good-for-nothing who relies on others see his strength. Yi Xiao curled his lips. He thought Song Qingxue had feelings for him last night. Now he realized she was taking him to a trap banquet. How much does this girl not trust me? With me around, what do we need these guys for? As cheerleaders? Song Qingxue nodded. Okay, you guys go prepare. We will leave at 11. Back in the security department office, Hu Dagwan immediately called over his comrade, who was also a burly man named Tang Xiaobo, whose skills were not much worse than Hu Dagwan's. Yi Xiao took a glance at this person and didn't look again. Tang Xiaobo, like Hu Dagwan, had only practiced some hard qigong and military boxing. Such a person was at most on the same level as the bald men he had fought at the Red Tide Bar, not worth his attention. Xiaobo, you must perform well today and show those useless drunks what kind of person is the elite of the company's security. Hu Dagwan said sarcastically. Don't worry, brother Hua. I will not let you and President Song down. Tang Xiaobo vowed. Good, well done. If you perform well this time, I will apply for a raise for you with President Song. At this point, he changed the subject and said subtly, we, who truly have strength, need to work our way up step by step, but we are grounded. Some people are not so lucky. Do they really think they can eat for a lifetime just by relying on a pretty face? Once the boss loses interest, they will be kicked out. Yi Xiao could tell that Hu Dagwan was mocking him, but his face showed no change. He continued to sit at his workstation playing mobile games. If this world could become rich just by working hard, then the world's richest person should be a donkey. Yi Xiao's silence was interpreted by Hu Dagwan as self-awareness. What else could it be? He didn't believe Yi Xiao dared to fight him. In his view, if he really let loose, he could knock the shit out of Yi Xiao with one punch. Finally, the time arrived at 11 o'clock, and Song Qingxue, along with Yi Xiaohua and others, hurried towards the Jinhua Hotel. Su Huwei had booked a luxurious private room, which was about 80 to 90 square meters. Besides the necessary facilities, there was also a deliberately cleared space. Yi Xiao could tell with his knee that this was definitely the place Su Huwei had prepared for a fight. Upon meeting, Su Huwei, with his big belly, smiled and extended his hand, saying, President Song, long time no see. As he spoke, his dead, fish-like eyes bulged out, shamelessly invading Song Qingxue's curvy figure. Song Qingxue's face was full of disdain. President Su, I'm sorry, my hand is not convenient today. After saying that, she directly walked past Su Huwei. Su Huwei retracted his hand with a sulky expression, a flash of resentment in his eyes. You little woman, just wait. One day, I will ride on you and whip my horse. Turning around, Su Huwei's face once again showed a smile, as if the earlier embarrassment had never happened. Hu Dagwan and Tang Xiaobo also followed closely and stood behind Song Qingxue, while Yi Xiao directly sat down beside Song Qingxue, showing no awareness of being a bodyguard. Hu Dagwan and Tang Xiaobo were both frozen in place, looking dumbfounded, completely unable to believe it. But since Song Qingxue said nothing, they couldn't ask, only showing a look of discomfort as they secretly cursed at Yi Xiao's back. Song Qingxue said indifferently, President Su, aren't you here to discuss the land in Nansheng? Su Huwei did not rush to answer, but slowly took out a cigar. His subordinates quickly pulled out a lighter to light it for him. After Su Huwei happily exhaled a puff of smoke, he finally spoke. President Song, although you have obtained the land in Nansheng, I heard that you have offended someone recently and can't even guarantee your own safety. You probably don't have the energy to deal with that chaotic place in Nansheng. Why not take advantage of the fact that your losses are not great now and transfer the land to me? You can still recover some of your investment. Otherwise, if you really get too deep, it will be too late to regret. Song Qingxue smiled, her sexy lips slightly parted. You don't need to worry about that, President Su. I still have some capable subordinates. Otherwise, I probably wouldn't have come to see you alive today, right? Isn't that right, President Su? The two exchanged sharp words. Even though both were aware of the assassination incident yesterday, neither of them broke the ice. This is the art of language. Although it seemed they said nothing, they said everything. Hearing Song Qingxue mention capable subordinates, Hu Dagwan and Tang Xiaobo instinctively straightened their backs, naturally thinking that Song Qingxue was referring to them. Otherwise, could it be that soft rice-eating guy Yi Xiao? At this moment, Yi Xiao impatiently said, Isn't it just about drawing a line and showing off? Why all this useless talk? Upon hearing this, Song Qingxue frowned slightly. She could ignore Yi Xiao sitting beside her, but the confrontation between her and Su Huwei was a clash between two company leaders. Yi Xiao's interruption was indeed a bit out of line. Su Huwei also shot a fierce glare at Yi Xiao, his eyes not friendly. Seeing their master unhappy, Su Huwei's loyal subordinate immediately jumped out and scolded. Kid, who the hell are you? Do you think you can speak here? Can't you see that President Su is negotiating with President Song? If you dare to say another word, I'll kill you. The subordinate acted as if he were a high-ranking eunuch beside the emperor, looking down on everyone. Yi Xiao, shut up. Song Qingxue's pretty face turned cold as she said in a stern voice. TCH. Yi Xiao curled his lips, thinking he was just speaking the truth. Plain text. Does this girl really need to react so strongly? At this moment, Su Hu-wei said with a half-smile, "President Song, your way of managing subordinates is really hard for me to watch. Someone who doesn't know respect and rules, if they were on my side, I would have broken their limbs and thrown them out long ago. I advise you to fire him sooner rather than later. Keeping someone like this will only bring you trouble. Are you planning to keep him for the new year, President Song?" Hearing Su Hu-wei's words, Hua Dagwan and Tang Xiaobo, who were behind Song Qingxue, also deeply agreed, feeling that Su Hu-wei had spoken to their hearts. In their view, Yi Xiao was just someone who relied on women to gain power. Usually, he acted like a bully, but daring to be reckless in such an occasion was simply being ignorant of his own limitations. Chapter 66. Can fight, but can't take. Life in the human world is hard to keep. All right, Mr. Su, you might as well say directly what you want to do today. Song Qingxue directly brought up the topic. Su Hu-wei slowly said, while rotating the cigar in his hand, "I want my people to test how capable the elite soldiers you mentioned, President Song, really are, and whether they can continue to protect you and hold down the territory of South City. I wonder if President Song dares to accept." Yi Xiao sneered coldly. Wasn't this just what he had said earlier? Truly ridiculous. Song Qingxue hesitated a bit. Although she was somewhat confident in Yi Xiao's skills, fighting inevitably comes with injuries. After pondering for a moment, she agreed because she also wanted to take this opportunity to show Su Hu-wei some strength. All right, since Mr. Su has this idea, I also want to see how strong my subordinates really are. However, if I end up slapping Mr. Su's face, please don't take offense. Su Hu-wei, upon hearing this, smiled instead of getting angry. President Song, you'd better not be too confident. The person I invited to test is quite impressive. After saying that, he instructed his subordinate, "Call in Mr. Lei." The subordinate quickly took out his phone to contact, and soon the door of the private room was pushed open, and a man in his 40s walked in. This man had eyebrows like sharp blades, and his short hair stood upright like porcupine quills. He gave everyone the feeling of an endlessly energetic beast. Seeing this man's aura, Hua Dagwan and Tang Xiaobo couldn't help but feel their hearts tighten. This was a master. Yi Xiao also glanced at this person, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. This person was even stronger than Lei Dihua from before. If he could fight, he probably wouldn't feel restless for the next few days. Seeing the man enter, Su Hu-wei personally welcomed him. "Master Lei, thank you for your trouble." Master Lei? Could he be Master Lei Kaishan from the Lei family boxing gym? Hua Dagwan and Tang Xiaobo were incredibly shocked. If he really was Master Lei from the Lei family boxing gym, then they were in big trouble. This man was a well-known master. Song Qingxue naturally had some guesses about this person's identity. At this moment, her brows couldn't help but raise. She didn't expect Su Hu-wei to be so despicable as to invite a boxing master. In her view, since both sides had agreed to resolve the issue, it should be done with their own subordinates. Inviting a boxing master was equivalent to cheating. She instinctively looked at Yi Xiao, and when she saw Yi Xiao calm and even smiling, Song Qingxue relaxed a bit. With this guy around, it should be fine, right? Master Lei, with a serious expression, said, "Mr. Su, you are too polite. Over the years, I have received many favors from you, so I should do my best for you." For this battle, Lei Kaishan didn't take it too seriously. After all, it was just fighting a company security guard. Even if he used just one hand, I'm afraid it can be settled. Su Hu-wei turned around, a mocking smile curling at the corner of his mouth. "Come, President Song, let me introduce you. This is the person I invited, Master Lei San from the Lei family boxing gym. Since President Song has agreed so readily, just send someone over. No matter how many people you have today, I believe Master Lei Sin won't mind." Su Hu-wei's words completely cut off Song Qingxue's retreat, leaving no chance for the other party to find fault or refuse. Although Song Qingxue had long suspected Lei Kaishan's identity, she still felt a bit displeased when she actually heard Su Hu-wei say it. Just as Su Hu-wei had expected, Song Qingxue had nothing to say at this moment. Could she say the other party was despicable? How could Su Hu-wei, who could hire a killer, care about such words? Hua Dagwan and Tang Xiaobo felt a chill running straight up their spines, and they no longer had the desire to show off and achieve great things before they set off. If possible, they really wanted to grab a bucket and run away. Just as Song Qingxue was angry and helpless, and Hua Dagwan and Tang Xiaobo were frightened, Yi Xiao suddenly said, "I don't think this person is that great. He can fight, but can't take a hit. It's hard to survive in a mortal world." Lei Kaishan's martial arts skills were indeed better than Lei Dihua's, but his skills were still superficial, not refined and restrained. Like a dagger, his sharpness was exposed, making it easy to see his domineering skills at a glance, which was a big taboo for martial arts experts. A true giant demon king would never reveal his true form and skills until the critical moment. Those monsters that exude demonic energy as soon as they appear are often just small demons with insufficient skills, not worthy of being on stage. In Journey to the West, a single stick from a monkey can knock them dead. When Yi Zhao's words came out, everyone in the private room was shocked. No one expected Yi Zhao would dare to speak so recklessly about Lei Kaishan. After all, he was a second-tier boxer of the Lei family. His strength was only below a few top figures in the Lei family. Lei Kaishan immediately widened his eyes, his gaze like a sword shooting towards Yi Zhao. "Kid, who do you think you are? What qualifications do you have to comment on me? Do you believe that with just one finger, I can poke you to death?" In his view, such words could only be said by someone like Shang Yun or the president of the Martial Arts Association in Lingzhou. As for Yi Zhao, he was just asking for trouble. Feeling the bone-chilling killing intent in Lei Kaishan's tone, Hu Dagwan and Tang Xiaobo felt their scalps go numb. This reckless guy really had guts. He dared to provoke Master Lei San like this. It seemed that he wouldn't be the one to take the stage later. They certainly didn't think Yi Zhao's words were true. This kid might have just seen something in a martial arts novel and was trying to show off. Song Qingxue also glared at Yi Zhao, seemingly blaming him for being too talkative. Although Lei Kaishan was invited by Su Huwei, he had no enmity with the Song group. He shouldn't go all out when they fought later. If Yi Zhao offended him badly, Lei Kaishan would definitely retaliate. However, Su Huwei was very pleased with this. This kid was just a clown invited by a monkey. He was more of a hindrance than a help. With such a person beside Song Qingxue, he wasn't worried about not being able to deal with the Song group. Ahem. Su Huwei cleared his throat and said, "President Song, I think we shouldn't waste Master Lei San's time. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can wrap up, and we can start the banquet earlier." Huh? His tone did not hide his contempt for Song Qingxue and the others. In his eyes, he was already certain of victory today. Song Qingxue took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing her anger, and said, "Who will come?" Yi Zhao calmly picked up the tea. It was as if he had completely ignored it, just like playing cards. Who would come out with a king bomb right away? If he made the first move, that would be too much of a show-off. Hu Dagwang let out a contemptuous cold snort, feeling that Yi Zhao had admitted defeat, a jumping clown, only daring to talk big. Now, when the third Master Lei came out, he was so scared that he didn't even dare to fart. "Xiaobo, go and spar with third Master Lei first," Hu Dagwang ordered. Tang Xiaobo had just joined the Song group and naturally didn't dare to oppose, so he gritted his teeth and stepped forward, cupping his fist toward Lei Kaishan. "I am Tang Xiaobo. Please give me your guidance, third Master Lei." However, Lei Kaishan didn't even raise his eyelids, turn around, and walk toward an empty area on the side. Just an unknown junior, not worth his courtesy, not even looking at him, feeling bored and tasteless. Chapter 67. Turning the real into the false. Although Tang Xiaobo felt Lei Kaishan's contempt, he didn't dare to retaliate, because he knew full well that the other party had the qualification to look down on him. After they stood still, Tang Xiaobo didn't waste any words and threw a straight punch directly towards Lei Kaishan's chest. Tang Xiaobo came from the combat department, and the boxing style he learned was the large, open military boxing, which was extremely fierce and full of momentum. But Lei Kaishan remained unfazed, even holding one hand behind his back to welcome the attack, displaying the aura of a so-called expert to the fullest. He spun off the ground, and with a swift move of his right hand, used a clever force to divert the power of Tang Xiaobo's punch elsewhere, causing Tang Xiaobo to lose his balance and fly uncontrollably. Seeing this, Hu Dagwang had already lost hope that Tang Xiaobo could win. Song Qingxue, however, showed no significant change in expression, because neither Hu Dagwang nor Tang Xiaobo was her trump card. Su Huwei naturally noticed Song Qingxue's reaction, thinking this shouldn't be. Could it be that she hasn't been intimidated yet? Song Qingxue, let's wait and see. When you are utterly defeated, let's see if you can still sit still. Yeah, Tang Xiaobo shouted loudly and attacked again towards Lei Kaishan. This time, Tang Xiaobo didn't use a straight punch, but a tiger-style chopping punch. His left hand went behind him, and his right hand stretched straight, attacking toward the middle line of Lei Kaishan's face with both hands coming together like a fierce tiger opening its bloody mouth. Lei Kaishan's lips curled into a smirk, and he immediately responded, moving forward instead of retreating. He slapped out with one hand, meeting Tang Xiaobo's first punch head-on. Seeing this, Hu Dagwang couldn't help but frown. He really couldn't understand what Lei Kaishan's move meant. Didn't he see the follow-up from Tang Xiaobo? Tang Xiaobo also didn't understand, but he couldn't care too much at this point. Perhaps Lei Kaishan was too arrogant, thinking his punches couldn't hurt him. He knew he could break 6 stone bricks with one hand. If he hit the back of Lei Kaishan's spine, it could instantly crush his flesh and bones. At this moment, Yi Xiao, while rotating the teacup in his hand, casually said, "A petty trick, just turning the real into the false." As soon as Yi Xiao finished speaking, Lei Kaishan suddenly changed his palm into a claw. In an instant, his 5 fingers crackled like eagle claws, full of power, and in a split second, he seized Tang Xiaobo's wrist. Ah! Tang Xiaobo couldn't help but let out a miserable scream. Lei Kaishan's claw force had pierced his flesh, causing all of Tang Xiaobo's energy to drain away. His so-called follow-up move was as useless as a snake shedding its skin, no longer posing any threat. However, at this point, Lei Kaishan didn't stop. He loosened his claw, moving like a shooting star, charging straight toward Tang Xiaobo's throat. Because Lei Kaishan moved too quickly, Tang Xiaobo didn't have time to react. By the time he realized what was happening and tried to retreat, it is already too late. His forehead was dripping with cold sweat. He had just experienced how powerful Lei Kaishan's strength was. If he had firmly grabbed his throat, even if he miraculously survived, his windpipe would probably be severely injured. Just as Tang Xiaobo was terrified, he heard a whoosh sound, and Lei Kaishan had already sidestepped to a position 3 steps behind Tang Xiaobo. Tang Xiaobo, still trembling, touched his neck, and to his disbelief, he was completely unharmed. But when he turned to look at Lei Kaishan, he saw the other man holding a piece of fabric, which was the collar of his shirt. Gulp! Tang Xiaobo swallowed hard. Then he cupped his hands and bowed. "Thank you, Master Lei, for your mercy." Lei Kaishan still did not look at Tang Xiaobo, casually throwing the collar on the ground. "Clap! Clap!" Su Huwei applauded. "Master Lei, truly impressive skills." After saying that, he proudly glanced at Song Qingxue. "President Song, do you still dare to send someone to fight?" "I will." Hua Daguan immediately stood up. Although he knew he was unlikely to be a match for Lei Kaishan, today he wanted to prove to Song Qingxue that he was not like Yi Xiao, a coward who only knew how to talk big. He was absolutely reliable in critical moments. At this moment, although Song Qingxue still had a calm expression, she couldn't help but glance at Yi Xiao. Seeing that he was still leisurely eating pine nuts from the fruit platter, she felt a bit more at ease. "I hope this guy can be useful." Hua Daguan walked straight up to Lei Kaishan and said loudly, "I am Hua Daguan, the head of the security department of the Song Group. Please teach me, Master Lei." Even though Hua Daguan knew that Lei Kaishan might not pay attention to him, he still had to show the proper etiquette. Who knows? Maybe Lei Kaishan would go easy on him because of it, just like he did with Tang Xiaobo. At this time, Lei Kaishan did glance at Hua Daguan a bit more, but he still did not speak, with one hand still behind his back. Hua Daguan slightly shifted his feet, gripping his hands tightly in front and behind, assuming a boxing stance. He was more experienced than Tang Xiaobo and was not so anxious. However, Lei Kaishan seemed unwilling to engage in such a meaningless standoff with Hua Daguan. He stepped forward and charged at Hua Daguan like a galloping horse. Hua Daguan's eyes flashed, finally finding the right moment. He bent his waist and threw a punch, instantly creating a wind that tore through the air, making a sound like ripping cloth. Although he had retired for 4 or 5 years, he still exercised every day, maintaining his punching power and physical condition at their peak. This allowed him to strike like a cheetah, launching his attack with full force. Lei Kaishan was slightly taken aback. "Kid, you have some skill, but the boxing technique you practice is too poor." After saying that, Lei Kaishan also threw a punch, instantly releasing a huge tiger roar, which was not at all slower than Hua Daguan's punch. The 2 fists collided, and with a bang sound, it was like 2,000-pound iron hammers crashing together. Hua Daguan's face instantly turned pale, gritting his teeth in pain as if his fist was shattering, while Lei Kaishan remained unfazed, giving an impression of being completely unshakable. Tap, tap, tap. Hua Daguan stepped back repeatedly, trying to ease the pain in his fist, but he did not expect Lei Kaishan to give him no chance to catch his breath. Lei Kaishan transformed his punch into a claw and charged fiercely at Hua Daguan. Hua Daguan's eyelids twitched, and he had no choice but to raise his uninjured arm to defend. A hint of disdain flashed in Lei Kaishan's eyes. He exerted force with his claws, and the skin on the back of his hand turned dark blue, with veins bulging like steel chains. A chill ran through the air. Hiss! With a sound, Hua Daguan's sleeve was torn off. Fortunately, he retreated in time, avoiding injury to his arm, but Lei Kaishan's attack did not stop. The powerful eagle claws struck again and again, each wave more fierce and vicious than the last. Seeing the danger, Hua Daguan had no choice but to crouch down and roll on the ground, trying to escape the range of Lei Kaishan's eagle claw attacks. At this moment, the owl who was peeling pine nuts sighed, "Fool, don't you know that repeated efforts lead to exhaustion? Still daring to roll on the ground, you'll be trampled like a dead dog." Tang Xiaobo, who had returned to Song Qingxue's side, heard the owl's words and immediately glared, wishing he could retort right back. What do you know? If you can do it, go ahead. In his view, Hui Daguan's evasion was very wise. He would have done the same. However, the next second, he was completely speechless because Lei Kaishan's figure flashed and appeared in front of Hui Daguan, suddenly stomping down with a foot toward Hui Daguan's chest. Chapter 68. Tell me, what are the consequences? Before Lei Kaishan's foot landed, Hui Daguan felt the strong wind rushing towards him, making his hair stand on end, so he dared not stand up and could only roll faster. Lei Kaishan snorted coldly. Dodge? Can you dodge? After saying that, he continued to stomp towards Hui Daguan. His movements were quick, precise, and ruthless, his figure almost shaking into a straight line, like a lion relentlessly pursuing its prey. Hud, hud, hud. The sound of stomping echoed in the room, as if the entire floor was shaking. This sound made Song Qingxue and Tang Xiaobo's hearts tremble, fearing that Hui Daguan might not dodge in time and get stomped down hard, which would likely lead to a gruesome end. At this moment, Hui Daguan was also crying out in despair. Lei Kaishan's footsteps came at him like a swarm of wasps, making his head buzz and his vision blur. I admit defeat. Hui Daguan could no longer care about anything else and hurriedly begged for mercy. Preserving his life was more important than anything. The moment Hui Daguan cried out for mercy, Lei Kaishan indeed stopped his attack. He was just there to do a job, not to injure someone and create enmity. After all, the Song group status in Lingzhou was not lower than that of the Tiger Wei group. Seeing Lei Kaishan stop, Hui Daguan lay weakly on the ground, gasping like a windbag. After a while, he got up and cupped his hands towards Lei Kaishan, dejectedly walking back to Song Qingxue's side. Ha ha ha! At this moment, Su Huwei pointed at Hui Daguan and Tang Xiaobo, mocking, President Song, look at Master Lei, and then look at your subordinates. Is this garbage classification? Upon hearing this, Hui Daguan and Tang Xiaobo clenched their fists tightly but dared not speak. In the world of literature, there is no first in writing and no second in martial arts. The loser has no right to speak. Song Qingxue's face also turned somewhat ugly. Although she had never intended to rely on Hua and Tang, the two had lost too quickly, even while the opponent had held back a hand. How could she still save face? Seeing Song Qingxue silent, Su Huwei became even more smug. He exhaled a puff of smoke and said, President Song, I think your Song group is really not suitable for developing that piece of land in the South City. Why not transfer it to me at the original price? Otherwise, I worry that with your security level, in less than 3 days, you will be completely defeated. Of course, don't blame me for being aggressive. This is how the world is. Under the law, it still depends on strength. Whoever's fist is hard is the ruler. Ha ha! Su Huwei pressed forward step by step. In his view, the people he invited had already made Song Qingxue's face so red, she would definitely bow to the situation. Song Qingxue slightly furrowed her brows. This Su Huwei really has no shame. He wants to buy the land at the original price, knowing that Song Group has already entered the market and spent nearly 100 million just on development alone. To still ask for the original price? How is that possible? She didn't rush to reply, but instead gave a glance to Yi Xiao, signaling that it was his turn to take action. Yi Xiao naturally understood Song Qingxue's intention. Since he was itching to do something, he smiled sarcastically and said, Mr. Su, do you think your fists are strong? I think they're nothing special. Upon hearing Yi Xiao's words, Hui Daguan and Tang Xiaobo both sneered. They really couldn't understand where this useless, backdoor-using freeloader got the courage to be so arrogant. They had experienced firsthand how strong Lei Kaishan was. They feared that even Yi Xiao's hands wouldn't be enough to save him from getting beaten like a dead dog. Su Huwei's face instantly darkened. He had never been pleased with the young man by his Song Qingxue's side. In his eyes, Yi Xiao was just someone Song Qingxue had dragged out to deliberately annoy him. Seeing his master being confronted again by Yi Xiao, Su Huwei's trusted subordinate suddenly pointed at Yi Xiao's nose and scolded, Kid, if you have the guts, go up and challenge Lei San yourself. If you don't have the guts, then shut the hell up. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable. This trusted subordinate was also relying on Lei Kaishan's 2 consecutive victories to act so arrogantly. Didn't he see that even Song Qingxue was too scared to speak? A little pretty boy still dares to yap? Isn't he just asking for humiliation? However, as soon as the subordinate finished speaking, there was a loud slap. Yi Xiao slapped him across the face, sending him spinning like a top, making 3 full rotations. Am I giving you face? After speaking, Yi Xiao kicked the subordinate, sending him crashing to the ground. Tell me, what consequences? The subordinate was kicked about 4 or 5 meters away. After stopping, he opened his mouth and vomited continuously, blood mixed with yellow bile, splattering everywhere. Seeing this scene, Su Huwei could no longer hold back. His eyes were full of rage as he glared at Yi Xiao. Kid, you dare hit my man. Don't you know you have to look at the owner when you hit a dog? Hui Dagwang and Tang Xiaobo were both shocked and speechless by Yi Xiao's series of actions. What the hell was this idiot thinking? Didn't he realize that Su Huwei had the upper hand? The situation now was like a knife on the chopping block. And they were the fish. This idiot still dared to provoke Su Huwei. Wasn't he just asking for death? Yi Xiao sneered and curled his lips. Just beating a dog doesn't feel satisfying enough. Actually, I want to slap the master behind the dog. After all, the dog was let out by him. Mr. Su, I'll remind you, eyes are useless if you don't use them. You can donate them to the hospital. If you miss seeing something, maybe others will forgive you because of your lack of vision. Good, very good. Su Huwei's forehead was bulging with veins. Kid, don't just talk big. If you have the ability, come out and fight Lei San. Although Su Huwei really wanted to slap Yi Zhao's face, after seeing Yi Zhao's skills, he realized this man was a martial artist. It was better to let Lei Kaishan deal with him. As for his own identity, it wasn't worth risking it. Yi Xiao slowly stood up, a smile playing at the corner of his lips. That's exactly what I intend to do. Now that the trash talk was over, it was his turn to take action. Seeing that Yi Xiao truly had the courage to challenge Lei Kaishan, Su Huwei's eyes shifted as he spoke with a strange tone, like he had practiced a secret martial art. Lei San, you can go all out. Even if you accidentally kill or cripple this kid, I'm sure Mr. Song won't blame us. If there's blame, it should be on this kid's filthy mouth and his ignorance of his limits. Right, Mr. Song? Su Huwei's words were clearly meant to hint that Lei Kaishan should kill Yi Xiao without hesitation, while he pretended to ask for Song Qingshua's opinion. This time, even if Song Qingshua calls for a stop, it will be useless because he has already placed a crime of provoking someone who doesn't know their limits on Yi Xiao. Song Qingshua's fist, placed under the table, tightened. Mr. Su, don't take it lightly. My bodyguard is very strong. Maybe he will slap your face. Although Song Qingshua still felt somewhat uneasy, things had come to this point. It was important not to lose face. The momentum must be maintained. Hearing this, Hui Dagwang and Tang Xiaobo, standing behind Song Qingshua, were both stunned. What happened to Mr. Song? How much mind control did Yi Xiao, this useless man, put on her? Could she really believe that Yi Xiao has any ability? When Huang Feihu came to provoke them earlier, although Hui Dagwang had seen Yi Xiao show some skills, he thought Yi Xiao only knew some basic tricks. If it hadn't been for Fang Hong Gang from Man and Lu, Yi Xiao would have been minced by Huang Feihu and fed to the dogs. Unexpectedly, this kid was still addicted to pretending. Now, in front of Su Huwei, he was acting so arrogant. But there's no Fang Hong Gang to help him now, and he probably won't even know how he dies later. Chapter 69, Hidden Strength. This is hidden strength. Ha ha ha. Su Huwei couldn't help but laugh wildly, as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. Him? Slap my face? I think even if you train him for another 20 years, he wouldn't even be a match for Master Lei. All right, I won't waste more words. Kid, since you're looking for death, go ahead. I'm a good person and will help you pick out a coffin. Ha ha ha. Yi Xiao didn't say much more and directly walked in front of Lei Kaishan. Lei Kaishan was also very displeased with Yi Xiao's arrogance. Not only had he recklessly listed his own accomplishments as soon as he entered, but after winning 2 rounds, he still dared to challenge Su Huwei. This was clearly disrespecting Lei Kaishan. He decided that after this, he would definitely cripple this kid's limbs, making him live like a crawling creature in his next life. At this moment, Lei Kaishan still had one hand behind his back, clearly wanting to maintain his record of winning with one hand. And in his view, there was no problem at all, because, on Yi Xiao, he felt no threat at all. Come on, kid, the sooner you die, the sooner you'll be reborn. Lei Kaishan said contemptuously. Yi Xiao smiled coldly. I advise you to use both hands. Otherwise, I'm afraid that once I strike, you won't have the chance anymore. You? Are you even worthy? Lei Kaishan was extremely dismissive. Yi Xiao shook his head. It seemed that unless he gave the other party a real lesson, this fight wouldn't be satisfying. So, he suddenly pushed his feet hard against the ground. Whoosh! His body shot straight at Lei Kaishan. Bang! With a punch, Yi Xiao actually created a sonic boom. Lei Kaishan's pupils suddenly contracted. What a fast speed! Caught off guard, he had no choice but to forcefully gather his strength and punch towards Yi Xiao. Boom! A loud sound echoed. If the previous collision between Hui Dagwang and Lei Kaishan felt like 2 giant hammers striking each other, now the clash between Yi Xiao and Lei Kaishan was like 2 speeding cars crashing head-on. But this time, the result was completely different. It was Lei Kaishan who was sent flying. Seeing this scene, Hui Dagwang and Tang Xiaobo both widened their eyes in disbelief. What? How is this possible? Yi Xiao, this kid, is just a useless man who climbed to the top by flattering President Song. How could he send Lei Kaishan flying with one punch? It was a sneak attack. He must have taken advantage of Lei Kaishan's overconfidence after winning 2 rounds. If it were me, I could also do it. They secretly comforted themselves, trying to soothe their injured hearts. Song Qingshue's lips curled slightly. This guy really didn't disappoint her. If only his temper could change, he would be even better. Su Hui's fingers couldn't help but tremble, and the cigar almost fell to the ground. What's going on with Lei Kaishan? Is he letting the water flow? That kid looks weaker than the 2 from earlier. How did he even manage to knock Lei Kaishan back? But Su Hui, having seen the world, wasn't completely disappointed by Lei Kaishan because of such a small accident. After one move, Yi Xiao didn't chase after him to expand his victory, because if he did, Lei Kaishan could only block 2 more moves, which would be like Zhu Beiji eating the ginseng fruit. No taste at all. This was clearly not the result Yi Xiao wanted. In a big city like Lingzhou, it's hard to come across an expert who is willing to fight openly, so when he finally meets one, naturally he must use his fork and knife, with a napkin tucked under his chin, and savor the deliciousness. Lei Kaishan stepped back 5 or 6 steps before finally stopping. He felt like his hand bones were about to crack. Looks like I made a mistake. This kid is tricky, his skills are no less than mine. But so what? I've been practicing martial arts for over 40 years, and even if this kid started learning martial arts from his mother's womb, he probably can't surpass me. After calming his mind, Lei Kaishan finally began to prepare seriously. He crossed his arms in front of him. Roar! With a roar similar to a tiger's, Lei Kaishan's arms bulged, and the bumps on the exposed palms and backs of his hands were as dense as fine iron, while his hair and sweat were standing up like steel needles. This situation was similar to the time Yi Xiao fought Lei Dihua at the Red Tide Bar, but Lei Kaishan's skills were clearly much deeper than Lei Dihua's. This is the Lei family fist's inner martial arts. Hu Daguan exclaimed. He had long heard of this inner martial arts. It is said that only Lei family members can practice it, and once they reach the highest level, their bodies become as hard as iron, and they can also unleash various internal energy techniques. This is the secret behind Lei family fist dominance as the #1 fist in Lingzhou. Seeing this, Su Hui couldn't help but sneer. Arrogant little brat. Now that Lei Kaishan is serious, let's see if you don't die. Song Qingxue also secretly wiped a cold sweat for Yi Xiao. Although she didn't understand martial arts, Lei Kaishan now looked like a porcupine covered in spikes. He looked incredibly hard to deal with. But Yi Xiao was excited, licking the corner of his mouth, his eyes narrowing as his right hand slightly formed a grabbing motion. Not bad, not bad. Finally, I can feast. Die for me, Lei Kaishan roared, his foot stamping the ground fiercely. Boom, boom. Everywhere his foot passed, the ground shattered. Seeing this, Hu Daguan and Tang Xiaobo both gasped. Now, they realized how much Lei Kaishan had been holding back when fighting them earlier. If Lei Kaishan had started like this, they might not have been able to block even one move. In the blink of an eye, Lei Kaishan charged in front of Yi Xiao, and with a speed so fast it was almost ear-splitting, he swung both fists fiercely. His arms spun like 2 spiraling steel pillars. One fist aimed at Yi Xiao's head, and the other aimed at his chest. The unstoppable momentum seemed like it would pierce through Yi Xiao entirely. Good one. Yi Xiao shifted his stance, lowering his waist and firmly planting his feet, then threw his own punch to collide directly with Lei Kaishan's 2 fists. At this moment, any martial artist with sharp eyes would be able to catch that Yi Xiao's arms had also changed. The hair on his arms stood upright like sharp spikes, and his muscles and bones made cracking sounds as if a green-black python was coiling around his bones. Seeing that Yi Xiao dared to directly clash with his 2 punches, Lei Kaishan couldn't help but sneer, a bloodthirsty smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Really overestimating yourself. My martial arts are the true Lei family fist, after all. Even a 30-centimeter thick reinforced concrete wall should be smashed through by his punch, let alone Yi Xiao, a mere mortal. However, in the next second, Lei Kaishan could no longer smile. After 2 loud collisions of bang bang, Yi Xiao not only did not suffer the expected outcome of broken bones, but even remained completely still under his own attack. But the fact proved that Lei Kaishan had still underestimated him. Completely still, Yi Xiao's lips curled into a slight arc. In the next moment, his fists burst forth with hidden strength. Ah! Lei Kaishan let out a scream, feeling an unbearable pain in his fists, as if thousands of steel needles were piercing his flesh at the same time. Hidden strength. This is hidden strength. The muscles at the corner of Lei Kaishan's eyes twitched incessantly, and he finally realized that he was up against a martial artist whose strength far exceeded his own. Chapter 70. Happy or surprised? But Lei Kaishan was, after all, a fighter who had gone through countless battles, with extremely rich combat experience. He immediately pushed off the ground with his toes and leaped back. Want to escape? Can you escape? A hint of mockery flashed in Yi Zhao's eyes as he suddenly delivered a tiger-shaped chopping punch straight towards Lei Kaishan's face. However, at that moment, a cold smile appeared at the corner of Lei Kaishan's mouth. In the next instant, his belly swelled, and the energy in his dantian surged up, instantly rushing to his throat. Gulch! Lei Kaishan's throat made a muffled sound like a toad. Whoosh! Following that, Lei Kaishan suddenly opened his mouth and exhaled like an arrow. A blood arrow wrapped in energy shot straight towards Yi Zhao's face. This was a method of using the Lei family's boxing internal strength, insidious and ruthless, often used to lure the enemy in when at a disadvantage. For this move, Lei Kaishan had succeeded many times. He had encountered many strong opponents, but without exception, they all fell under this surprise attack. At such a close distance, the speed of this blood arrow was comparable to a bullet. In his view, Yi Zhao had no chance to dodge. Kid, if you die now, remember to behave well in your next life, haha. Lei Kaishan laughed wickedly. In his eyes, even if Yi Zhao did not die, he would end up blind, and then he could easily launch a counterattack to cripple Yi Zhao. At this moment, Hu Daguan and Tang Xiaobo felt their scalps tingle and their hearts break. They thought it was ridiculous. They had initially thought they could show off in this fight, but how could a strong opponent like Lei Kaishan be something they could contend with? They were truly daydreaming. Su Hui couldn't help but take several deep puffs of his cigar, his smile radiant, as if he could already see Yi Zhao's flesh torn apart and dying on the spot. He's dead. This kid is definitely dead. Song Qingshua's heart was also in her throat. She was both regretful and worried. She regretted bringing Yi Zhao to this banquet, knowing it was a trap, and worried about how she would explain to her grandfather and Yi Zhao's parents if he died like this. However, Yi Zhao, the person involved, did not take Lei Kaishan's killing move seriously at all. Dodge? Huh. With this level, do I need to dodge? Next, everyone in the private room witnessed an unbelievable scene. Facing Lei Kaishan's blood arrow, Yi Zhao actually transformed his fist into a claw and reached out to grab it. Haha, unaware of your own death. Lei Kaishan sneered disdainfully. This blood arrow was comparable to a bullet. Daring to grab it with his hand would surely result in his palm exploding into pieces. But in the next second, he was stunned. Yi Zhao's hand was completely unharmed. Not only was there no flesh torn apart and blood flowing, but not even a drop of blood came out. While Lei Kaishan was dumbfounded, scratching his head in confusion, Yi Zhao suddenly threw back his hand. Suddenly, the blood arrow he just sprayed transformed into countless blood beads, reflecting back at him like shotgun pellets. Not good. Lei Kaishan suddenly crouched down, trying to dodge, but his movement was still half a beat too slow. Although he avoided most of the blood beads, some still grazed his scalp. In an instant, Lei Kaishan's scalp was left with dozens of bloody white marks, as if it had been raked by a thorny rake. His entire image became comical and ridiculous. But now he had no time to care about his image, not even time to shout in pain, because Yi Zhao followed closely with a fierce punch, striking hard at Lei Kaishan. After all, Lei Kaishan had just aimed to take his life. So how could Yi Zhao let him go easily? Lei Kaishan couldn't dodge in time and had to bend down, crossing his arms in front of him, attempting to block Yi Zhao's fierce punch with a move called Overlord Lifts the Cauldron. However, it was worse to block. With a bang and a huge sound of muscle colliding, Yi Zhao's 5 fingers exploded with power, suddenly releasing a force. Crack! It directly shattered both of Lei Kaishan's arms that he had raised. What a domineering skill, I admit defeat. As Lei Kaishan began to speak, his teeth rattled as if he were in a fight, and cold sweat poured from his forehead, as if every word he uttered was filled with unimaginable pain. Only then did Yi Zhao stop, smiling slightly. You're not bad either. Go back and practice your internal skills well. And if you can contain the evil energy in your body, you might achieve great success in the future. In fact, Yi Zhao had said the same thing the first time he saw Lei Kaishan, but at that time, Lei Kaishan was arrogant and couldn't take Yi Zhao's words seriously. But now, he not only listened, but also deeply agreed. There was no other reason, because Yi Zhao had the right to say such things. At this moment, Hu Daguan and Tang Xiaobo's eyes were as wide as gongs, unable to believe that Yi Zhao had actually defeated Lei Kaishan. They couldn't reconcile the image of Yi Zhao, the good-for-nothing who relied on others, with that of a martial arts master. However, the fact was right in front of them. When Yi Zhao walked back, they buried their heads like ostriches. Now, recalling their mocking words about Yi Zhao in the office, both wished they could find a crack in the ground to hide in. Song Qingshua's eyes flashed with a bright light. Yi Zhao had once again proven his strength, and his tall figure was deeply imprinted in her heart. But when she saw Yi Zhao looking at her with a faint smile, she instantly turned back into an iceberg, snorting coldly through her nose, pretending to be indifferent. Su Hui's cigar slipped from his hand due to shock, falling to the ground. His face was as dark as the bottom of a black pot. Defeated, he was actually defeated by Lei Kai-shan. Yi Xiao slowly returned to his seat, grinning as he looked at Su Hui. Mr. Su, look, I saved you the money for a coffin. Are you happy? Surprised? Just now, Su Hui was convinced that Yi Xiao would be either dead or crippled, so he had mocked him greatly. But now, Yi Xiao was not only unharmed, but had also broken Lei Kai-shan's bones, effectively slapping Su Hui in the face. And Yi Xiao's words were undoubtedly rubbing salt in Su Hui's wounds. Su Hui exhaled heavily through his nose but dared not respond. The current Yi Xiao was no longer the soft persimmon in his eyes. The situation was no longer in his favor, but rather the knife was in Yi Xiao's hands. One misstep, and he would end up like his subordinates or Lei Kai-shan. Song Qingxue added a final blow. Mr. Su, I told you long ago not to be careless. You see, this is just being slapped in the face by my people. I think Mr. Su now knows the strength of our Song Group's security department. He shouldn't resort to some meaningless, underhanded tactics anymore. Oomph. Su Hui snorted coldly, stood up, and said, President Song, don't think that just because you've temporarily won a round, you can be complacent. Soon, the Jinha Group will come to Lingzhou. As long as I cooperate with the Jinha Group, crushing your Song family is just a matter of time. We will meet again in the mountains and rivers. Let's wait and see. Su Hui left in defeat, but Song Qingxue's brow, which had just relaxed, furrowed once again. She also knew about the Jinha Group's future investment in Lingzhou. The Jinha Group is the property of Wang Jinha, the richest man in Jiangnan province, and this is another battlefield where she and Su Hui are at odds. Whoever can secure a cooperation project with the Jinha Group will truly stand invincible. This battle is not like today's open confrontation, but will involve various open and hidden attacks. This time, she cannot afford to lose. Chapter 71, Jinha Group's Banquet. Unlike Song Qingxue's frown, Yi Xiao was loudly tapping the table with his hand. President Song, hurry up and order. We can't let us hard workers go back on an empty stomach, can we? Right, Minister Hua. After saying this, he raised his chin toward Hua Dagwan. Hua Dagwan dared not respond, and could only force a hideous smile to cope. Eat, eat, eat. Are you a glutton? All you know is eating. Song Qingxue suddenly exploded, as if she remembered the scene from yesterday when she was scared, and Yi Xiao was still holding a bowl of noodles. Yi Xiao was stunned. This girl turned her face too quickly. Isn't coming to the restaurant for a meal? At a banquet, there should be a semblance of a feast. 8 dishes and a soup are a must. Song Qingxue seemed to realize her emotions were a bit out of control and coldly added, Those who want to eat can stay and eat. The company will reimburse. Those who don't want to eat can go back to work with me. After saying this, she stood up and left, leaving Yi Xiao and the others with a completely bewildered back. Hua Dagwan and Tang Xiaobo naturally dared not stay. As the saying goes, listen to the sound of the drum and the sound of the words. They could tell that President Song was unhappy, so how could they dare to stay, even if it was for a lavish feast? Yi Xiao smacked his lips. This girl's thoughts are really hard to guess. He felt more headache than if he had to break 10 rocks with thunder. Forget it. Let's eat and drink first. So the next second, he shouted, Waiter, serve me a table at the highest standard. Upon hearing this, Song Qingxue, who had just walked to the door, bit her silver teeth, making a clattering sound, feeling so angry. She really wanted to crack open Yi Xiao's pig brain to see what was inside. Hua Dagwan and Tang Xiaobo almost stumbled and fell. Now they no longer believed that Yi Xiao was living off a woman. Who has ever seen such a soft meal being eaten so hard? Even the tiger of the Serious Crimes Unit, Chao Dawa, might not compare to him. This is completely demonstrating to them what it means to have a single skill for being single every day, ensuring you stay single for life. 2 days after the banquet, Song Qingxue and Yi Xiao returned to the cold atmosphere that was even colder than that of strangers. Whenever the two could communicate with their eyes, they would not waste a drop of water. Until the afternoon of the 3rd day, when Yi Xiao returned to the villa and was about to go to the kitchen to make food as usual, Song Qingxue unexpectedly called out to him. Wait, come with me to attend the Jinha Group's evening party. Her tone was still extremely cold, enough to make a polar bear sneeze. After saying this, Song Qingxue threw a cloth bag, which she had pulled out from somewhere, to Yi Xiao. As Yi Xiao took the bag and was at a loss, Song Qingxue's voice came again. Change into this outfit tonight. Don't embarrass me. After saying that, she went upstairs with a thud, thud, thud. Hey, but I don't like this color. Yi Xiao protested, looking at the Versace suit in his pocket. I like it. Song Qingxue replied indifferently with 3 words, and then ignored Yi Xiao. At this moment, with her back turned, a smug smile appeared on Song Qingxue's lips. In fact, her mood was not as calm as she showed. This was the first time she bought a gift for a man other than her grandfather and father. An hour later, Song Qingxue finally dressed up and walked down the stairs gracefully. She had changed into a rose-colored evening gown, occasionally revealing her two long, white, tender legs, which would make any man exclaim perfection. Although Yi Xiao pretended to watch TV, his peripheral vision was fixed on Song Qingxue's curvy figure, unable to look away for a long time. Suddenly, Song Qingxue shot a glance over, signaling Yi Xiao to leave. Yi Xiao understood and stood up. But at that moment, Song Qingxue was also stunned. Yi Xiao's tall figure, highlighted by the suit, appeared even more ethereal. His already handsome and elegant features, mixed with a sunny aura, radiated a mysterious charm unique to Yi Xiao. Now it was Yi Xiao's turn to urge her with his eyes. "What's wrong? Not leaving yet?" Song Qingxue finally reacted, secretly snorting, thinking he really looked a bit like a gentleman. 20 minutes later, Song Qingxue and Yi Xiao appeared at the Golden River Group's banquet, held at a top-notch manner. When Song Qingxue handed over the invitation and entered the banquet hall, many people were already there. Almost everyone was in their own small circles, holding red wine glasses and chatting with smiles. Due to Yi Xiao's attire today, he was not as casual as at Shen Luoyan's birthday party. So many people did not pay much attention to him. Of course, those socialites and wealthy women were exceptions. Many of them flashed a glimmer of interest when they saw Yi Xiao enter. Because Yi Xiao was simply too charismatic, this aura was almost identical to those noble airs they had seen before, and unknowingly, Yi Xiao became a target in the eyes of many socialites and wealthy women. As a woman, Song Qingxue naturally sensed the unusual gazes other women were giving Yi Xiao. She snorted softly and pushed Yi Xiao away, going to greet some business partners on her own. On Yi Xiao's side, feeling bored, he was about to head towards the buffet area to fill his stomach when suddenly a voice called out to him. "Mr. Yi, long time no see." The person was Shen Luoyan. Shen Luoyan was wearing a white cheongsam today, walking gracefully, especially her long legs, which caught Yi Xiao's attention, even more than Song Qingxue. Yi Xiao could only say that Shen Luoyan's legs were not just legs, but the spring water by the Jinjiang River. Seeing Shen Luoyan intercepting Yi Xiao first, many socialites and wealthy women felt frustrated, but since Shen Luoyan was the apple of Shen Qianyi's eye, they naturally did not dare to compete. "Hello, Miss Shen." Yi Xiao also smiled in return. He always maintained a policy of neither getting too close nor overly distant from this woman. So after greeting her, Yi Xiao continued towards his original destination. Shen Luoyan couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, feeling her proud heart had suffered tons of damage. Could it be that as the heir of a 100 billion group, she was not as attractive as the buffet? Other men were all eager to come and flirt with her, but with Yi Xiao, she completely felt no sense of being pursued, as if she were just a cabbage by the roadside. Reluctant, Shen Luoyan once again approached Yi Xiao, standing beside him. "Mr. Yi, today you are accompanying Qingxue to meet the second young Master Wang, right?" She still knew about the struggle between the Song group and the Hui group. Both of them wanted to cooperate with the Jinhe group, and the second young Master Wang, who was hosting this banquet, was naturally the key target for both sides to win over. Yi Xiao threw a piece of ham into his mouth and spoke with his mouth full. "I don't know. I'm just here to watch." Shen Luoyan felt disheartened again. She felt like there was no common ground with this guy, yet the mysterious aura around him made her obsessed. This feeling of being able to see but not touch, of being able to get close yet never truly reaching, made her heart feel like it was being scratched by a cat's claws. At that moment, on the side of Song Qingxue, another woman approached her. "President Song, you're getting more and more beautiful." Song Qingxue turned to look at the woman. She was a glamorous, curvaceous woman with striking makeup, dressed in an extravagant, attention-grabbing outfit. Xiao Yunying. Song Qingxue's mind instantly recalled this name. She was a popular actress who had once interacted with Song Qingxue, but it had been unpleasant. Song Qingxue smiled a businesslike smile. "Thank you for the compliment. Miss Xiao, you're also making a huge splash lately." Though Song Qingxue disliked the woman, as a mature businesswoman, she knew how to hide her emotions in public. Xiao Yunying smiled sweetly. "How could I compare to President Song? Even though I'm famous, I'm still working for others. Now I'm a spokesperson for Jinhe Group. With one phone call from second young Master Wang, I had to rush over from Beijing." As she spoke, Xiao Yunying moved a little closer to Song Qingxue, seeming to make a friendly gesture. But suddenly, Xiao Yunying grabbed Song Qingxue's wrist. Before Song Qingxue could react in surprise, Xiao Yunying quickly spilled the wine from Song Qingxue's hand onto her own skirt. Chapter 72. Kneel and Apologize. "Ah!" Xiao Yunying suddenly screamed. "Song Qingxue, what are you doing? Even if we have past grievances, you can't humiliate me in front of everyone like this." Xiao Yuning's loud cry quickly attracted the attention of many people. Since Xiao Yuning's body had just blocked their view, no one had clearly seen her small action. At that moment, the confused crowd, combined with Xiao Yuning's words, instantly misunderstood and thought that Song Qingxue had poured wine on Xiao Yuning. TSK. Song Qingxue is so rude. To pour wine on Miss Xiao at such an event, I really don't know where her manners went. I think she's jealous of Miss Xiao. I heard Miss Xiao was promoted by second young Master Wang and has a very close relationship with him. Song Qingxue probably tried to win over second young Master Wang, but failed, so now she's taking out on Miss Xiao. I didn't expect Song Qingxue to be such a jealous woman. I thought she was as pure as she looked. Turns out, people really can't be judged by their appearance. In a corner, Su Huwei was watching the scene mockingly. That's right, he had orchestrated everything. He had long heard about the past between Xiao Yuning and Song Qingxue. So, he found Xiao Yuning, promised her 10 million, and asked her to act in this play. Naturally, Xiao Yuning was willing. She could take revenge on Song Qingxue and make money. What was there not to like? Song Qingxue, I told you before, you're no match for me. You didn't believe me, but today I'll see how you'll handle this. Song Qingxue furrowed her brow tightly. She never expected that Xiao Yuning would be so vile and shameless. It's not what you think. I didn't pour the wine. She did it herself. Song Qingxue explained for herself. Xiao Yuning sneered coldly and pretended to be wronged, saying, Song Qingxue, I'm already a top-tier female star in the country. Do you think I would frame you? What benefit would that bring me? Am I on my mind? I would never harm myself. Song Qingxue, you are really bold to do something and not admit it. You can even tell such a low-level lie. Xiao Yuning was indeed a professional actress. Lies came out of her mouth effortlessly, and not a single sign of fakery could be detected. It was as if she really was the victim. Yes, I believe Miss Xiao. She is a hot star now, and today she is attending the banquet as the spokesperson of Gina Group. Why would she lie to frame Song Qingxue? It's actually Song Qingxue who has the motive to destroy Miss Xiao's image. It's a pity she's the president of Song Group. With this kind of character, I think Song Group will eventually collapse. Many people stood up to criticize Song Qingxue because they knew that Xiao Yuning had a special relationship with Wang Ershao, the host of the banquet. Supporting Xiao Yuning meant aligning with Wang Ershao. As for whether they would offend Song Qingxue, they didn't care at all. Song Group's size was still far too small to compete with Gina Group. In simple terms, they were the type of people who, while shouting about justice, only cared about business. At this moment, Yi Xiao naturally noticed the movement on Song Qingxue's side. Due to his superior hearing, he quickly picked up on the situation from the bits and pieces of conversation around him. He understood Song Qingxue's personality very well, so how could she do something so thoughtless? However, Yi Xiao didn't rush over. He had a feeling that this matter would not be so simple. On Song Qingxue's side, she tightly clenched her fists, her nails almost digging into her palms. Looking at Xiao Yuning's fake pitiful face, she really wanted to slap her, but reason told her not to do it. Once she did, it would be impossible to clear her name. At this moment, Su Huwei walked up holding a glass of wine, with a smile that was more like a sneer, and said, President Song, if I were you, I wouldn't waste time explaining, but would quickly apologize to Miss Xiao and try to gain her forgiveness. Hearing Su Huwei's words, Song Qingxue's anger grew even stronger. She coldly replied, I haven't done anything wrong. Why should I apologize to her? At this moment, Song Qingxue was still unaware that Su Huwei and Xiao Yuning were connected, but Yi Xiao saw it clearly. He narrowed his eyes slightly, coldly sneering in his heart. The troublemaker who falls into the broth annoys people, but when encountering maggots, it feels like meeting family. Su Huwei smirked sarcastically. President Song, you really disappoint me. I originally wanted to help you persuade Miss Xiao and calm things down, but now I see that your attitude doesn't seem to want to resolve this at all. Su Huwei's words not only pushed Song Qingxue further into the spotlight, but also created an image of a good-natured person for himself. Even Yi Xiao couldn't help but admire this move. Hearing what Su Huwei said, those in the crowd who wanted to please Wang Ershao through Xiao Yuning all shouted loudly. Su is right. Song Qingxue quickly apologized to Miss Xiao. Miss Xiao's reputation cannot be tarnished by you. Song Qingxue, apologizing is your only way out. Otherwise, even if Miss Xiao doesn't hold it against you, we won't let you go. At this moment, a trace of mockery flashed in Xiao Yuning's eyes. Song Qingxue, weren't you looking down on me back then? Now look at you. With just a small trick, haven't I made you the rat everyone wants to beat? Hearing the sharp words from the crowd, Song Qingxue's heart was filled with anger and unwillingness. She gritted her teeth and lifted her leg, wanting to leave this place. At this moment, she realized that she might have fallen into a trap, and if she stayed any longer, she would inevitably become even more entangled and suffer more humiliation. However, could Song Qingxue leave just because she wanted to? Su Hui reached out to block Song Qingxue's path and sneered, "President Song, if you don't apologize to Miss Qiao today, we won't be able to explain ourselves to young Master Wang. I suggest you apologize obediently." How could Su Hui miss such a good opportunity to humiliate Song Qingxue and provoke the relationship between the Song group and the Jina group? Letting Song Qingxue leave easily was absolutely impossible. Song Qingxue's eyes widened, instantly seeing through Su Hui's intentions. Her voice turned cold as she said, "I believe that young Master Wang is a reasonable person. I will go to him and explain." With that, Song Qingxue tried to bypass Su Hui and leave this troublesome place from the side. Su Hui made a signal to his people in the crowd, and instantly, several people blocked Song Qingxue's way. "Song Qingxue, today you must apologize to Miss Qiao. Otherwise, we absolutely won't let you leave. Don't blame us for bullying you. This is all your fault," one of them said, acting arrogantly. "That's right, you did something wrong and now want to walk away? There's no such cheap thing in this world. Miss Qiao, you can say how you want Song Qingxue to make amends, and we will definitely make it happen." Another person sneered in agreement. Upon hearing this, Song Qingxue couldn't help but shudder, her beautiful face pale. At this point, she finally realized this was definitely Su Hui's scheme. It's over, she had truly fallen into Su Hui's hands this time. Qiao Yuning cleared her throat, and with a charming smile, she said, "Song Qingxue, I won't make things hard for you. If you kneel and apologize to me, I will pretend nothing happened." She glanced at Song Qingxue sideways, her demeanor domineering. Kneel and apologize? At this moment, many people in the crowd also began to realize what was going on. This was not about making things easy for Song Qingxue. Qiao Yuning was trying to stomp her into the ground. Chapter 73. No one is a fool. When combined with Su Hui, Song Qingxue's enemy, jumping so high and happily, how could anyone still not understand? This was most likely a scheme between Su Hui and Qiao Yuning, intentionally designed to humiliate Song Qingxue. However, even though many people saw through all of this, they chose to remain silent. Firstly, because the Song group and Tiger Wei group were of equal power. If they spoke up for Song Qingxue, they would inevitably offend Su Hui. Secondly, Qiao Yuning had young Master Wang's support, and they didn't have the courage to offend him. Song Qingxue bit her lip tightly, feeling as if the world was spinning. At this moment, she felt so helpless, as though the whole world was against her. At this time, those people Su Hui arranged also began their verbal attacks on Song Qingxue. "Song Qingxue, why aren't you quickly doing as Miss Qiao says? Do you want to make this matter worse?" "That's right. Since Miss Qiao is magnanimous and is giving you the opportunity to apologize, you should cherish it and not resist anymore. Otherwise, if Miss Qiao gets angry, you won't be able to bear the consequences." Su Hui slightly squinted his eyes, his gaze sharp. "Ha! Fighting against me. Song Qingxue, you're still too naive." He believed that after today, Song Qingxue would surely be disgraced. And as for the cooperation with the Jinha group, if Song Qingxue still cared about her reputation, she probably wouldn't dare to discuss it anymore. At this moment, a more aggressive person in the crowd stepped forward, trying to drag Song Qingxue and forcefully pin her to the ground. However, just as that person's hand was about to grab Song Qingxue, a crisp slap echoed through the air. The next second, the person was sent flying. "Yi Xiao." Plain text. Song Qingxue looked timidly at the man in front of her. Her wrong tears were swirling in her eyes, almost ready to fall. Unknowingly, she had begun to rely on Yi Xiao. As long as Yi Xiao was there, she felt at ease. Seeing Yi Xiao, Su Hui's brows furrowed tightly. He was still wary of Yi Xiao's skills. But soon, the coldness on his face disappeared, and his brows relaxed, because he thought of a more lethal idea for the Song group. Su Hui stepped forward and shouted loudly, "Kid, what the hell are you doing? Do you think Song Qingxue shouldn't apologize to Miss Qiao? Song Qingxue, if you don't manage your bodyguard well, this is the Jinha group's banquet. Dare to act here. Your Song family can wait for disaster." Su Hui's words were quite cunning, adding fuel to the fire and revealing Yi Xiao's identity, making Qiao Yuning and others no longer need to worry about Yi Xiao and feel free to tear into him. Sure enough, after hearing Su Hui's words, everyone couldn't help but cast disdainful glances at Yi Xiao, especially those noble ladies who had just thought Yi Xiao was extraordinary, were greatly disappointed. "Hee, I originally thought this kid was well-dressed, thinking he was some rich young master here to protect a flower. I didn't expect he was just a mere bodyguard, really clueless, a bodyguard dares to meddle in this matter, he probably won't even know how he dies in the end. I think this kid has a problem with his brain. Even his master is struggling to protect himself. And he, a small bodyguard, dares to intervene, really doesn't know how to die. As the saying goes, pick soft persimmons to squeeze and choose the weak to cut. In the eyes of these people, Yi Xiao was someone they could completely crush, which is why they were so reckless. Shen Luoyan, who had been following Yi Xiao, also came to the crowd outside. She felt Yi Xiao's actions were too radical. What kind of existence is the Jinhe group? Even the Shun family could hardly look up to them. Even if Yi Xiao had Huang Feihu's support, he probably couldn't do anything to them. However, facing everyone's criticism, Yi Xiao was completely unconcerned. His cold gaze swept toward Su Huwei, and he said indifferently, Su, when being a person, it's best to be sincere, play fewer tricks. After all, those who can come to this banquet are not fools. Feeling the threat in Yi Xiao's eyes, Su Huwei appeared calm, but the trembling wine glass in his hand betrayed him. This is a fierce man who can break Lei Kaishen's hand. After taking a deep breath, Su Huwei gathered his courage and said again, Kid, do you dare to threaten me? I tell you, no matter how you argue, this matter is witnessed by everyone today. You can't change the fact that Song Qingxue insulted Miss Xiao, and you can't change the fact that you hit someone. This is the Jinhe group's banquet. If Yi Xiao really attacked him, he would have more excuses to provoke the two families against each other. So, Su Huwei was also going all out. Yi Xiao, forget it. Don't waste your breath with these people. Quickly take me away. Song Qingxue had calmed down at this moment. She knew Yi Xiao was standing up for her, and Yi Xiao naturally had this ability. But now her feud with Xiao Yunying was already on the table. If they continued to entangle, they might offend young Master Wang behind Xiao Yunying. Then it would be a big trouble. Yi Xiao didn't say much more. If it were him being set up, he would definitely want to smash the faces of those who framed him. But Song Qingxue was not him. Since she wanted to let it go, he wouldn't stop her. But what Yi Xiao didn't expect was that Xiao Yunying was now blocking their way with her arms crossed. With her head held high in an air of arrogance, she said, Song Qingxue, you want to leave, but it's not going to be that easy. Since she knew that Yi Xiao was just Song Qingxue's bodyguard, she wouldn't let the two of them off easily. This was her hard-earned chance for revenge, and she couldn't let it slip. She had to rub Song Qingxue's face in the dirt to make up for her earlier performance. I said it, kneel down and apologize. And as for your little lackey here, one hand must stay today, otherwise I will not be able to face the friend who stood up for me. Xiao Yuanying said arrogantly, her chin raised as if she had all the pride in the world. In her mind, she had every right to be proud. A bodyguard, just an ant-like person. If she wanted to cripple one of his hands, it would be nothing more than a word from her. At this moment, the man who had just been slapped and sent flying by Yi Xiao also covered his face and shouted angrily, Kid, you worthless bodyguard, how dare you slap me? Which hand was it? Show it to me and break it yourself, or, I swear, I'll make sure you don't make it out alive. Some of Su Huwei and Xiao Yuanying's followers also jumped out, barking orders at Yi Xiao. That's right. Not only should Song Qingxue not be allowed to leave, but this bodyguard must also be punished. Who does he think he is, hitting people at a Jinhe group banquet? If we don't teach him a lesson, he really thinks he's something. I think letting this kid cut off a hand isn't enough. He must crawl out like a dog. If we let such ants ride on our heads, do we still have any face left? Hearing these remarks, Song Qingxue became more and more uneasy. She worried that things would escalate beyond control, and she also feared that Yi Xiao would do something irrational. After spending so many days together, Song Qingxue knew Yi Xiao's temper. This guy never knew how to show mercy to his enemies. Yi Xiao's eyes narrowed, his sharp gaze like a lightning bolt, shooting straight at Xiao Yuanying. Get out of the way! Although Yi Xiao only spoke 2 words, there was a powerful aura behind them that shook the heart. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yuanying felt a tightness in her chest, and an overwhelming chill surged down her back, as though she were being stared at by a wild beast. It took a while before Xiao Yuanying snapped back to reality. Realizing she had been frightened by a mere bodyguard, she became even angrier and humiliated. Kid, who do you think you were to talk to me like that? Do you believe that? However, before Xiao Yuanying could finish speaking, the next second, everyone heard a crisp slap. Xiao Yuanying spun around on the spot and fell to the ground in a disheveled mess. Chapter 74. Why don't you go to the sky? Yi Xiao's slap was like a thunderclap out of nowhere. Hiss! Everyone couldn't help but gasp. Am I seeing things? This kid actually slapped Miss Xiao. He's crazy. This kid must be out of his mind. Miss Xiao is a top-tier actress. Not to mention the influence of young Master Wang behind her. Even just her personal power could crush this kid into pieces. Even Shen Luoyan was stunned at this moment. Yi Xiao was too bold. Xiao Yueying was supported by young Master Wang. It would have been one thing if Yi Xiao had just slapped an ordinary guest, but now he actually dared to slap Xiao Yueying. This was the same as slapping young Master Wang's face. Song Qingxue was completely stunned. She knew that Yi Xiao would lose control. Now, she deeply regretted bringing Yi Xiao along. Without him, she would have only faced some insults. Worst case, she would have lost the Jinhe group contract. But now, they had clearly offended young Master Wang. With Su Huwei and Xiao Yueying fanning the flames, it was no longer just about losing a contract. Song Group might even face oppression. What should I do? Song Qingshue's mind was racing at full speed, but even though it was almost overheating, she couldn't come up with any solution. At this moment, the most pleased person was Su Huwei. This really is an unexpected joy. He originally just wanted to humiliate Song Qingxue, forcing her to give up competing with him. But now Yi Xiao, this fool, actually hit Xiao Yuning. Even if I don't provoke, I'm sure young Master Wang won't let the Song Group off. After catching her breath, Xiao Yuning covered her swollen cheek, glaring at Yi Xiao in fury. Kid, are you seeking death? You dare to hit me? Just wait to be hacked to death. And you, Song Qingxue, you slut, daring to allow your bodyguard to attack me. I will ruin your reputation and make your Song Group bankrupt, never to rise again. At first, she only planned to play a trick with Su Huwei to discuss Song Qingxue, but now, she truly wanted to crush Song Qingxue completely, and she believed she had the power to do so. At that moment, Yi Xiao sneered. Just you? You want to kill me? Crazy woman. Since you still want to play, then I, the young master, won't just back off. I'm giving you a chance now. Honestly confess what you just did, or you won't be able to bear the consequences. Ha ha ha. Xiao Yuning laughed loudly, bending forward and backward, almost laughing her face off. Kid, are you trying to scare me? Do you know that I'm a top-tier celebrity with millions of fans? Do you know I'm a spokesperson for Jinhe Group with connections everywhere? Don't talk about you. Even your master, Song Qingxue, if I want her to kneel, she will never stand again. The crowd watching at that moment burst into laughter. They didn't take Yi Zhao's words seriously at all. One was a bodyguard with a few thousand a month salary, and the other was a hot celebrity earning tens of millions per role. How could the former dare to threaten the latter? This really was a case of a small knife stabbing a rear end. Utterly ridiculous. Yi Xiao didn't want to waste time talking to Xiao Yuning. He took a step forward and slap. Another slap landed on Xiao Yuning's face. Top-tier celebrity, millions of fans, so impressive. Slap. Yi Xiao slapped her a third time. Jinhe Group spokesperson is so powerful, with connections everywhere. Why don't you fly to the sky? Slap. Good actress you are. Yet you want to come here and act like a clown in front of me. Slap. I'm not threatening you. I'm actually beating you. What are you going to do about it? Yi Xiao slapped Xiao Yuning several times, making her spin on the ground like a top, unable to stop. After Yi Xiao stopped, everyone realized that Xiao Yuning's face was completely ruined. Not only had her eyeliner been knocked down, but even the filler in her face had leaked out. Everyone who saw this scene froze in place, cold air flowing through their noses with a hissing sound. They were all dumbfounded, unable to speak a word. After a brief moment of stunned silence, Su Huwei couldn't help but feel ecstatic in his heart. Hit her harder. The more you hit now, the worse the fate of the Song Group will be, and the faster you'll die. He didn't believe that young Master Wang, such a rich and pampered young man, would stand idly by while his woman was beaten into this dog-like state. Song Qingxue had almost become numb with despair. At this point, she didn't have time to blame Yi Xiao or stop him. All she could think about now was how to deal with Jinhe Group's wrath. Just as Xiao Yuning had been beaten into submission, Song Qingxue was at her wit's end, and Su Huwei was gleeful. Someone suddenly shouted, "Young Master Wang is here." Upon hearing this, many people turned around and saw three people entering the banquet hall. The man in the lead wore a white suit, with a long, slim face and a sharp chin, his expression carrying a hint of softness. It was none other than the second young master of the Tianhai Wang family, Wang Chufeng. Everyone had heard of young Master Wang's name. Although not as excellent as his elder brother, he is still the son of the richest man, so he holds significant authority within the entire group. TSK. Now the Song Group and that kid who hit someone are definitely going to be finished. I heard that young Master Wang is famous for protecting his own. Back then, a person with some connections in the government made a few lewd remarks to young Master Wang's girlfriend, and as a result, that person was stabbed 3 times that night, and soon after, their government background collapsed. Yeah, I also heard that young Master Wang dotes on Miss Chiao very much. Whenever Miss Chiao's movie is released, young Master Wang spends money to have everyone in the company support it. Now that he sees Miss Chiao beaten like this, I think he might just have that kid chopped up on the spot. Su Huwei could hardly contain his excitement, thinking he wouldn't have to wait long to see that guy named Yi get into trouble, and the Song group would definitely be finished after today. At this moment, Song Qingxue was completely flustered. She hurriedly grabbed Yi Zhao's hand and said anxiously, "Yi Xiao, young Master Wang is a typical second-generation rich kid. If he blames you, he will definitely be ruthless. Let's leave first and think of a way to solve it when we get back." However, Yi Xiao remained unmoved. He grinned, revealing a set of white teeth. "Why are you so timid in front of outsiders? We are clearly in the right. Why should we leave? If we leave now, won't it make us look guilty?" Song Qingxue was almost speechless. So what if they were in the right? Could a second-generation rich kid, like young Master Wang, be someone who reasoned with others? "Don't worry. With me here, no one can bully you. I have a deal with your grandfather." Yi Xiao, seeing that Song Qingxue was really scared, gave her another dose of reassurance. When Song Qingxue heard the first half of Yi Zhao's sentence, she felt very warm, but the second half made her turn from a fan to a hater. A deal, another deal? Now, she didn't even want to wait for young Master Wang to come. She wanted to stab Yi Xiao first. Chapter 75. Let's see if he dares to talk to me like this. Finally, young Master Wang arrived at the center of the crowd with 2 bodyguards. At this moment, the onlookers dared not breathe. Even though they all wanted to greet and curry favor with this second young master of the Jina group, they knew it was not the right time. What happened? Young Master Wang's gloomy gaze swept over the crowd. At this time, Qiao Yunying, who had been beaten to a pulp, seemed to grab onto a lifeline and suddenly crawled up from the ground, stumbling to young Master Wang's side. "Young Master Wang, you must stand up for me." Young Master Wang was suddenly startled, frowning as he asked, "Are you Yunying?" It was no wonder he didn't recognize her at first, because Qiao Yunying now had completely lost the charm of a star, and anyone would believe she had been pulled out from a car accident scene. Who beat you like this?" Young Master Wang asked angrily. Although Qiao Yunying was just one of his many women, she was still Wang Chufeng's woman. Hitting Qiao Yunying was like slapping his face. It was them. Qiao Yunying pointed at Yi Xiao and Song Qingxue, her eyes filled with hatred. "Woo-woo, young Master Wang, I had a grudge with Song Qingxue before. Today, she came up and splashed me with wine for no reason, and her bodyguard, relying on the Qiao group's backing, actually hit me directly. Young Master Wang, you must help me take down the Song group and make that kid kneel and commit suicide. Give me this breath." Qiao Yunying cried and sobbed. Her performance was probably the best crying scene she had ever done since entering the industry, because her face really hurt. Song Qingxue, Song group? Wang Ershao had a gloomy face, muttering these 2 somewhat unfamiliar names. At this moment, Su Huwei hurriedly stepped forward to add fuel to the fire. "Wang Xiao, I witnessed everything that just happened. Miss Xiao is right. It was Song Qingxue and her bodyguard who, relying on the Song group's recent success in Lingzhou, arrogantly bullied Miss Xiao." His words completely pushed the Song group to the forefront. As long as Wang Ershao wanted to vent his anger for Qiao Yunying, he would inevitably have to deal with the Song group. Heh. Wang Ershao sneered repeatedly. "What a Song group? Just how big is their business that they dare to touch my woman?" Song Qingxue couldn't help but step forward and said, "Wang Xiao, I am Song Qingxue. Things are not as they say. It was Qiao Yunying and Su Huwei who deliberately framed me." "Enough." Wang Ershao directly interrupted Song Qingxue. "I don't care what your reasons are. Just tell me, were your people the ones who acted?" Song Qingxue was momentarily speechless. Indeed, she could not argue about the action itself. Although no one saw Qiao Yunying's scheme against her, Yi Zhao's beating was done in front of everyone. Yi Xiao shook his head. Wasn't this woman just very clear-headed? Knowing that reasoning with this rich kid was useless, how could she turn around and forget? Wasn't this just asking for trouble? Seeing Song Qingxue unable to speak, Wang Ershao coldly smiled. "So it's Song Qingxue? Let me tell you, even if Qiao Yunying is at fault, it is only natural because she is not only my woman, but also the spokesperson for my Jinha group, the face of my Jinha group. What's wrong with framing you? Don't say it's framing. Even if she broke your hands and feet on the spot, you should kneel and accept it obediently. But you? Clearly, you don't know your place. How dare you turn around and hit my woman? This is an unforgivable crime, and it deserves death." Wang Ershao's mouth curled into a sinister arc, as if at that moment he had become the master of everyone. Almost no one present dared to question Wang Ershao's words, because in Jiangnan province, the Jina group of the Wang family was an absolute giant. If they wanted a company to thrive, even if it was just a small workshop, it could become a star enterprise. And if they wanted a company to die, even if it had a market value of billions, it would only end up bankrupt. Song Qingxue was frightened by Wang Ershao's words and couldn't help but take a step back. Fortunately, Yi Xiao supported her at that moment, saving her from the embarrassment of falling. Just as Su Huwei was feeling smug, Thinking his scheme had succeeded and all the guests believed the song group had only a few days left to live, Shin Luoyin came to Wang Ershao's side. Wang Xiao, I am Shin Luoyin from the Chinny group. The person who just acted was my friend. I apologize to you and Miss Xiao for his behavior. Can you give me a favor and let him make compensation, turning this big matter into a small one? Everyone did not expect that Shen Luoyin would actually speak for Yi Xiao. Isn't this just a small bodyguard? How did he become a friend of Shen Luoyin, this young lady from a wealthy family? Song Qingxuan knew some reasons. Shen Luoyin must be taking this opportunity to repay Yi Xiao for saving her life before. She breathed a slight sigh of relief. Her song group might not hold weight in Wang Ershao's eyes, but Shen Luoyin should have some say, right? Su Hui's expression also instantly froze. He didn't expect this kid to have such a connection. Now, Wang Ershao would probably go easy on Yi Xiao and the song group. Wang Ershao glanced at Shen Luoyin with disdain and casually said, "Who are you? Do I know you? Chinny group, what is that? Do I need to give you face? I told you, even if Shen Chinny himself came, he would have to greet me properly. As for you, if you're smart, hurry up and get lost, otherwise I don't mind dealing with you as well." Upon hearing this, Shen Luoyin immediately frowned, not expecting that this young Master Wang could be so arrogant, not even putting her in his eyes. She clenched her fists and helplessly glanced at Yi Xiao, feeling like she had done her part. Yi Xiao, you better pray for yourself. At this moment, Song Qingxue's heart sank to the bottom again. It's over, it's over. Even Shen Luoyin's words don't work. Looks like the song group is really in danger this time. Suddenly, young Master Wang's cold, venomous gaze swept towards Yi Xiao. Kid, you're really a coward, hiding behind two women to block the disaster for you. I thought the person who dared to lay hands on my woman would be someone important, but it turns out to be trash like you. Now, I'll give you a chance to live. Kneel down right now, sever both your hands in front of my woman, and then kneel on my woman's doorstep for 3 days and nights. That way, you can keep your life. Young Master Wang spoke with an imposing tone. In his view, someone like Yi Xiao, who didn't even dare to speak in front of him, would definitely obediently comply. Su Hui was the first to jump out and agree, saying, "Kid, young Master Wang is showing mercy and sparing your life. Why aren't you quickly doing what he says? If you hesitate even a little and make young Master Wang angry, I, Su, won't let you off." Su Hui wouldn't dare to do anything to Yi Xiao, of course. But hiding behind young Master Wang, he was brave enough to challenge Yi Xiao, and he did so with confidence. After Su Hui finished speaking, more people seized the opportunity and began shouting at Yi Xiao, trying to please young Master Wang. "Kid, did you go mute? Weren't you very arrogant just now? Are you too embarrassed to speak in front of young Master Wang now?" I think he's scared out of his wits by young Master Wang's domineering aura. After all, he's just a little bodyguard who hasn't seen much of the world. Kid, if you're afraid, hurry up and kneel. You're wasting young Master Wang's time. Do you think you can afford to pay for that? The rich ladies and socialites who had once thought Yi Xiao was worth getting close to now looked at him with disdain, their eyes full of contempt and mockery. A small bodyguard dared to offend young Master Wang? Even if he had 10 more lives, it wouldn't be enough. At this moment, Yi Xiao didn't get angry. Instead, he smiled, calm and collected. It really is empty in the prison, and the world is so arrogant. So, young Master Wang, right? Go back and ask your father if he dares to speak to me like that. And as for making me kneel, who the hell do you think you are? A tomb of ancestors? Ghoul, ghoul. Upon hearing Yi Xiao's words, everyone couldn't help but swallow a large mouthful of saliva. This kid really is hard-headed, isn't he? I seriously suspect if he even knows how to write the word death. Good grief, this kid is like farting with a belly full of shit. What was he thinking? He actually dared to say that Mr. Wang isn't qualified to teach him a lesson, really thinks he's some big shot. Let's see how long he can act arrogant. Young Master Wang is not the type of person with a good temper. Since he doesn't appreciate the opportunity, I'm afraid young Master Wang is going to get rough. Ha ha ha. Young Master Wang laughed angrily. Kid, I have to admit, you're the hardest-mouthed person I've seen right before death. Fine, since you choose to defy me, let's see if your bones are tougher or your mouth is tougher. He said each word clearly, as if every one of them was squeezed out from between his teeth, giving off an extremely cold feeling. After saying that, young Master Wang waved his hand casually. Bring him here, break that kid's 4 limbs. It was as if he was giving an order to squash an ant. So casual. Yes. Upon hearing this, someone behind young Master Wang, with a cold, expressionless face, eyes dimmed and lifeless. Plain text. A tall man, as dead as a corpse, walked out. Kid, this man is the underground boxing king I hired from the South Vietnam for 10 million. Before this, he has already crushed the skulls of nearly 100 opponents. I hope you can last until the second move under his hands. Wang Ershao said with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. Hearing this, everyone became interested and stepped back to make a larger circle. These self-proclaimed upper-class people were already satisfied with ordinary thrills. Only this kind of bloody fight could ignite their fervor. Yi Xiao, be careful, Song Qingxue whispered before stepping back a few paces. She had great confidence in Yi Xiao's skills and didn't want to become a burden to him. Yi Xiao casually glanced at the South Vietnamese man and couldn't help but curl his lips. Is that it? Wang Er, let that guy behind you join in. With this kind of trash, I can kill 10 with one hand. Wang Ershao couldn't help but laugh heartily. He thought Yi Xiao was just putting on a show, which was simply too ridiculous. Kid, how dare you? A mere bronze. Show off your king's might in front of me. Get him. Within 10 seconds, I want to see his hands and feet. The South Vietnamese man was also enraged by Yi Xiao's arrogance. Without further ado, he instantly clenched his fist and smashed it towards Yi Xiao, his fist turning dark blue in an instant, like a steel hammer. Some spectators nearby could even hear the sound of muscles slapping and joints cracking. TSK, look at this punch. He must be a boxing king without a doubt. I fear this punch could crush a bull to death. Su Huwei and Xiao Yuning both showed a look of delight. They couldn't wait for Yi Xiao to be killed by this fierce South Vietnamese man with one punch. Shen Luoyin shook her head. She had never seen Yi Xiao fight and naturally didn't think he was a match for the South Vietnamese man. At this moment, she hesitated whether to call her father, but was afraid of completely offending the Jina group. At this moment, facing the unstoppable punch from the South Vietnamese man, Yi Xiao not only did not dodge, but instead stepped forward, also throwing a powerful hammer punch to collide with the South Vietnamese man. In prison, Yi Xiao disliked fighting with these strong foreign criminals the most. There was no technical content at all, completely depriving him of the pleasure of fighting. Boom! A loud sound echoed, and the entire hall seemed to shake. Next, everyone felt as if it had drilled into their ears, buzzing loudly. Everyone was momentarily deafened. In the next second, they saw the aggressive South Vietnamese man fly out like a kite with a broken string. Bang! He crashed to the ground. And when people looked closely, they saw that one of his arms had turned into minced meat, lying on the ground, life or death unknown. Seeing this scene, everyone's expression changed dramatically, filled with disbelief. How is this possible? Wang Ershao's bodyguard is the South Vietnamese boxing king. How could he be KO'd by this kid with one punch? Wang Ershao's smile froze instantly, as if covered in glue. He knew very well how strong his bodyguard was. He had helped him fend off disasters several times, and even famous boxers from Jiangnan province couldn't do anything to him. And now, he was actually crippled by this kid with one punch, which was a bit hard for him to accept. Song Qingshue's lips curled into a smile. For some reason, she was increasingly fond of watching Yi Xiao fight. She felt it was particularly manly. Shen Luoyin raised her eyebrows. It seemed she had underestimated him too much. At least in terms of strength, Yi Xiao was now qualified to challenge Wang Ershao. After a brief moment of distraction, Wang Ershao shouted to another bodyguard, Tam Lang, kill him, and I'll give you 10 million. As soon as the words fell, another bodyguard stepped out from behind Wang Ershao. Yes, young Master Wang. This was a man around 30 years old, about 1.8 meters tall with high temples and sharp eyes like lightning, and his hands were so large they looked like two fans. Yi Xiao could tell that this must have been enhanced by some kind of secret potion. Tam Lang? This is actually Tam Lang, someone in the crowd exclaimed in shock. What's so special about this person? Someone next to him asked in confusion. The person continued, I once did business in the South Seas, and Tam Lang is the top disciple of the Tianwu sect in the South Seas. 3 years ago, he rebelled against the sect and reportedly killed 3 elders and dozens of disciples. Isn't that just a small sect from a little place in the South Seas? What's so impressive about that? The person shook his head. You haven't been to the South Seas, so you don't understand the situation there. Let me put it this way. The Tianwu sect is equivalent to our dragon countries with Jihui, and they often exchange martial arts, with victories being very close. Is Tam Lang that strong? Everyone was stunned. They didn't know much about the Tianwu sect, but they were familiar with the Wajihui. Anyone pulled from there would be a master-level fighter. This battle was going to be exciting. Wang Ershao's mouth curled into a cold smile. Kid, let's see how long you can be arrogant. Tam Lang was a secret weapon, one he had not yet used, but he had previously let Tam Lang fight that South Vietnamese man, and Tam Lang had easily defeated him with one hand. Yi Xiao licked his lips. It seemed he was going to enjoy a big meal again. Tam Lang's strength was even above Lei Kaishan. If Lei Kaishan was a sharp dagger, then Tam Lang was a military dagger coated with deadly poison. It looked ordinary but could take a life with a single strike. Chapter 77. If you can't beat them, join them? Suddenly, Tam Lang let out a sound from his nose. In the next second, he leaped forward like a cheetah, suddenly pouncing from the grass, covering 7 or 8 meters in an instant, and appeared in front of Yi Xiao. Tan Lang struck down with a palm, fiercely aiming at the top of Yi Xiao's head. He had noticed Yi Xiao's strength, so he attacked with the intent to kill, not giving Yi Xiao any time to react. TSK, Tan Lang truly lives up to his name. This speed, I didn't even see how he attacked. I think that kid is finished. He probably won't even get a chance to fight back before Tan Lang smashes his brains out. Wang Ershao was extremely pleased at this moment. He had seen the power of Tan Lang's palm strike before. With one strike, he could create a dent in a 10-centimeter thick iron brick, let alone Yi Xiao's head. If Yi Xiao got hit, it would mean a shattered brain. Get hit? Impossible. That was completely out of the question for Yi Xiao. Although Tan Lang's speed was fast and his attack fierce, in Yi Xiao's eyes, it was as slow as a snail. The moment Tan Lang leaped, Yi Xiao had already judged his intentions. Yi Xiao countered with a whip-like hand strike towards the direction Tan Lang was attacking from. His arm swiftly sliced through the air, whoosh. A sound like a suddenly accelerated supercar. The fierce wind generated instantly blew Tan Lang's hair up. Tan Lang's eyelids jumped, and he was greatly shocked. Such a powerful punch. Even he didn't dare to take it head-on. So he had to retract his hands in mid-air, bending his waist like a spring to narrowly avoid Yi Xiao's whip-like strike. However, the fierce wind from Yi Xiao's punch still grazed his face, causing Tan Lang to grimace in pain, feeling as if a steel brush had harshly scraped across his face. The greedy wolf felt a lingering fear, unable to imagine what would happen if he confronted Yi Xiao head-on. Yi Xiao grinned, seemingly more satisfied with the greedy wolf's performance. For him, the more difficult and cunning the prey, the happier he became, because only by battling such prey could he improve. Seeing the greedy wolf actually retreat, young Master Wang immediately shouted angrily, "Greedy wolf, what are you doing? I want you to kill him, not to watch you perform tricks." With young Master Wang's keen eyes, he naturally couldn't see the ferocity of Yi Xiao's previous strike, so he thought the greedy wolf was holding back, letting up at a critical moment. The greedy wolf had no time to explain. At this moment, every pore on his body was open, and his brain and limbs were on high alert. He knew this person was the strongest opponent he had encountered since entering the Dragon Country. Without exception, if he let his guard down for even a moment, it would mean death. "Watch out!" Yi Xiao shouted, stepping forward and instantly shooting towards the greedy wolf. At the same time, he clenched his palm into a hammer. Bang! The air let out a violent explosion, as if a car had suddenly blown a tire. The greedy wolf's expression was serious, bending his waist and sinking his body, his hands drawing an oval in front of him. This was the Tai Chi stance. To deal with Yi Xiao's fierce hammer punches, the only thing he could think of was using Tai Chi's softness to overcome hardness. Yi Xiao's lips curled slightly. Interesting. He immediately transformed his fist into a palm, directly slapping towards the greedy wolf's hands. The greedy wolf squinted, not understanding what kind of technique Yi Xiao was using. Could it be that this guy didn't know that the double hands in Tai Chi center was a pocket formation? As long as he fell into it, it would be like becoming a turtle in a jar. Would Yi Xiao make such a mistake? Since the greedy wolf couldn't figure it out, he simply stopped thinking about it. He believed that no matter what scheme Yi Xiao had, it couldn't succeed in his pocket formation. "Stop!" The greedy wolf shouted loudly, instantly bringing his hands together like two giant pincers, suddenly clamping down on Yi Xiao's arms. Ah! Seeing this scene, Song Qingxue instinctively covered her mouth. Even though she didn't understand martial arts, she knew that Yi Xiao was in trouble now. Shen Luoyan secretly sighed. "Yi Xiao, in the end, you still lost." Young Master Wang's eyes lit up, excitedly shouting, "Greedy wolf, quickly break his arm." For someone who often watched fighting matches, he naturally knew that the greedy wolf had taken the initiative. As long as the greedy wolf performed steadily, Yi Xiao would surely lose an arm, and a one-armed Yi Xiao would be nothing but a lamb waiting to be slaughtered for the greedy wolf. Su Huwei and Qiao Yuing also showed unprecedented enthusiasm on their faces. They finally got to see that bastard Yi Xiao suffer. If they could, they really wanted to set off firecrackers to celebrate. The greedy wolf naturally knew that opportunities must not be missed. He immediately used all his strength to apply the strangling force, and in an instant, the power in his arms surged, as if he had brushed on a layer of dark iron paint. He was very confident in his strength. In his view, under such a full-force strangulation, even an elephant's leg could be twisted off alive. However, just as the greedy wolf was about to exert force, he saw Yi Xiao smile wickedly. In the next moment, he found that Yi Xiao's arm had become as slippery as an eel, instantly slipping out of his iron pincers. The greedy wolf's expression suddenly became dazed, as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. Suddenly, his scalp tingled, and his hair stood on end. This was the warrior's sense of crisis warning him. Just as he instinctively wanted to jump back to dodge, Yi Xiao had already crouched down on the ground. He suddenly kicked out like a spring knife, suddenly unsheathing, swish. Yi Xiao's heel brushed the ground and directly kicked on the greedy wolf's calf. The greedy wolf suddenly realized this was the sliding palm, because when the attacker struck, they were sitting on the ground, pushing their foot forward as if a person was striking with their palm, hence the name. This thought just flashed through the greedy wolf's mind, and the next second, he felt a burning pain in his left leg. Clearly, he had already had his muscle tissue crushed by Yi Xiao's kick, and at once, his body lost balance and fell down. After landing a hit, Yi Xiao rolled forward, his right foot suddenly sweeping out like an axe, directly chopping at the greedy wolf's abdomen. The greedy wolf swallowed hard, his body accelerating downwards, while both hands slapped the ground, arching his body like an iron bridge, like a long rainbow over the water, allowing Yi Xiao's toes to scrape past his belly. Good. Seeing the greedy wolf's move, Yi Xiao couldn't help but cheer, realizing that such a flexible reaction while injured was indeed a rare sight. Just as Yi Xiao was about to continue his attack with a leap, the greedy wolf shouted urgently, "I admit defeat! I admit defeat!" At this point, how could the greedy wolf not see the situation clearly? He had exhausted all his strength, while Yi Xiao seemed to be playing with a mouse, effortlessly. Continuing to fight would only lead to two outcomes. Either he would be killed by Yi Xiao or crippled by him, with no third option. Hearing this, a hint of dissatisfaction appeared at the corner of Yi Xiao's mouth. Just as he was starting to feel something, this kid gave up. How boring. But he also valued martial ethics, and since there was no deep-seated grudge with the greedy wolf, he decided to hold back. Seeing this, Song Qingshue's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally settled down. Indeed, Yi Xiao had never disappointed her in a fight, but she still dared not relax because brute force was only part of Wang Erxiao's strength. His greater power lay in the business world. Shen Luoyan gently pursed her lips. She had to admit that Yi Xiao truly opened her eyes. Not only did he defeat the South Yu Boxing King, but he also made the greedy wolf, comparable to a martial arts elder, kneel. No wonder this person could stand alongside Huang Feihu. It turned out he was a martial arts master himself. As the greedy wolf secretly breathed a sigh of relief, he thudded and knelt before Yi Xiao. "Sir, please take me as your disciple." As soon as these words came out, the whole place was shocked. Everyone was astonished. Can it be like this? If you can't win, just join? Chapter 78. I will solve it together. Wang Erxiao felt a burning pain on his face. Was there anything more humiliating than this? The hired thug he found actually knelt before the enemy to worship him as a master. "Greedy wolf, what are you doing? Do you still want money? Hurry up and get up to beat this kid." Wang Erxiao screamed at the greedy wolf. The greedy wolf on the ground did not respond, but cast a pair of extremely cold eyes at Wang Erxiao, as if warning him that if he said another word, he would die. Wang Erxiao couldn't help but hold his breath, as if suddenly being choked by an invisible hand, unable to breathe. He instantly realized that without his guards, he was utterly powerless before the greedy wolf. It would be no harder for the other party to crush him than to crush an ant. "Sir, please take me as your disciple." The greedy wolf once again bowed his head to Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao curled his lips. What was going on in the outside world? Why did someone come to worship him as a master just for showing a little strength? Last time in the hospital, he had no choice but to agree to the two old men. Now he had no scruples, so he refused without hesitation. "I'm not interested." After saying this, he shifted his attention away from the greedy wolf, looking at Wang Erxiao with a half-smile. "So, Wang Xiao, do you want to try it yourself?" He did not hide the sarcasm in his words, poking directly at Wang Erxiao's lungs. Wang Erxiao's eyelids twitched, and his hands hanging at his sides began to tremble uncontrollably. "Kid, don't be so proud. Do you think defeating my two subordinates can do anything to me? The power of my Wang family is a terrifying existence that you lowly bugs can't even imagine." Even though he lost, as the second young master of the Jinhe group, he still had his pride. Yi Xiao sneered disdainfully. How terrifying. As he spoke, he took a step forward. Feeling the overwhelming aura from Yi Xiao, the second young master Wang felt his scalp tingle and his legs go weak. "Why you? Don't come over." Now he was terrified of the greedy wolf, let alone this person who could make the greedy wolf kneel. "Yi Xiao, don't be impulsive." Song Qingxue hurriedly stepped forward to grab Yi Xiao's arm. Today, Yi Xiao had already humiliated the second young master Wang. If he attacked again, he would truly have nowhere to go in this world. Yi Xiao glanced back at Song Qingxue. "Why are you pulling me? I'm just scaring him." Song Qingxue was taken aback for a moment. Then she let go and rolled her eyes at Yi Xiao. She really couldn't understand how this guy could still joke so calmly at such a life-and-death moment. Hearing Yi Zhao's words, the corner of the second young Master Wang's mouth twitched, almost choking on his own saliva. He had always looked down on and mocked these ants from a high position. When had he ever been mocked from below by an ant? All right, the Song group, huh? I remember this. Today, I, Wang Chufeng, declare that anyone who dares to cooperate with the Song group in the future will be an enemy of my Wang family. The second young Master Wang said through gritted teeth. Since he couldn't do anything to Yi Xiao with force, he would use his strongest weapon, his business power, to suppress them. He didn't believe that an unknown Song group could withstand the pressure from the Jinha group. Upon hearing this, Song Qingshue's expression became even uglier. As expected, what was coming had arrived. The people present had long anticipated this. Some shook their heads and sighed, while others gossiped with glee. No one believed the Song group would fare well. At this moment, Su Huwei jumped out and said, I represent the Huwei group and firmly support young Master Wang. What young Master Wang says is what the Huwei group says. The Huwei group is at odds with the Song group. Moreover, the Huwei group will be the first to suppress the Song group. I guarantee that the Song group will go bankrupt within a week. Hearing this, many people secretly cursed Su Huwei for being cunning. Hu and Ling Zhou didn't know that the Huwei group and the Song group were natural enemies. So Su Huwei's seemingly unwavering support for the second young Master Wang was actually just for his own benefit. But with Su Huwei setting the tone, other guests felt they had to express their stance. They knew very well who held more weight in front of the Song group and the Jinha group. So many voiced similar sentiments to Su Huwei, declaring their firm support for the second young Master Wang. The words of these bosses from major groups in Ling Zhou felt like knives stabbing into Song Qingshue's body. Faced with the pressure from the Jinha group, the Song group had no means to defend itself. If these companies joined in, the Song group would be left with no way out. Song Qingxue closed her eyes in pain, panic and fear filling her heart. Ha ha! At this moment, the second young Master Wang laughed triumphantly. This feeling of having everyone follow his orders and point where he wanted was very enjoyable, but he seemed unsatisfied. In an instant, he cast a cold gaze at Yi Xiao and Song Qingxue again. Kid, don't say I didn't give your Song group a chance. Within 3 days, I can accept your apology, but I want you to crawl to me from here and then commit suicide to apologize. And you, Song Qingxue, aren't you so proud? I want you to hold a press conference completely naked and apologize to Yuning. Remember, there are only 3 days. Once those 3 days pass, you, along with your company, will be erased from this world. Ha ha! Xiao Yuning also stepped out, arrogantly saying, Song Qingxue, did you hear that? This is your family's only way out. If you want to live, just obediently do as young Master Wang says. What is Song group? What Yi Zhao's strength? In the face of absolute power, wouldn't he have to bow his head and kneel like a dog, begging for their forgiveness? Song Qingxue remained silent, her face filled with confusion and pain. If she had to do that, she'd rather die. Yet Yi Xiao looked at young Master Wang with a half-smile, lightly extending a fist, and then suddenly raising his middle finger. Wang Xiaoer, I can't be bothered to waste more words with you. Since you're so intent on using your family background, I'll give you the chance. You can use all your resources to try to suppress me, and I will deal with it all. But when that time comes, don't you dare chicken out. After speaking, he took Song Qingshue's hand and walked toward the banquet hall exit. After Yi Xiao and Song Qingshue's figures faded into the distance, Su Huwei asked in confusion, Young Master Wang, are you really going to let that kid and the Song group go? Heh. Young Master Wang's mouth twisted into a cruel grin. Let them go. How could that be possible? Crushing the Song group is too easy. I could do it with just a snap of my fingers. A faint mocking smile appeared on Wang Ershao's face. I just want to give them a sliver of hope, watch them climb up with their family's help, and kneel before me, only to crush all their hopes and watch them die in endless despair. That's the consequence of offending me. Wang Chufeng. Though Wang Ershao spoke calmly, the cruel, violent tone in his voice made even Su Huwei, a schemer, break into a cold sweat. Chapter 79. Pressing the Palace. Less than an hour after the banquet ended, the news that young Master Wang from Jinha Group planned to blacklist the Song Group quickly spread throughout Lingzhou, thanks to the efforts of certain people. Having just returned to her villa, where she planned to quietly think of a way out, Song Qingshue's phone was bombarded with calls from the company's shareholders, forcing her to turn it off. But even then, she could not escape. Soon, the second largest shareholder of the company, Song Qingshue's second grandfather, Song Qingshan, came to her door. Along with him were her mother, Huang Mei, and several of Song family's distant relatives who held shares in the Song Group. After entering, Huang Mei immediately began scolding Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao, you're a useless fool. Is that Xiao Yuning someone you can fight? Is young Master Wang someone you can offend? I told you long ago to get rid of this useless person, but the old man wouldn't listen. Now, the entire Song family is going to be ruined because of this fool. Song Qingxue had already told her everything that happened at the banquet, but Huang Mei still shifted most of the blame onto Yi Xiao. In her eyes, this might at least shift some of the shareholders' anger away from Song Qingxue. But the other shareholders weren't fools. They could easily see through Huang Mei's intentions. Song Qingshan raised his hand to silence her. Mei, do you think throwing a little bodyguard under the bus will help now? What we need is a real solution to the problem. After speaking, a young man wearing gold-rimmed glasses behind him spoke up. That's right, Song Qingxue. You're the president of the group. I think you should take full responsibility for this incident. Therefore, you should do everything in your power to meet young Master Wang's demands and get forgiveness from Miss Xiao and young Master Wang, in exchange for their mercy on the Song group. This man was Song Qingshan's grandson, Song Zihao. He had long been displeased with the old man for giving the president's position to Song Qingxue without consulting him. He believed his abilities were no worse than Song Qingxue's, so how could he miss the chance to strike at her? Hearing this from Song Zihao, Song Qingxue gritted her teeth, her body trembling uncontrollably. Compared to the blows from outsiders, the knives delivered by her own family hurt her even more. To satisfy young Master Wang's demands, isn't that just forcing her to strip and hold a press conference? This is the wealthy class, where family ties are always weak and interests come first. Zihao, are you even speaking like a human being? Qingxue is not only your sister, but also the president of our group. If you make her do this, how will she ever face anyone again? Where will the face of the Song group go? Huang Mei immediately scolded. The other shareholders lowered their heads in silence. They were also part of the Song family, and still had some sense of shame. At this moment, they were also torn between choosing interests or family. Song Zihao sneered. And this Song group is not just your family's, it belongs to all of us. And tell me, if we don't do as young Master Wang says, are we just supposed to wait for the Song group to die? Huang Mei was immediately speechless. Before this, she had called everyone she could to ask for help, but not one person was willing to stand up for them. Ahem. At this moment, Song Qingshan cleared his throat twice and said, Qingxue, ever since you took over as president, you've caused quite a few troubles for the company. This shows your abilities are problematic. I suggest you step down as soon as possible. Upon hearing this, some of the shareholders' eyes lit up. They naturally understood what Song Qingshan meant. Now that Song Qingxue was the president, if she were to strip and hold a press conference, it would undoubtedly damage the Song group's reputation. But if they removed her from the president position first, then there would be no such impact. I think second uncle is right. If Qingxue steps down and makes way for others, perhaps the company can still turn things around. An outsider agreed. I also support second uncle's opinion. More and more of Song family's relatives clearly expressed their support for Song Qingshan. Song Qingxue clenched her fists tightly. She never thought that at this point, her second grandfather and the others were thinking about seizing power. Was this really the group she had worked so hard to build up? At this moment, she felt a little sad, regretting all the effort she had put in. Song Qingshan smiled gently at Song Qingxue. Qingxue, look, so many shareholders have already expressed their stance. Now that the chairman is not here, you, as the president, should also take a position quickly. Otherwise, we might just pass this resolution by default. Although he was smiling the whole time, his words were cold enough to make Song Qingxue feel like she was in an icy hell. Huang Mei was sweating profusely at this moment. She wanted to plead for her daughter, but didn't know how to start. With the old man absent, Song Qingshan was the absolute elder of the Song family. No matter what she said, it would probably be rejected. Song Zihao could no longer hide the smile on his face. He never expected that this palace coup would go so smoothly. As long as Song Qingxue stepped down, there was a high chance that the position of president would be his. When that time comes, he would order Song Qingxue to apologize and completely tarnish her reputation. Even if Song Qigong returned, it would be too late. Song Qingxue closed her eyes, 2 lines of clear tears flowing down her cheeks. Just as her lips parted, ready to accept her fate, suddenly, a voice came from behind her. Who said the old master is not here? Yi Xiao? Song Qingxue turned around, looking at Yi Xiao in confusion. Song Zihao could not accept a little bodyguard interrupting his rise to power. He immediately roared furiously. Kid, this is an internal meeting of the Song family's senior management. What the hell do you think you're doing, interrupting? Song Qingshan also looked down on Yi Xiao. Kid, you'd better be careful. Once we handle Song Qingxue's matter, we'll settle the score with you properly. Yi Xiao curled his lips and smiled. I think you should take care of yourselves first. With that, Yi Xiao raised the phone in his hand, and on the screen appeared Old Master Song Qigong, whose face exuded an aura of authority without anger. The moment Song Qingshan saw Song Qigong, he suddenly stood up from the sofa, and even his breath seemed to tremble. Big brother, how are you here? For this older brother who founded the Song group, Song Qingshan had a deep fear, even though it was only a video image. It made his legs go weak. Good day, Chairman. Good day, Chairman. The other shareholders of the Song family also stood up one by one, respectfully greeting him. Qingshan, you all are quite impressive. Have you forgotten how you got his shares? Since I could give them to you, I can also take them back without hesitation. Song Qigong's gaze was sharp like a knife, scanning over everyone, his eyes filled with disdain. Song Qingshan and the other shareholders were all sweating in fear, lowering their heads, not daring to say a word. Song Zaheo unwillingly stood up and said, Granduncle, we're also doing this for the company's good. We had no choice but to. Shut up. What rank are you? Do you have a say here? Song Qigong directly and forcefully interrupted Song Zaheo's words. At this moment, Song Qigong shifted his tone and said, Since the problem has already arisen, everyone in the group must unite and face the issue head-on, not like you, fighting among yourselves and blaming others. Now, I appoint Yi Xiao as the assistant to the chairman. During my absence, Yi Xiao will have full authority to oversee the group. Yi Xiao was immediately stunned. Wasn't it agreed that he would just be a bodyguard? Why was he now being made an assistant? Just as Yi Xiao was about to ask for clarification, Song Qigong spoke first. Assistant Yi, your first task is to assist Song Qingxue in securing the contract with the Jinhe Group and resolve this crisis. If you can't do it, Song Qingxue's position as CEO will be directly revoked. After finishing, there was a loud pop, and the video call ended. Yi Xiao suddenly felt like he had been tricked. I kindly acted as your messenger, and now you're trying to make me take 2 jobs while paying me for one. Old Song, is this how you show respect? Chapter 80. Leave the rest to miracles. Although the video call had ended, Song Qigong's words undoubtedly left a heavy bombshell in everyone's mind. What does the chairman mean? Yi Xiao and Song Qingxue offended young Master Wang so badly, and now they're going to bid. Yes, isn't this just asking for humiliation? A few shareholders whispered among themselves, and none of them thought the bid would be successful. However, Song Qingshan did not think the same. He knew his big brother well, and he never acted without certainty. Since he said it, it meant he was confident. Song Zaheo's focus, however, was entirely on the second half of Song Qigong's sentence. If Yi Xiao and Song Qingxue failed to complete the task, Song Qingxue would lose her position as CEO. Wasn't this a death sentence? As long as Yi Xiao and Song Qingxue dared to accept it, there would definitely be no way out. It seemed that he, too, might not be without hope of taking the CEO position. Grandfather, since the chairman has made his decision, we might as well follow his instructions, said Song Zaheo with a forced smile. Song Qingshan knew well that his grandson was getting carried away, but at this moment, he had no better solution. He could only wave his hand and lead the shareholders out of Song Qingxue's villa. From a moment Song Qigong appeared to when he made his arrangements, both Huang Mei and Song Qingxue, mother and daughter, were in a state of mental paralysis. After a long while, Huang Mei stuttered and said, Qingxue, do you think the old man is not crazy? Song Qingxue ignored her mother's question and instead stared intensely at Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao, what do you plan to do? Yi Xiao shrugged. What else can I do? You just focus on putting in the effort and leave the rest to miracles. After saying that, he walked towards the kitchen to prepare a bowl of noodles, adding a meal for himself. Song Qingxue forced herself to control the urge to throw her slipper at Yi Xiao and gritted her teeth as she asked, What if we don't get the contract? Then just settle my wages and I'll leave. Yi Xiao still wore the same carefree attitude that was infuriating. Huang Mei, like a startled chicken, pointed at Yi Xiao's back and cursed. Qingxue listened to him. Is this even human speech? I think he's sent by Tiger Power Group to ruin us. I don't know what kind of poison the old man drank to blindly trust this ungrateful wolf. Upon hearing her mother mention Grandpa, Song Qingxue finally put down the slipper in her hand, and a gleam of light appeared in her eyes. That's right. How could Grandpa be senile? Upon thinking about it, Yi Xiao came to her side. In less than half a month, he had offended Huang Feihu and Huang Batian, and had clashed with Feng Honggang and Su Hui. And the result? This guy was not only fine, but he was still full of energy, eating well, and even in spare time to make her mad. Maybe this guy really has something that Grandpa sees in him? Thinking of this, Song Qingxue let out a sigh and walked upstairs. Mom, I'm going to prepare the bidding documents. If there's nothing else, don't disturb me. Huang Mei glanced at Yi Xiao in the kitchen, then at her daughter going upstairs. Ah, what sin have I committed? In the kitchen, Yi Xiao smiled, quite satisfied with Song Qingxue's performance. A brave person is not one without fear, but one who does not run away when fear comes. Meanwhile, in a luxurious clubhouse in Lingzhou, Su Huwei was holding a wine glass and fawningly smiling as he spoke to the young man seated in the main seat. Young Master Wang, how do you plan to deal with the Song Group? I'm willing to serve you like a dog or horse. Young Master Wang snorted coldly, showing a sneer. Do I need to deal with them? From what I know about family-run companies, that woman, Song Qingxue, is probably already being forced by their company to come apologize to me. Su Huwei's eyes turned slightly, and he smiled faintly. Young Master Wang, you underestimate the Song Group. I just received news that Song Qingxue has already gained support from old Master Song. Not only does she have no intention of apologizing, but she even plans to submit a bid to Jinhe Group. What? Young Master Wang raised an eyebrow, his eyes filled with shock and anger. That old fool deserves to die. But in a moment, a smile spread across his lips, still daring to submit a bid. I think they're just looking for their own doom. Fine, we'll see. At the bidding conference in 3 days, I'll show them how to humiliate themselves. The Song Group is doomed. No one could save them. I'm telling you. Hearing this, Su Huwei immediately brightened up, and he continued. Then, young Master Wang, may I take charge of the Jinhe Group's project? I guarantee I'll do it better than anyone else. Young Master Wang didn't rush to respond, but poured himself another glass of wine, slowly saying, well, that depends on whether you know how to be a person. Su Huwei quickly snapped his fingers, and immediately, 7 or 8 sexy women walked out, dressed provocatively. These women, though their appearances and outfits varied, all had one thing in common. They were all. Seeing this, young Master Wang couldn't help but widen his pupils, a chrysanthemum-like smile spreading across his face. Not bad. Not bad, Xiao Su. You really understand me. Leave the contract to me. Young Master Wang was never lacking in money or power, and his only hobby had always been one thing. Plain text. It is this kind of charm that is one of the reasons he would support Xiao Yueying so much. At this moment, in the chairman's office of the Qini Group, Shun Luoyin told Shen Qini everything she saw and heard at the banquet without reservation. Dad, I think Wang Chufeng is too overbearing. He doesn't give me any face at all. In front of her father, Shun Luoyin completely took off her disguise and expressed her anger towards Wang Chufeng. Luoyin, face is not something someone gives you. It is something you need to earn yourself. Look at Yi Xiao. Although he is just a small bodyguard, after fighting with Wang Chufeng's subordinates, who would dare to look down on him in the future? Shun Qini pointed out to his daughter. That is just brute strength. He can defeat Wang Chufeng's subordinates, but I still don't believe he can handle the subsequent blockade from the Jinhe Group. Shen Luoyin was obviously still a bit dissatisfied, as Yi Xiao had ignored her several times. Shun Qini chuckled. Luoyin, do you dare to bet with me again? I bet Yi Xiao will still be able to retreat unscathed this time. Shun Luoyin stared at her father in disbelief, completely not understanding why her father had such high hopes for Yi Xiao. Shun Qini naturally saw through his daughter's thoughts, so he continued, Luoyin, do you think Yi Xiao will definitely lose to the Song family? If I remember correctly, you said the same thing last time, but what was the result? Last time, Yi Xiao just happened to know Huang Feihu, but the Wang family is a big family in the provincial city. Could Yi Xiao have any connections with them? Shun Luoyin retorted. Then let's just wait and see. A glint of cunning flashed in Shun Qini's eyes. Chapter 81. Su Huwei's Provocation. The next 3 days were the hardest for Song Qingxue. All employees of the Song Group were anxious, and all company projects came to a standstill. Almost no one believed that the Song Group could survive under the pressure of the Jinhe Group. In the president's office, Song Qingxue sat in her office chair with a frown. Since finishing the bidding document, she had completely relaxed. The once bustling office had become quiet, as if everyone in the company was deliberately distancing themselves from her. Suddenly, the office door was pushed open. In the past, Song Qingxue would have thrown a fit and scolded the person for not knocking, but today she felt a bit of joy. Song Qingxue looked up and saw Yi Xiao walking towards her with his hands in his pockets, looking relaxed. Then he casually sat down across from her. Why are you here? Are you here to discuss the bidding matters with me? Song Qingxue said in a calm tone, as if the icy demeanor she had was melting a bit after being neglected by the company for a few days. Yi Xiao grinned. Wrong. I came to see if you were scared. After all, we are about to attend the bidding conference. If you chicken out and are too scared to go, that would be bad. You can't expect me to take all the blame alone. Originally, Song Qingxue was in a good mood, but after hearing Yi Xiao's words, her mood instantly soured. Could this guy not just go along with her words and give her a few comforting remarks? Why did he have to provoke her? She glared at Yi Xiao and coldly huffed. Assistant Yi, you think too much. I, Song Qingxue, am not that kind of person. Since I am the president of the company, I will never back down at the last moment. nor will I let someone else take the blame alone. Yi Xiao stood up and chuckled. Then I can rest assured. After saying that, he turned and walked towards the door. Song Qingxue didn't expect Yi Xiao to come to see her just to say such a meaningless thing, which made her so angry that she gritted her teeth and raised her middle finger at his back. At that moment, Yi Xiao's voice came again. Actually, this is also an opportunity. When you have some free time, you could take a good look at who is weathering the storm with you. Who is secretly updating their resume, waiting for the chance to run away. Song Qingxue was stunned. Did that come from Yi Xiao, the one who only knew how to solve problems with brute force? Indeed, these days, all her thoughts were on how to face the pressure from Jinha Group, so she hadn't paid much attention to the company. Looking at Yi Xiao's disappearing back, Song Qingxue felt a bit confused. This guy might not be as simple as she thought. An hour later, Yi Xiao and Song Qingxue hurried to the hotel where the Jinha Group's bidding conference was being held. As soon as they arrived at the hotel entrance, they unexpectedly saw Song's mother, Huang Mei. "Mom, what are you doing here?" Song Qingxue asked in surprise. Huang Mei frowned and said, "Of course, I'm worried about you. Rather than waiting for news with your dad in the hospital, it's better to come here and see for myself." Song Qingxue had no objections to this. Just as the three were about to enter the hotel, suddenly, Su Huwei's voice came. "Oh, isn't this President Song? I must say, you really have thick skin, offending young Master Wang, and you still dare to attend the Jinha Group's bidding conference? Aren't you just asking for a beating?" Hearing this, Song Qingxue clenched her fists tightly. However, since she dared to come, she was mentally prepared, so she wasn't easily discouraged by Su Huwei's words. She didn't turn back, but continued to walk forward. Su Huwei continued to speak arrogantly from behind. "President Song, don't be in such a hurry to leave. I can give you a chance to live. Sleep with me for 3 days, and then merge Song Group into my Huwei Group. I can reluctantly speak for you in front of young Master Wang. You're really annoying. Should I go smash this fly's mouth?" Yi Xiao said lightly. "Yi, are you a pig brain? All you know is fighting and killing. Do you want us to not even get into the bidding conference?" Huang Mei scolded Yi Xiao with a stern face. Song Qingxue also gritted her teeth and said, "Yi Xiao, don't be impulsive." Seeing that he couldn't provoke Song Qingxue, Su Huwei continued, "President Song, do you see who this person beside me is? This is your former financial director." Upon hearing this, Song Qingxue suddenly stopped, turned her head, and indeed saw the financial director who embezzled 100 million in public funds. Su Huwei saw Song Qingxue turn around and intensified his mockery. "President Song, let me tell you the truth. Your financial director embezzled 100 million at my behest, and the assassin who wanted to kill you was also arranged by me. How does that feel? Isn't it infuriating? Aren't you going crazy?" In Su Huwei's view, since the Song Group was about to go bankrupt, he didn't care about letting Song Qingxue know these things. Could a company on the verge of bankruptcy still find trouble with him? Song Qingxue's brows furrowed in anger. She glared at the financial director. "Hu Sanjin, why did you betray the company? Your mother was seriously ill, and it was my grandfather who paid for her treatment." Hu Sanjin, feeling secure, replied, "President Song, working is a mutual agreement. Of course, people want to rise, and water flows downwards. The chairman paid for my mother's treatment. Didn't he just want to buy me off? I've worked hard for the Song Group over the years, and I've already repaid that debt. So don't use that to morally bind me. I won't fall for it. But considering our past as master and servant, I still want to kindly remind you that it's best to do as Su said, or the Song Group will only end up in ashes." Hu Sanjin had a smug look on his face. Now that the Song Group had been blocked by the Jinha Group, its collapse was only a matter of time, which is why he dared to act so recklessly in front of Song Qingxue. At this moment, more and more people came to participate in the bidding at the hotel entrance. Many people pointed at Song Qingxue with glee. What is Song Qingxue thinking? Daring to bid? Is she seeking humiliation? She must not have woken up. How dare she treat young Master Wang's warning as a breeze? Song Qingxue took a deep breath, calming her emotions a bit. Just as she was about to turn back into the hotel, another voice came. "Song Qingxue, you really are shameless. Have you forgotten what I said 3 days ago?" Hearing this voice, Song Qingxue's body trembled instinctively. It was Wang Chufeng. The so-called thief in the mountain is easy to break, but the thief in the heart is hard to defeat. For young Master Wang, Song Qingxue still felt fear in her heart, because the Jinha Group behind him was too powerful. Huang Mei was also scared, hiding behind, not daring to say a word. In front of Yi Xiao, she could be fierce and scold, but in front of the powerful young Master Wang, she had no courage at all. At this moment, Yi Xiao stepped forward and patted Song Qingxue's shoulder, then turned to look at young Master Wang with a half-smile and said, "Wang Xiao'er, I advise you, when you are at the top of the mountain, you better treat others as people. When you slide down to the foot of the mountain, you will have a chance to continue being human. Ha ha ha. Young Master Wong couldn't help but laugh wildly, as if he had heard a funny joke. You little beggar, do you even deserve to say such things to me? Let me tell you, I will always be at the top of the mountain, and you're only worthy of crawling at my feet for a lifetime, licking my toes. Chapter 82. Tear up the bid. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yuning beside young Master Wong and the onlookers all agreed. Young Master Wong's identity was the son of the richest man in Jiangnan province, and such a person should be high and mighty, should be domineering. In their eyes, Yi Xiao was quite ridiculous, just a bodyguard. A person as insignificant as an ant dared to shout at young Master Wong. This was simply seeking death. The Wong family was powerful and wealthy. With just a flick of a finger, they could crush Yi Xiao. Kid, listen well. When this bidding ends, it will be your death date. I, the young master, am kind-hearted and can give you a coffin for free. Tell me, do you want a sliding lid or a flip lid for your coffin, huh? Young Master Wong laughed sinisterly, completely disregarding Yi Xiao's words. Ha ha ha. The onlookers also laughed along, some flattering. Young Master Wong really has a kind heart, even giving this kid a coffin. I see this kid's ancestors must be smoking, otherwise how could he receive such treatment from young Master Wong? Kid, what are you still dazed for? Kneel down and thank young Master Wong for his great kindness. That's right. Do you think everyone has the chance to receive a coffin from young Master Wong? Ha ha ha. Yi Zhao's mouth curled into a teasing smile. Wang Er, I hope you can always be this arrogant. After saying that, he took Song Qingshue's trembling hand and walked into the hotel. Young Master Wong, do you really allow Song Qingxue to bid? Isn't she slapping your face? Xiao Yuning said sweetly, actually hoping to see Song Qingxue not even able to enter the door. Young Master Wong sneered disdainfully. Let her bid. Later, I will let her know what despair is. Young Master Wong's mouth curled into a cold arc. All right, let's go in too. The Jinha Group bidding conference was held in the largest banquet hall of the hotel, but the host of this bidding conference was not young Master Wong, but a beautiful woman in her 30s. The woman wore a fiery red cheongsam, with a stunning begonia flower pattern on it. Ordinary women could not handle such attire, but on this woman, it complimented her, elevating her already stunning charm to another level. Looking at the woman's curvaceous figure, young Master Wong couldn't help but swallow several times, but he dared not be reckless with this woman because she was someone his father greatly valued. Director Lin, long time no see. Young Master Wong greeted with a smile. Long time no see. Lin Hongjiao only nodded slightly, with an air of coldness, 3 parts of her demeanor keeping people at a distance, seemingly not taking young Master Wong seriously. Although young Master Wong flaunted the name of the Jinha Group outside, the core executives of Jinha Group knew that he was not favored by Wong Jinha, at best a discarded pawn, left to eat and wait to die. Young Master Wong had long since gotten used to Lin Hongjiao's attitude. He walked sullenly and sat down beside her. Lin Hongjiao didn't pay him any attention. She took the microphone and started speaking. I am Lin Hongjiao, director of Jinha Group. First, I welcome everyone to attend our Jinha Group's bidding conference. Now, I ask all friends interested in bidding to submit their company's bid documents. My team will review them on-site, and in 1 hour, I will announce the results of the bid. Lin Hongjiao's voice was cold and sharp, neither humble nor overbearing. As her voice fell, the CEOs of various companies participating in the bidding stood up one after another, heading toward the podium. Besides the Song Group and Tigerway Group, there were also more than 10 other companies. Although they knew they couldn't compete with Su Huwei, they were still satisfied with showing their face at the Jinha Group's bidding event. And isn't there saying, what if? What if they were selected? Song Qingxue also mustered the courage to hand her bid to Lin Hongjiao's secretary. At this moment, she noticed young Master Wong, making a gesture of slashing his throat at her. Song Qingxue gritted her teeth and dared not react in the slightest. Once all the bid documents were collected, Lin Hongjiao stood up and went backstage with her secretary. The review would, of course, not be done in front of everyone, as it would greatly affect the bidder's mentality. At this moment, young Master Wong hurriedly followed and called out to the secretary at the corner of the backstage. Xiao Huang, wait a minute. Although Lin Hongjiao dared to show no respect to young Master Wong, Secretary Xiao Huang didn't dare to do so at all. Young Master Wong, is there something you need? Young Master Wong smiled and snatched all the bid documents from the secretary's hand. After flipping through them, he pulled out Song Qingshue's bid and tore it up in front of the secretary. The little secretary was immediately frightened, her face turning pale. Young Master, what are you doing? Young Master Wong made a gesture to silence her, awkwardly smiling. Remember, Jinha Group belongs to my Wong family. I can do whatever I want. Lin Hongjiao is just a dog of my Wong family. You can try telling her about this, but as for the consequences, I think I don't need to explain them to you, right? The little secretary trembled and said, I understand. I know what to do. Good, go ahead. Don't make Director Lin wait too long. After saying that, young Master Wang turned around and left, holding the torn bid from the song group. After submitting their bids, the CEOs of various companies were nervously chatting in the banquet hall, pretending to be calm, while the three members of the song group were completely isolated from everyone. At this moment, young Master Wang, holding a glass of red wine, smiled as he walked towards Song Qingxue and the others. Song Qingxue, why aren't you leaving yet? Are you waiting for the bidding result? You wouldn't be that naive, would you? Thinking that after provoking me, Wang Chufeng, you could still win the bid? Young Master Wang's tone was full of mockery. I know, you're holding back your anger, wanting to seek fairness. To ordinary people, your actions may seem bold and courageous. But in my eyes, you're simply overestimating yourselves. Plain text, it's self-inflicted humiliation. Xiao Yunying stepped forward and linked her arm with Wang Xiao, looking at Song Qingxue with disdain. Seeing Song Qingxue in trouble made her happy. Su Huwei was also sneering beside them. Although he didn't know how Wang Xiao operated, he believed that as a member of the Wang family, it was no problem to make a small move to kick the Song group out. Song Qingxue clenched her fists tightly, her chest rising and falling, but she couldn't say a word. If it weren't for her grandfather's stubborn insistence on having Yi Xiao assist her in bidding, she wouldn't have had the courage to come at all. Yi Xiao said with a playful smile. Wang Xiao, are you so sure that the Song group can't win the bid? Ha ha. Xiao Yunying laughed loudly. Kid, are you trying to make me laugh to death? You can say such brainless words. Did you forget to take your medicine this morning? The onlookers also looked down on Yi Xiao. Since Wang Xiao could speak so confidently, he must be completely sure. This kid was still stubbornly holding on. If his brain hadn't been filled with 250 pounds of water, he definitely wouldn't say such things. Song Qingxue also looked at Yi Xiao with a face full of doubt. She really couldn't understand where Yi Xiao got his confidence. She had been paying attention to Yi Xiao's movements these days. This guy had just stayed in his villa and company, not going anywhere. It shouldn't be possible for the Song group to turn the tide, right? Wang Xiao's mouth curled into a sly smile. Kid, good. Then I'll let you die clearly and thoroughly. As he spoke, he took out a few torn pieces of paper from his pocket and threw them on the ground. Song Qingxue, you better take a good look at what this is. Chapter 83. Heartless King 8. Song Qingxue's gaze instinctively swept to the torn pieces of paper on the ground. When she saw the incomplete words of the song group on them, she suddenly felt dizzy, and her face instantly turned pale, losing all color. If it weren't for Yi Xiao reaching out to support her, she would have definitely fallen to the ground. At this moment, the director of the Gina group was still reviewing everyone's bids, and since her song group's bid appeared here, it was definitely not delivered to Lin Hongjiao, not even having the chance to be reviewed. How could the song group win the bid? Song Qingxue was completely desperate. She began to doubt her grandfather's arrangements. In this situation, even her grandfather probably didn't anticipate it, right? Xiao Yunying laughed heartily. Even if the smile pulled at her wounds, she didn't care. It was truly satisfying. Now she understood Wang Xiao's malicious intentions. First, give Song Qingxue a glimmer of hope, then personally tear that hope apart. Isn't this worse than slapping Song Qingxue, torturing her physically? The onlookers were also sighing. Although they felt that Wang Xiao's actions were somewhat beneath the surface, who told him he was the young master of the Gina group? He had that capability. Su Huwei's eyes shone brightly. Now, he could completely confirm that he would win the bid. Without the Song group participating, other companies were simply no match for him. Huang Meiyao, at this moment, didn't know where her courage came from, pointing at Wang Xiao and reprimanding. How can you do this? You are violating the rules. What? Old lady, do you want to complain about me? Let me tell you, the Gina group is my Wang family's enterprise. I can do whatever I want. As he spoke, he raised his neck, his chin held high, exuding an indescribable arrogance and pride. Reason? Fairness? In this world, how many strong people are willing to talk about reason and fairness with the weak? It has always been the powerful families looking down from above, trampling on the dignity of the weak. My fist is harder than yours. I am the reason. My background is stronger than yours. I can ignore you. Wang Xiao looked at Yi Xiao with disdain. How is it, kid? Weren't you very impressive that day? Now you're like a sick cat, scared and can't say a word, right? Yet Yi Xiao smiled instead of getting angry, his eyes flashing with mockery as he gently said, sometimes a cat isn't necessarily sick, it just doesn't want to show its power. If it shows its power, the cat will turn into a tiger and bite people. Hee, kid, I see you now are just a dog lifting the curtain, relying only on your mouth, turning into a tiger and biting people. Why don't you try biting someone? Wang Xiao naturally wouldn't take Yi Xiao's words seriously. He was just a trivial ant. How could he care? If he didn't like it, He could just step on it to death. Yi Xiao, let's go, Song Qingxue said dejectedly. She no longer had any desire to stay, even though the results of the bidding hadn't come out yet. It definitely wouldn't be her song group. Yi Xiao glanced at Song Qingxue, feeling that this girl was too impatient, but he couldn't explain now, so he just told a lie. I suddenly need to pee. Wait for me. After saying that, without waiting for Song Qingxue to respond, he hurriedly walked towards the bathroom. Song Qingxue was left speechless by Yi Xiao. He hadn't gone to the bathroom for so long, yet he chose this moment when she was most upset and wanted to escape to go to the bathroom. Huang Mei wouldn't be polite with Yi Xiao. She directly started to scold his back. Really a lazy donkey, lazy horse, full of shit and urine. Qingxue, let's just leave. Don't wait for this bastard. Huang Mei also felt that staying any longer was meaningless, only leading to more ridicule. And why should she wait for Yi Xiao, that white-eyed wolf? At this moment, Qiao Yunying sneered. I think this kid must be using the excuse of needing to pee to sneak away. What spring breeze is better than her? In the end, he's a heartless bastard, ha ha ha. I think Miss Qiao is right. That kid must be unable to bear the pressure from Wang Xiao, leaving Song Qingxue here as a scapegoat. TSK, really everyone for themselves in a crisis. Song Qingxue, I think you should follow Wang Xiao's request from last time and do it soon. Otherwise, it won't just be your bodyguard abandoning you. I'm afraid your whole family and all your relatives will abandon you. Ha ha ha. The onlookers began to mock Song Qingxue without restraint. On one hand, they believed that the bankruptcy of the Song Group was a done deal, and on the other hand, they took the opportunity to please Wang Erxiao. After all, doing this only required a little effort, and they might gain Wang Erxiao's favor, so why not? Hearing the harsh ridicule from the crowd, Song Qingxue really wanted to just walk away, but a voice in her heart told her that Yi Xiao was not that kind of person. He couldn't abandon his own. So Song Qingxue threw off her mother's hand. Mom, I want to wait for him, she said firmly, with determination in her voice. Huang Mei was stunned. What happened to her daughter? Did she really fall for that damn Yi Xiao? As someone who had been through it, she could see that her daughter's behavior was not that of a superior to a subordinate, but rather that of an emotional woman. Time passed second by second, and after more than 10 minutes, Yi Xiao still hadn't shown up. During this time, Wang Erxiao and Qiao Yunying and others naturally didn't miss the chance to ridicule Song Qingxue for being foolish and unable to recognize people. Finally, Huang Mei couldn't help but explode in anger. Qingxue, I think that white-eyed wolf must have sneaked away. I said long ago that this kind of man is unreliable, but you didn't believe it. When you get home, hurry up and kick him out. Once unfaithful, always untrustworthy. At this moment, Song Qingxue also began to waver. Her face was cold, her brows furrowed, and her expression was extremely serious. At this time, her emotions were also very complicated. Did Yi Xiao really abandon himself and run away? Was all his previous support for me just a lie, a way to numb himself? It must be so. He came to Lingzhou just to break off the engagement with me, right? If the Song family goes bankrupt, he can break off the engagement more easily. The more Song Qingxue thought about it, the more desperate and heartbroken she became, so much so that she even felt like vomiting. Just when Song Qingxue was feeling hopeless and wanted to leave, Lin Hongjiao's voice came from the stage. Everyone, thank you for waiting. I will now announce the bidding results. Hearing this, Song Qingxue's heart felt like it was struck by an electric current. She no longer wanted to stay even a moment longer and stepped towards the exit of the banquet hall. However, how could Su Huwei allow her to leave? He signaled, and immediately 2 bodyguards reached out to block Song Qingxue's path. Su Huwei said with a half-smile, President Song, how can you not stay to witness such a glorious moment for my tiger group? Are you not going to give me, Su Huwei, some face? Get out of my way, Song Qingxue shouted sharply, but the 2 bodyguards remained unmoved. Su Huwei shook his head with a cold smile. President Song, now even your little white face with some mediocre skills has run away. What do you have to command? I advise you to stay here honestly and wait for young Master Wang's decision. I can still give you a decent treatment. Of course, if you don't want to be decent, then don't blame me for being ruthless. Song Qingxue had no choice but to grit her teeth and give in. The situation was stronger than the person. She had to temporarily choose to bow her head. Chapter 84. The Song Group won the bid. At this moment, countless business owners came over to congratulate Su Huwei. Congratulations, President Su. I don't think Director Lin needs to announce it. The winner must be your Tiger Group. President Su, you secured a big order from the Gina Group. Don't forget to share some leftovers with your little brother. Yes, President Su, I knew that only your Tiger Group could cooperate with the Gina Group. That Song family is just a pile of dog poop. Hearing everyone's flattering words, Su Huwei became even more complacent. He couldn't help but admire his own tactics. With just a little trick, he not only got the opportunity to cooperate with the Jinha group, but also kicked his biggest rival, the Song group, into an abyss. Such an incredible achievement could be said to be the most colorful stroke in his business career. Just as Su Hu Wei was feeling smug and thinking the situation was settled, Song Qingxue felt her life had reached its darkest moment. Lin Hongjiao's voice came again. I announced that the winning bid is the Song group. Now, please invite the personnel from the Song group to come on stage and sign the preliminary cooperation agreement. Lin Hongjiao's words were like a heavy bomb dropped among the crowd. Boom! With a sound, everyone's heads buzzed, feeling dizzy. Su Hu Wei's smile, which was brighter than a chrysanthemum, instantly froze on his face. He widened his eyes and opened his mouth, completely unable to believe what he heard. Others were no different. The Song group's bid had been torn up by young Master Wang. Without even a bid document, what kind of bid could the Song group have? This was simply too absurd. Could it be that the Song group also used connections and engaged in dark operations? But that seems unrealistic. The biggest dark hand was young Master Wang. Who would dare to go against the young master of the Jinha group? At this moment, young Master Wang's face suddenly fell, as if a layer of glue had been applied, tightly stretched. Lin Hongjiao's words were like a loud slap, hitting his face. The Song group, which he had issued a kill order against, actually won the bid for his family's company. Was there anything more embarrassing than this? What is going on? What on earth is happening? Plain text. Song Qingxue had long been petrified in place. Like most people, she also couldn't believe what her ears heard. How could she win the bid when her proposal hadn't even reached Lin Hongjiao's eyes? Huang Mei swallowed hard and said in disbelief, Qingxue, pinch me quickly. Let me see if this is a dream. Hearing her mother's words, Song Qingxue finally came to her senses. It seemed she hadn't heard wrong. Lin Hongjiao really did announce the name of the Song group. Who helped her behind the scenes? Yi Xiao. It must be him. It seemed she had wronged him. He hadn't abandoned her and run away, but had gone to help her instead. Song Qingxue thought joyfully. Besides this, she really couldn't think of any other possibilities or find any other reason to explain Yi Xiao's sudden disappearance. Is the staff of the Song group still present? Lin Hongjiao urged. Yes. Song Qingxue instantly regained her usual composure and calmness, slowly walking towards the stage. Just as Song Qingxue was about to step onto the stage, Wang Ershao suddenly shouted, Director Lin, as far as I know, you haven't seen the Song group's proposal. How can you determine that the Song group is qualified to cooperate with my Jinha group? Wang Ershao wasn't a fool. He naturally wouldn't directly say that the proposal had already been torn up by him, but he believed his questioning could definitely undermine Lin Hongjiao's signing with Song Qingxue. Hearing this, Song Qingxue immediately stopped in her tracks. She also wanted to hear what kind of explanation Lin Hongjiao would give. Lin Hongjiao's gaze turned cold, her eyes like dark clouds carrying lightning. Wang Chufeng, I can responsibly tell you that this is our final review result. If you doubt my decision, you can go to find Director Wang to reflect. Lin Hongjiao, stop showing off to me. Do you think I dare not report this to my father? Just wait. You will regret what you did today for the rest of your life. At this moment, Wang Ershao no longer cared about anything else and directly turned against Lin Hongjiao. He was absolutely certain that the proposal had not reached Lin Hongjiao's hands, and that the Song group could still win the bid was definitely due to Lin Hongjiao's underhanded operations. As long as he seized this point, it was not impossible to bring down Lin Hongjiao. Bitch, just wait. Once you are no longer favored in front of my father, I'll make sure to ruin you. Facing Wang Ershao's aggressive stance, Lin Hongjiao remained incredibly calm. Underhanded operations? Indeed, there were, but what could a mere Wang family outcast like Wang Chufeng do to her? Miss Song, please come over and sign a contract with me. Lin Hongjiao no longer paid attention to Wang Ershao, and instead looked at Song Qingxue with a gentle expression. Although Song Qingxue still had many doubts in her heart, she still stepped forward to complete the signing with Lin Hongjiao. This was likely something Yi Xiao had exchanged at a great cost, and she had to cherish it. Holding the signed contract, Song Qingxue walked down the stage as if in a dream. The onlookers had various expressions, their gazes towards Song Qingxue filled with surprise, speculation, jealousy, and disbelief. Among them, Su Hui's emotions were the most intense. He glared at Song Qingxue with extreme hatred, looking at the contract that was originally meant for him, wishing he could rush up and tear it to shreds. But he didn't dare. This was the Jinha Group's contract. If he openly destroyed it, it would be against the Jinha Group, and the consequences were unimaginable. It could be said that Song Qingxue now held the Jinha Group's contract, equivalent to holding a powerful sword. Even Wang Ershao didn't dare to do anything to her, but that didn't mean Wang Ershao would just let it go. He looked at Song Qingxue with a sinister gaze and sneered, Song Qingxue, don't think that just because you won the bid, you can be proud. I have 1,000 ways to kick you out. Don't forget, the Jinha group is decided by my Wang family. Even if you can bribe Lin Hongjiao, so what? She's just a worker for my Wang family. What my Wang family can give her, we can naturally take away. Hearing Wang Xiao's words, Song Qingxue's hand holding the contract trembled unconsciously. She had just doubted that Yi Xiao had bribed Lin Hongjiao, which is why the other party could give her the contract. So, she was also very uncertain at this moment. If Wang Xiao exposes this matter to Wang Jinha, she would definitely suffer a huge loss and become a laughingstock again. At this moment, the onlookers also reacted. Yes, it is still too early to say that the Song group has won. With Wang Xiao as a roadblock, this contract will probably be unilaterally torn apart by the Jinha group soon. Su Hui's expression also looked much better. Song Qingxue, let you be proud for a while. Soon you will understand how foolish and ignorant you are. Chapter 85. The benefactor of the Wang family. Seeing her daughter surrounded by people, Huang Maya angrily stepped forward and scolded. Wang Xiao, this contract was personally given to our Song group by your Jinha group's director. Don't slander us without evidence. Ha ha! Wang Xiao laughed wildly. Old lady, are you questioning me? Let me tell you, I am the young master of the Jinha group, so when I say you bribed, it is bribery. If you don't believe it, just wait and see. If it were before, Wang Xiao really didn't have the confidence to take down Lin Hongjiao, but now he was 100% sure. Let's go Qingxue. Now we are partners with the Jinha group. I want to see who dares to stop us. Huang Maya finally acted wisely, pulling her daughter's hand and walking out. Song Qingxue naturally did not dare to delay. No matter what, it was better to leave this place of trouble first. Moreover, she now believed that Yi Xiao should be safe, so she had no other concerns. Wang Xiao, are you just going to let that bitch Song Qingxue leave? I'm so unwilling. Xiao Yunying clung to Wang Xiao's arm and acted cute. Hee, let her jump for a while longer. I guarantee that within a day, I will make her willingly kneel in front of you, letting you handle her. Wang Xiao said viciously while looking at Song Qingxue's back. Just then, his phone suddenly rang. When he saw the caller ID, his pupils couldn't help but shrink. It was his father, Wang Jinha. It really was as he thought. So, Wang Xiao answered the phone in front of everyone. Dad, what's the matter? Hearing Wang Xiao's address, everyone held their breath. My God, this is actually a call from the richest man Wang. What? Dad, you are already in Lingzhou, and at this hotel? Okay, I will come to see you right away. Wang Xiao hung up the phone, extremely excited. Heaven is helping me. Yuning, I take back what I just said. It won't take a day. Within an hour, I can make that Song Qingxue obediently come to you. Wang Xiao's mouth curled into a cruel arc. Everyone present was clever. Combining Wang Xiao's phone conversation, they could guess the situation roughly. The richest man Wang has come to Lingzhou, and he is at the hotel. Now Wang Xiao is going to see him. Perhaps he can also confirm the bribery of Lin Hongjiao. In that case, not only will the contract in Song Qingxue's hands be void, but the Song group will probably also be blacklisted by the Jinha group. In short, the Song group is finished. Even the King of Heaven can't save them. Yunying, you should come with me, Wang Xiao ordered, thinking he could use Xiao Yunying's injury to complain better in front of his father. Xiao Yunying naturally agreed without hesitation. Plain text. This is to meet the richest man in Jiangnan province. She has followed young Master Wang for 2 years, and only now has she gotten this opportunity. So young Master Wang and Xiao Yunying set off to the presidential suite where Wang Jinha was, both eager to reach the top floor and meet Wang Jinha as soon as possible. Before long, they were brought into the suite by Wang Jinha's bodyguards, and Xiao Yunying immediately saw a middle-aged man dressed in blue, with silver hair and a slightly hunched back. If it weren't for the imposing aura he exuded without anger, and young Master Wang's cautious demeanor, she would never have associated this person with the richest man in Jiangnan province. Dad, I have something important to tell you. Wang Chufeng spoke impatiently. He pointed to Xiao Yunying beside him. Dad, this is our spokesperson from Jinha Group, Xiao Yunying. Look at her now. She was beaten by the bodyguards of the Song Group from Lingzhou. This is a blatant slap in the face to our Jinha Group. And that's not all. At today's bidding conference, Director Lin even openly bribed and gave the contract to the Song Group. If you don't believe me, you can investigate this matter thoroughly. I guarantee that I am not lying. Wang Chufeng took a deep breath and laid out all the crimes of the Song Group. He believed that with his father's temperament, he would likely investigate this matter and then severely punish Lin Hongjiao and the Song Group. At that time, he could further stir the pot and easily destroy the Song Group. Perhaps, he would even gain his father's favor and be entrusted with important responsibilities in the future. He really is clever. Just as Wang Chufeng was feeling proud, Thinking he had made a brilliant move, he failed to notice that his father, Wang Jinhe, had turned as dark as a pot bottom. But Wang Jinhe, being experienced, took a deep breath and slowly spoke. Chu Feng, let me introduce you to someone. I can tell you clearly, without him, our Wang family would not be where we are today. Wang Chufeng was instantly confused, not understanding why his father had changed the subject. Suddenly, he felt a twitch in his eyelid and noticed that there was another person in the room, sitting in a rocking chair, only showing him their back. This! Wang Chufeng immediately gasped. My God, what kind of big shot is this? His own father can only stand in front of him. But in an instant, he became excited again. It seemed his father really intended to reuse him. Otherwise, he wouldn't introduce him to such a big shot. Ha ha ha. I, Wang Chufeng, am finally going to make a name for myself. Xiao Yuning was also flushed with excitement, not expecting that today she could not only meet Wang Jinhe, but also the great benefactor of the Wang family. She quietly unbuttoned 2 buttons of her shirt. In her heart, she was already pondering how to win the favor of this big shot. If she could have a moment with such a person, it was easy to imagine that her future career would surely soar to new heights. Just as Wang Chufeng was overjoyed, his CPU running at high speed, wildly brainstorming a draft for flattery. That back turned around. Wang Chufeng hurriedly put on a smile that had been sunbathing for 180 days, ready to leave a good impression on this big shot. But the next second his expression froze, his face twisted, and he could no longer smile. Yi Xiao! Wang Chufeng wanted to cry, but had no tears, unable to believe what he saw. The benefactor his father mentioned turned out to be Yi Xiao. Isn't he just a little bodyguard? What qualifications does he have? Xiao Yuning was also scared to death, her face turning pale, her body trembling uncontrollably. What? The great benefactor of the Wang family is actually this little bodyguard? What kind of international joke is this? Chufeng, why aren't you greeting Mr. Yi? Wang Jinhe reminded from the side. Although he already knew that his foolish son had provoked Yi Xiao, this is still his own flesh and blood, so he must protect him. Yi, Mr. Yi, Wang Chufeng called out bitterly. Kneel! Yi Xiao said on Ly with 2 words. Sweat beads the size of soybeans immediately appeared on Wang Chufeng's forehead, and he turned his head to look at his father unwillingly. Father, I am your son. Are you really going to make me kneel to an outsider? Although Wang Jinhe had said that Yi Xiao was a great benefactor to the Wang family, now that the Wang family had grown strong, do they still need to be afraid of Yi Xiao? However, Wang Jinhe did not hesitate at all and sternly scolded. Immediately do as Mr. Yi commands. Otherwise, get out of the Wang family. Chapter 86. Then break one of his legs. Ah! Wang Chufeng opened his mouth wide, seemingly in disbelief that his father would impose such a cruel punishment on him. He knew that all the wealth and power he currently had came from being a member of the Wang family. If he was kicked out of the family, he could only imagine how miserable his future would be. At this moment, he finally understood the weight of Yi Xiao in his father's heart, and so he no longer dared to speak. He directly knelt down in front of Yi Xiao with a thud. Xiao Yuning naturally didn't dare to be negligent either, and quickly knelt down behind him. She hoped this would reduce the punishment a little. Now, she no longer hoped for revenge on Song Qingxue and Yi Xiao. Keeping her life was enough. Yi Xiao stood up and looked down at Wang Chufeng from a height, a mockery curling at the corner of his mouth. Wang Xiao, do you remember what I said before? I told you not to be afraid. Do you still want me to crawl to your front and commit suicide? Do you still want to prepare a coffin for me? Do you know, if it weren't for your father's face, I could have crippled you 3 days ago. At this moment, Yi Xiao's entire aura completely changed. He seemed to possess an air of superiority that looked down on all things in the world. Not only was Wang Chufeng unable to raise his head in front of Yi Xiao, but even Wang Jinhe, the head of thousands of billions in capital, felt apprehensive. The warden is still as domineering as ever. Warden, this matter is all Chufeng's fault. Whatever punishment you wish to give, I have no objections. Wang Jinhe knew Yi Xiao's character very well. It was better to take the blame himself than to let Yi Xiao take the punishment. This way he could preserve his son to the greatest extent. Yi Xiao smiled and slowly said, then let's break one of his legs. If it were in prison, someone like Wang Chufeng who dared to act so recklessly in front of Yi Xiao would probably have 3 legs broken, but here, after all, it wasn't a prison, and he had to give Wang Jinhe some face. Upon hearing this, Wang Jinhe breathed a sigh of relief. In his view, having Yi Xiao's forgiveness in exchange for breaking his son's leg was well worth it. But Wang Chufeng was already so scared that he wet his pants. As someone abandoned by Wang Jinhe, he had hardly ever been disciplined by his father. He had never even been slapped once in his life. Now, he was about to have his leg broken. How could he not be terrified? Father, no. Please help me beg for mercy. Wang Chufeng pleaded bitterly. However, Wang Jinhe was unmoved. He took the baseball bat handed to him by his subordinate and ruthlessly swung it at Wang Chufeng's calf. A person who could become the richest man was definitely no easy character. With a scream, Wang Chufeng fainted. Wang Jinhe calmly walked in front of Yi Shao. "Warden, are you satisfied?" Yi Shao then waved his hand. "Take him away. By the way, when he wakes up, make him go to Song's group and apologize." Yi Shao understood that just relying on a contract wasn't enough to make Song Qingxue feel at ease, nor could it make those eyeing Song's group back off. Only by having Wang Chufeng personally show up could this storm be truly quelled. After Wang Chufeng and Xiao Yuning were taken away, Wang Jinhe personally poured a cup of tea for Yi Shao and handed it to him. "Prison Lord, you came to Jiangnan province and didn't inform me beforehand. I could have come to personally welcome you." Yi Shao took a sip of the tea. "Old Wang, I was afraid of delaying your business." Wang Jinhe couldn't help but smile and shake his head. "Prison Lord, what are you saying? If it weren't for you and the old master and mistress helping me clear my name back then, I might still be a prisoner now. As long as you are willing, I can offer all my assets to you." Wang Jinhe was truly grateful to Yi Shao and his family. Years ago, he was framed by enemies and sent to the world's #1 prison. Not only did Yi Shao help him clear his name, but he also provided the startup funds. It could be said that the Jinhe Group's current success was due to Yi Xiao's help. Yi Shao waved his hand. "No need for that. What would I do with so much money? However, I heard you're planning to develop in Lingzhou. Why not set up an investment company? I still have some collateral documents. They're just sitting there gathering dust. Find someone you trust to help me manage them." Upon hearing this, Wang Jinhe immediately volunteered. "Prison Lord, no need to find someone else. Why not let me come and help you personally?" Wang Jinhe knew well that if he wanted the Wang family to stay prosperous, binding himself tightly to Yi Shao was the best choice. "There's no need for that. Your goals are too big. If you come personally, it will attract too much attention, and I don't want to be too high profile right now." Yi Shao directly rejected the offer, but didn't completely shut the door. He added, "Old Wang, you can invest in the new company and take a 20% stake." "All right, Prison Lord, don't worry. I'll send a capable person right away." Wang Jinhe, being a wise man, knew Yi Shao had already made his decision, so he didn't press the matter further. Before leaving, Wang Jinhe took out a villa key and handed it to Yi Shao, saying it was a little gift for their meeting. Yi Shao didn't refuse and casually slipped it into his pocket. As for Song Qingxue and Huang Mei, after receiving the contract, they drove back to the company. During the ride, Song Qingxue tried calling Yi Shao several times, but none of the calls were answered. Song Qingxue couldn't help but start to worry about Yi Shao. Could something have happened to him? Could he have been caught for bribing and now detained by Jinhe Group? She imagined all sorts of scenarios. When they returned to the company, Song Qingxue didn't immediately go to her office. Instead, she went to the security department, hoping to see if Yi Shao had come back, but there was no sign of him there. Just as she was walking out of the office in disappointment, she saw Yi Shao whistling as he walked down the hallway. Song Qingxue's face lit up with joy, and she was about to ask if he had helped secure the contract when, to her surprise, Yi Shao spoke first. "President Song, didn't I tell you to wait for me? I just went to the bathroom, and when I came back, you were all gone. Now, can you settle my wages and let me leave?" Seeing Yi Shao with a face that seemed to know nothing, Song Qingxue felt frustrated. Wasn't it Yi Shao who had helped secure the contract? Huang Mei crossed her arms and snorted coldly. "Qingxue, see? I knew it wasn't this kid's doing. Think about it, he's just a small bodyguard. Even if he bribed Director Lin, he probably doesn't have the capital for it." She spoke with a knowing look, disdainfully glaring at Yi Shao. Just as Song Qingxue couldn't tell whether Yi Shao was pretending to be ignorant or truly confused, Song Zihao arrived with the major shareholders of the company. These people didn't believe that Yi Shao and Song Qingxue could win the bid, so none of them had shown up today. Plus, there were other companies participating in the bidding.